Chapter 1. You have reversed on me, Shu He. In the northern reaches of Beijing, the deep autumn had arrived. As dusk fell, the path to the resort was adorned with mountains and forests, their foliage ablaze with autumn hues, while the world seemed to be slightly intoxicated by the seasonal palette. The wheels of the car rolled over, causing the leaves to rustle in a gentle symphony. Upon opening the car door, Shu He felt a whisper of chill against her cheek. The veiled sky began to sprinkle with autumn rain, the droplets delicate, resembling a fine curtain of jade, as maple leaves were silently swept from the trees, drifting onto her apricot-colored cashmere coat. Shu He clasped the maple leaf in her hand, her eyelashes lightly lowered, while a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. Since their Cold War began, her boyfriend had not acknowledged her for a month. Darling, no man can withstand the 7-year itch. Image. You know anything better than I do. Could you help me choose between these 2 lace lingerie sets? I plan to wear one for him tonight. Shu, you'd look better without it. The 7-year itch. Indeed, this year marked the 7th anniversary of her acquaintance with that indifferent man. However, their romance had only spanned 6 months, fraught with endless quarrels, void of the innocent guardianship that characterized their high school days. Do men truly begin to lose interest after 7 years? A cool breeze lifted her scarf, jolting Shu He back to reality. She retrieved an umbrella from the car and proceeded towards a private hot spring facility within the resort. As she pushed open the door, a tranquil serenity enveloped her. Shu He approached the hot spring pool, glancing around, but found no trace of the unruly man. Just as she was about to call him, a teasing voice rang out from behind. Mr. Fu is on the 2nd floor. She ascended to the viewing lounge on the 2nd floor. Nestled deep within the mountains and forests, this private retreat was suffused with the rich aroma of wine. Shu He spotted young Master Fu lounging on a sofa, cradling a delicate Persian cat. Surrounding him were several well-known scions from Beijing, each shrouded in wisps of smoke. At Fu's feet stood a uniformed masseur. Ah, Fu Gu, your wife has arrived. Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the young lady standing at the staircase, her presence starkly contrasting the opulence of the scene with the scholarly air she exuded. Entering the hot spring dressed so elaborately, Fu Henning remained unfazed, absent-mindedly stroking the Persian cat. Shu He approached him, seizing the opportunity for a direct explanation. I sent you a message, yet you did not reply. Is the photo she sent real? Do you have nothing to say to me? Fu Henning remained unresponsive. Only when the cat in his arms had lazily drifted to sleep did he reluctantly lift his eyelids, casting a disinterested glance in her direction, yet offering no words. In that moment, Shu He realized that this man was not one to offer explanations. Rather, he was the one others provided explanations to. The 2nd floor featured an open railing, and as the autumn rain intensified outside, a cool breeze swept through. Shu's expression turned solemn. Well then, let us part ways, Mr. Fu. Continuing this is pointless. Fu Henning extended his finger, and a nearby attendant promptly presented a cigarette, deftly lighting it for him. He inhaled deeply. Are you feeling jealous? Apologies, but I find it quite unappetizing to see your face. With that, Shu He turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Fu Henning exhaled a plume of smoke, signaling the attendant to block her path. Shu He pivoted. What do you mean by that? The masseur silently observed the unfolding drama. The gentleman he served, young Master Fu, hailed from an illustrious family in Beijing, having lived a life of privilege where defiance was unheard of except, of course, in the case of Shu He. Due to the rain, the lighting was somewhat dim. Warm light cascaded over Shu He, softening her features. Her almond-shaped eyes exuded gentleness, while the apricot coat accentuated her fair, translucent complexion. Fu Henning took another drag of his cigarette. After half a year of courtship, they had yet to share a bed, and even holding hands made them blush. While passing a roadside stall selling red string bracelets, she insisted on sifting through a pile of shabby beads to find 2 engraved with their names, personally crafting a red string bracelet for him, regardless of its inferior quality, oblivious to whether he would dare wear it. When he gifted her lingerie, she branded him a perverted rogue. Do not threaten me with breakups. Fu Henning flicked the ash from his cigarette, exuding an air of both elegance and nonchalance. After a month of silence, have you pondered my question? I have. What is the answer? Shu's resolve was unwavering. I will not cohabit with you, nor will I wear lingerie for your viewing pleasure. Why do you have to be so obstinate? Ask around here. Who has been dating for half a year without consummating? I am not a monk. Because you are a teddy bear. As Shu He reached the staircase, the man's voice pierced through the chill. You have reversed on me, Shu He. If you dare take a step up this staircase today, we shall indeed end it.
Chapter 2 Reunion in the Rain. As a gentle breeze rises amidst curious gazes, Shu He returned to Fu Henning's side. Gentle laughter emanated from the crowd. Indeed, no woman could resist Fu Godada, someone exclaimed. Shu He lifted a glass of red wine from the coffee table and without hesitation splashed it across Fu Henning's face, causing the Persian cat in his arms to bolt in fear. In her thoughts of breaking up, she had forgotten to cleanse his face. Fu Henning's expression darkened, his lips parting with a menacing undertone. 3 seconds, clean it up for me. The air seemed to freeze. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Shu He quickly grabbed 2 paper towels, while Fu Henning remained calm, stationary on the sofa. The man closed his eyes, awaiting Shu He's compliance to wipe the red wine off his face. Yet after a long silence, she had yet to move. He opened his eyes only to find Shu He nonchalantly cleaning the red wine off her own cashmere coat, disposing of the tissue without a word and departing. With a thud, as Shu He descended the second step of the stairs, she heard the sound of the coffee table being kicked over, glassware shattering all around, fragments of the red wine bottle scattered everywhere. A reflection of his volatile nature, the aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the scarlet shards suddenly tumbled down the steps beneath her feet, mirroring the fractured relationship between them. The crowd busied themselves in soothing the esteemed Mr. Fu. A young woman seated beside Fu Henning tenderly wiped the red wine off his cheek, whispering softly, Mr. Fu, don't be upset. It's raining outside, and the mountain fog is dense. Is it safe for Shu He to drive alone? Why don't you reassure her? Don't let her leave. Ignore her. She's just being pampered. Shu He's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She did not look back, striding out of the hot spring pavilion. Removing the red string bracelet from her wrist, discarding it into the trash bin on the first floor. Night had fallen. The rain pattered gently from the heavens. Shu He unfurled her umbrella, the mountain mist cloaked in a shroud. Wind whipping the raindrops against the canopy, the sound of rain echoing in her confused mind. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. The cold wind pierced her lungs, and Shu He folded the umbrella. Slipping into her car, her hands cold and numb, just as she prepared to start the engine, a thought struck her. She pushed open the car door once more, circled the vehicle, and indeed, beneath the passenger seat, she discovered a stray cat seeking shelter from the rain. The soft meows she had heard earlier were not merely her imagination. Thankfully, Shi He started the engine. Squatting down, she shined her flashlight on the little cat. Noticing its soaked fur and lean frame, bloodstains marked the ground beneath the car. It was injured. Its eyes, exceedingly large and unblinking, gazed up at her, eliciting her sympathy. It was a stark contrast to Fu Henning's Persian cat. Shu He extended her hand, attempting to retrieve the little cat, but it scared and huddled deeper under the car. Trembling in fear, she had snacks in the car, so she took out a bag of oat protein bars. Crouching in front of the car, she placed the protein bar in her palm, softly coaxing the stray cat, little cat, come here, I won't hurt you, meow." The little stray cat, dragging its injured leg, hesitantly approached her. Shu He's eyes sparkled with delight, her attention fixed on the cat beneath the vehicle. Oblivious to the rain that had begun to drizzle down on her, she extended her hand, gently rubbing the little orange cat's head. The crisp sound of chewing followed. The little orange cat appeared famished, having suffered a broken leg, supporting itself on 3 legs, its frail body trembling as it chewed on the protein bar in Shu He's palm. She broke the bar into smaller pieces to feed it. The little orange cat devoured it eagerly. The temperature continued to drop. It had no shelter, no one to feed it, and after this meal, it was uncertain when it would eat again. Shu He observed the paltry orange cat. Noticing its left eye was swollen, nearly unable to open, she picked it up, determined to take it to the hospital for treatment. But the little orange cat panicked, struggling, and yowling. "Don't be afraid." She opened the car door, placing several paper towels on the seat as a cushion, setting the little orange cat down. The cat, frightened, leapt from the car. Its claws, untrimmed due to abandonment, were sharp, and in its flight, it accidentally scratched the back of Shu He's hand. Blood immediately oozed from the wound. The little orange cat looked back, one eye glimmering with unshed tears in the rain, as if realizing it had hurt her hand, yet out of survival instinct, it fled. Shu He sucked in a sharp breath, turning to search for the cat. Her vision blurred amidst the fallen, withered maple leaves. The little orange cat had vanished. It seemed it wouldn't survive this chilling rain. Her umbrella was blown towards the cliff's railing by the wind. Just as she went to retrieve it, a sudden gust caused her to fear it would be swept over the edge. A strong hand gripped her wrist. Shu He instantly turned around. Above her head, a large black umbrella emerged, shielding her from the rain. She looked up to find a tall man holding the umbrella, his stature noble and graceful. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a gentle breeze rose amidst the rain. His eyes shone like polished obsidian, deep and poignant against the misty twilight. Time seemed to stand still. Shi Yu gazed at the young woman's countenance. After a moment, he released her wrist, whispering, "Don't keep the old umbrella. This new one is for you. As he spoke, his long, slender fingers extended the umbrella toward Shu He. Thank you. Shu He came to her senses. The umbrella felt hefty, exquisitely crafted, but the man had already departed. A deep gray Cayenne parked 5 meters away. The crisp scent of snow pine still lingered around her. Shu He opened the car door just before entering. He turned back. Nightfall was gradually descending, the sycamore leaves still drifting in the rain. And they exchanged glances across the distance, as if time itself slowed in their prolonged gaze. The roads are slippery in the rain. Stay away from the cliff's edge, and don't search for that cat again. It's with me, understood. Shu He smiled. No wonder the little orange cat had disappeared. He had rescued it. She found the man somewhat familiar, yet couldn't recall where she had seen him. Hearing his detailed reminder, your hand is bleeding. Remember to go to the hospital for a shot. Thank you. Do you need me to drive you to the hospital? Shu He shook her head, hesitant to enter a stranger's car. No. Do we know each other? Let us say we do. We will meet again soon, the man uttered before entering the car. Shu He's cashmere coat was soaked. Standing still, her small hand gripped his black umbrella, watching the Cayenne drive slowly past her. Pain shot through her hand. Shu He opened the car door, collected the umbrella, settled into the driver's seat, feeling disheveled, letting out a sigh as she removed her soaked scarf. She started the engine. The wipers swept rhythmically across the rain-drenched windshield. Shu He gently pressed the accelerator, departing the resort. Glancing at her hand, 2 bloodstains left by the stray cat's claw. She needed to go to the hospital quickly for a vaccine. The man had said they were acquainted, but Shu He struggled to recall who he was. His demeanor exuded noble elegance, steady and serious, reminiscent of an educated intellectual. Could he be a young professor from the university? Chapter 3. Shu He's background, a mystery. After receiving the vaccine, she must remain under observation for half an hour before departing. During after-work hours, the observation room was crowded with people. Most accompanied by others, except for Shu He, who sat alone on a bench in the corner. She gazed at her swollen hand. In addition to the vaccine, she had also received immunoglobulin. The injection amount was quite large. Needles having punctured her hand, arm, back, and thigh, leaving her hand swollen and painful, rendering her unable to drive. Buzz, her phone vibrated. Shu He pulled out her phone from her pocket, noticing it was her good friend. Sure. Moo, did Fu Henning really cheat? Yes. Outside, the dusk was thickening, the window opened just enough to let in a chill. Unable to endure sitting next to the drafty window, Shu He stood in a windless spot to take the call. Damn, he really did. Doesn't he fear the consequences? Shermua's personality was outspoken. She was so infuriated on the other end that it seemed she wanted to burst through the phone. Where is he? He give me his address. I'll go find him. It's either his death or mine today. Don't go looking for him. Fu Henning had been born with a silver spoon, accustomed to flattery. In a place like Kyoto where power reigned supreme, he had always been the one to dominate others. Being cheated on was her own business. She couldn't cause trouble for Mumu and the Sure family. Leaning against the wall for support, Shu He spoke softly. I've completely ended things with him. From now on we'll lead separate lives, no more contact. Breaking up with Fu Henning should be celebrated. He looks like a cheap pair of lingerie. Even a stray dog wouldn't drink the soy milk inside his head. From now on, he is off the market. Whoever wants him can have him. Perfectly described. It was a difficult time, yet hearing her friend's voice brought warmth to Shu He's heart. When will you be back in Jingbei? I'll pick you up. It's been too long since we've seen each other. I miss you. The day after tomorrow, let us catch up. Evening hours, the streets of Jingbei were ablaze with neon lights, transforming the city into a dazzling canvas as taxis weaved through the traffic. The driver glanced at the young woman by the window, observing her enjoying the rainy scenery. How old are you? Still in school? 22. Still studying? My daughter is about your age. She just got admitted to Jingbei Normal University. I accompanied her to register in September. The campus is enormous and beautiful. Shu He turned to the chatty driver, offering her congratulations. Congratulations, girl. Which university are you attending? Jingbei University. The driver took a turn. Wow. The best university in the country. Just 22. Are you pursuing a master's degree? Is it difficult to get into graduate school at Kyoto University? First year of my doctoral studies. The driver's eyes widened in astonishment. You're so young and already a PhD candidate? Is it a direct program? Yes. The vehicle had arrived at the Moonbay neighborhood in the city center. Shu He thanked the driver, opened the door, and stepped into the community. After embarking on her doctoral journey, she no longer lived on campus. As the elevator ascended, she gazed at the sturdy black umbrella in her hand, featuring 32 ribs, designed to withstand the fiercest winds. She recalled that person's voice as clear and pure as jade. Don't keep the old umbrella. This new one is a gift for you. Shu He tightened her grip on the umbrella's handle, her gaze resolute. Upon returning home, she intended to gather all items related to Fu Henning and pack them away, discarding them in the dumpster downstairs. Ding! The elevator reached the 6th floor, and the doors opened. Holding a parcel, Shu He wiped her damp fingers on her clothing and raised her hand to unlock the door with her fingerprint, only to discover that it was ajar. Inside, she heard the unmistakable voice of a middle-aged man, one she knew all too well. I'm back. She had not been in contact with Zhou Hongfang for many years. At that moment, every light in the house was on, illuminating the living room where her father Zhou Hongfang sat with his wife. Xiangmei Shu He was the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family. Her mother, Ruanlan, had tragically passed away during childbirth. Before marrying Zhou Hongfang had traveled to Sydney, where he attended a Guzheng performance by Ruanlan, a stunning 18-year-old. He fell in love at first sight and pursued her under an assumed identity. But she did not reciprocate. Years later, after marrying Zhou Hongfang still thought of the girl from Sydney. When he finally reunited with Ruanlan a decade later, she was in the depths of despair. Having lost both her parents, Zhou Hongfang helped her with her family's affairs and began to court her again. When Ruanlan asked if he was married, he raised his hand and swore he was not. After they began a romantic relationship, Ruanlan inquired about marriage, wishing to end their long-distance separation, but Zhou Hongfang, terrified, vanished from her life. Ruanlan never reached out to him again. Later, a friend informed Zhou Hongfang that Ruanlan was about to give birth and that the child was likely his. Panicked, he traveled abroad, sneaking into a private hospital in Sydney to erase any traces of his infidelity. Ruanlan suffered a tragedy, leaving only the child alive when the paternity test confirmed the child was indeed his. He was at a loss, but the results were indisputable. He took the baby from the hospital, preparing to take care of it, only to be caught by his wife, Xiangmei. He pretended to soothe the infant as she discovered him. Xiangmei, a literature professor at Kyoto University, treated Shu He with care, though not with excessive affection. She ensured that Shu He's needs were met on par with her own children. The name Shu He was chosen by Xiangmei after consulting a dictionary, symbolizing a reverence for knowledge and a wish for a bright future. Xiangmei told her children that Shu He was a child she had found in a box by the roadside, hoping they would not reject her. Shu He's elder siblings treated her kindly. The first word she spoke was mama, calling out to Xiangmei a name her sister had secretly taught her. Her sister loved to hold her and play with her, and Shu He learned to speak by imitating her. Zhou Hongfang had asked Xiangmei several times when she would send Shu He away, but she never responded. Until the age of 8, Shu He was unaware of her status as an illegitimate child. Their mother raised all 3 children to be well-mannered and educated. Shu He recalled how her mother would buy 3 portions of candied chestnuts on her way home from work, one for each child, and helped Shu He with her homework, teaching her how to hold a pencil. On the day of winter break in Shu He's 3rd grade, the family driver followed protocol by first picking up her older sister and then her. That day, her sister gifted her a small gray toy. Alas, fate took a tragic turn. As they left the elementary school, a drunken driver barreled toward them. The vehicle was headed straight for Shu He's side. In a split second, her sister, Zhou Zijing, embraced her, switching positions just in time. The incident unfolded too swiftly. Shu He was preoccupied with kissing the small gray toy, unaware of the impending danger. She only remembered the moment her vision darkened as she was enveloped in a warm embrace, followed by a deafening crash. Her sister shielded her from the oncoming impact. In that horrific car accident, the drunk driver claimed the lives of 3 young students and took the life of 17-year-old Zhou Zijing. Shu He, protected by her sister's sacrifice, survived. The police, piecing together Shu He's account of the events, informed the Zhou family that had Zijing not switched positions at the critical moment, it would have been her who survived. Zhou Zijing suffered broken ribs that pierced her internal organs and was pronounced dead on the scene. When the doctor delivered the news, Xiangmei wept uncontrollably, kneeling beside her daughter's body, unable to rise. Subsequently, she fell into a deep depression, isolating herself in her room, clutching Zijing's photograph. The drunk driver was later sentenced to death. That night, Zhou Hongfang rushed home from the police station and, upon entering the living room, saw Shu He standing at the doorway of her mother's bedroom. In a fit of rage, he dashed upstairs, seized Shu He by the collar, and threw her down the staircase. Young Shu He rolled down the steps, landing on the floor, barely able to rise before witnessing her father draw a belt and strike her. The first lash landed on her head. As he struck, he accused her, claiming that had Xiangmei not been so soft-hearted in raising Shu He, the driver would never have picked her up from school, resulting in Zijing's tragic death. He shouted in fury, questioning why it was not Shu He who had died. Her brother Zhou Xianji rushed in and embraced his younger sister as their father, in a frenzied rage, struck out at them both. Shu He attempted to intervene, but Zhou Hongfang hurled insults at her, calling her a bastard child, repeating the words over and over, directing his venom at an 8-year-old girl. Her brother covered her ears, urging her not to listen, yet she still heard. She learned that she was not her mother's biological daughter, yet her mother had treated her with such kindness, far surpassing the indifference of her father. In the Zhou household, her father never favored her. Each time he returned home with gifts, he would never bring one for Shu He, and while he distributed gifts to her siblings with a smile, she would hide in the corner, yearning for a token of affection from him, but it never came. Her father would declare that Shu He did not deserve gifts. Chapter 4. On a snowy night, Shi Yu rescued Shu He from the grasp of death. It was the height of winter, and with the holiday break underway, her brother was forcibly confined to the Zhou household by their father. On the day of her sister's passing, Shu He had been cast out of the Zhou family without a single item of her belongings save for the small gray toy her sister had gifted her. At the tender age of 8, she wandered aimlessly along the roadside, clutching the plush toy. Her ankle twisted and painful snowflakes fell upon the wound on her forehead, chilling her to the bone, protected by her sister. She had emerged unscathed from the tragic accident, but under the wrath and scorn of her father, she bore wounds both visible and hidden. Her left eyelid was swollen from the belt strike, rendering it nearly impossible to open, leaving her with only her right eye to navigate the path ahead. Her father's furious words echoed in her mind as she walked in a daze. Moving forward, longing to reach the gates of the underworld, wishing for the king of hell to take her away and return her sister to their mother, she cried inconsolably by the roadside. Questioning why she had survived while her sister perished in such a horrific accident. How could their mother accept this devastating reality? How would she continue to live? Shu He missed her sister, but she was gone forever. In the frigid temperatures below -10 degrees, Shu He was poorly dressed and trembled violently, marching forward as if the ice and snow had penetrated her very being. In a fleeting moment, she thought she saw her sister, who urged her to return home quickly, to dress warmly, and not to search for her anymore. As Shu He collapsed from shock, a car fortuitously passed by. It came to a halt, and a young man from the backseat rushed to her side. The one who held her was an older brother figure. He saved Shu He, wrapping her in warmth, urgently working to revive her and prevent further organ damage. When Shu He awoke 3 days later, she found herself surrounded by doctors and her classmate Mumu, who informed her that her uncle had brought her back from the roadside. However, he had already returned home to England. Mu, embodying maternal instincts, referred to him as Shi Yu. The doctor revealed that had it not been for Shi Yu's timely intervention, Shu He, battered and bruised, would have frozen to death on the roadside, as she had been in a critical state during the rescue. The blizzard that had broken countless branches was the very storm from which Shi Yu had reclaimed her from the clutches of death. Zhou Hongfang turned away. His hair had turned gray, his frame frail and withered, burdened by illness, leading to his early retirement. He held little status within the Zhou family. Shu He's gaze fell upon Xiang Mei. Where was her mother? Had time been any kinder to her? This marks the first time since her sister's passing that Xiang Mei has taken the initiative to seek out Shu He. Between her and their mother lies the shadow of a life lost, that of her biological daughter, a thorn deeply embedded in both their hearts. Countless times Shu He has pondered that perhaps this thorn may never be removed. From the ages of 8 to 10, Shu He was raised in the Shi household, during which time Xiang Mei's condition deteriorated, leaving her unable to teach at Beijing University. When Shu He turned 11, her brother brought her to Moon Bay, nurturing her into adulthood. While attending university, Shu He accidentally learned that Professor Xiang had worn an elegant watch on her left wrist for many years to conceal a scar. Someone had seen the mark on her wrist. Zhou Hongfang was the first to speak. Shu He, there is a marriage agreement between the Zhou and Shi families, established by your grandfather and old Mr. Shi. We had planned to inform you and your sister once you both reached adulthood, but your sister's untimely death has compelled the Shi family to come forth with their proposal, leaving the Zhou family with only you as their daughter. Xiang Mei furrowed her brow, admonishing the man beside her. The incident involving Zijing was the fault of the drunk driver. The marriage arrangement was established years ago, and cannot be tied to her misfortune. Is that so? Didn't the police investigating the accident say otherwise? Enough. A resounding slap echoed through the room. Zhou Hongfang clutched his swiftly swelling cheek, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his teeth nearly shattered, his head ringing from the force of Xiang Mei's blow. She spared no effort. Fortunately, she remained unaware of his past violence against Shu He, or else he would have lost even the right to reside in the Zhou household. The color drained from Shu He's face, leaving her pallid and nearly translucent. The package she had been holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. She bent down to retrieve it. As her father reopened old wounds, her hands trembled uncontrollably upon the package, her legs suddenly weak and unable to support her. It felt as though all her strength had been drained. The atmosphere fell into silence once more as Xiang Mei rose to leave. Shu He kept her head bowed, too afraid to meet her mother's gaze, only noticing that her mother paused momentarily as she passed by, but still, she moved on, just when Shu He thought her mother would ignore her. A gentle voice drifted from the doorway. The Shi family's child is quite exceptional, with good character. Why not get to know him, treat it as a friendship? If you find him unsuitable, let me know, and I shall decline the proposal. It does not have to lead to marriage. Alright, after the rain, don't forget to take some cold medicine. Tears welled in Shu He's eyes. Her vision blurred as she opened her mouth, wishing to say something more to her mother, but her throat grew increasingly sore and constricted, rendering her voiceless. Xiang Mei departed from the house of Zhou Hongfang, waiting until his wife was out of earshot, dared to scold, crying, oh, as if marrying into the Shi family would be such a hardship for you. The Zhou family and Shi family have been on good terms for generations. This marriage was arranged years ago. Do you even know how remarkable the child from the Shi family is? This union would truly be a boon for you, then don't bestow it upon me. Shu He rose, placing the package on the table, her tone icy. You can wear the wedding dress and marry him yourself. I wish you happiness in your second marriage. I'll simply send you a token of 250. You, Zhou Hongfang was nearly apoplectic. I dare to wear a wedding dress. does that lad from the Shi family have the courage to welcome me into his home? Do you think I am eager to plead with you? If only your sister, never mind, your mother forbids me from saying more. Zhou Hongfang gazed at his daughter, turned away from him. He distinctly recalled how Shu He had been pampered in her childhood. Round and well-fed, how could she have become so thin? Her brother had certainly spent plenty on her. It has always been your mother coordinating the marriage arrangements with the Shi family according to the agreed timeline. They will come to propose next week. Truth be told, you could refuse to marry, but the relationship between our families would suffer and your mother would bear the brunt of the blame, forced to humbly apologize to the Shi family. Suffering their scorn for a lifetime. Oh, remember that time your mother attempted to take her own life, if it weren't for Xianji discovering her in time and rushing her to the hospital. Your mother would have. Zhou Hongfang spoke with a faint tremor, stealing a glance at Shu He after his words, but she remained unmoved, her expression unreadable, yet he knew her well. In this world, two blades pierced Shu He's heart most painfully. One was the loss of her sister. The other was their mother. To shield her mother from reproach, she would likely acquiesce to the marriage. Your phone number has been given to the Shi family. That young man will reach out to you today or tomorrow. Shu He turned, dismissing him. Leave. Her starkly contrasting attitude toward her mother and father ignited Zhou Hongfang's ire. You don't even respect your own father, and yet you call yourself a university student? How has your teacher raised you, and have you ever respected me? Shu He seized a book from the table, hurling it at him in frustration. If you don't leave now, I'll tell my brother. And you'll certainly get a beating. You dare let Xianji strike me, I'll make sure you regret it. Then go ahead, kill me now. You. Zhou Hongfang dodged the book, knowing Xiang Mei awaited outside. He couldn't linger too long, suppressing his rage as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding crash. Shu He felt a jolt in her heart. She raised her hand to discover her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Her father had often shattered objects in anger, leaving her with an inexplicable fear of loud noises. The clock on the living room wall chimed the hour. Shu He steadied herself, shedding her muddy coat. Relieved to find her sweater was dry, though she felt slightly dizzy, she lay on the sofa for a moment, slowly regaining her composure. When her fingers accidentally brushed against a warm object, Shu He looked up to find a bag of steaming roasted chestnuts where her mother had been sitting moments ago. Mist filled her eyes. Since her sister's death, she hadn't dared to indulge in roasted chestnuts for over a decade, barely allowing herself to glance at the shops that sold them. In truth, she adored the chestnuts her mother would buy. Wiping away her tears, Shu He began to peel the chestnut shells, popping the still warm morsels into her mouth, savoring their sweetness. It was so sweet, so delightful. Then it struck her, Moon Bay's entrance had strict facial recognition security. With guards verifying the identities of all who entered and exited, how had Xiang Mei and Zhou Hongfang managed to enter? They even knew the door code. Could it be that the one who handled the paperwork for this house years ago? And the workers who came to renovate it were Xiang Mei, not her brother. Shu He touched her forehead, feeling slightly feverish, and retrieved some antipyretics. Her hair was drenched from the rain, damp and disheveled, and thankfully, the scratches from the kitten were on her left hand, so she resolved to wash her hair with her right. Chapter 5. The betrothed is the young uncle. The following day, the skies cleared. On a crisp autumn noon, Saturday, Shu He awoke naturally, having slept under a warm blanket all night, her fever subsiding in the latter half, yet she felt utterly drained. The curtains remained drawn, casting the room in dim light. Shu He reached for her phone beside the pillow, intending to check the time, only to discover a WeChat notification for a friend request. The sender's nickname was someone from the Shi family. After freshening up, Shu He busied herself in her bedroom. On the table lay a small box. She gathered all the items related to Fu Henning and placed them within gifts he had given her. Once tidied, she sat at her desk, opening the two windows before her. In an instant, a refreshing breeze swept in, and she gazed at the array of exquisite figurines lined up on the table. Since her sister's passing, Shu He had found comfort in simply sitting quietly and daydreaming. Daydreaming allowed her thoughts to empty. She didn't have to think of anything, as if nothing had been lost. Her sister still sat beside her, smiling and chattering, expressing her dreams of becoming a teacher at Beijing University, nurturing future generations. Zijing asked, He, what is your dream? Buzz, her phone vibrated with a message. Half an hour prior, Shu He had accepted the friend request. And now the sender was responding. Her mother had granted her the power of choice, but no one had ever given her mother the same privilege. Thinking of the grotesque scar on her mother's wrist, Shu He felt reluctant to see her mother grovel and apologize, becoming the subject of gossip. Zhou Hongfang had indeed struck at the softest, most vulnerable part of her heart. Her eyes reddened as she slowly lowered her head. Fixating on the name displayed on the screen, she was somewhat familiar with the Shi family. Old Mr. Shi had 3 grandsons, all roughly her age, and she had interacted with the elder Shi brothers, who were quite pleasant. Shi Yu. The weather is lovely, would you like to join me for a meal? Shu He stared dumbfounded. Her young uncle, her savior. He was old Mr. Shi's youngest son. Indeed, still unmarried, Shu He had expected a match with someone from her generation within the Shi family, but why would it be someone from the previous generation? In her childhood, she had recognized Mumu's mother as her godmother. Making sure you her godmother's brother. By etiquette, she ought to address him as young uncle. Shu He knew little about Shi Yu, as he resided abroad. All she remembered was that Shi Yu's father, old Mr. Shi, was one of the foremost literary scholars in the country, a distinguished mentor at Beijing University. Old Mr. Shi had 2 wives over his lifetime. Shi Yu was the child of his second marriage. Shi Yu's mother, of British Chinese descent, came from a family of merchants. Due to their long-distance relationship, they had amicably divorced years ago. Shi Yu maintained a good relationship with both parents, often alternating between the UK and Jingbei. He later inherited his maternal family's business, becoming a prominent figure in finance at a young age, frequently featured on the covers of major financial magazines worldwide. Little Gray, may I ask where we should meet? I will come to Moon Bay to pick you up. You can decide the time for our meeting. Little Gray, okay, I can be ready in half an hour, thank you for coming to fetch me. Though the sun shone brightly outside, a breeze swirled through the air. Before stepping out, Shu He wrapped a thick scarf around her neck, tucked her phone into her pocket, and carried a small box as she left her home. She tossed it into the trash bin downstairs, wishing to sever any ties with Fu Henning. Along the tree-lined avenue beside the community, a row of tall maple trees stood majestically, beneath which a deep gray Cayenne was parked. Shi Yu leaned against the car, idly playing with a vibrant orange-red maple leaf. As autumn deepened, the leaves blazed like fire, retaining their vividness even after enduring the passage of time. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at this affluent man. His long black coat accentuated his tall and slender figure, complemented by a white-gray cashmere turtleneck. His cheekbones were sculpted and profound, his features were strikingly beautiful, exuding an alluring magnetism. There was an air of refined coolness about him, reminiscent of a charismatic male lead in a Korean drama. From a distance, amidst the fiery maple forest, he resembled a gentle breeze over the river, an endless treasure of creation. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone broke the tranquility. Shi Yu diverted his gaze from the maple leaf and retrieved his phone from his pocket. As he answered, a young girl's voice came through the receiver. I'm almost at the door, uncle, where's your car? In the maple forest. Okay, I'll be there soon. Shi Yu straightened up and glanced toward the entrance of Moon Bay. Shu He emerged from the community. At that moment, the sun bathed everything in warmth. She wore a fluffy embroidered knit sweater, white corduroy straight-leg pants, and simple, casual white shoes. A soft, plush cashmere scarf adorned her neck. Her long hair, voluminous and soft, was a delicate shade of tea brown, exuding a classical warmth. As the autumn breeze caressed her, her hair danced gracefully in the shimmering light. Shu He scanned her surroundings and spotted a lone deep gray car parked across the road, beside which stood a man whose stature resembled that of a pine tree, undoubtedly Shi Yu. At first glance, he appeared extraordinarily tall, easily around 6 feet 3 inches. She hurriedly approached, yet the closer she got to Shi Yu, the more familiar his visage seemed. Confused, Shu He realized it was him, the man who had given her a black umbrella at the resort the previous night. Shi Yu's gaze fell upon Shu He's delicate features. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity and warmth. He opened the passenger door and raised his hand to shield her from the overhead car roof. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Anything is fine. Shu He settled into the car. She lifted her gaze to see Shi Yu walking around to the driver's seat and sliding in beside her. A faint scent of crisp cedar wafted through the interior, a mature, steady masculine aura. Buckle up, Shi Yu reminded her in a low voice as he started the engine. All right. Shu He promptly fastened her seatbelt. The deep gray Cayenne glided smoothly down the road, Shi Yu steering with a calm and steady pace while Shu He rested her hands on her lap. She was still recovering from the shock of recognition. It dawned on her that when he said he knew her, he truly meant it. The fingers gripping the steering wheel were as refined as ancient jade, with faint veins visible on the back of his hands. As he turned the wheel, the pristine bones of his wrists suddenly emerged, every inch of him exuding an exquisite charm. Shu He glanced at Shi Yu. A man of his stature and privilege, even in silence, radiated the aura of someone accustomed to higher echelons. Thank you. Shi Yu was focused on the road. For what? Shu He had long wanted to express her gratitude to her savior, her tone sincere. For saving my life. I wanted to thank you in person, but you were abroad. Before she turned 18, she couldn't travel alone to express her thanks. So she had written a thank you note and given it to her godmother, yet she had never received a reply. Does it still hurt? His voice was gentle, like a spring flowing through a mountain stream. Shu He paused, thinking he referred to the injury inflicted by her father when she was 8. She lowered her gaze, her long curled lashes veiling her expression. After a moment of silence, Shi Yu clarified, is your hand from yesterday's cat scratch still hurting? Shu He snapped back to reality, replying softly, thank you for your concern. It's no longer painful. How is that little cat? It was injured quite badly. Did it survive last night's autumn rain? It made it through. Shu He nodded. The sky stretched like an expansive sea, a tranquil blue, and the scenery along the way was breathtaking. She leaned against the window, quietly savoring the autumn beauty of northern Beijing. The two remained silent for the rest of the journey. Chapter 6, Initial Encounters. He is a detail-oriented person. Chapter 7, Shu He, like a gentle and graceful woman from Jiangnan. Shu He glanced at Shi Yu across the table. He ate quietly, and as he seemed about to look up at her, She quickly lowered her head and sipped her soup. Shi Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. The sunlight danced gently upon her, illuminating her fair complexion, and upon closer inspection, one could even discern a fine layer of fuzz on her cheeks. As she lifted her spoon to drink the soup, a slender, delicate wrist was revealed, her skin smooth like fine jade, radiant and soft. The two engaged in a quiet meal, oblivious to each other's thoughts. Neither daring to speak, before Shi Yu finished his meal, Shu He excused herself to the restroom and, after searching for a while, finally found the restaurant's cashier to settle the bill. Given Shi Yu's kindness, it was customary for her to treat him on their first meal together. Promising to let him pay next time, the cashier smiled politely. Actually, Miss Zhou, Mr. Shi's meals here are complimentary. There is no need to settle the bill. Alright. Shu He felt slightly awkward, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Just as she turned around, she spotted Shi Yu on the second floor. Having finished his meal, their eyes met briefly. He gazed at her with a depth that held a hint of curiosity. Shu He feigned calmness. The restaurant manager approached. Miss Zhou, we have a special promotion today, giving each guest in the private room a blind box figurine. Shi Yu walked over, his posture straight and his demeanor exuding an exceptional charm. Many girls in the hall turned to look at him. He was tall and undeniably a walking model. His coat was draped over his strong arm. The cashier had already retrieved the blind box and handed it to Shu He. Unfortunately, there was only one gift box. Shu He inquired. Is there just one? Yes. Shu He admired the exquisite patterns on the box. Imagining the beautiful figurine inside, she handed the gift box to Shi Yu. Here, for you. Why are you giving it to me? There's only one. I don't want it. You keep it. As he spoke, Shi Yu moved to the area where coats were stored, putting on his coat and picking up Shu He's scarf while she began to unwrap the blind box she had just received. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was a small gray figurine. Though tiny, it was intricately detailed, with craftsmanship that was exceptional. Rarely did one encounter a figurine with such charmingly expressive eyes. Shi Yu handed her the scarf. Shu He wrapped the thick cashmere scarf around her neck, placing the small gray figurine back into its box. As they walked toward the restaurant exit, Shi Yu's phone rang, an incoming work call from his assistant. Just a moment, his finger tapped the screen to answer, signaling Shu He to wait for him in the lounge area. Alright. Shu He settled onto a nearby sofa, where the restaurant had prepared snacks for guests. She grabbed a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth while playing with the small gray figurine. As she chewed on the candy, she overheard two girls on the adjacent sofa whispering about Shi Yu's striking appearance. Even praising his hands as model-worthy, they even pulled out their phones to stealthily capture his profile and hands. Shu He too turned her gaze toward Shi Yu. He stood by a sunlit window, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Embodying the charm of a mature man shaped by time, he was speaking leisurely, his long strong hands resting on the windowsill. He was indeed handsome. His looks, and his hands. Before meeting Shi Yu, Shu He had no idea her uncle appeared so youthful and strikingly attractive. She took out her phone and typed Shi Yu's name into the browser. The lengthy entry in Baidu Encyclopedia was filled with various honors and titles, seemingly endless. Chairman and CEO of Hengxin Group's Asia-Pacific region. The family business Const was based in the UK, involved in finance, healthcare, cutting-edge technology, and oil energy, with him and his brother managing operations, his brother overseeing European affairs while Shi Yu handled the Asia-Pacific sector. In recent years, Shi Yu had expanded many industrial chains in the Asia-Pacific region with his exceptional leadership. Shu He's eyes lingered on one of his titles. 4 years ago, he had been specially appointed as a professor at the School of Finance at Beijing University. Previously, he only occasionally gave lectures to finance students, but starting this September, the university had introduced courses taught by Professor Shi. Shu He was about to check the academic system for Shi Yu's class schedule when she sensed he had finished his call and was approaching. She quickly turned off her phone screen. Shall we go? Stepping outside, the warm sunlight made Shu He feel drowsy. Her head grew heavy as they walked toward the parking area, with Shi Yu leading the way. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Anywhere is fine. Shu He recalled something and worried about interrupting Shi Yu's work. Was there anything important during the call? If so, you can go ahead and take care of it. I can take a taxi home. It was nothing. Shi Yu pressed the car key, unlocking the vehicle. He opened the passenger door for her, glancing back at the girl behind him. She had warm, fair skin, and at that moment, her delicate face bore a slight dimple. Shu He resembled a gentle and graceful woman from Jiangnan. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a classical tune infused with the warmth of water and light. Soothing to the ears of those who listened. Call me without any formalities. Alright, would you like to go see the little cat? Shu He nodded, immediately feeling invigorated. As the car came to a halt in front of the pet hospital, she lifted her gaze to the signboard, captivated by the heartwarming name of the establishment, Green Cottage. If her memory served her right, there were numerous green cottages in Jingbei City, and this particular pet hospital was part of a well-known chain. She followed Shi Yu into the hospital. Inside, the decor was imbued with warm wooden elements, and soft light cascaded into every corner of the space. Cats and dogs were distinctly separated for consultations. And there were independent waiting areas for both, thanks to the central air conditioning employing a fresh air system. The entire area boasted excellent ventilation, creating a clean and refreshing environment. At the front desk stood the hospital owner. Pei Shu, a highly educated individual from a privileged background, whom the nurses affectionately referred to as Dr. Peida, he was currently instructing the nurses when he caught sight of the newcomers. A DUI is here. Come to see little Ju. Indeed, Pei Shu then noticed the charming young woman beside Shi Yu, poised and serene, clearly hailing from a scholarly family. He inquired curiously, "Is this your fiancé friend?" The two voices chimed simultaneously. The former belonging to Shi Yu and the latter to Shu He, a friend of fiancé. Shi Yu gazed at Shu He with a leisurely intensity, while she, flustered, averted her eyes, tucking her hands into the pockets of her knit sweater. Opting for silence, she had not anticipated Shi Yu would refer to her as his fiancée, especially since they were not yet engaged. Shu He pondered the pet doctor's casual use of Shi Yu's name. It was revealed that Shi Yu's nickname was DUI, an adorably unique name that starkly contrasted with his demeanor. Pei Shu chuckled, "Follow me, please, to the second floor." Upon reaching the second floor, Shu He spotted the little orange cat she had seen the previous night from a distance. It had been bathed and was now nestled in a blue cage lined with a soft blanket. Both its left eye and left ear were wrapped in sterile gauze. Chapter 8, Little Orange. "Do you remember me?" Pei Shu began to explain the condition of the orange cat to Shu He. "This little one is just over 3 months old, its leg was broken, and it suffered a mild head injury. There is irreversible damage to its left cochlea, indicating it has likely been captured and abused. The fact that it survived is nothing short of a miracle." Shu He suddenly recalled a group of friends associated with Fu Henning. This little cat had been found near a private hot spring with bloodstains scattered on the ground. Surely they couldn't have captured and abused it, only to throw it down from the second floor? Fu Henning's Persian cat was notoriously possessive and enjoyed tormenting other kittens around its owner. "Last night, DUI brought it here, and I performed internal fixation surgery on its leg to ensure optimal healing. The head injury will gradually heal on its own, but as for the left ear, it will likely remain deaf forever. The left eye should regain sight in a few days." "Thank you, doctor." Pei Shu glanced at his watch and, not wishing to intrude further, said, "I have other matters to attend to. You two are free to explore. Oh, and do bring me an extra portion of wedding candy." Shi Yu nodded. "Of course." As Pei Shu walked away, he leaned closer to Shi Yu and whispered, "Which family does this girl belong to? So strikingly beautiful. Have you finally found someone?" "Xianji's younger sister." Pei Shu raised his pinky and quietly remarked, "So you've stolen Xianji's sister away and only now think to inform us? Very well, I shall remove you from the singles group chat shortly, and I expect a generous red envelope." Shu He squatted in front of the cage and observed the sleeping little orange cat. The warm sunlight bathed it, and its round belly indicated it was no longer hungry or suffering. It must have been bathed by the doctor prior to surgery. Its fur was soft and fluffy, shimmering like gold. The little orange cat was undeniably adorable. It was a heartwarming scene that melted Shu He's heart. She turned to look at Shi Yu, who was admiring a row of succulent plants on the balcony. The cage door was left ajar. Shu He continued to watch the cat, becoming so engrossed that she reached out to stroke its soft fur, only for her wrist to be suddenly grasped by Shi Yu's strong hand. He crouched down and coldly warned, "Having learned a lesson, do you dare to touch it again?" The closeness made Shu He acutely aware of the chilling cedar scent emanating from him, but he quickly released her wrist. No more touching. Shu He obediently hugged her knees, opting for a distance while observing the cat. Just moments ago, Shi Yu's lips had been pressed in a tight line. Casting a glance her way that was more intimidating than that of a high school principal, Shi Yu's fingers felt cool as his deep gaze fell upon her once more. Her shoulders appeared delicate and frail. His brief grasp of her wrist had left her feeling icy white. As Shu He watched the little orange cat, it seemed to awaken as if sensing her presence. It opened its eyes, still drowsy, and glanced at her. In the next instant, it propped itself up on 3 legs and crawled toward her. Despite the imposing aura of Shi Yu nearby, Shu He hesitated to touch the cat. The little orange cat's eyes were misty with sleep as it managed to unearth a hidden milk biscuit from beneath the blanket, dragging it along with its injured leg to place it at Shu He's feet. She was taken aback yet delighted. Picking up the biscuit from the floor, she realized this was the little orange cat's treasured food stash, meant for her. "Is this for me?" The little orange cat tilted its head, its remaining eye looking adorably at her. Only then did Shu He dare to gently pat its little head. Holding the biscuit in her palm, she recalled that she had fed it a protein bar the day before. "Little Orange, do you remember me?" The male doctor had mentioned that the cat had sustained a mild head injury and was deaf in one ear. Born 3 months ago, she wondered when its head injury would heal and when its left eye would regain sight. Shu He carefully tucked the milk biscuit away. After checking on the little orange cat, as they prepared to leave, it followed her reluctantly, dragging its small body behind her, initially unaware of its struggle to crawl on the floor. She was startled by a hoarse meow, meow. Turning around, Shu He saw the little orange cat resting on her shoe, nuzzling against her ankle. "Little uncle." As they reached the staircase, Shi Yu halted, turning back to witness the pitiful sight of the little orange cat affectionately trying to coax Shu He into picking it up. "It has scratched you before." Shu He looked at Shi Yu, contemplating their future cohabitation after marriage. She hesitantly sought his opinion. "Once the little orange cat has healed, will it continue to wander? Can I take it home with me?" Sure you frowned. At that moment Shu He was unaware of his cleanliness obsession or his aversion to keeping pets. She only heard him utter 4 words, "If you want to keep it, then do so." Before descending the stairs, Shu He casually remarked, leaving her uncertain of his feelings, whether they leaned towards affection or disdain. Shu He was taken aback. She surmised that Shu He likely disliked keeping cats. Since the little cat had just undergone surgery, she decided it would be wise to let the veterinarian monitor it for a few days before bringing it home. She intended to gift the little orange cat to her brother, who loved animals. Exiting the pet hospital, the temperature had dropped outside, and a cold wind blew as Shu He settled into the car, fastening her seatbelt and awaiting Shi Yu's next instructions. Shi Yu, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at her. "Are you cold?" Shu He looked down at her knitted sweater and the cashmere scarf wrapped around her neck. In fact, she was wearing a thermal layer underneath, with 2 warm packs discreetly placed at her lower back. "Not cold, but your hands are chilly," Shu He earnestly explained. "They've always been like this. It's nothing serious." Shi Yu said nothing further. Shu He touched her own hands. Realizing they were indeed cold, she had always suffered from cold extremities. No matter how thick her winter clothing was, she could never seem to warm up. Standing for too long made her want to squat down. As she found it comfortable. As Sure you started the car, he inquired, "Will you need to return to the hospital soon for vaccinations?" "Yes, I have an appointment the day after tomorrow." "How many injections in total?" 5. With November approaching, the temperature today was not particularly high. Sure you turned on the car's heater. "I have matters to attend to at the hospital on Monday. I can drop you off afterward." "Sounds good." After lunch and visiting the kitten, it was nearly 3:30, and time felt somewhat prolonged. Shu He noticed that Shi Yu's driving route was becoming increasingly familiar. "Little uncle, are we heading back to my house now? Do you wish to go to your home?" "No, that's not what I meant." Shi Yu spoke slowly. "Going to my house is also an option. I have a northern song roux kiln sky blue glazed washing bowl that I could give you." "Since you call me little uncle, it would be remiss of me not to show my appreciation." "Wouldn't you agree, dear niece?" Shu He sensed a hint of sarcasm in his tone, yet she could not pinpoint the evidence. Dear niece, during her undergraduate studies, she had delved into Song Dynasty aesthetics, and the roux kiln was the most esteemed of the Song Dynasty kilns. The sky blue glazed washbasin was one of the 4 treasures of the study. And such antiques were rare and precious, with the Northern Song roux kiln series historically revered by collectors, valued at over $100 million. She felt unworthy of accepting such an extravagant gift. With her fingers poking the seat, she mustered the courage to politely decline. "Perhaps we can skip your place for now. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to go home for a nap. My little uncle's house has a bed too. I just want to sleep in my own bed." Sure you chuckled lightly, refraining from teasing her further, and instead drove her back to Moon Bay. Chapter 9, Shi and Shi Yu. Akin to a student and a teacher, the Cayenne came to a stop beside the Moon Bay community. Shu He's head felt heavy, likely due to another low fever, and she leaned against the car window, drifting into a deep sleep. It felt as though the car had been parked for quite a while when she heard Shi Yu calling her name. She groggily opened her eyes. "Are we home?" Shu He ruffled her slightly disheveled hair. Unbeknownst to her, she had fallen asleep at some point when Shua heard Shi Yu say, "Let's go to the guardroom first. I've sent someone to bring you the ointment." She felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. "All right, thank you." She attempted to exit the vehicle but found the door locked, turning to see Shi Yu offering her a coat. "Put this on before getting out." "I'm not cold," she replied. Shi Yu regarded her with an inscrutable expression. The car's heating had kept her warm during the journey, yet outside, the wind had picked up, and the temperature was dropping. Given her delicate constitution, akin to that of Lin Dayu, stepping out unprepared would likely lead to a cold. With just a glance, she felt a shiver run down her spine, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. The commanding presence of Shi Yu was even more formidable than that of Fu Henning. Accepting the coat he offered, she noted it was a men's luxury jacket in a subdued dark gray. As she donned his garment, its soft, comfortable lining enveloped her, infused with his scent. This was her first experience wearing a man's coat. Surrounded by an unfamiliar masculine aura, she obediently zipped up the jacket. With a faint click, the car door unlocked. Shua swiftly opened the door and stepped out, only to be greeted by a biting gust of wind that penetrated her collar, causing her teeth to chatter. Fortunately, she had put on Shi Yu's coat. As the window of the car descended slowly, she waved goodbye to him. "Take care on the road. Message me when you get home. Head back. It's chilly." "All right." Once the Cayenne departed, Shua sighed in relief. Her interactions with Shi Yu often felt reminiscent of a student with a professor, which was understandable given that he was not only the head of a conglomerate but also a professor at Jingbei University. Approaching the security room of her residential complex, she noticed Shi Yu's tall stature in the oversized jacket he had given her. Raising her arms, she could barely see her hands, as if she were wearing an adult's clothing. The security guard handed her a high-quality handbag that had been placed on the table. "Miss Zhou, a Mr. Shi sent this over earlier today." "Thank you." Shua rolled up her sleeves and accepted the handbag. Exiting the guardroom, she opened the exquisite bag, revealing several boxes of imported German skin repair gel, intended for the scratches on her hand, which would help eliminate scars in a few days. Her steps faltered as a fleeting memory crossed her mind. Too swift to grasp, She could not recall which ointment her godmother had applied to her as a child. It seemed to be this very brand that Shi Yu had gifted her. This skin repair gel was light and hydrating, providing a cooling sensation upon application without any stinging, and it was remarkably effective for scar removal. However, its high price made it difficult to find in domestic pharmacies. It was precisely because her godmother had applied copious amounts of skin repair gel on her that the marks left from her father's lashings had faded without a trace. Having awoken from her nap, it was already evening. Before sleeping, Shu He had taken her temperature, confirming a slight fever. She had also taken antipyretics beforehand. She opened her phone to check messages and saw that Mumu would arrive at Jingbei International Airport at 10 the next morning. Home now. Whenever she traveled with friends, she would instinctively remind them to message her upon arrival home, as receiving their safe arrival messages brought her peace of mind. She clicked on Shi Yu's contact to change his nickname. Searching through the chat history in the Jingda group chat, she found a course schedule shared by an alumnus from the finance department, revealing that Professor Shi taught 2 consecutive classes each week, including an early 8 o'clock class on Thursdays. A new message notification appeared. It was from Professor Wei, her doctoral advisor. Upon reading the content, Shu He fell into a daze, as the message stated that his medical examination report had come back with troubling results, necessitating hospitalization for several years of recuperation. The department will assign you a new advisor shortly, Shu He. Your research direction and course arrangements will be handled by your new mentor. Shu He messaged her concerns for her professor. Professor Wei was a renowned literary figure, warm and approachable, yet she had only been his disciple for 2 months before having to switch advisors. Shu He sighed. Her introverted nature made her cherish Professor Wei's gentle teaching style, and she was uncertain whom the department would assign her to next. Her field of study was quite niche, classical literature. On Sunday morning, Shu He took a taxi to Jingbei International Airport, having forgotten to retrieve her car from the hospital. Calculating the parking fees against the standard rates at Jingbei Hospital, she realized her parking expenses equated to the cost of 2 cups of tea. Shortly she would meet Mumu to retrieve her car. Just as she stepped out of the taxi and had yet to enter the airport, she spotted a lively and charming girl rushing towards her from the terminal. In the sunlight, Mumu resembled a monkey liberated from Wuxishan. Shu He quickened her pace toward Shirmu, and they embraced, her feet lifting off the ground as the customary ritual had her twirled 3 times by the super-strong girl. Mumu's laughter was always crisp and melodious. After the spinning, Shirmu released Shu He and linked arms with her as they walked out. Noticing the scratches on her hand, she inquired, "What happened? Did Fu Henning do this?" Just a little cat scratch. The swelling in Shu He's left hand had subsided, and the 2 wounds had begun to heal, no longer resembling the bloody mess they once were. "Have you been vaccinated?" "Yes." Shirmu lowered her gaze, grasping Shu He's wrist. "For the next few days, avoid getting your hand wet. I'll stay at Moon Bay with you. I'll handle your hair washing. I've learned to wash my hair with one hand. That's fantastic." Shu He chuckled. "I've ordered your favorite dessert set. Do you have any other plans? If not, shall we go eat? Wait a moment, let me check with my assistant." Shu He looked around, wondering where this assistant might be. The next moment, she saw Mumu patting her belly, summoning her voice assistant in an adorably playful tone. "Little belly, are you there?" Shu He giggled in response. "I'm here. Are you hungry?" "Yes." With a raised eyebrow, Shirmu wrapped her arm around Shu He's. "Let's go enjoy the dessert you've ordered." Shu He pulled out her phone, opened a ride-hailing app, and input the address of their usual dessert shop. "I haven't retrieved my car from the hospital yet. Let me call a ride." "Hold on, I'll call 1-2 and see whose fare is cheaper." Alright. After entering the address, Shirmu's app displayed a price of 15, while Shu He showed ten.do. "You have a coupon, just happened to get 1. Shu He requested her ride, after a lengthy wait for a driver to accept her request. Shirmu spotted a shared electric scooter across the street, her eyes lighting up. "I'll ride the little electric scooter with you, Oha." Just as the light turned green, Shirmu took Shu He's hand and dashed across the street. "It's a double-seater electric scooter. It's just been released, perfect for us to try out." "Okay." Upon reaching the shared scooter area, Shirmu scanned a double-seater electric scooter with her phone, retrieving 2 helmets from the basket and handing one to Shu He. The helmet was a bit dirty from the rain 2 days prior. Shu He, with sanitizing wipes in her bag, assured her, "It's fine. I brought tissues." A treasure trove. Shirmu took the wipes from Shu He, cleaned the helmet, and brushed off the leaves and dust inside before placing it on her head. "You sit in the back, and use your phone for navigation." "I'll ride." "Alright." Shu He wiped down the helmet and seat with the tissue, disposed of the garbage in a nearby bin, then put on her helmet and settled behind Shirmu. Shirmu hopped on the scooter. "Hold on tight." "Okay." Shu He wrapped her arms around Shirmu's slender waist, ready to go. "Here we go." Shirmu twisted the handlebars, and the scooter roared to life, the voice from the navigation app announcing, "Navigation started. Heading north from your current location." Shu He rested her cheek against Shirmu's back. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze filled the air. It was a perfectly ordinary autumn weekend, as she rode a small electric scooter with her childhood companion towards their favorite dessert shop. The vehicle glided through streets and alleys, the wind tousling their hair as they chatted. Shu He saw their shadows on the ground, even the strands of hair dancing in the wind seemed to express their joy. She tightened her embrace around Mu, savoring the comforting tranquility of the moment. Chapter 10, The Super Strong Girl. Boss Mu, why do I feel like you've lost weight? Has someone been bullying you? No one has bullied me. Shu He replied. Mu nodded. As the director of a children's taekwondo school, she had been preoccupied with opening her 9th branch in the south and had little time for video calls with Shu He. After 2 weeks away, Shu He had noticeably thinned down. I haven't weighed myself in a few days. I might have lost my appetite due to a seasonal cold. Shu He remarked. You should indulge in some desserts. That's right. A sleek convertible sped past them, its fiery red exterior almost blinding. The young men inside whistled and hollered, Hey, beautiful ladies, care for a drink? Sure. Mu raised her eyebrows, smiling. I'll be sure to drink with you when you're all dead. And I'll even bring each of you a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Shu He couldn't help but chuckle at the crestfallen expressions of the young men. From childhood through to now, Mumu had been undefeated in witty banter and scuffles. She was indeed a taekwondo expert. Even Fu Henning had never bested her in an argument during high school. The young man in the passenger seat, feeling challenged, fixed his gaze on the obedient girl in the back of the electric scooter. Hey, little sister, why so quiet? Your legs are quite long. They would be perfect for wrapping around my waist. Mumu interjected. Are you envious just because of looks? The man instinctively glanced at a certain part of himself, his face darkening with anger as he was about to retort, when Mu continued to provoke. What are you looking down at, old sister? Planning to sew your split-crotch pants with a needle? The fiery red sports car accelerated away from the two. Shu He couldn't help but smile, giving Mu a thumbs up, genuinely praising her. Boss Mu, you're amazing. Another victory. Ha, hee, I've got your back. At the intersection, the traffic light turned red. Mu then noticed a special police officer on a sleek motorcycle ahead of her, imposing in her black tactical riding gear, and she was about to stop beside the black motorcycle to admire it. Mumu, my uncle, and I are getting engaged. What? Bang, the electric scooter bumped into the large motorcycle. Shu He, unable to see the road ahead, hugged Mumu tightly. As the sound of impact reached her ears, her helmet slipped forward, obstructing her view. She hurriedly adjusted her helmet, her voice trembling with fear. Are you okay, Mumu? I'm fine, how about you? I'm good. The collision between the two vehicles was merely a slight bump. Mu apologized to the special police officer ahead. I'm so sorry, officer, I apologize. You too, get out of the vehicle. The special police captain, clad in a helmet and sunglasses, spoke sternly. How can you rear-end someone on such a wide road? You can't be distracted while riding, do you understand? Understood. Shu He and Mu obediently exited the vehicle. To avoid obstructing the normal flow of pedestrians behind them, Shu He pushed the electric scooter to the flower bed by the roadside. Waiting for the officer's handling of the situation, Mu stole a glance. The special police officer stood tall and strong, exuding a robust masculine aura, certainly around 1.85 meters, looking youthful, likely of the same age. Next time you ride an electric scooter, will you still be distracted? No, I won't. The two girls lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Just as they were being lectured for 2 minutes, a black Rolls-Royce slowly parked by the roadside, and the rear window lowered as the special police captain looked over. What brings you here? Just passing by. Shu He and Mu lifted their heads to look, and in the next moment, it would have been better if they hadn't both instinctively lowered their heads again. Shi Yu's deep black eyes held a hint of scrutiny. What happened? Captain Bai Songqing of the Jingbei Special Police had known Shi Yu for many years and considered him a friend, but he was unaware of the relationship between the two girls and him. Nothing. Bai Songqing didn't wish to reprimand them further. The girls' attitudes were sincere, and they recognized their mistake. We accidentally brushed against my car. Is anyone hurt? No. Shu He noticed some scratches on the back of the special police officer's motorcycle and took out her phone. Excuse me, how much do I need to compensate? I can transfer it to you. No need for compensation. Bai Songqing had official duties to attend to, sitting on his motorcycle while earnestly advising, you two should pay attention to road safety in the future and learn to cherish life. Sure you, I have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave. Sure you nodded lightly. After the special police captain departed, the air suddenly turned quiet. Shu He stood at attention, feeling a prickling sensation under Shi Yu's gaze. Grateful for her helmet as a shield, Mu was on the verge of tears. Among the elders of the Shi family, her greatest fear was her uncle, and now that he had caught her in the act, she was certain to face a stern reprimand. Shi Yu looked at the electric scooter beside the flower bed. Why didn't you drive? I left it at the hospital. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Great, I want a ride in the Rolls-Royce. Take photos for my social media. It was Mu who replied. She removed her helmet and took off Shu He's helmet as well, whispering, listening to my uncle's tone. He doesn't seem angry. Since there's a free ride, why not take advantage of it? I'll first park the scooter in the designated area. Hee, you wait for me in the car, okay? Shu He looked up and noticed Shi Yu sitting in the back seat, with a driver behind the wheel. The front passenger and back seats were both available for passengers. Just as she contemplated where to sit, the man's voice, like the mist rising in early winter, resonated softly yet deeply. Come sit over here. Shu He, understanding the hint, opened the rear door and sat beside Shi Yu, catching a glimpse of him studying her for a moment in her peripheral vision. Shi Yu was clad in a high-end tailored dark suit, and they maintained a respectful distance. Shu He glanced at Mumu. Shi Mu was struggling to return the electric scooter in the parking area, pushing it 2 meters to the left, but it still wouldn't register. She pushed it to the other side, still unsuccessful, then nudged it right, yet it remained unreturned. Damn! A drawn-out exclamation of elegant frustration drifted into the car. Shu He diverted her gaze. She adjusted her thick scarf around her neck, covering her lower face, chuckling softly, her lips curving into a smile. Boss Mu is simply adorable. After a moment, Shi Mu entered the car, buckled her seatbelt, and casually complained, "They charged me $20 for a dispatch fee. Can you believe it? They claim I wasn't in the parking zone. Capitalists are truly ruthless, always trying to squeeze every penny from us. Where can I go to reason with them?" Upon her words, the atmosphere in the vehicle turned oddly silent, no one uttering a word. Shi Mu abruptly covered her mouth. When she was angry, her words dripped with sweetness, and she glanced at her uncle and Shu He's reactions in the rearview mirror. Her uncle remained stoic. "Well, you little Shu He, hiding your smile with a scarf, I see how it is. During dinner, I'll definitely have to treat you to extra cups of milk tea." Shi Yu crossed his legs and spoke nonchalantly. "Where to?" "Sugar Poetry, a dessert shop." The driver started the vehicle. Mr. Shi had an appointment with the CEO of an emerging tech company at the Northern City golf course to discuss investment deals. Along the way, he witnessed the entire incident of the electric scooter colliding with the motorcycle, and upon recognizing the two girls, he instructed the driver to pull over by the flowerbed. "Mr. Shi, should we head to the Northern City first, or to the dessert shop?" "The dessert shop." Shi Mu recalled Shu He mentioning her engagement to her uncle earlier and began typing rapidly on her phone, sending a message. Buzz, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Shu He took it out and glanced at the message. "Boss Mu, are you getting married to my uncle, for real?" "Little Gray, for real." "Boss Mu, how so sudden?" I just went on a business trip. And now you're about to become my aunt?" "Little Gray, I only found out the day before yesterday that the Zhou family and the Shi family have a marriage agreement. My uncle is proposing next Friday, but I don't know much about him yet." "Boss Mu, we're almost at the dessert shop. Let's talk in detail when we get there." The sound of their phones buzzing back and forth filled the air. Shi Yu leaned back calmly, holding a document in his hand, quietly reviewing the risk assessment report of the tech company from the Group's Risk Management Department. Chapter 11. Let us talk about my uncle. Sugar Poetry, as the name suggests, exuded a sweet and unique ambience, with romantic and fresh table arrangements, rustic yet elegant furniture, folding windows, and lush greenery. Shu He and Mumu typically favored sitting at the bar by the window. In the past, when there were no classes, Mumu would invite her to this hidden dessert shop to enjoy the air conditioning, indulge in sweets, and sip afternoon tea. If Boss Mu was busy with business, Shu He occasionally sat alone in the shop, especially on rainy days, with her laptop at the window, writing papers, feeling peaceful and content. Shu He had reserved the rose lychee tiramisu set, and upon arriving at the shop, the waiter had already placed the small cake and tea drinks at their usual spot. Sunlight flooded the long wooden bar, and the shop played a sweet, heartwarming playlist. Shu He took a generous bite of the cake with her small spoon. "Cheers." Shi Mu raised her rose jujube latte. "To celebrate your breakup with that scoundrel." "Cheers." Shu He lifted her milk tea, clinking glasses with Mumu and taking a hearty sip, the rich aroma of rose blooming on her lips. "I knew of her as a celebrity before." "Have you seen her dramas?" Shu He poked at the rose jelly atop the cake with her small spoon. "I've seen her movies, but I never expected to interact with her someday." "What did she say to you?" Shu He lowered her eyelashes, her gaze lingering on the beautiful cake, slowly savoring the sweet lychee fruit. "Let us talk about my uncle. Do you know much about him?" "In terms of lifestyle, my uncle is quite particular. He has a cleanliness obsession and leads a very refined life. You can tell just from his fashion sense." Cleanliness obsession, Shu He suddenly recalled when she tried to adopt a small orange cat yesterday. And Shi Yu hesitated for a few seconds. At a family gathering one year, I dropped a meatball into the soup, and my uncle was sitting next to me. It splashed all over his face. The way he looked at me, oh my, he was smiling but said nothing. I still remember that look vividly. That night, I had a nightmare where my uncle turned into my high school homeroom teacher. Shu He could imagine Shi Yu's calm yet intimidating smile. Shi Mu shivered and continued, "But he truly is exceptional. He has always been the perfect child in our family." He graduated with a PhD in finance from MIT at just 25. 25, yes. After graduating, my uncle worked for a few years in a financial investment bank on Wall Street. After a particularly strong quarterly performance, he voluntarily exited Wall Street to return to the UK and inherit the family business. Shi Mu continued to enjoy her cake. "Sometimes I feel like my uncle is the embodiment of a protagonist from a novel." Shu He nodded in agreement. Aside from work, he enjoys modern horseback riding and shooting in his leisure time. My uncle even won a gold medal in a small-caliber pistol shooting competition favored by the Australian elite. Shu He was curious, how could such an outstanding financial elite like Shi Yu choose to marry her? She finds solace in the simplicity of the present moment, a stark contrast to Shi Yu's character. From the descriptions, it seems their interests and habits are worlds apart. Shi Mu leaned closer to Shu He. resting her chin on her hands as she gazed into her eyes. Let's discuss looks. Do you think Uncle Xiao is handsome? How does he compare to Fu Go in terms of attractiveness? Shu He candidly replied, Shi Yu resembles a stoic male lead from a television drama. In truth, there are no truly ascetic men in this world. When they encounter a girl they like, they undoubtedly yearn to be close to their wives. Both openly and secretly, Shi Yu sat up straight, casually swinging her legs as she continued to nibble on her cake. How delightful it is that I am getting closer to my best friend. Uncle and aunt, this pairing is one I am rooting for. The server in the shop, familiar with Shu He, greeted her enthusiastically. Miss Zhou, we have some new membership activities at our store. Would you like to take a look? Sure. Shu He set down her small spoon and walked toward the cash register where the server detailed the newly launched specialty pastries and membership activity guidelines. Just before Shi Yu stood up to join her, she noticed Shu He's phone screen light up. A strange message appeared. Blocking my number won't work. I have many alternate accounts and can send you photos of me and in Ning every day. Shi Yu's blood boiled as she picked up her phone, casting a glance at Shu He, who was engaged in conversation with the server, her back turned to the bar area. Both of them had each other's faces unlocked on their phones. Shi Yu unlocked her device and opened the message. It was from the bed partner of that scoundrel son, containing intimate photos, followed by several more messages. You wouldn't want me to personally come to Jingde to find you, would you? You know how terrifying fans can be these days. If my fans discover you have taken my boyfriend, TSK, I can't be responsible for the online harassment you might face. And Ning mentioned during our time together that you suffered from psychogenic mutism at the age of 8. Becoming a little mute, learning to speak only in middle school, and being isolated by your classmates in elementary school, you caused your sister's death, and for many years, no one wanted to play with you. In the 5th grade, you were even beaten up in the restroom. Just curious, does a little mute make noise when they cry? No malice intended. Don't morally blackmail Ning, he owes you nothing. In this day and age, who can't claim to be depressed, I can pretend to be a little mute to garner sympathy. Abba. Shu He had already grasped the 3 membership activities being launched and turned to Shi Yu. Which activity do you prefer? There are 3 options here. Pick one. Alright, I'll be there in a moment. Shi Yu turned her back to the cash register, using her phone to take photos of the messages for backup before deleting all of them from Shu He's device and blocking the actress's alternate account. Why are your eyes red? Shi Yu rubbed her eyes and smiled, just a bit tired, yawning. Here, take a look at these 3 activity posters and see which one you like. Shi Yu gazed at the posters, her mind racing with thoughts of how to retaliate. She envisioned various moves: a lunge to choke, left hook, right hook, jumping kick, side kick, front kick, back and forth kicks, stomping, determined to deal with her in Fu Hining. Shu He asked, which one do you want? I can recharge. A spinning kick. Monday morning, due to a vaccine injection, Shu He took a half day off. The doctor who administered her last shot mentioned that the second dose only required 1 injection and was best completed in the morning. She donned a warm lamb fleece coat, as the temperature had dropped significantly since last night and would remain low for several days. Today, the outdoor temperature was a mere 10 degrees. She packed her tablet and laptop into her backpack. Intending to catch up on classes after her shot, Shu He slung her backpack over her shoulder and rushed outside, having messaged Shi Yu half an hour earlier. He was already waiting at the community entrance. Remembering Shi Yu's jacket, she hurried back to her bedroom, retrieved his coat from the wardrobe, neatly folded it, and placed it in a tote bag. Shi Yu was particular about cleanliness, and she had washed this jacket for him just yesterday. At the entrance of the community, there was a dry cleaner, and when she brought the jacket there, the owner was astonished. Insisting on not charging her for it, the owner informed her that this men's jacket was a high-end custom piece from Hermes, not available for public sale, and estimated its value to be at least 300,000 yuan. He directly suggested she take it to a luxury care shop for expedited cleaning, warning that if anything happened to it in his establishment, he would have to compensate for the loss. Thus she proceeded to the luxury care shop, where the expedited cleaning cost her 500 yuan, leaving her a bit pained. The previous night, she regretted the decision, thinking to herself that had she known, she wouldn't have worn his coat. Cold medicine was only 15 yuan a box. Chapter 12, President Shi takes Shu He for vaccination. Indeed, the temperature had dropped. As Shu He exited the building, she shivered from the biting cold. Calculating the days, winter would officially arrive in 10 days. Once inside the car, she felt revitalized. Today, it was not President Shi driving, his dedicated chauffeur, Yu Tuan, approximately 40 years old, was at the wheel. The car had been preheated. This custom Rolls-Royce luxury business vehicle featured a spacious rear compartment with 2 luxurious single seats, designed for maximum comfort. Good morning, Shu He greeted Shi Yu, extending her hands to offer him the elegant tote. Thank you for the coat. It's been dry-clean. No need to clean it next time. Shi Yu accepted it. Noticing Shu He's nose had turned red from the cold, contrasting with her fair complexion. How is your hand? It is healed. Shu He raised her left hand for Shi Yu to see. 2 scratches had begun to heal. Likely to scab over in the next couple of days, she would use the healing cream a week later. Good. Yu Tuan started the car, and Shi Yu asked, "Have you had breakfast? I brought some bread." Shu He smiled softly, rummaging through her backpack to produce a bag of caterpillar-shaped bread. Shi Yu glanced at her breakfast. "You're eating caterpillar bread for breakfast. Do you think you're a bird?" "What kind of caterpillar is this big?" "I'm a tiger. This is bread. Would you like some? I brought 2 bags. One blueberry flavored and one strawberry flavored." "No, thank you." Shu He put the caterpillar bread back, having initially planned to offer him a bag. Aware that the doctor advised against fasting before the injection, she was reluctant to eat in his car, intending to quickly finish her breakfast after getting out. The hospital was a 20-minute drive away. And as they waited at a green light, Yu Tuan activated the music on the car's control screen. As the melody filled the air, Shu He looked up in surprise. A 40-inch smart interactive display screen suddenly rose in the central partition area before them, playing her favorite Cantonese playlist, while a smart control screen illuminated on the armrest for her to manage the playlist. The sound system in the car was exceptional, clear, and immersive. As the green light appeared, the car moved forward slowly. Shu He glanced at the man beside her, who was working on his tablet. Shi Yu sat upright, wearing a pair of clean, transparent frameless glasses that enhanced his noble demeanor, calmly handling a series of emails. It was the first time Shu He had seen President Shi in glasses. Frameless ones were the most aesthetically pleasing but challenging to pull off, yet, in this moment, Shi Yu exuded an air of rational coolness and high intelligence. He was undeniably handsome. Noticing her gaze, Shi Yu turned to meet her eyes, prompting Shu He to gracefully shift her attention to the flower pots lining the roadside near Jingbei Hospital. Yu Tuan signaled and parked the car in front of a breakfast shop, turning off the engine as he glanced back at President Shi. Shi Yu set aside his work and said mildly, "Let's eat first." "Alright." Yu Tuan opened the car doors for them, and Shu He followed closely behind the man. Today, President Shi wore a high-quality deep brown wool coat, perfectly tailored, exuding a sense of stability without sacrificing fashion. Accentuating his tall, elegant figure, she tightened her grip on her backpack straps. Reflecting on the journey, she realized that Shi Yu and Yu Tuan had not exchanged a word, yet Yu Tuan managed to execute everything flawlessly. Anticipating his boss's thoughts, since they were near the hospital, the breakfast shop was bustling with patrons. It was a self-service selection. Shi Yu instructed the young lady behind him, "Go ahead and select some light meals." "Aren't you eating?" "I already had breakfast." Shu He nodded and headed to choose her meal, resolving to wake up earlier for her next vaccination to avoid delaying him. Shi Yu settled at a windowside table for 2. And as Shu He completed her selection, she noticed him quietly on a phone call. She took a cup of hot milk and 2 red bean buns, balancing the tray as she sat across from Shi Yu. The conversation was entirely in English, and Shu He listened closely as he discussed the group's independently developed chip project. Australia was set to host a global technology expo, and he had been invited to attend and share the group's new research achievements. Just as she was about to savor the long-desired red bean bun, Shi Yu's clear voice interrupted her thoughts. "The wash station is behind you." "Oh right." Shu He felt a bit embarrassed but obediently walked to the wash station, dispensed some hand sanitizer, and washed her hands thoroughly while glancing at the man on the call. Shi Yu spoke methodically about the project, clearly focused on the conversation yet still managing to remind her to wash her hands. Returning to her seat, she picked up the red bean bun, eager to eat quickly. The buns from this breakfast shop were fluffy and soft, with a delightful texture. Shi Yu ended the call, observing her eating pace. "I'm not competing with you." Shu He slowed her eating speed. Hospital lobby on the first floor. Even in the morning, the flow of people is incessant. Regardless of the time, the Jingbei Hospital is perpetually crowded, attracting individuals from all over the nation. Many patients with complex ailments are exclusively treated here, as this hospital boasts the finest medical team and cutting-edge resources in the country. Securing an appointment is akin to vying for train tickets during the Spring Festival. A formidable challenge even for those who arrive punctually. For instance, Shu He, the hospital mandates that a reservation is required for the second vaccine injection, yet she was unable to book the same female doctor as last time. Shu He removed her backpack and rummaged through it to find her previous vaccination receipt, retrieving her identification card to schedule with another physician, who could also issue a new receipt. "There is no need for that. Just follow me." Shu He was momentarily stunned. "Uncle, we still need an appointment for the second shot here. I haven't taken a number yet." Just then, the hospital's president, Qin Huai, approached. He walked with a steady gait, exuding an air of warmth and approachability, carrying a briefcase, seemingly just having arrived for work. From a distance, he extended his hand. "Mr. Shi, good morning. What brings you here in person?" "I've already arranged for a specialist to administer the vaccine to your wife." "Good morning, President Qin." Shi Yu stepped forward, shaking hands with President Qin, smiling as he replied, "Aside from the vaccine, I have other matters to attend to here." Shu He quietly stuffed the items in her hands into her backpack, realizing that she could benefit from Mr. Shi's presence this time and avoid the hassle of queuing for an appointment. President Qin enthusiastically pulled out his business card from his briefcase and handed it to the young lady beside Shi Yu. "Mrs. Sure, here is my business card. The subsequent vaccine doses will be administered by specialized doctors, and you can always contact me if you need anything. Thank you, President Qin. Shu He was taken aback, accepting the card with both hands. She had seen reports about President Qin on the news, a distinguished expert physician recognized by the Health Commission for his outstanding contributions, a medical professional with considerable influence in the healthcare sector. Shu He carefully placed the president's business card in the inner pocket of her backpack. She followed Shi Yu and President Qin, listening to their conversation, discovering that the medical company under Hengxin Group had been collaborating with Jingbei Hospital for many years. Chapter 13, Do you think your fiancé needs to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Chapter 14, Shu He suggests breaking off the engagement, and Mr. Shi becomes upset. Mr. Chu, holding a pen, was swiftly writing out a prescription. His strokes flowed effortlessly, and soon he had completed the prescription. Shu He took the prescription to the nearby traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Sure, you did not accompany her. I'll wait for you here. Alright. As Shu He exited Mr. Chua's consultation room, she tightened her grip on the prescription, her bright eyes dimming momentarily. The old gentleman had deliberately sent her away to discuss her condition in detail with Shi Yu. Doctors typically refrain from disclosing severe health issues directly to patients, opting to inform their families instead to avoid distressing the patient. Shu He glanced at the LED screen on the wall displaying the traditional medicine consultation schedule. Mr. Chu only visited Jingbei Hospital once a month. Today was not his designated consultation day, and Shi Yu had a rapport with Mr. Chu inside the consultation room. Shi Yu approached the door and closed it. Mr. Chua's brow furrowed deeply, a somber expression overtaking his face as soon as Shu He departed. Her pulse is fine, but weak. At such a young age, her qi and blood are severely deficient. Her extremities are cold, and her organs are also compromised. I do not know her past, but from her pulse, it is evident she has endured much hardship. Her gentle disposition hides many grievances that she does not express. Mr. Chu sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. Who is this child? Have her parents not cared for her physical and mental well-being over the years? Does she not take an interest in her own health? It would be beneficial for her to come to the hospital for treatment sooner rather than later. She is my fiancé. Do you live together? No, I have not concealed her health condition from you in the slightest. I have told you everything that needs to be said. Since you are not living together yet and not married, you still have the opportunity to reconsider. It's up to you to decide whether to marry her. I intend to marry her. Shi Yu's expression remained calm, unwavering in his marriage plans. Grandfather Chu, I brought Shu He to seek your guidance on her health, not to investigate her background as a means to determine whether I should marry her. I knew you were dependable. Mr. Chu smiled. Since you plan to marry, I suggest you live together soon, ensuring she takes her medicine on schedule and comes to the hospital for moxibustion regularly. I will write down the detailed treatment plan and have my assistant send it to you shortly. Thank you, grandfather. Mr. Chu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Regulating her health is a long-term process, so don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. I have countless patients, many with worse conditions than hers, yet they thrive under my care. I appreciate your concern. The car stopped outside Jingbei University. The two had not spoken since leaving the traditional medicine consultation room. Shu He's expression was one of quiet despondency, likely aware of her health status. Shi Yu was surely aware as well. Shu He touched her hand, still icy despite the car's heating. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions before preparing to exit with her backpack. You just had an injection. Perhaps carry your backpack or wear it crossbody. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shu He donned her backpack, and before opening the door, she lowered her gaze, her long lashes concealing her troubled eyes, finally voicing the thoughts she had pondered throughout the journey. Uncle. Shi Yu's expression shifted slightly. Each time Shu He called him uncle, he felt as though she had aged him by at least 20 years. Shi Yu looked at her, but with her back turned, he could not see her expression. He only heard her voice, which remained relatively clear. The engagement can be annulled if Shu He. Shi Yu's once serene demeanor darkened, signaling the driver, Mr. Yu, who understood and locked the car doors. The man's tone turned imperious. Was your marriage to me a decision you made freely? Yes. I specifically asked you if you had any objections, and what was your response? No problem, you are now an adult. You must take responsibility for your words. An engagement is not a trifling matter. Do not utter the words annulment again. Shu He nodded lightly, understood it. Upon opening the door, she discovered it was locked. Turning back, she regarded him with a complex expression, seeing the depths of his dark eyes. He was incensed by the notion of an annulment. She realized her position was weak and explained, I'm sorry. I thought you might be concerned about what Mr. Chu said about my health condition. She did not wish to impose any sense of obligation on Shi Yu with the engagement. He had shown her kindness. And if both families could mutually agree to annul the engagement, it would relieve both her and Shi Yu. Shi Yu countered, setting aside the fact that your health is fine, what if I were the one seeing the doctor today? And your wild speculations were directed at me. Given your attitude, would you not have been the first to annul our engagement and cast me aside? I wouldn't. Shu He assured him, please don't be angry. I want to mention those 2 words again. What 2 words? Annulment. Shi Yu's stern demeanor softened slightly. A faint click sounded as Yu unlocked the car doors, and he stepped out, respectfully opening the door for Shu He. She exited the vehicle, and Shi Yu picked up a gift box beside him, handing it to her. What is this? It's for tonifying your health. Take it and consume it before meals, thank you. Shu He accepted it, and the Rolls-Royce departed. As she entered the university, she was surrounded by energetic students riding bicycles, laughing heartily as they hurried to their next class. Many friends walked together, discussing which cafeteria to visit after class and what to eat. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Shu He pulled it out. Opening WeChat, she saw a message from Shi Yu, containing images of various nourishing foods recommended by the old doctor, along with the apartment room number he had secured for her at the university. Deshil Miao, remember to balance work and rest, take a short nap at noon, and if you're tired, you can rest at the faculty dormitory nearby. My room number and password are sent to you, so feel free to drop by anytime. Deshil Miao, you're just slightly deficient in qi and blood, there are no other issues with your health, stop overthinking it, I'll arrange for someone to prepare your herbal medicine and ensure you take it on time. Xiao Hui Hui, thank you. It appeared that Shi Yu did not mind her health condition. However, when this man became stern, he truly was formidable, especially when his gaze was fixed upon her. Sending a chill down her spine, the road ahead was wide, basked in the afternoon sun. Shu He tucked her hands into the pockets of her lamb wool coat, her steps considerably lighter as she felt her meridians loosening in the sunlight. She sat down on a nearby bench and opened the box she had been holding. The tonic was surprisingly heavy. Since it was to be taken before meals, she decided to consume it now. What she saw left her utterly astonished. It was a roux kiln celadon dish from the Northern Song dynasty. The glaze was a sky blue, achieved by incorporating agate into the glaze, with the firing technique executed to perfection. The surface was smooth and delicate, devoid of any flaws, pure as an ancient iceberg. Shu He had thought Shi Yu was merely joking about giving her an antique. He was indeed generous. Such a relic was hardly suitable for consumption before meals. She felt unworthy of keeping it for herself and called Shi Yu. He answered promptly, as if someone was speaking to him nearby. What's the matter? He asked. Did you send the wrong box? This isn't food. It's not the wrong box. The gift is too extravagant, dear uncle. I appreciate your kindness, but I must respectfully decline. When are you available? I shall return it to you. I'm not free. Shi Yu's voice was calm and steady. If I have given it to you, then it rightfully belongs to you. There is no need for its return. Without further delaying his work, Shu He carefully placed the box into her backpack. She dared not carry it on her back, instead clutching it tightly in her arms as she quickened her pace, protecting the priceless Northern Song roux kiln sky blue glazed dish, which she intended to take to Shi Yu's place after their marriage. As a form of return in another sense, Chapter 15, the past between Shu He and Fu Henning in the extravagant and opulent Jingbei Qingzue Entertainment Club, where music and revelry echoed day and night. It served as the preferred venue for the affluent youth of Jingbei to socialize and unwind, hosting numerous significant collaborations and investment projects. Naturally, Qingzue catered exclusively to high-end clientele, offering them a unique experience of luxury. As Shi Mu entered, she was awestruck by the lavish decor and the plethora of high-quality dining and leisure facilities. Do you require an introduction to our services? Inquired a dedicated server who attentively followed Shi Mu. We have recently launched several new offerings, thank you, but that's unnecessary. I'm here for a fight. The server was momentarily taken aback. A glance at the formidable individuals trailing behind her, clad in taekwondo uniforms, revealed their black belts, a clear indication of an impending confrontation. Shi Mu had gained entry to this establishment through a prior arrangement with Fu Henning, as this venue belonged to the Fu family. And that scoundrel had instructed the front desk to allow her in. Approaching the private swimming pool area, Shi Mu pushed open the heavy door to find Fu Henning and his group of friends lounging in the relaxation area. Surrounded by an array of attractive women in swimwear, upon noticing the intrusion, 2 individuals entwined on a bench abruptly halted, hastily donning robes and glaring at Shi Mu with unfulfilled desires. The air was thick with noxious smoke. Shi Mu chuckled inwardly. So this is how the wealthy indulge themselves. What a coincidence. The actress who had provoked Shui, Yao Feifei, was also present, swimming in the pool. How delightful to see such a couple together. Let's deal with them together, she mused. Shi Mu's father was the true proprietor of the Taekwondo Academy, while she merely played the role of the young master. One of the instructors behind her inquired. Boss, who has wronged you? Shall we intervene? You need not act. Yet Shi Mu stretched her neck and rolled up her sleeves, preparing her arms. If they decide to gang up on me, record it, then we shall retaliate in a manner befitting our means. Understood. Shu He and Fu Henning had been acquainted since their first year of high school, sharing the same desk for 3 consecutive years. Fu Henning would sleep through classes and play games during breaks. Ranking near the bottom in academic performance, being from a prominent family, even the principal had to show him some respect. No matter how the homeroom teacher rearranged the seating, Fu Henning always managed to sit beside Shu He. In their second year, Shu He once asked him why he insisted on being her deskmate, despite his incessant teeth grinding during sleep. which sounded as fearsome as gnawing on human bones, disrupting her studies. Fu Henning casually remarked, "Well, you're not unpleasant to look at." He added, "If you dare to spread the word about my grinding teeth, I shall have no choice but to remove your two little tiger teeth." Shu He took his words seriously, nervously touching her own tiger teeth, and even refrained from disturbing the young master during her bathroom breaks. However, his seat was positioned in such a way that he intentionally blocked her exit. Shu He was left with no choice but to crawl under the desk, being slight of build. When she returned, Fu Henning teased, "Beg me, and I shall grant you passage." Fuming, Shu He retorted loudly, "What a disgrace! You've resorted to actions that even a dog wouldn't do, and you find pride in that." At that moment, the classroom fell silent, as all the students were aware of Shu He's past silence and her years of isolation. Having even endured a bout of bullying, from which her good friend Mu had rescued her, everyone expected Fu Henning to retaliate. Known for his fierce temperament and vengeful nature, he came from a family abundant in power and wealth. Even daring to publicly confront the principal when he felt wronged. "You have quite the foul mouth," Fu Henning muttered, standing up obediently to give her space. "From now on, I shall sit on the outside. And you shall sit on the inside." "You think you can dictate that, Shu He? I am a grown man, why should I sit in the corner? Believe it or not, I actually prefer the inside seat. The feng shui is better. Now, move aside." Reluctantly, Fu Henning shifted his pile of comic books and swapped seats with Shu He, settling into a corner adorned with various figurines, the desk covered in tiny dust bunnies. On one occasion, a new history teacher, unaware of Fu Henning's background, tossed a book at him while he was asleep, accidentally hitting Shu He on the forehead, leaving it red and irritated, thinking the teacher was bullying Shu He. Fu Henning, like an enraged superhero, grabbed his chair and stormed the podium, confronting the history teacher, leading to a chaotic scene as classmates attempted to intervene. The teacher sustained quite the beating, and it was rumored that the Fu family compensated him with a sum exceeding 100,000 yuan. The teacher never returned to that class, and rumors spread throughout the high school that Fu Henning and Shu He were romantically involved. In reality, that was not the case. In the final citywide mock examination before the college entrance exams, Shu He achieved the highest score in the humanities, prompting envious classmates to mock her regarding the passing of her friend Zi Jin, impacting her mindset. It was Fu Henning who dealt with those bullying Shu He. The following day, Shu He brought money and discreetly handed it to Fu Henning during break, thanking him for protecting her throughout high school and for scaring away her tormentors. Fu Henning declined the money, merely stating that Shu He owed him numerous favors, and she should remember to repay them in the future. Shu He agreed. Not long after, Fu Henning was sent abroad by family elders, leaving without bidding Shu He farewell. Recently, he returned and, upon landing, drove to block Shu He's path at the university gate, demanding she repay her debts of gratitude by being with him. Fu Henning was inherently rebellious, and whenever Shu He tried to evade him, he would always catch up, accusing her of being ungrateful and dishonest, insisting she owed him a debt of loyalty and should repay it. Shu He reluctantly agreed to give it a try. After 2 months of dating, a fortune teller proclaimed that she and the young master of the Fu family were fated to be apart. Fu Henning, furious, disrupted the fortune teller's stall, and Shu He ended up compensating him. A few days later, while passing a stall selling red strings, the vendor claimed that purchasing 2 strings symbolized that lovers who wore them would never be separated. Fu Henning scoffed at the inferior quality of the strings, questioning why one would believe in such things. I will buy you something expensive from the jewelry store." Yet, upon hearing the phrase "never separated," Shu He inexplicably picked out 2 strings, threading together names for herself and Fu Henning. Impatiently, Fu Henning urged her to hurry. Shu He quickly finished crafting a bracelet for him, inscribed with her name. "You need not wear it. Keeping it is sufficient." "Very well." Fu Henning accepted it, but when she wasn't looking, he discarded it into the trash, believing that only expensive items were worthy. Such a cheap bracelet was hardly worth keeping. Shu He noticed but pretended not to see. During their time together, they quarreled frequently, leading outsiders to believe that Shu He had long harbored affection for Fu Henning and was the one unilaterally pursuing him. In truth, it was Fu Henning who was pursuing her. Later, Fu Henning gifted Shu He a set of provocative lingerie, proposing she move into his villa and share a bed with him, to which Shu He did not acquiesce. This led to a cold war between them. Fu Henning began to flaunt his new lifestyle, surrounded by women eager to wear lingerie for him, and Shu He blocked his social media updates. It wasn't until a few days ago, when the media exposed Fu Henning's new scandal, that Shu He received an explicit photo of him in bed. Their relationship shattered completely, and Shu He initiated a breakup. Mu approached Fu Henning. The surrounding girls sensed an unprecedented hostility emanating from her. She was here to confront him, and they quickly retreated. Fu Henning looked towards the entrance, but Shu He was nowhere to be seen. Yao Feifei, spotting the taekwondo instructors, scrambled out of the pool, trembling with fear, and rushed to Fu Henning, attempting to nestle into his embrace. Fu Henning shot her a cold, menacing glare. Yao Feifei froze, aware that her encounters with him had been few and far between. She surmised that her presence today was due to the ongoing cold war between Shu He and Fu Henning. Having heard that he had been doused with red wine by Shu He, such a proud man would never lower himself to appease a woman. If she were present, it would surely provoke Shu He's jealousy. Yao Feifei understood that Fu Henning held no genuine feelings for her. The intimacy he displayed on social media was merely to incite jealousy in Shu He despite her efforts to dress extravagantly. Fu Henning remained indifferent, showing no interest, his focus solely on the Persian cat in his arms. Winning Fu Henning's affection was no easy feat. She had to first eliminate Shu He from his side. Thus Yao Feifei hired a skilled retoucher to fabricate a convincing bed photo and secretly sent it to Shu He. Fu Zong, I'm scared, Yao Feifei whined. Shi Yu confronted Yao Feifei, grabbing her by the collar and dragging her towards the pool. As Yao Feifei's cries echoed behind them, Fu Zong, save me, Shi Yu warmly reminded. Rest assured, once I finish with you, the next in line will be your president. Fu Henning remained composed, gently stroking the head of a Persian cat and planting a kiss on it, not casting a glance at Yao Feifei. With a loud splash, Yao Feifei was hurled into the swimming pool by Shi Yu. During the process, her cartoonishly long legs bumped against something, and after plunging into the water, she swallowed an unknown quantity of it, choking and coughing repeatedly as she flailed about like an octopus. Her long hair cascading chaotically over her face, she cried for help, but no one responded. Emerging from the water, Yao Feifei looked pitiful, resembling a distressed drowned cat, her eyes gazing longingly at President Fu in the distance. Her voice laced with a feigned sweetness. It hurts. Fu Henning remained indifferent. Shi Yu scoffed, why didn't you scream in pain when you were poking at others' wounds? Today I merely tossed you in. If you dare bully Shu He again, I will strike you directly. In a lawful society, do you believe I won't call the police? Go ahead and report, quickly Yao Feifei. If you don't, you'll be seen as a coward, and while you're at it, summon your delusional fans to come tear me apart. Let's see who can outdo whom. Yao Feifei met Shi Yu's fierce gaze and then glanced at the bodyguard she had brought along. This girl appeared to be a friend of Shu He, a fierce and unyielding, not someone easily trifled with, certainly not just another privileged young lady from the north. Yao Feifei wearily closed her mouth, dotted into silence. Indeed, she had been the one to bully Shu He first. If this person disclosed her messages to the police and the media, her reputation would be irreparably damaged. It seemed Shi Yu was ready to deal with the next target. Fu Henning lifted a glass of red wine from the table, took a sip with a smile, and raised his gaze towards the irate Shi Yu, casually asking, is it just you? Where's he? A sharp slap echoed as Shi Yu struck Fu Henning, causing the wineglass to slip from his hand and shatter on the floor. Gasps of shock filled the room, and the visible imprint of a hand appeared on Fu Henning's pale cheek, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The force of that slap was fierce. The Persian cat scurried away in fright. Yao Feifei scrambled out of the pool, equally terrified. It turned out that the threat of violence was not mere bluster. As she had dared to strike Fu Henning, Shi Yu seized the decanter from the table and poured the remaining red wine over Fu Henning's head, exclaiming, you wretched man, how dare you call for he? Fu Henning clenched his jaw, fury causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Do you wish to die? Shi Yu retorted, pulling out Yao Feifei's threatening messages to Shu He. What were you thinking when you revealed He's background to Yao Feifei? She plans to confront He at Jing University. Fu Henning, are you blind? Fu Henning frowned, catching sight of the compromising photos. You know full well her psychological mutism is not a pretense, and that her chosen field of study is one that her sister cherishes. How could you treat her circumstances as fodder for your casual conversations with others, turning her into a laughingstock? Where is your conscience? Recalling those past events, Shi Yu's eyes grew increasingly red. She was beaten by her father to the point of being unrecognizable. No one came to bring her home. She was abandoned for 3 long years, crying for her sister almost every day, tormented by her psyche, which rendered her unable to speak normally. In the 6 months you two have been together, even a dog can tell she has feelings for you. She has been sincere towards you, yet you repeatedly neglect her and argue with her without restraint. Shut up. Fu Henning dismissed Shi Yu's words, snatching the phone from her grasp. He had never revealed these matters to Yao Feifei. These are not my words. He tossed the phone back to Shi Yu and turned to confront the instigator of the messages. But the actress had vanished from the pool area. Where is she? He bellowed, searching for Yao Feifei amidst the expansive pool. Shi Yu incisively admonished, when you make mistakes, don't shift the blame onto women. You and Yao Feifei are both despicable. Did you not consider the consequences when you bedded her, when you indulged in debauchery? Did you not anticipate the repercussions? And now, when you summoned Yao Feifei again, did you not foresee the aftermath? Men who cannot control their baser instincts are worthless. Fu Henning, you are unworthy of he. When have I ever slept with anyone else? A thunderous crash reverberated as he kicked over a tower of champagne glasses, shattering them across the floor. To the onlookers, Fu Henning appeared as though he wished to tear Yao Feifei apart. For the first time, Shi Yu witnessed the explosive moment of a person with intermittent explosive disorder. Indeed, Fu Henning suffered from this condition, an extreme emotional management disorder that could erupt into fierce rage from minor provocations. Throughout his life, no one had dared to provoke Fu Henning, which had given him an outward appearance of emotional stability. However, at this moment, he was undeniably furious. His friends, caught in the act of smoking, trembled in fear and hastily rose to their feet. Previously, Yao Feifei had conducted a thorough investigation into Shu He, learning that Shu He had become mute after the age of 8. They had not anticipated that Yao Feifei would utilize her mutism as a weapon against Shu He. Fu Henning's friends exchanged worried glances. It seemed this situation had escalated. Shi Mu prepared to leave. Fearing she might soon be caught in the crossfire, her taekwondo skills, no matter how proficient, would not suffice against an enraged Fu Henning. Fu Henning was poised to settle the score with Yao Feifei. And the two scoundrels would likely turn on each other. Yao Feifei would certainly be too frightened to confront Shu He at Jing University. Having provoked the volatile President Fu, she now needed to find a place to hide. Effectively ending her career in the entertainment industry. Fu Henning was Yao Feifei's direct superior. Before leaving, Shi Mu had a sudden thought and turned to Fu Henning, who was frantically dialing Yao Feifei's number. "Do not contact He again, she is my little aunt, get lost, who cares about you?" After hurling insults, Shi Mu felt cold sweat trickling down her back. Thank heavens he had broken up with this lunatic. Fu Henning was indeed a maniac. If things did not go his way, he would go mad. Mu approached her coaching team and whispered, "Run, are we not going to fight him?" Boss Mu led her coaching team away from the pool, exclaiming as they fled, "We can't afford to take that risk right now. Once I'm successful, I will definitely give him a beating worth 200,000. Chapter 17. The new doctoral supervisor is Mr. Shi Ting. Upon learning the name of her new doctoral supervisor, Shu He was diligently completing an assignment for her public policy course. When she saw the name of the mentor assigned to her by the School of Arts at Dingbei University, she stood frozen like a statue for a full minute, unable to comprehend the fortune that had just befallen her. It was as if a great fortune had descended from the heavens. Her doctoral supervisor was none other than Mr. Shi Ting, a renowned historian of literature, a titan of the literary world, an important member of the Education Committee, the chief editor of the Jingbei Translation Publishing House, and the president of the National Ancient Literature Research Association. He was also involved in the research and compilation of various literary textbooks in the country. Shi Ting was the father of Shi Yu. Shu He clutched her phone and dashed from the study area in the library to the lounge. Sitting on the sofa and looking about, there was no one around, and she happily took 2 small steps in excitement. Mr. Shi Ting had only taken on 2 doctoral students in the past 2 years. One was a PhD student in ancient literature, currently in their 3rd year, and the other was her, a first-year student in ancient literature studies. She could hardly believe that Mr. Shi had taken on a new apprentice this year. The department head had provided her with Mr. Shi's contact information, urging her to reach out to him promptly to align her doctoral training direction and plan. Her heart raced with excitement, her hands trembling, too nervous to call Mr. Shi directly, fearing she would be unable to speak. She added him as a friend on WeChat, waiting for her professor to reach out. Shi Ting, Shu He, my office is in Mingda Building, room 302. I am currently organizing a seminar in Shanghai and will not be returning to Jing University for the time being. Little Gray, received. Shi Ting, Xiao Yu mentioned that he will be proposing to the Zhou family this Friday. I will accompany him, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask me then. Little Gray, okay, teacher. Later that evening, her godmother called to say she had prepared a feast and asked if Shu He was free to join for dinner, with her backpack filled to the brim. Shu He headed straight from school to her godmother's home. She returned home. Mu's family resided in the Shangshi Sunshine community. Upon entering, the first person to greet her with warmth was her godmother. Shi Ling, exuding a gentle charm, donned in an apron, carrying a freshly cooked portion of braised beef on the dining table. 7 dishes had already been prepared. Godmother, Shu He exclaimed as she quickly changed her shoes and hurried towards Shi Ling. Intending to embrace her, Shi Ling touched her apron, saying, "I'm covered in oil and smoke." "Not at all," Shu He laughed, wrapping her arms around her godmother. Shi Ling patted Shu He's shoulder and asked, "Are you tired from studying? Today I made walnut peanut soy milk for you and Mumu to nourish your brains." "Sounds great." Just then, the carefree Mumu, who had been lounging on the sofa eating sunflower seeds, sprang up and rushed toward Shu He's backpack. "Sweetheart, did you bring me any treats?" "I did. I even got Nian Nian and Ultraman." "Where is he?" Shu He unloaded her backpack, having stored her study materials in a locker at the library, and now it was filled with goodies. Nian Nian was Mumu's younger brother. Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I love it." Nian Nian went to his grandpa's house. He scored a 6 on his math test, and his grandpa is tutoring him. First grade math, and he scored a 6? Shu He laughed. "He might just be competing with me back in the day." Seeing Shi Ling bustling alone in the kitchen, Shu He whispered, "Let's go help with the cooking." "It's a bit much for godmother to handle alone. Every time we cook, Dad helps her, but he went downstairs to buy cooking wine 10 minutes ago and will be back soon." "I tried to help, but Mom said I was in the way." Suddenly Mumu remembered something. "Wait a minute, now that you are her sister-in-law, should you call her aunt or sister?" The two of them were seated on the sofa, indulging in snacks. Shu He tears open a package of jerky, leaning against Mumu like a little sloth, offering her a slice. "This is a new item from the store, it's tender and fragrant." "Let me try." Mu opens her mouth to taste it. Indeed, the thick slice of jerky is incredibly substantial, reminiscent of being slowly roasted over a fire, with a honeyed flavor and a sprinkling of sesame. The meat is soft and chewy, quite easy to bite into. Shi Yu gives a thumbs up. Delicious. A smile spreads across Shu He's cheeks, her small dimples blooming like spring flowers, and she picks up a piece of jerky for herself. In the kitchen, Shi Kailing admonishes, "You two should eat less junk food, save room for your meal. The dishes will be ready soon. Where is old Yu gone to buy the cooking wine?" Shi Yu responds, "Got it." The door swings open, and old Yu returns from downstairs, having secretly purchased 2 servings of freshly fried chicken wings, placing them on the coffee table, making a shushing gesture. Kailing feels that these are unhealthy fried foods. "Eat a little less for now. I'll go help Kailing with dinner." Shu He and Shi Yu immediately abandon their snacks, seizing the warm chicken wings, and sneakily dart to the bedroom, locking the door behind them. Shu He takes a bite of the chicken wing. The shop has fried them to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. Lightly dusted with chili powder, making it quite appetizing, Shi Yu squats on the chair, having already devoured 2 pieces. "Wow, this is amazing. I haven't had it in ages. It's truly delicious. Oh, by the way, he. Has that dog son contacted you these past few days?" Shu He replies calmly and peacefully, "I deleted his WeChat and blocked his number. He sent a friend request last night, saying he wanted to meet me, but I did not agree. I've heard he went abroad again, assigned to learn group management under a renowned businessman, and he will inherit the Fu family's business upon his return. It has nothing to do with me." Shi Yu nods, "Right, it has nothing to do with us." A knock sounds at the door. Shu He and Shi Yu quickly hide the chicken wings, while Mumu goes to answer the door. Shi Kailing catches a whiff of the fried chicken aroma. "Dinner is ready. You two have been eating fried chicken again, haven't you?" "No, Mom, I haven't had junk food in ages. Just ask He. I'm quite disciplined now." Shi Kailing turns to Shu He. "Really, is it?" Covered in chili powder, Shu He shakes her head, hands behind her back, and earnestly declares, "Really, it's not true." Chapter 18, Shi Yu proposes. Shu He welcomes in the early hours of Friday. The Zhou family's car has arrived at the foot of Moon Bay. After many years, Shu He finds herself once again in a Zhou family vehicle. Given the special occasion, she dons a traditional red dress, a luxurious and exquisite piece gifted by her brother, styled with a high bun and adorned with a red bow hairpin, expecting the car to be empty. She opens the back door only to discover Xiang Mei seated inside. "It's cold outside. Come in." "Alright." Xiang Mei, dressed in an elegant and poised qipao, exudes grace like poetry. Shu He takes her seat, and upon closer inspection, she notices her mother's delicate features and well-maintained skin. Indeed, time is no adversary to a beauty. The saying "a wealth of knowledge brings grace" aptly describes Xiang Mei's demeanor. Shu He cradles a large gift box in her arms, a present for her mother. She and Mumu had spent the previous day traversing the major shopping malls in Jingbei, and now, emboldened by her mother's presence, she hands over the gift box. "This is for you." Xiang Mei accepts the box, softly inquiring, "May I open it now?" "Yes." As she unveils the beautifully crafted gift box, the gentle fragrance of a carnation bouquet envelopes them. Carnations symbolize maternal love, happiness, and gratitude. Shu He gazes at the contents, hesitant to utter the word mother, allowing the carnations to speak for her. Xiang Mei raises her brows, discovering not only the fresh bouquet but also a beautifully packaged Su embroidery silk scarf, carefully selected by Shu He in the mall. This traditional, handcrafted art piece features elegantly outlined gardenias, its texture and luster delicate and refined. Beneath the Su embroidery box lies a perfume gift set and a cozy winter clothing set. Closing the large gift box, Xiang Mei places it on her lap, her fingers tracing the embroidered clouds, her gaze softening. "I really like it." Shu He's lips curl into a faint smile. She witnesses the sun rising in the distance, the morning light breaking forth, a rosy glow brushing against the shadows before dawn, gradually casting down a myriad of brilliance. En route to the proposal, Shi Yu drives toward the Zhou residence, with Shi Junting seated in the passenger seat, having just disembarked from a flight. It is customary for an elder to be present on such significant occasions. "Shi Yu," he expresses, "I wish to marry Shu He as soon as possible. Help me select an auspicious date." Having lived for over 70 years, this is the first time he has been given such an impromptu task, and he beams with delight. Any day is a good day for two people wishing to wed. However, if the couple does not cherish their union, even the most auspicious date holds no value. He knows Shu He well. She is ambitious, having secured all the awards and honors during her undergraduate years at Jingbei University. She achieved an outstanding score of 8 in the IELTS academic examination, exempting her from the public English course during her doctoral studies, and published 2 papers in core journals, both included in the Jingbei core publication. There is only one spot for direct admission to the ancient literature program, which she secured through her literary foundation and academic prowess. Just yesterday, during a casual conversation, Shi Junting inquired about Shu He's future career plans. She expressed her desire to teach at Jingbei University. "Dad, have you chosen the date?" "There are plenty of good days, but according to Jingbei customs, after the proposal comes the matchmaking. You and Shu He need to obtain a marriage certificate first, followed by the engagement ceremony, and ultimately the wedding." Shi Yu recalls Mr. Chua's advice, frowning in contemplation. "How about November? I want to live with her sooner." "Is there any taboo regarding that?" "There are no taboos, as long as both families agree." It's fine, however, Shi Yu, why the rush? Shu He won't run away, you can never be too sure. Shi Junting nods, respecting his child's wishes. Alright, you young people have your own ideas, I'll discuss it with Professor Xiang later. Just listen for now, you've known Aunt Xiang for many years, haven't you? Yes, we are colleagues. In fact, I've known her for over a decade. Shi Yu picks up an enormous bouquet of roses and strides towards the Zhou family's banquet hall. The Zhou family's servants are bustling about, transporting various precious gifts. The proposal gifts from the Shi family are plentiful and meticulously prepared. Shu He emerges to greet him. Shi Yu gazes at her. Noting her radiant red dress, designed with a neckline resembling rose petals, elegantly embodying traditional Chinese aesthetics, the fitted silhouette accentuates her slender waist, and as she moves, the skirt dances gracefully, shimmering like jewels. Shu He epitomizes the quintessential Eastern beauty, a single red dress encapsulating a lifetime of charm. Her delicate features further enhanced by the gown, which complements her fair complexion. Today, she wears a subtle and refined makeup look, appearing even more stunning than with heavier cosmetics. Shi Yu suddenly envisions a traditional Chinese wedding. Perfectly suited for her, thank you. Shu He accepts the bouquet of roses from Shi Yu, a grand arrangement that initially exudes a sweet fragrance, gradually revealing a lingering, soothing scent that captivates the senses. Hello, teacher. Shu He approaches Mr. Shi Junting, bowing and greeting. She feels a flutter of excitement akin to a little monkey meeting the Bodhi patriarch. She has only seen Mr. Shi in references and online. And today marks their first face-to-face encounter. Although his hair is graying, his features remain handsome, imbued with a scholarly elegance, particularly his bright, warm eyes, which reflect the resilience of a literary historian from the elder generation. Mr. Shi hands Shu He a beautifully wrapped red envelope. Here, Shu He, today marks the first meeting between teacher and student. May our Shu He shine as vibrantly as the red roses, thank you. Teacher. Shu He hurries to Mr. Shi's side to accept the envelope. Chapter 19. A traditional wedding. Snow is destiny. Xiang Mei mentions that Zhou Hongfang has been hospitalized due to a stroke. As Shu He sips tea brewed by the servant, she wonders about its authenticity, recalling that whenever the Zhou family hosts a grand banquet, Xiang Mei would typically send Zhou Hongfang away. The two families' elders converse amiably about the wedding date and other arrangements. While she simply listens to the proceedings, with Shi Yu calmly enjoying his tea beside her, she steals a glance at him, curious about his thoughts. Shu He averts her gaze, continuing to sip her tea. Interestingly, both her mother and Mr. Shi Junting are literature professors at Jingbei University and likely cross paths frequently. Her mother, a doctoral advisor and president of the Contemporary Literature Research Association, engages in a lighthearted and enjoyable conversation with him. Reminiscent of old friends, devoid of any distance or formality, they are indeed old acquaintances. As the servant refills their tea, Shu He, having not enjoyed tea in a while, finds this brew delightful and contemplates a third cup. Shi Yu gently nudges her foot with his. The two parents seated across from them remain oblivious. She looks at Shi Yu, but he does not return her gaze. Oh, she remembers now, she has been drinking herbal medicine for health reasons recently. And this tea is quite strong. She shouldn't indulge too much. Shu He sets her teacup down outside the banquet hall. There is a jujube tree planted by the Zhou family, which has been there since her childhood. Its branches adorned with numerous small bird cages. The birds seem to sense the joy of the day, lively and energetic, flitting about and chirping incessantly, expressing their excitement. The banquet lunch is held at a renowned 5-star international hotel in Jingbei. The matter has been settled. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective homes, and the next step was wedding preparations. Shu He had not anticipated that the wedding date would arrive so swiftly from her mother's conversation with the teacher. It seemed that the Shi family was preparing gifts for the engagement, along with the ceremony and wedding arrangements, while the Zhou family was organizing various details in accordance with local customs. Both families appeared to be embarking on their tasks with great efficiency. The elders from the Mei and Zhou families were busily attending to the myriad details surrounding the engagement and wedding. While her mother assured her that she need not worry about anything, the soon-to-be bride merely needed to eat well and wait for arrangements to be made. It was already afternoon when they exited the hotel. And the air was delightful. The elders, in high spirits, suggested a stroll, and Shu He and Shi Yu followed behind them. It was the transition from late autumn to early winter, the sky a brilliant azure, the maple leaves along the roadside gently cascaded in the breeze. And sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the two of them as they walked for a while. Shi Yu grasped a maple leaf in his palm, contemplating, shall we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Right now. Shi Yu paused, casting a sidelong glance at her incredulous expression, and replied nonchalantly, yes, right now. Do you want to? Alright. Shu He nodded in quick agreement, realizing they would need to register eventually, but I must first change into some clothes at Moon Bay and grab my documents. After they finished their registration at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shu He looked at the small red booklet in her palm. Certificate holder, Zhou Shu He. She truly had become Shi Yu's wife, this man who had saved her life now her husband. Despite their unfamiliarity, could this be considered a life-saving grace, reciprocated with marriage? Originally, all the appointments at the Civil Affairs Bureau had been fully booked, but with just one phone call from Shi Yu, whom he had contacted. She did not know. The staff promptly squeezed them and a dedicated staff member was sent to greet them. Before Shu He could even warm up her little booklet, Shi Yu stated seriously, "I have a safe. I shall take care of the marriage certificate." Hearing such a statement for the first time, Shu He looked at him with suspicion. "Little uncle, can someone really steal a marriage certificate? Hard to say. But I haven't even warmed it up yet." "Warm it up for what? Do you want to eat it?" "I do not like that." Shu He felt embarrassed and handed the booklet over to Shi Yu, who then tucked away their marriage certificate. He walked over to the passenger side and opened the car door for her. "Please refrain from calling me little uncle. You may call me by my name." Or perhaps having already settled into the car and fastening her seatbelt, Shu He realized it was indeed inappropriate to call him little uncle now that they were married. It would be a misplacement of familial hierarchy. Or perhaps she could call him something else. Shu He's brows arched slightly, and she gently replied, "Dui." For the first time, being addressed so tenderly as Dui left Shi Yu both amused and exasperated. "Dui what? Call me husband." "Husband." Shu He felt a flush of embarrassment. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. The control screen indicated an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. He donned his Bluetooth headset, answering while starting the car. As evening approached, Shu He glanced at the man beside her. Shi Yu was clad in a pristine white shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, sleeves rolled up neatly, exuding an air of calm competence as he engaged in conversation. The area code displayed was 0061, indicating an international call from Australia. Uncertain of what the caller had said, Shi Yu smiled lightly and replied, "I am with my wife, preparing to visit the veterinary clinic to pick up the little cat she has raised." "Yes, I'll make sure to bring her to meet you when we have the time." After hanging up, Shu He inquired, "Are you thinking of getting a cat?" Indeed, the vehicle steadily traversed the bustling streets of northern Beijing, which seemed perpetually alive with activity. Shu He leaned against the window, admiring the scenery outside. Perhaps the evening glow was particularly beautiful today, or maybe it was the recent tranquility in her life, devoid of any troubles. At this moment, Shi Yu appeared less austere and more like a refined gentleman of noble lineage. Shu He thought to herself, "Let this stability continue. It feels quite pleasant, were she not confined within the car." She would have longed to reach out, to seize a handful of the unrestrained, free-spirited breeze and keep it close, never to let go. Their wedding was scheduled for late November, at the onset of winter. Amidst falling snow, Shu He recalled a folk saying that snow on the day of one's wedding is an auspicious omen, symbolizing that the couple would share a life of enduring love and companionship. Growing old together, the gentle snow also heralded a bountiful year. Thus, many couples choose to hold their weddings during snowy winters. It was a romantic traditional Chinese wedding planned by Shi Yu, and through the theater windows where the ceremony was to take place, Shu He beheld the pure, white snowflakes dancing gracefully in the air. When the snow fell, it was light and soothing, whispering a melody unique to winter. "What are you thinking?" Shi Yu asked. "The first time I met you was also on a snowy day." The winter snow was falling heavily, reminiscent of the day he had saved her. Suddenly a term came to her mind, though she was unsure if it was fitting for the current snowy scene. That term was destiny. It felt as though heaven had conspired to entwine her fate with Shi Yu's amidst the flurry of snow, and after nearly 15 years, she was marrying him following the afternoon wedding banquet. Shu He noticed that outside a thick, soft blanket of snow had accumulated on the ground. The snow fell quietly, enveloping everything in serenity. At this moment, it would be perfect to brew a pot of hot tea in a warm room, recline in a rocking chair, and quietly watch the snow, admiring the vast white canvas above. A sudden gust of wind brushed past Shu He. She extended her hand, and a delicate, crystalline snowflake landed perfectly in her palm. Sister, Shu He is getting married. Chapter 20. How to spend the wedding night. Qingfeng Villa. This privately built mansion is situated in the heart of the city, adjacent to the National Wetland Park, a premier green space. Its serene and elegant environment is a harmonious blend of feng shui, garden landscaping, and traditional Chinese architecture. With its prime geographical location and profound cultural significance, Qingfeng Villa stands out as a paragon among the luxurious residential areas of Beijing. The design encompasses 5 courtyards: the front yard, central courtyard, side yard, backyard, and main courtyard. The classical garden, rich in Eastern aesthetics, is interwoven with modern elements, including covered walkways, rockeries, ponds, and viewing platforms, exuding grandeur and elegance in equal measure. The main house is situated in the northern part of the inner courtyard, facing south, with a 2-story design for the owner's residence. The household staff resides in the backyard. As dusk settled, Shu He found herself in the master bedroom on the second floor of the main house. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the courtyard, where the heavy snow adorned the sturdy ginkgo tree with a cascade of charming blossoms. Solid marble columns embellished each courtyard and pavilion, making this traditional Chinese residence truly magnificent. Shi Yu was in the shower. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol during the wedding banquet that afternoon. Shu He had already bathed and was now dressed in a new red silk nightgown, the soft fabric feeling delightful against her skin. She was uncertain how to spend their wedding night ever since they registered their marriage. Shi Yu had left for a business trip to Australia and had not sent her any messages. He had only come to the engagement banquet once, and they had exchanged merely 3 sentences. It had been a long time since she last saw him, rendering them even more unfamiliar. Earlier, while returning home, she had played with the little orange cat for a while in the leisure room at Shi Yu. But Shi Yu had forbidden the little cat from entering the master bedroom. At present, the little orange was sleeping in the pet room, cared for by a maid. The sounds from the bathroom had ceased. Shi Yu was about to emerge. She hurried to the large bed, burrowing under the covers and turning away from him, positioning herself at the edge of the bed. It was best to feign sleep for now. Her heart raced with anxiety. Shu He held her breath, bracing herself for what might happen when Shi Yu entered their nuptial chamber. Shi Yu opened the bathroom door and approached the bed, noticing that Shu He had already fallen asleep. He picked up the remote control from the table and drew the curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows. The double bed was quite spacious, with her nestled in the corner. As Shi Yu moved closer to her, intending to pull her in gently, he caught sight of her serene sleeping face. He paused deep in thought. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her fingers clutched the blanket, and her brows knitted together in a frown. Displaying a hint of fear, after hesitating for a moment, Shi Yu refrained from touching her and returned to the opposite side of the bed, observing the considerable distance between them, enough for 3 more people to fit in. The lights in the master bedroom were all extinguished. Shi Yu lifted the covers and lay down. The effects of the alcohol made his temples throb slightly. Outside, the cold wind rustled, and the snowflakes continued to fall. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. In the dimness, all sensations were amplified. Shu He gradually relaxed her tense nerves, slowly opening her eyes to the pitch-black room. Had she overthought it, Shi Yu held no feelings for her and would not touch her. She believed the wedding night would pass in tranquil stillness, but in the middle of the night, as she turned drowsily, she fell from the bed with a thud. The silk quilt was pulled entirely off the bed. Fortunately, the soft blanket laid beside her cushioned her fall. Realizing she had been asleep, Shu He rubbed her knee, standing up to retrieve the quilt she had dislodged. A soft click sounded as the gentle nightlight on the wall flickered on, revealing Shi Yu, who had awakened and sat up, looking at her sprawled on the floor. "Did you hurt yourself?" "No." Shu He handed him the quilt, a hint of apology in her tone. "Sorry for waking you." "Here is the quilt." Shi Yu glanced at the wooden silent clock. It was 3 in the morning. He could sense this girl was both cautious and honest in her sleep, hesitant to turn and make noise to disturb him. Perhaps she had finally relaxed in the latter half of the night and rolled over, only to tumble off the bed. When Shu He spoke, her voice was soft and gentle, like the snow drifting outside. Shi Yu pondered, wondering why she always carried an indescribable air of caution, treating everyone with both politeness and distance. When in the presence of others, she found it difficult to sleep soundly. Today was Thursday. Shi Yu's eyes flickered with interest as he asked in a low voice, "Do you have classes today?" "Yes, I'll sleep in the guest room." "You rest well." "Guest room," Shu He observed Shi Yu as he picked up the phone from the bedside table, slipped into his slippers, and stepped out. She could not discern his expression, but the fact that he chose to sleep in the guest room on their wedding night surely indicated his displeasure. Just as she took a couple of steps to explain herself, Shi Yu halted at the doorway. Shu He paused as well, gazing at him, unable to see the man's demeanor shrouded in the dim light. Standing at the threshold, his hand resting on the doorknob, he spoke in a calm tone. "Mr. Chu has advised you to ensure a good night's sleep and to avoid staying up late. Once you become accustomed to the home environment and grow familiar with me, we shall share a bed then I shall sleep in the guest room. This is your room. We are married now, and every room in this house is as much yours as it is mine. There is no distinction. Do not overthink it. Go to sleep." Shu He nodded. The door was gently closed by Shi Yu. His action was deliberate and soft. Unlike the forceful slam of a door by Zhou Hongfang, Shu He lingered in the spacious master bedroom, standing in a daze for quite some time. A knock at the door roused her from her reverie. Upon awakening, she heard the respectful voice of a servant outside. "Madam, you need to take your medicine on an empty stomach this morning, and there is an early class. It is time to rise." "All right." Shu He stretched, realizing she was now comfortably nestled in the center of the large bed. After Shi Yu had left, she had slept soundly. The faint scent of pine lingered on the sheets, likely neutralized by a perfumer. Subtly yet pleasantly soothing. It was still early. Shu He reached for her phone by the pillow and glanced at the screen, noting 2 missed calls and 2 text messages. She opened them to find, "Are you still upset? When will you approve my friend request? Yao Feifei has already been blacklisted." It was from her ex-boyfriend, who had maintained a lofty demeanor since their Cold War and his infidelity. She could not forget that bone-chilling autumn rain, the night deepening, the mountain fog swirling, as he uttered harsh words, overturning the coffee table and disregarding her safety. Now, he was reaching out to her. Shu He chose to ignore him. Then it dawned on her, Fu Henning could not possibly believe they were still together, could he? Judging by his tone, it seemed so. Shu He resolved to inform him of her marriage to prevent any misunderstandings. After composing the message, she sent it to Fu Henning. "Mr. Fu, we have broken up. I am married to Shi Yu now." Fu Henning replied promptly, "Fool, if you want to make me jealous, at least choose a more plausible reason. Your chances of marrying Shirmu are greater than with your uncle. Shu He is so insufferable." Just as she contemplated her response, Fu Henning arrogantly tossed another remark her way. "I've been quite exhausted lately. I've coaxed you enough. Please don't stir trouble again, I don't wish to quarrel with you, I have work to attend to. Signing off now. Coax. Shu scrolled through their chat history. Which of his messages could be considered coaxing? She promptly blocked his new number. In the eyes of the elite young men of Jingbei, no matter how outrageous their actions, they always deemed others as the unreasonable ones. Their sense of superiority was ingrained in their very beings. Chapter 21. Verbal gratitude is insufficiently sincere. Shu rose and made her way to the bathroom. Pushing open the double doors, she found a spacious design with a soaring dome. Perfectly adorned with dazzling lights, directly ahead was a bright and roomy double vanity. To the left was a private bathroom, which was further divided into a shower area and a bathtub section. To the right was the toilet room. Sitting at the vanity, Shu tended to her skin. Glancing at the back of her left hand, she marveled at how effective the healing cream was. The scars from scratching were fading rapidly, leaving no trace. On her left ring finger rested her wedding ring, its setting intricately carved by a master jeweler into a delicate snowflake, accented with natural diamonds. A gentle knock echoed from outside. Is it convenient for me to come in? Shi Yu's voice called out. Yes. Shu stood up as she saw Shi Yu enter. He appeared to have just finished his morning exercise, still clad in his bamboo-hued workout attire. His physique harmoniously toned and his legs long and straight, proportioned even more perfectly than a male model. Good morning, I came to get my clothes. Alright. Shi Yu headed to the wardrobe while Shu began to comb her hair. The vanity, crafted from exquisite rosewood, featured 2 spotless windows, allowing a clear view of the outside. The snow had ceased, and morning light streamed in. A sudden chill enveloped her neck. An unfamiliar sensation struck as someone lifted her hair. Shu instinctively shrank back, startled, causing her comb to fall to the floor. Shi Yu bent down to retrieve it, noticing Shu's instinctive reaction to shy away from him and the fear evident in her eyes. Her unabashed terror was palpable. The man, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you avoiding me?" Shu straightened her posture obediently. Shi Yu adorned her neck with a sparkling gemstone necklace. "Shu, do I resemble a terrorist?" "Not at all." "Then why do you act like a mouse in the presence of a cat?" Shu lowered her head, having been lost in thought when he unexpectedly grabbed her hair from behind, startling her. In elementary school, she had been dragged into the restroom by classmates, who suddenly pulled her hair from behind, parading her in front of all the students in the corridor. "Do you wish to apply for a 2-week post-marriage leave from school? I can take you to England for a few days." After a long hesitation, Shu replied softly, "I'm sorry, finals are next month, and I have a lot of courses in my first year. I haven't finished my studying." "Study now then, can we discuss the winter break later?" "Let us talk about it then. You should focus on your studies for now." The dining area of the main house was on the first floor, having finished her traditional medicine some time ago. Shu descended the stairs and observed 2 servants diligently polishing the tall potted plants beside the staircase. In the distance, the rosewood dining table was already set with a lavish breakfast by the butler. Shi Yu was already at the table eating. The interior design was exquisite. Directly facing the table was a built-in large-screen television displaying morning financial news. Shu washed her hands at the U-shaped island counter beside the dining table. The breakfast was a delightful fusion of Western and Chinese cuisines, featuring an array of rich ingredients and fruits. The head butler of Qingfeng Villa was Jiang Qiuyun, following Mr. Chu's instructions for nourishing meals. Jiang had coordinated with the kitchen to prepare 3 meals. This morning, the kitchen had made a nourishing soup with red dates, goji berries, and white fungus, along with a variety of blood-enriching pastries, charmingly shaped to enhance appetite. Any leftovers could be packed into lunchboxes for snacks. Whole grains were also vital for blood nourishment. The chef had steamed baby pumpkins, corn, and brown sugar buns. Shu took a seat across from Shi Yu. She picked up a brown sugar bun shaped like a bear, took a bite, and found it soft, sweet, and surprisingly filled with red bean paste. She adored red bean paste. The chef had put great effort into the presentation. After enjoying a brown sugar red bean bun, she sampled a few other pastries. Shu glanced at Shi Yu, who was eating at a leisurely pace. Today was Thursday, and he had 2 finance classes at Jingbei University in the morning. The atmosphere felt oddly tensed. It was only then that she noticed Shi Yu's expression was rather indifferent. After some contemplation, Shu took the initiative to place a delicious brown sugar bun on the plate next to Shi Yu. "This one tastes wonderful." Shi Yu acknowledged with a slight nod. After breakfast, Jiang packed some snacks into a lunchbox for Shu, including 2 pieces of donkey hide gelatin cake to serve as snacks. Shu placed them into her backpack. Qingfeng Villa was a 20-minute drive from Jingbei University, and as Shu rummaged through her bag for her car keys, Jiang smiled and remarked, "Madam, the sir is also going to Jingbei today." Shu caught the implication. The sound of a car engine drew her attention to the entrance hall, where Shi Yu's Kayan was parked outside. As the window rolled down, his expression was solemn. "Would you like a ride?" Yes, since they were both heading to Jingbei, it made sense for Mr. Shi to drive. Shu, being perceptive, dashed outside, opened the passenger door, and climbed in. As the car started, Shi Yu glanced at her. "Buckle up." As they approached the north gate of Jingbei University, Shi Yu found a parking space and parked the car. Shu slung her backpack over her shoulder and before exiting, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. What is your KPI for saying thank you to me daily?" KPI, Shu He looked at him in confusion. Having parked the car, Shi Yu made no move to exit. Instead, he leaned back in his seat, coolly gazing at her. One might think I am your employer, not your husband. Shu He chose her words carefully. You are driving me to school. I sincerely wish to express my gratitude, verbal gratitude, that is insufficiently sincere. Then, Shu He sensed his indifferent tone suggested dissatisfaction. After pondering for a moment, she asked, how would you like me to show my gratitude? Shi Yu recalled something. Did you bring your guitar? I did. Wait, Shu He exclaimed in surprise. How did you know I play the guitar? She had begun learning to sing the Cantonese version of Truly Love You as soon as she could speak in the first grade. Eventually picking up the guitar and registering a music account named Shu He plays guitar, she had shared this with no one. The system pushed your account to me. Shu He was silently astounded. In the videos posted on that account, she had never shown her face, rarely updated, and even set her privacy settings to exclude recommendations to people who might know her. She had over 60,000 followers. The videos were raw and unedited. She would casually sing some Cantonese songs or perform requests from her fans. Her followers were all adorable babies, never criticizing her. Shi Yu gazed at the rosy cheeks of Shu He, who was still a young girl, somewhat bashful. He chuckled. You won't stop updating in the future, will you? When did you realize it? I forgot. Shu He averted her gaze, her earlobes flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly mortified. I'm just an amateur, I sing randomly, and it's not pleasant. If you don't like it, perhaps you could unfollow me and find someone better. Shi Yu glanced at his watch, noting that there were still 15 minutes until class. I've arranged a practice room and a dance studio for you at the second floor of the West Courtyard. You can practice whenever you have free time. Alright, thank you, my shoelaces have come undone. Shu He quickly corrected herself, almost revealing more of her vulnerability. She bent down to tie her shoelaces. The corners of Shi Yu's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Let your earlier verbal gratitude be replaced with a guitar piece instead. Sure. The vibrant flush on Shu He's fair cheeks gradually faded, and she exhaled softly. If you wish to hear something, I can play it for you tonight when I get home. What song would you like to hear? Anything will do. Shu He resolved to avoid relying on Shi Yu's influence unless absolutely necessary. Being noticed by him felt akin to a public embarrassment, as if her carefully crafted sanctuary had been abruptly invaded by unscrupulous merchants. Upon concluding 2 sessions of the ancient text annotation research course, it was nearly 10 o'clock. As this was a compulsory course, Professor Hong forbade students from using their phones in class. After packing her bag, Shu He exited the teaching building and headed to the library to complete her assignments. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, she found a young woman on the other end. Hello, Mrs. Shi. Mr. Shi has arranged a personalized service for you. My surname is Yu, and I am the staff member responsible for coordinating this project. May I ask when you are available? Shu He momentarily halted in her steps, stunned. Personalized service? Yes, please hold for a moment. I will reply to you later. Alright. After hanging up, Shu He messaged Shi Yu to verify the woman's claims. He should have just finished his class with the finance students by now. Little Gray, someone contacted me just now, saying she is in charge of personalized services. Did you arrange this? Big Fierce Cat, yes. Little Gray, what is being customized? Shu He stared at the screen waiting for a response, but he did not reply. To it seemed that Shi Yu had little desire to engage in conversation. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she noticed a photo at the top of the group chat. She clicked on it to enlarge it. The picture portrayed the finance department's lecture hall. Though class was over, Professor Shi was cornered at the podium, surrounded by a throng of students eager to ask him questions. A smile crept onto Shu He's lips. Shi Yu's expression remained calm as he patiently answered the students, who resembled fans encircling their idol just after a flight, blocking all avenues of escape. Some classmates were sharing gossip in the group. Night Star, Professor Shi's wedding ring is so dazzling. We asked him why he didn't take a honeymoon with his wife, and guess what he said? Morning Blossoms, stop keeping us in suspense, spill it. Born to Deceive, when did the finance department get a male model teacher? You guys are so lucky. Professor Shi's physique is, drool emoji. I want him. Night Star, Professor Shi said his wife didn't accompany him, huh? South Alley, ha. It seems Professor Shi felt a bit wrong saying that. Shu He absorbed the banter, reflecting on Shi Yu's expression from earlier that morning, silently adding a few thoughts. It's not like I intentionally didn't go. I have final exams. You are Professor Shi. You only need to set the exam papers and can let others fail. I am a student. I must complete the papers, and if I fail, I will be at the mercy of the professors. If I flunk, I won't be able to be nominated for awards in the future. Kite Tail, red beans grow in the southern land. Shi Yu is a male model. 23-year-old sensual little mother. Shi Yu's waist, a deadly knife. Born to Deceive. Professor Shi must exercise regularly. His proportions are perfect. Just looking at his waist exudes strength. His wife must enjoy it every night. I'm so envious. Mom says usernames too long will attract fools. Does anyone have the link to that dark burgundy shirt he's wearing? I want to buy one. AAA live fish wholesale ligue, same here, I wanna buy the same style. Night Star, born to deceive the senior, you only know how to sleep with men. You gluttonous girl, don't lead the freshman astray with your nonsense in the group. Suddenly an image flashed through Shu He's mind, Shi Yu walking into the master bedroom after his morning exercise. Tall and with a toned physique, beads of sweat trickling down his sculpted collarbone, utterly captivating and radiating primal energy, she had not dared to look too long then, but upon recollection it was indeed a sight to behold. The group chat buzzed with activity, sharing various gossip and amusing anecdotes, the latest being a video of a live performance by a Peking opera teacher, Yuzu. Teacher Liang speaking opera is exceptional. West of the Moon, she is the lead actress from the Beijing Peking Opera, an old master. Tomorrow there will be a joint performance class of Jing and Kuan opera, open to all majors. In a CAF near Jing University, Shu He pushed open the door to find a woman sitting by the window, working on her computer. It was her first encounter with Yu Ting. The crisp sound of keyboard strokes ceased as Yu Ting turned her gaze, the two locked eyes. Yu Ting was dressed in a sophisticated tailored suit, adorned with elegant high heels, vibrant lipstick, and exquisite jewelry. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, resembling charming peach blossoms shimmering with allure. Shu He's first impression of Yu Ting was that she was a radiant beauty, glowing with brilliance. Why Yu Ting closed her laptop and approached Shu He, extending her hand with a polite smile. Mrs. Shi, it's a pleasure to meet you, here is my business card. As Shu He shook her hand and received the elegantly designed card, she noted Yu Ting's position. She appeared to be in her 20s yet was the director of public relations at Hongxing Group, which surprised Shu He considering that a director held a high-ranking position within the company. Why would Shi Yu arrange for a senior executive to handle a personalized service? After selecting their coffees, Yu Ting handed Shu He an iPad. Her speech was clear and logical as she introduced the realm of personalized services. Shu He saw details on the iPad screen about personalized customization, including clothing, bags, shoes, and jewelry, with partnered brands like Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Chanel. In an era where personalized demands are on the rise, bespoke services have become the new favorite among the elite. Shu He understood that these luxury fashion brands have long enjoyed collaborating with various influential circles. As long as the payment is substantial, they would offer a range of customized products employing exquisite craftsmanship to serve high-end clientele. Yu Ting took out a soft measuring tape to assess Shu He's measurements. Mrs. Shi, you have a slightly slender figure, yet your posture is upright and graceful, exuding an innate elegance, a quality often found in dancers. Each month, these brands present new arrivals, and should you have any questions or specific needs, feel free to contact me. I will liaise with them on your behalf. Alright, everything has been arranged perfectly. Shu He nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Yu Ting smiled warmly. May I add you as a friend? Of course. Shu He took out her phone and added her as a friend. Still on her herbal medicine, Shu He chose a pudding milkshake, savoring its rich, creamy flavor, free from tea and caffeine. Mrs. Shi, do you have any specific preferences regarding the customization style? Not really. You bathed in soft light. Shu He's gaze was gentle as she smiled. My name is Shu He. We appear to be of similar age. You may call me Shu He from now on. Very well. Yu Ting nodded, lightly stirring her coffee. Her gaze lingered on Shu He's features. In that brief encounter, she perceived her as a polite young lady, somewhat reserved in nature. Yu Ting had a general idea of the customization style suited for Shu He. On her way back to Jing University, Shu He pondered where to have lunch when she suddenly spotted a familiar silver Maybach approaching. This was a school zone, with numerous traffic police and bustling pedestrians and students. The driver slowed down, searching for a parking spot. Upon recognizing the license plate number, Shu He quickened her pace toward the school gate. Shu He, why are you running? Fu Henning called from the car, but her speed only increased. He attempted to call her. The number you have dialed is currently on call, please try again later. Fu Henning paused, wondering how long this number would remain in the blacklist. He switched to another number he had previously used to contact her abroad, one that had not been blocked, and wanted to ask why she was running. The number you have dialed is currently on call, please try again later. Fu Henning cursed under his breath, tossing his phone onto the adjacent seat. It was the same woman who had publicly splashed wine on him, humiliated him, and after their Cold War he had lowered his pride and made efforts to placate her, explaining everything that needed explaining. Unfortunately, Shu He had recently become rather spoiled. It was already noon, a time when outsiders were barred from entering the Kyoto University campus. He unfastened the button of his collar, a surge of inexplicable anger simmering within him. Exacerbated by the traffic congestion, his irritation grew with each passing moment, and he scolded, finding a parking space is such a hassle. It seems you won't need to work tomorrow. I apologize, Mr. Fu, the driver replied. Already having become the nth driver in Mr. Fu's employ recently, Mr. Fu had just joined the group, feeling constrained by a plethora of senior directors. The chairman, Mr. Fu, advised him to exercise patience and to achieve some results before making further moves. Mr. Fu's temper was capricious, often flaring up within the confines of the group. Chapter 23, Steamed Dumplings. Shua sat on the student bus traversing the campus, heading toward the nearest cafeteria. Her phone vibrated. signaling a call from Shi Yu. Are you done with your tasks? Yes, I've finished. Come to the faculty dormitory for lunch. I'm here. Shu He glanced ahead, noticing they were almost at the cafeteria. I'm eating at the cafeteria. What are you having? Shu He furrowed her brow, surprised by Shi Yu's sudden interest in her. Steamed dumplings. What filling? Shu He was taken aback. A mix of shiitake mushrooms, cabbage, and carrots. What kind of mix is that? Unexpectedly, Shi Yu coldly exposed her, his tone both stern and certain. You're in the cafeteria, so is your doppelganger sitting on the bus. Shu He turned abruptly. Outside the bus window, sunlight filtered through the ginkgo leaves, illuminating Shi Yu, who stood tall with a briefcase, locking eyes with her. A buzzing sensation filled Shu He's mind. Never had she felt such acute embarrassment. How could one feel so mortified? She clumsily exited the bus, trudging over to Shi Yu, her breathing constricted, and greeted him weakly. What a coincidence. Shall we go to the cafeteria together? Use my meal card. It's my treat. Am I a human trafficker from Myanmar? No. Am I your creditor? Neither. Then am I the king of hell or a ferocious beast? No. What am I to you? Shu He replied earnestly. Husband. Shi Yu glanced at his watch, his expression grave. You still recognize me as your husband? Now tell me, why do you keep avoiding me? I'm sorry, I won't hide anymore. I've waited for you since 10 o'clock, and upon seeing me, you acted as if you wished to sprout 8 extra legs to escape. What are you so afraid of? The 8 legs belong to an octopus. And what about your shiitake mushroom, cabbage, and carrot dumplings? Shu He felt as though she were being reprimanded by a homeroom teacher and mustered the courage to say, I was just about to head to the cafeteria to order. I suddenly craved dumplings. Het. Shu He stood at attention, her expression serious. No. Het. I see you as a dumpling. Shi Yu turned and strode towards the faculty dormitory. Shu He, filled with trepidation, followed closely behind, her heart racing. Suddenly Shi Yu halted, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon her. Go eat your mixed dumplings at the cafeteria. Shu He, feeling guilty, lowered her head. The deep, dark gaze of the man bore a sharp sense of pressure, and Shu He felt as if a shadow loomed ominously over her, as if her head were being shaved. Having erred, she stood small beside him, the scene reminiscent of a professor admonishing an unruly student. Professor Shi. In the distance, several students riding electric bikes enthusiastically waved at Shi Yu, interceding on Shu He's behalf. Don't scold her. She's so beautiful. If she hasn't submitted her assignment, she can make it up next time. Indeed, Professor Shi, your assignments are too difficult. It's truly not our fault if we can't complete them. Even the Xiaoyuan search tool has no answers. Professor Shi, will next week's class be online or in person? Will you come to Kyoto University next week? Please do, Shi Yu replied sternly. Online. In Shu He's view, Shi Yu walked towards the faculty dormitory, having said nothing further. She followed behind him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Professor Shi, do you have class today? Yes, I have an early class. At the base of the faculty dormitory, an elderly mathematics professor, recently rehired by Kyoto University, was locking his bicycle without his glasses. Noticing the young girl with her head bowed following Shi Yu, he guessed, bringing your daughter to work, are you? She is my wife, Shi Yu replied with a dark expression. My apologies, my eyesight must be failing. The elderly professor quickly retrieved his glasses from his pocket and put them on, finally recognizing the girl, who grew increasingly familiar. Oh, I remember her, if I'm not mistaken. She was the one who sang in Cantonese at the opening ceremony, correct? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Correct? Shu He couldn't help but be taken aback. The professor's memory was indeed remarkable, as that event had transpired 4 years ago. During her undergraduate opening ceremony, when she performed the Cantonese version of Truly Love You. May I ask you a question? In the elevator, Shu He's soft voice reached Shi Yu's ears. He swallowed, his gaze dropping to the petite girl behind him. Go ahead. Shu He retrieved a milk candy from her pocket, extending it to him in a feeble attempt to appease him. Did you also attend that freshman opening ceremony 4 years ago? Yes, Shi Yu observed the single milk candy in Shu He's palm. Her hand was small, delicate as jade, soft and snow-white, her nails rounded and neatly trimmed. Do you think a single candy will appease my anger? Shu He added another. Shi Yu hesitated, caught between words. In resignation, he took the 2 conspicuously offered milk candies from her. And as they reached the 5th floor, the door handle bore a fingerprint unlock mechanism. Shi Yu opened the door, placing his briefcase on the entrance cabinet, adjusting his mood and changing his shoes. He asked her, why haven't you come over for a nap lately? The library is also a place to rest, lying on a table. Yes. Shu He removed her backpack and hung it on the coat rack at the entrance, slipping into a brand new pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. It was her first time entering the school faculty dormitory, which had been newly constructed 2 years prior, boasting a serene environment and modern decor. After surveying the 2-bedroom apartment, she remarked, napping in such a position is detrimental to the cervical spine. Prolonged periods could lead to spinal deformities. I hardly come into this room, so it remains empty. Alright. Shi Yu was often busy with work and would conduct his Thursday classes remotely if he had to travel. Rarely coming to the faculty dormitory for rest, Shu He finally relaxed her tense heart. Noticing his tone had softened, revealing a hint of concern for her, it seemed he had calmed down. She resolved never to provoke Shi Yu again. Shu He finally believed that the teaching profession was inherently one of restraint over students. Lunch was delivered as arranged by Shi Yu. The room contained a television. Shi Yu enjoyed watching the news, and the midday broadcast echoed throughout the space. During their meal, Shua's phone, placed on the table, remained unlocked, vibrating incessantly with notifications, not just 4 times, but it continued to ring. The dining table, made of natural marble, amplified the sound of her phone's vibrations. Shua headed to the bathroom and had yet to emerge when Shi Yu approached. Intending to check her phone for any urgent matters, his hand had barely descended when the bathroom door swung open unexpectedly. Shua hurried out, snatching her phone before he could reach it. Chapter 24, Checking the Phone. A guilt-ridden heart, she clutched her phone, still trembling from the close call. Thankfully, she had exited just in time. Had Shi Yu seen her saved contact labeled Big Bad Cat, she would have been utterly doomed. Shi Yu observed her guilty demeanor. What's wrong? Have you started dating? No, then why so anxious? Hand me your phone. It's a routine check. Shua immediately concealed her phone behind her, softening her tone to a barely audible whisper. Everyone's phone holds secrets. It shouldn't be shared casually. What could possibly be hidden between a husband and wife? Shi Yu took his phone, unlocked it, opened his messaging app, and boldly handed it to Shua. Here, feel free to browse my friend list. You're welcome to check any other apps as well. Shua was taken aback. The abruptness of his openness was staggering. Was Shi Yu truly so forthright? She glanced at the screen, noticing a pinned contact, her profile picture. Labeled wife, the rest comprised workgroups and a few acquaintances. Shua was astonished. How could there be a man so devoid of secrets? Her reluctance to allow Shi Yu to inspect her phone stemmed not only from the Big Bad Cat label. More importantly, her private conversations with Mumu, filled with intimate exchanges, occupied nearly 30 gigabytes of her WeChat storage. A casual glance could lead to disaster. Additionally, Mumu frequently sent suggestive emojis, and should those messages be exposed, her account would surely be banned. With Mumu being her sole close friend, she was unwilling to delete those cherished exchanges, thus finding herself in a standoff against Shi Yu's request. Shi Yu reclaimed his phone. Placing it on the table, his gaze resting on Shua's stubborn expression, his thin lips pressed together, and his dark, slanted eyes revealed little emotion. He removed his glasses, approached the entrance cabinet, and retrieved a lens cloth from his briefcase. Methodically cleaning his lenses. As Shua observed the elegant lines of Shi Yu's profile, she noted the way he averted his gaze, his expression inscrutable. After donning his glasses, he resumed his seat, continuing his meal. The man remained composed, watching the television, casually switching channels as if nothing had transpired. Moments before, Shua inched closer, her head bowed, her soft, cascading hair falling gently around her as she carefully explained, I am not in a relationship. Shi Yu turned his attention to the sports event, casually remarking, if you wish to date, then do so. You are of the age to pursue romance, and it is no concern of mine. Shua stood in stunned silence for a moment before sitting down across from Shi Yu. His words bore the tone of a protective uncle. Shua opened her friend list and clicked on a series of recent messages from teacher Shi Jinting, placing her phone on the table for him to see. These messages on my phone are recent academic papers and books sent by the teacher. The numerous notifications caused it to vibrate incessantly. What do you call him? Teacher. Shua replied, momentarily taken aback. Joshua, if I were a tad older, I might very well be driven to the ICU by your antics. Shua sensed the genuine anger in Shi Yu's voice. Upon reflection, she realized her misstep. In her haste to explain, she had forgotten to refer to Shi Jinting as father. I apologize, I will correct myself next time. She murmured softly, her fingers instinctively clutching her clothing, her sincerity evident. As she noticed a small dish beside her, which Shi Yu had placed there while she was in the restroom, she saw it contained shrimp he had peeled for her. Alongside some nutritious meats, the table also held a portion of mushroom, cabbage, and carrot dumplings. Despite his earlier irritation, Shi Yu had remembered her craving for dumplings and arranged for someone to fetch them from the cafeteria. The two remained in a standoff for a while longer. An oppressive aura enveloped Shi Yu, his gaze fixed intently on Shua, who dared not move, her eyes fixated downward, drenched in cold sweat until her stomach audibly protested. She covered her embarrassed belly, but the sound only grew louder, prompting her to helplessly glance at Shi Yu. She retrieved the last 2 milk candies from her pocket, placing them on the table and slowly pushing them toward him in a gesture of goodwill. Shi Yu's eyes fell upon the candy she had offered, and for a brief moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After a long silence, Shi Yu sighed softly, his tone gentler, put your phone away and eat. The dumplings are about to cool. All right, Shua replied, picking up her chopsticks to grab a carrot-filled dumpling. She hesitated for a moment, then placed it on the dish beside Shi Yu. Thank you for waiting for me to eat. He had peeled shrimp and selected nourishing meats for her, and she felt this dumpling should be his first. As a token of gratitude, Shi Yu picked up the dumpling, but just as he took a few bites, his phone rang. It was a work call from his assistant, Xiao Su. He set down his chopsticks, rose, and stepped onto the balcony, saying in a low voice, you needn't wait for me. Go ahead and eat. And take a nap afterward. Okay. Shua nodded obediently. The call lasted quite some time. Shua noticed that Shi Yu often received calls regardless of working hours or breaks, balancing multiple roles and a heavy workload even as she finished her meal. Shi Yu remained on the balcony, engaged in conversation. Just as she opened the door to the secondary bedroom, preparing for a short nap, she heard his deep voice from behind, "Go sleep in the master bedroom." "All right," she replied softly. "The driver will pick you up after school." Shu He nodded gently. Shi Yu rolled up his shirt sleeves, tidied the table, wiped it down with disinfectant wipes, turned off the living room television, donned his coat, changed his shoes, and left with his briefcase. Shu He entered the master bedroom, which faced the sun, filled with a warm glow, yet it was evident that the room bore no signs of use. Shi Yu had never slept here. She recalled that upon entering this apartment, new slippers had been prepared for her in the shoe cabinet, and the wardrobe in the master bedroom contained fresh sheets and duvet covers, which emitted a faint scent of laundry detergent when she took them out. They had already been washed. Lying on the bed, she found herself unable to drift off to sleep. The lunch had been light, prepared by Shi Yu, who, despite finishing work at 9:40 a.m., had still waited for her to eat at noon. She had deceived him on the bus, claiming she was enjoying dumplings. Shu He regretted her instinctive decision to evade Shi Yu earlier. That evening, she retrieved her guitar. Shi Yu had expressed a desire to hear her play during their journey to Peking University, and she intended to play Blue and White Porcelain, a song with beautiful lyrics and rhythm. Perhaps it would serve as an apology. She remained uncertain whether Shi Yu was still upset. She had indeed erred this morning, repeatedly inciting his displeasure. She resolved to play him 2 songs later. After dinner, Steward Jiang took her to tour the second floor of the West Courtyard, which housed a dance studio and a music room prepared for her use. "Madam, the physician advises that you engage in appropriate exercise daily following the suggestions provided by Elder Chu," Steward Jiang continued. "You may choose to practice dance or yoga. We also have a gym available. Any form of exercise is suitable, but the gentleman reminds you to proceed gradually and avoid intense aerobic activities at first. Once your vitality is replenished, you may join him for morning runs on an empty stomach." "All right," Shu He replied, glancing out the corridor window at the deepening night, the moonlight sprinkling softly over the treetops in the courtyard, casting a dim and hazy glow. It was already 9 o'clock, and Shi Yu had yet to return home. Shu He changed into workout attire and headed to the gym, jogging on the treadmill for about 20 minutes while Xiaoju, the little orange cat, sat beside her, watching intently. As she ran, Xiaoju stealthily climbed onto the treadmill, only to slip off and tumble down. Adorably clumsy, Shu He picked up Xiaoju, placing it aside and gently patting its head. "You just recovered from your hind leg injury. Don't run, wait here for me." Xiaoju obediently sat in place, waiting for her. After her run, Shu He was slightly sweaty and performed some brief stretches before returning to her room for a shower. Afterward, she intended to rest, as taking a bath post-exercise often made her drowsy. By around 11 o'clock, fatigue weighed heavily upon her eyelids, and she donned a coat to step outside, curious whether Shi Yu had returned and if he still wished to hear her play the guitar. Steward Jiang informed her, "The gentleman has not yet returned, madam. Perhaps you should retire for the night." Shu He returned to her bedroom. The guitar remained on the desk, and as she lay down, she quickly succumbed to sleep within 2 minutes, her eyelids drooping heavily. Perhaps Shi Yu had lost interest in her guitar melodies. Chapter 25, Coexisting in Peace. Unbothered by one another the following day, Shu He sat at the dining table for breakfast, yet Shi Yu's absence was palpable. She dined alone for both breakfast and dinner, unaware of his whereabouts. Steward Jiang discreetly inquired about Shi Yu's activities from Assistant Xiao, as it was somewhat inappropriate for a steward to probe into the gentleman's work matters. Assistant Zhao's response was vague, merely stating that Mr. Shi was occupied with semiconductor industry acquisitions at the group, leaving Shu He in the dark regarding his personal affairs. Consequently, Steward Jiang reassured Shu He that Mr. Shi had been working overtime at the group, wishing to ease her concerns, although he noted that Shu He did not press for further details. Having previously served in prominent families, Steward Jiang understood that the detached relationship between Shu He and Shi Yu was beyond her ability to mend. Within a marriage devoid of emotional foundation, mutual coexistence was perhaps the most suitable arrangement. According to the customs of Jingbei, the 3rd day after marriage was designated for the bride to return to her family for a visit. Known as gwinning, this was when Shu He finally glimpsed Shi Yu again. As the household staff began loading gifts into the car early that morning, she noticed a pattern whenever a Cadillac was involved. It was invariably Shi Yu driving. En route to the Zhou residence, Shi Yu reminded her, "Don't forget to go to the hospital for acupuncture. Mumu can accompany you. I'll be on a business trip tomorrow, and I want to return for half a month." Shu He nodded, softly replying, "Be safe and may your work go smoothly." Shi Yu pressed his lips tightly together, as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately fell silent. The journey was long, and the two exchanged no further words. At the Zhou residence, in the backyard, the sun shone brightly after a heavy snowfall, and the recent weather had been splendid. A servant prepared a cup of warm milk with red dates for Shu He, which she cradled in her hands, sipping slowly. The garden was empty, as lunch was still being prepared. She had stepped outside for some fresh air. Truthfully, having sat in silence beside Shi Yu earlier felt akin to the silent treatment often seen in arranged marriages. Her chest felt tight, prompting her to take a stroll. Xiang Mei approached, carrying 2 trays of freshly baked pastries. "I had intended to invite Mumu over for a gathering, but that child refused to come." Shu He stood to accept the 2 trays of osmanthus pastries, noting her mother's noticeable weight loss and the weariness in her voice, her eyes tinged with red. Haven't you rested well? Mumu has been quite busy lately. A year ago, Mumu had broken up with her brother Zhou Xianji, which had left their mother gravely ill for a time. She had been a healthy young woman, yet had lain in bed for a week, waking each day to weep before drifting off again. The reason for the breakup remained a mystery to Shu He. She had inquired of her brother, but he had said nothing. Zhou Xianji had voluntarily requested a transfer to participate in the Western Aid Xinjiang project. Leaving Jingbei, Xiang Mei lifted a tray of osmanthus pastries, gently saying, Shu He, your brother is home today. He just asked where you were. Please take this tray of freshly made pastries to him and Shi Yu. My brother is back. Yes, Shu He realized it had been quite some time since she had seen her brother. He had booked a flight to attend her wedding, but due to work commitments, he had been unable to make it. His application for the Xinjiang project seemed to last only a year, and calculating the time, it was indeed about time for him to return. Shu He carried the osmanthus pastries into the living room, but could not find Shi Yu or her brother. The servant mentioned that the study was on the 2nd floor, so she ascended to the 2nd floor, pushed open the door, and beheld Shi Yu and Zhou Xianji seated at opposite ends of a square Go board, engaged in a game of Go. A voice, clear and refined, resonated. The study was bright and immaculate. The man's brows and eyes exuded warmth, his demeanor poised and serene. The light filtering through the window danced upon his brow, and his tranquil smile enveloped one like a gentle spring breeze. It was Zhou Xianji, a figure as graceful as a clear wind and bright moon, handsome as a jade mountain. He was clad in a dignified black administrative jacket, bearing the air of someone recently returned home. Still in his formal attire, having been summoned to play Go. Brother Shi Yu, holding a white stone, was about to make his move when he turned to look at Shu He, who was approaching with a plate of osmanthus pastries. These are made by mother. For whom are they? But just for you too, she replied, placing the pastries on the coffee table with a demeanor as balanced as a bowl of water. Do you know each other? Not well. Zhou Xianji dropped a black stone. Shi Yu cast a casual glance at Zhou Xianji before using a white stone to capture one of his pieces. Shu He observed the board, already filled with numerous stones, indicating that the two had been playing for some time. She found it hard to believe they were unfamiliar with one another. As mid-December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid each morning. When Shu He drew back the curtains, she could see a layer of frost blanketing the ginkgo trees outside, while many plants in the garden had been moved indoors by the butler to keep warm. The courses at the university were gradually concluding, and the exam period was fast approaching. Shu He led a life of monotonous routine: library, cafeteria, Qingfeng villa, a trifecta of daily existence. Strangely, since Shi Yu had gone on a business trip, she had not exchanged a single word with him, not even knowing his destination. Thus, she continued to live her life unperturbed. This arrangement suited her well. Their mutual non-interference granted her a sense of freedom she had long desired. During her first semester in graduate school, aside from completing the courses outlined in her curriculum, Shu He wrote a short paper on the Northern Song dynasties Wen Yuan Enghua, which her professor, Shi Junting, had helped her revise 3 drafts of. She submitted it to a core journal, and the editor had informed her that it had passed the preliminary review, with external review results to follow in 2 months. If accepted, this would be her 3rd publication in a core journal. Over the past half-month, Shu He occasionally visited Moon Bay to tend to the flowers and plants she had nurtured, watering and pruning them. Later, Aunt Zhang arranged for some of the plants from Moon Bay to be relocated to Qingfeng Villa, saving her the hassle of commuting. Shu He also intended to move a wish bottle, hidden in her bedroom cabinet, to Qingfeng Villa. This bottle had accompanied her since she was 8, filled with colorful cards on which she had penned her thoughts, a record of her growth. The wish bottle was a gift from her godmother, who, fearing her sadness over her inability to speak, encouraged her to write down her feelings on the rainbow cards, assuring her that her sister would hear them. By the time Shu He returned to Moon Bay from the library, it was already past 9 in the evening. The biting cold of winter nights was palpable. Before entering the lobby, she noticed the stark, bare branches of many trees in the community, silence enveloping the surroundings. Upon reaching her front door, she unlocked it with her fingerprint. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by dimness. Since her marriage, no one had inhabited the space, and with the flowers and plants removed, it felt even more desolate and empty. Just as she was about to turn on the lights, something seemed amiss. There was a pair of men's leather shoes by the shoe cabinet. She walked into the living room and spotted Zhou Xianji standing on the balcony. The moonlight was particularly cold and sparse, the stars few and far between. The man's tall and slender silhouette exuded an air of quiet elegance, his deep-set eyes distant, with the flickering red tip of an unextinguished cigarette between his fingers. Shrouded in a haze of smoke, he stood there quietly, his demeanor obscured in the soft light, resembling an isolated snow-capped mountain. Brother, she called. Having noticed someone behind her, Zhou Xianji snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze as he extinguished the cigarette. Chapter 26. Brother, with an air of refined elegance, he tucked the photograph of Zi Jin into his pocket and stepped toward her, his clear features radiating a gentle warmth. Have you returned home? Yes, I came to fetch some things. Shu He shifted her shoulder, suddenly reminded that she had yet to remove her heavy backpack. Zhou Shenji approached, helping her take off the burden and placing it on the sofa. Noticing her cold red hands, he went to the kitchen and filled a warm water bottle for her. Here, warm your hands. Shu He accepted the small warm water bottle, feeling the heat spread from her palms to her entire body. Thank you, brother. There's no need for thanks, Zhou Shenji said as he poured a cup of water from the teapot on the coffee table. Relaxed, Shu He settled on the sofa, quietly observing her brother. His gentle demeanor and refined air reminded her of a bamboo, graceful and upright. Have you had dinner yet? He inquired. Not yet. Shu He was puzzled as to why her brother was lost in thought on the balcony. In truth, he seldom stayed at the Zhou residence. When she was 11, he had cared for her at Moon Bay, accompanying her as she grew up, but later moved to his standalone villa in Xiqing. What would you like to eat? I'll cook. Clear soup noodles. Both she and Zijin preferred a milder taste. In their childhood, they adored the clear soup noodles their brother cooked. His culinary skills were exceptional. Shu He recalled a time when her sister devoured 2 bowls of noodles and lay rolling on the sofa. Stuffed. Zhou Shenji ruffled his sister's hair. Alright, having been vacant for quite a while. The refrigerator was empty, prompting Zhou Shenji to arrange for fresh vegetables and eggs, along with a box of pastries, to be delivered. Whenever her brother cooked, Shu He would assist him in the kitchen. And this occasion was no exception. The decor of Moon Bay was warm and healing, styled in a creamy aesthetic favored by May, with warm-tone lighting. The kitchen was spacious and immaculate, with a small pot already boiling water. Ready for the noodles. At the preparation counter, Zhou Shenji was preparing the broth for the clear soup noodles while Shu He washed the vegetables. How are things between you and Shi Yu? Suddenly hearing that name made Shu He pause, a light laugh escaping her. Things are quite good between us. He's a nice person, albeit a bit gruff. A warm, low chuckle followed. The water in the pot had come to a boil. And Zhou Shenji added the noodles, remarking, I should record that and send it to him, so he knows he is a good person. Are you quite familiar with him? Shu He was not well acquainted with her brother's friends. Moderately, she lightly lifted a leaf of vegetable, attempting to change the subject. Brother, don't you think this leaf looks like a little fan? It does. Zhou Shenji smiled gently, his voice soothing. How many bowls of noodles do you want today? 2 bowls. After dinner, with the night deepening, Zhou Shenji drove Shu He back to Qingfeng Villa. She placed the wish bottle hidden in her bedroom drawer into her backpack, cradling the box of pastries her brother had given her. Gazing at the bustling street outside in the opulent city of Kyoto, traffic was ever flowing, regardless of the hour. As Shu He watched Zhou Shenji's focused profile while he drove, they conversed about mundane matters. His demeanor consistently gentle, yet she noticed a fleeting hint of melancholy in his eyes. Zhou Shenji possessed refinement, restraint, and a certain solitude. While he appeared warm and jade-like, there was a subtle air of quietness about him. As he returned to Moon Bay, she wondered if he missed her in Zijin in the Xiqing villa. He resided alone. An ache settled in Shu He's heart. Had she known that removing the plants would leave the room feeling so empty, she would have reconsidered. Recalling something, Shu He quietly asked, Did Mom take the supplements I bought for her? She wasn't in good spirits during my last visit. She was vaguely aware of the reasons behind it. Her sister's death anniversary was approaching, weighing heavily on their mother. In an effort to provide comfort, Shu He had purchased numerous supplements from the pharmacy and health store, sending them to her brother to give to their mother. The closer they drew to her sister's memorial, the more Shu He dreaded facing her mother, yet she could see that in the intertwined family connections of the Zhou and Shi households, her mother had always maintained her dignity. Never missing an important occasion and hosting guests with grace. Apart from these formalities, however, her relationship with her mother remained distant, the chasm between them still palpable. Don't worry, Mom is feeling much better. At the traditional Chinese medicine department of Dingbei Hospital, Shu He lay on an moxibustion bed, the female doctor displaying remarkable skill. Regular moxibustion could promote meridian circulation, warm the body, and invigorate blood flow. After treating the Guanyuan acupoint, the doctor adjusted the height of the bed. Below, Shermu's mouth was agape, nearly swallowing an ostrich egg, watching the doctor as she twirled a burning moxa stick above Shu He's head. Oh my, she didn't do this during her last visit, the doctor chuckled. This is the Baihui acupoint. It also aids in improving blood circulation. Shu He dared not move during her first moxibustion session. She had been fearful of the smoke-emitting moxa stick, feeling the heat radiate from the acupoint. Now, after numerous sessions, she had grown accustomed to it. After the treatment, warmth enveloped her body, and her limbs felt relaxed. She had even broken a sweat on her abdomen, and her breathing had become much smoother. The entire moxibustion session lasted about half an hour, and the doctor repeatedly advised her to keep warm, instructing her to exit the hospital half an hour later to avoid catching a chill. When will Uncle be back? I don't know. Shu He donned a knitted hat, having specifically chosen a long-down coat for her arrival. Layered beneath with 2 thermal garments, before her departure, she mentioned a business trip lasting half a month. However, it seems that time has already stretched beyond that. Have you two quarreled? It's not quite a quarrel. Per se, it's just that before his business trip, I inadvertently upset him, and he might still be miffed, choosing to ignore me. Shi Yu carefully tied a thick scarf around Shua's neck, saying, He, your little uncle is not one to brood silently. When he is upset, he typically expresses it immediately. His emotional regulation is quite adept, and then the matter is resolved. Shua pondered, is that so? Indeed, unlike Fu Henning, that foolish fellow, who holds grudges without a word and sulks like a child. Surrounding himself with a throng of admirers to flaunt his popularity, let us not speak of Fu Henning. It's bad luck, right? Shi Yu interjected, their essay saying, couples argue at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. When your uncle returns, you two can sleep it off, and what grievances will remain? I Haven T mentioned it, but actually, we sleep in separate rooms. Shi Yu's eyes widened in shock as she sat beside Shua. Noticing the female doctor moving away, she whispered, why do you sleep separately? Speak honestly, is your quarrel due to your uncle's inadequacy? Since we are in the traditional Chinese medicine department, you could get him some tonics to boost his vigor. Shi Yu's imagination always ran wild. Shua chuckled softly, shaking her head. It's not because of that. He seems quite capable. So you two have never. Shua understood what Shi Yu was implying. No, we haven't. What about your wedding night? Surely there must have been hand-holding, a kiss, or something. I pretended to be asleep. Nothing transpired. Goodness, that's pure revolutionary friendship. Your uncle has such a splendid physique, even better than male models. He is free. So why not seize the opportunity? Shua, tying her shoelaces, remarked, whenever I interact with Shi Yu, I subconsciously regard him as an elder and dare not entertain any presumptuous thoughts. Sigh, when I see him, I feel like a mouse confronted by a cat. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Encounter, A Great Adventure. Shi Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, cousin? Spotting a woman passing through the corridor, Shi Yu raised her eyebrows and pulled Shua's hand, rushing outside upon hearing a familiar voice. Yu Ting turned around, still holding the medicine prescribed by the traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Mumu, what are you doing here? Shua, you're here too. Do you two know each other? Shi Yu's astonished gaze shifted from Yu Ting to Shua, who nodded. We met once. Are you here for acupuncture? Yes. Shi Yu linked her arm with Shua's, introducing her to Yu Ting. Yu Ting is my cousin, so by extension she is also your cousin, right? Cousin, Shua sweetly called out. Yu Ting cleared her throat softly. Mumu, that carefree girl, had inadvertently elevated her to the status of a sister, but Shua was her employer. We're the same age, no need for the sisterly address. Just call me Yu Ting. Shi Yu, ever blunt, asked, what brings you to the traditional Chinese medicine department? To see a traditional doctor. Hearing her speak was akin to receiving enlightenment. It was Saturday, the depths of winter, and Yu Ting wore only a light brown trench coat. As she exited the hospital, a chilly breeze made her shiver. Here, Shua handed Yu Ting a small thermos from her pocket, smiling gently. I just filled it with hot water from the hospital. It might be a bit hot, thank you. This seemingly inconspicuous thermos turned out to be a lifesaver for Yu Ting. As they walked towards the parking lot, she curiously asked, you carry a thermos with you? Yes, I'm afraid of the cold, so I take it along. Shi Yu chose a well-reviewed private dining restaurant, known for its light and delectable dishes. Someone recommended this little place to me. It's not very big, but it's an old brand with authentic flavors. Shall we give it a try? Shua and Yu Ting chimed in unison. Sounds good. The private eatery was nestled in an ancient alley of Beijing's Xiqing district. The quaint street bore little modern embellishment, making it an inconspicuous spot that would be hard for a new customer to discover without a recommendation. Owned by an elderly couple, they spoke with a thick Beijing accent. At the entrance stood a poplar tree, bare of leaves in the winter. It was noon, and the sun shone warmly, prompting the owner to bring out a small parrot cage and hang it from the tree's branches. The lively little parrot, its vibrant green feathers gleaming, cheerfully greeted guests. Welcome. The three girls dined at a table by the window. In the bustling pace of Beijing life, it was rare for Yu Ting to have a day off, allowing her to bask in the winter sun and chat leisurely. Feeling utterly relaxed and at ease, the dishes were all recommended by the owner. Steamed fish, stir-fried bok choy with tofu, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, Beijing-style roast duck, donkey rolls, and tomato egg soup. Filling the table to the brim, the trio engaged in lively conversation. Shi Yu rolled the roast duck meat in a lotus leaf pancake, dipping it in sweet bean sauce, adding scallions and cucumber strips, rolling it up to take a bite. If He manages to get published in a core journal this time, we should come back to this restaurant, even though it's a bit far. Their roast duck is simply divine. Absolutely, Shua replied, savoring the steamed fish. If I get into graduate school, I'll treat everyone. Yu Ting also found the roast duck to be quite authentic. Let us pack some to take home later. Shi Yu reminisced, I remember my thesis advisor once commented on my graduation paper, suggesting, please send your work, Luo Tuoxiangzi, abroad. Consider it a roundabout way to save the nation. Shua furrowed her brow in confusion. Isn't the author of Luo Tuoxiangzi Laoshi? Yu Ting tied her long hair into a bun with a small elastic band, understanding Shi Yu's implication, and chuckled. Shua, she wrote about the real Xiangzi. Shi Yu showed Shua the words on her phone's memo. And Shua's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on a fishbone, always amused by Shurmu's antics. When Shua smiled, her two small tiger teeth peeked out, and her cheeks formed delicate dimples, making her look incredibly adorable. Shurmu leaned closer to Shua's ear. I forced my teacher to become Sister Xiang Lin. Are we eating? Shua asked. Cousin, where exactly has your uncle gone on his business trip? He has been missing for over half a month. It can't be that he has been tricked into going to Myanmar for a kidney, right? Yu Ting shot her a glance. Do you dare to repeat that in front of Mr.? Sure, I wouldn't dare. Shurmu rubbed her hands together for warmth. Your uncle doesn't look like someone who would go around taking others' kidneys. Suddenly, Yu Ting paused mid-bite, having spent years in the public relations department. Her keen insight allowed her to catch something. Shurmu's joke seemed lighthearted, but the use of the word exactly indicated that Shua, who was quite close to her uncle, was unaware of his whereabouts, suggesting that the two hadn't communicated at all during this time. Yu Ting pondered thoughtfully, resting her chin on her intertwined hands. Let us play a game of truth or dare. Sure, Shurmu eagerly agreed. Losing interest in the roast duck, that sounds thrilling, but isn't there a truth option? Nope, only dares. Shua, unfamiliar with the game, recalled seeing classmates play it in high school. What are the rules? ILL set up the drawing lots. Yu Ting picked up her phone, opened a mini program, and created a dare drawing game, where players just needed to click and the wheel would spin automatically. There were two options, dare and no dare. The one selected for a dare had to follow the instructions of the other two and must accept the challenge of a great adventure. Yu Ting clicked first. She placed the phone in the center of the table. And Shurmu and Shua watched the screen with great interest as the wheel gradually slowed. The pointer finally came to a stop on no dare. Cousin, your luck is fantastic, Shurmu exclaimed enviously. You're so lucky. Shurmu encouraged Shua, you go second, I'll go third. Alright. Shua rubbed her hands together, exhaling a breath of warmth, a small gesture that made Yu Ting chuckle. Indeed, Shua was a very endearing girl. Shua clicked the screen, and the pointer began to spin. Shurmu, reveling in the excitement, chanted dare dare dare. This is truly a great adventure. Shua resigned herself to her luck just as Shurmu was about to suggest that Shua ask the owner for a free meal. Yu Ting beat her to it. Shua, give Mr. Shu a call. Chapter 28. I miss you, husband. A call. Shua froze, feeling that calling Shi Yu was akin to calling the king of hell. Just the thought of his face sent shivers down her spine. He exuded an invisible air of authority. Shurmu gave her cousin a thumbs up and then poked Shua in the side, grinning. Call your uncle, I'll decide the conversation. Content, Shua, accepting her fate, retrieved her phone from her pocket and, taking a deep breath, dialed Shi Yu's number. Keep the conversation light, otherwise if you irritate him I'll be in for it when I get home. He's strict, pretty much, he's like a teacher. Not like, your uncle is a university professor. It's quite normal for students to be apprehensive of their teachers. Yu Ting stifled a chuckle as she listened to Shua's words, feeling a tinge of fear. Perhaps it was due to the recentness of her marriage. She had yet to fully comprehend the essence of Shi Yu. Over the past fortnight, Shizong had traveled to London to confer with family elders regarding plans for mergers and acquisitions in the semiconductor industry. Presently, the semiconductor sector has garnered increasing attention from governments and enterprises worldwide, finding applications across various domains such as security, consumer electronics, cameras, automobiles, and mobile phone manufacturing. Last month, two exchanges under the Domestic Securities Regulatory Commission issued new guidelines for the latest listings in the semiconductor industry, complicating the listing process for many semiconductor firms, compelling them to seek acquisition by established semiconductor giants instead. In recent years, Hanshin Group has invested heavily in the semiconductor industry, and Shizong aspired to embark on a large-scale domestic acquisition spree. During this fortnight, Shizong had also acquired a renowned wafer manufacturing company in Singapore, with both parties having reached a share sale agreement. The phone call was swiftly connected. At this moment, Shua was uncertain whether Shi Yu was abroad or if there was a time difference. So she mustered her courage and called out his name. Shi Yu, yes, I'm here. Shi Yu's voice resonated like that of an auctioneer, skillfully alternating between Chinese and English, his intonation urging bidders to raise their offers. Yu Ting had just mentioned that Sotheby's in Hong Kong was hosting a special auction for ancient art treasures today, hinting that Shi Yu might be in Hong Kong. Shurmu wore an expression of curiosity, pressing her ear to the phone to eavesdrop, passing a note from her phone's memo to Shua. Shua glanced at the note that read, I miss you, my husband, but the words felt too difficult to articulate. She mouthed change it. Shurmu quickly altered the message, prompting Shua to say DUI, when are you coming back? I want to cuddle. Shua's lips twitched. Perhaps it was better to stick with the first message after a prolonged silence. The cacophony on Shi Yu's end began to fade, as if he had stepped into a quieter space. What's the matter, Shua? I'm here. I miss you, my husband. As the words fell from her lips, Shua's cheeks flushed crimson. Wishing she could vanish into a mouse hole, silently hoping that Shi Yu would hang up or better yet, not have heard her confession. Shurmu's smile stretched from ear to ear. Yu Ting, suppressing her laughter, stood up and playfully tugged at Shurmu's ear, pulling her aside with a warning look. These newlyweds are having a conversation. Keep your ears to yourself. Have you been eating mushrooms? Shi Yu teased. No, have you been taking your medicine on time, exercising, and doing your moxibustion? Yes, I have. A good girl. I'll be home the day after tomorrow. Shu promptly ended the call, placing the now warm phone on the table, pondering how she would face him upon his return. The small restaurant was scarcely populated. And Yuding felt that Shizong's last words, good girl, I'll be home the day after tomorrow, echoed like words from an elder to a child, rather than a husband to his wife. It was Shirmu's turn to spin the wheel. Taking a deep breath, she waved her hands as if performing a ritual, absorbing the energies of the universe, her fingers landing on her cousin's phone screen. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, all deities, manifest quickly, Shu He muttered. Big adventure indeed. The pointer gradually came to a stop, landing on the big adventure option, causing Shu He to burst into laughter, while Shirmu's smile froze in place, splitting her face wide open. Shu He, do you want to say it or should I? Let's teach her a lesson. You go ahead, cousin. Leave a token today for a better meeting in the future. Yuding raised an eyebrow, elongating her tone as she pondered for a moment, before taking her phone and editing a memo. Here. I'll send you a post on social media, consisting of these words I've written. Let me see. Shirmu took the phone and read the content. Sister, you might as well just kill me. Under Yuding's stern gaze, Shirmu gritted her teeth and edited the post, urgently seeking a partner, gender unrestricted, accommodation provided, move-in ready, interested parties please message privately, serious inquiries only. Shu He and Yuding both liked Shirmu's post. As fate would have it, after lunch the weather began to darken, the initially azure sky replaced by a chillier gray overcast. They had intended to go shopping, but the weather forecast predicted rain mixed with snow in the evening. A biting cold wind began to rise. Before heading out, Yuding returned the warm water bottle to Shu He, advising head home. The weather has changed. Don't catch a chill. Alright. This time, Shirmu was driving, with Shu He sitting in the passenger seat. Feeling a persistent dull ache in her lower abdomen, which had been bothering her since lunch, yet her period was still a week away. Shu He, you don't look well. Are you cold? Perhaps. Shirmu cranked the car's heater to maximum, delivering Shu He back to Qingfeng Villa, instructing Aunt Zhang to brew a bowl of ginger soup for her. Drink it and take a nap. If you feel unwell, contact me. Okay, Shirmu, drive safely and message me when you get home. Once back at Qingfeng Villa, Shu He headed to the bathroom. Indeed, her period had arrived. The last time she visited the female doctor, she mentioned that moxibustion could stimulate the uterine area and possibly lead to an early onset during that time of the month. It was a normal occurrence, but why was the pain so intense this time? Earlier that morning, she had opened the bedroom window for ventilation, and as she approached the window to close it, she noticed a strong wind had picked up, with raindrops pattering down. The cool breeze that swept in felt like ice filling her lungs. Shua's limbs felt frigid. She changed into warmer clothes and snuggled under the covers. Her hand resting on her abdomen. Menstrual cramps could be utterly debilitating for a girl. The underfloor heating was on full blast, yet her feet remained cold. Madam, are you feeling unwell? Aunt Zhang, having noticed Shua's pale complexion earlier, hurried upstairs but had not emerged since, after some deliberation, Aunt Zhang decided to enter the bedroom with the master not at home. She felt that Shu He was the type to keep her troubles bottled up, and she wanted to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Shu He slowly opened her eyes and shook her head. I'm not unwell, Aunt Zhang. I just want to take a nap. I had lunch with friends, so there's no need to prepare anything. Alright. Aunt Zhang tucked Shu He in, drew the curtains, and turned off the lights. Shua's sleeping face appeared serene, clearly exhausted. Just before leaving, Aunt Zhang noticed a bag of sanitary pads on the table and placed them in the drawer. Realizing that the young mistress's period had begun. Chapter 29, Menstrual Cycle. Brown sugar water. In Shua's memory, there had never been thunder in the winters of Jingbei. At this moment, the night deepened, and Shu He curled up under the covers, burying her head, sleeping restlessly as the rain mixed with snow turned to hail. The sound of it beating against the window like a drum. Thunder rumbled, as if tearing the heavens apart. The entire city was enveloped in severe convective weather, a natural phenomenon of thunder and snow, exceedingly rare, foretelling a coming blizzard in Jingbei over the next few days. Shu He felt a chill and a heaviness in her head, her sleep fragmented and fitful as she tossed and turned. When she finally opened her eyes, the surroundings were pitch dark, and she had no idea what time it was. Her abdomen still ached. She made another trip to the bathroom, then returned to bed and fell back asleep. The spasms in her lower abdomen furrowed her brow. In her dreams, she got up to take a piece of ibuprofen, but each time she woke up, she found herself still in bed, having not taken any painkillers. A weighty nightmare pressed down on her. In her semi-conscious state, she heard footsteps nearby, and the bed dipped down. Shu He. A melodious voice called out softly, followed by the covers being lifted as she was enveloped in a warm embrace. She opened her eyes to see soft night lights illuminating the room, the light outlining the man's cool, handsome features. His glasses glinted under the light, and his gaze was somewhat murky yet focused on her. You re-home? Shu He thought she was still dreaming, feeling drowsy as she closed her eyes again. Her voice was nasally, soft as she spoke. I'm home. A pair of warm, dry hands rested on her forehead. Normal temperature. He then touched her small hand, feeling its coldness. Shi Yu wrapped Shua snugly in the covers, brushing aside the wisps of hair by her ear, and lifted a cup of warm brown sugar water from the table. Here, drink slowly. Shua's consciousness fully awakened. It was brown sugar water, pleasantly warm, and Shi Yu was feeding it to her. But I thought you weren't coming back until the day after tomorrow. Had she slept for 3 days? Surely not. He must have returned early. After finishing the drink, warmth spread through her stomach. Are you still thirsty? Shua indeed felt a bit parched. Noticing Shi Yu's gentle demeanor and extraordinary patience, she realized he didn't speak to her out of mere politeness. She nodded, and he poured her another cup, this time warm water, quenching her thirst, returning to sit beside her to feed her. I can drink by myself. I'll feed you. Shi Yu handed her the water. And as she took a sip, he reminded her, I'm not competing with you, there is plenty of time. Take your time. Shua began to drink slowly. After finishing the cup, her thirst was finally quenched. And as she lay back down, she had yet to express her gratitude when she noticed Shi Yu holding a warm water bag. He lifted the covers, placing it on her cold feet. Suddenly, the warmth enveloped her, causing Shua to lift her gaze, her feet resting atop the bag, the heat radiating through her body. No longer were her feet cold. Shi Yu took another warm water bag, sitting on the edge of the bed. Placing his warm palm on it, once his hand warmed up, he slipped it beneath the covers, gently massaging her lower abdomen. Such intimate gestures caused Shua to shift nervously towards the center of the bed. Be good. Shi Yu fixed his gaze on her, teasingly saying, Do you realize how you're looking at me right now? What do you mean? It was as if she were in the presence of a superior. Exhibiting utmost respect and cautious demeanor, Shua, you are my wife, I shall not harm you, do not be afraid. Was Shua under an illusion? It was the first time she sensed the tenderness in Shi Yu's tone. This man was 9 years her senior, a seasoned individual in her eyes, resembling a composed and serious elder, exuding an air of aloofness, maturity, and methodical grace, yet now, his voice was deep and soothing, akin to the gentle sound of small stones clinking together. Declaring her as his wife, assuring her of his protection, Shua propped her arms and moved closer to Shi Yu, lying beside him. This surely does not feel like a superior's presence anymore. Is it acceptable now? Call me husband. Shua felt as though Shi Yu were teasing her, yet she could find no evidence to support her suspicion. Husband, she murmured, her lips barely parting. He did not hear her. Her voice was too faint. Shua's cheeks flushed as she called out again, husband. Good girl, Shi Yu replied, continuing to massage her, his long fingers gently lifting her nightgown, allowing his palm's warmth to rest against her abdomen. Shua averted her gaze. He had just referred to her as good girl. Oddly, while her belly felt warm, her face was flushed as if it were being roasted beside a fire. Gradually heating up, Shi Yu continued to knead her soft belly. In the past, during her menstrual cramps, she would apply a heating pad and take a pill of ibuprofen, quietly lying down without ever mentioning her discomfort to others, fearing that they would think her overly sensitive. How did Shi Yu know? Feeling that his palm was no longer overly warm, he proceeded to warm it further with a hot water bottle before placing it on her abdomen, massaging her gently. Shi Yu frowned, sensing her frail body. This girl had no flesh on her waist, so thin. You should eat more, gain some weight. Losing weight is not advisable. Being plump is healthier. I am gradually increasing my food intake. I've been exercising, yet I just cannot gain weight. Do not exercise during your period. Alright. Shua noticed that Shi Yu was still dressed in a crisp shirt and trousers, his collar slightly open, the shirt clinging to his toned waist, as though he had rushed over without changing his clothes. Did you come home early? Did it affect your work? Nothing is more important than caring for my wife. Such sincere and gentle words from a man made Shua's heart skip a beat. Shi Yu once more warmed his palm and placed it on her soft abdomen, employing the massage techniques prescribed by the doctor to alleviate her pain. Is it feeling better? If your stomach still hurts, I can fetch you some painkillers. Much improved. No need for medication. Get some sleep, Shua. I am here beside you. Okay. The two of them shared a tranquil space, Shua slowly closing her eyes, gradually relaxing her body. Relishing his care, the warm, gentle massage alleviated much of the cramping in her abdomen. In truth, this was Shua's first experience with brown sugar water, as well as her first encounter with someone caring for her during her period. Staying by her side when she was in discomfort, outside, hail battered against the windows, accompanied by the crisp sound of collision. The muffled rumble of thunder persisted. Perhaps it was due to Shi Yu's presence that Shua drifted into a deep, secure sleep. No longer fearing the tumultuous sounds of the stormy night, Shi Yu ceased his massage. He stood up, refilling a hot water bottle, ensuring it was warm but not scalding, placing it on Shua's abdomen. Tucking her exposed hand back under the covers, and covering her with the blanket. A heavy snowfall had enveloped Jingbei these past few days. Shi Yu opened Shua's backpack, filled with study supplies, yet found no key for the car she drove. He rummaged through the desk drawers, searching all 3 levels, but to no avail. Just as he was about to close the drawer, he discovered a delicate bottle at the very bottom, adorned with numerous handcrafted stars and cartoon stickers. The bottle was labeled He He Swish Bottle. Inside, it contained many rainbow cards, haphazardly arranged, with much of the writing visible from the outside. September 16, Overcast. Sister, today I turn 9. My godmother bought me a birthday cake. I still cannot speak. I wonder if I will ever be able to sing again. I regret not learning to sing properly from you. My psychologist is also my mute language teacher, and he says I am too impatient, which hinders my recovery. July 2, rainy. The teacher says I am poor at math, that I have a bias, making it difficult to get into Jing. I have enrolled in a math class. Jingbei's ordinary middle school will not accept a student like me. If I still cannot speak by this summer, I will have to attend a special school. Sister, I will share my experiences in the special school with you. August 13, sunny. Sister, my aphasia has been cured. I can speak today. I recited an ancient poem to my brother. He cried, and he took me to enroll in middle school. In September, I can attend the same middle school as Mumu. September 10th. Sunny, I can sing Truly Love You Now. I bought a guitar, a beautiful wooden one. Sister, can you come into my dreams tonight to see my guitar? Actually, I just miss you. Sister, I want to sing this song for you. I miss you so much. January 3, overcast. I haven't dreamed of you in a long time. Sister, November 9, foggy. He's wish to be a bird of light. September 20, sunny. Sister, I got into Jingda. The new student opening ceremony was so lively. Today I sang for Mom, she was there, and I saw her in the audience. June 7, light rain. I want to visit the zoo and see the little animals. Chapter 30, do you not feel pain spending money on me? Beneath the cards, there were numerous children's oil paintings. Shi Yu picked them up and unfolded them. These paintings, rendered with oil pastels, exhibited a childish style, created during the time when little Shua could not speak. Each painting featured a large sun and a beautiful little bird, its feathers shimmering with vibrant colors, alive and free. One painting depicted their mother, brother, sister, and Shua. Shi Yu closed the drawer. There were still many rainbow cards in children's oil paintings. Yet he felt unable to look any longer. His gaze returned to Shua's face. Her body was significantly frilier than that of an average person, lying on the bed as thin as paper. Her breathing so light it was almost imperceptible. This girl resembled a long-neglected, sickly stray cat. Had she previously suffered from psychological aphasia? Shi Yu surveyed the room and found her car keys on the coffee table. After taking them, he left the master bedroom and dialed Zhou Xianji's number on his phone. The next day, heavy snow. When Shua awoke, she found herself clutching a plush hot water bottle, still warm, and her feet resting on another warm water bottle. Logically, the hot water bottle from last night should not still be this warm. Shi Yu had replaced her hot water bottle. As soon as Shua sat up, she heard the bedroom door open. Shi Yu entered, speaking to the servant outside. Instruct the kitchen to prepare lunch. Understood, replied Aunt Jiang. After spending some time together, Shua found Aunt Jiang to be very kind. Like a fine wine that had been aged for a long time, rich and comforting. You're awake? Yes. Shi Yu held a cup of warm water, placing it on the bedside table. Does your stomach still hurt? Not anymore. Shua drank the warm water. She had slept comfortably last night, her abdomen warm, and the pain had subsided. As she lifted the blanket, intending to put on her shoes to head to the bathroom, she suddenly noticed her slippers had been replaced with new cotton ones. Where are my holy shoes? In the bathroom. Who wears sandals in winter? You can wear them when showering, your feet are cold. Wear cotton slippers at home. Oh, Shua bent down to put on her shoes. Suddenly a pair of well-defined hands appeared in her line of sight. Shi Yu crouched in front of her, holding a thick pair of cotton socks, gently grasping her foot to help her put them on. Shua's ankles were slender, her skin as pale as jade. She instinctively flinched in surprise when he held her ankle. Do not shy away from me, the man said softly. Shua supported herself on the bed, looking down at him. Shi Yu's profile was strikingly handsome from any angle. Thank you, she stammered. The cotton socks were mid-calf, protecting her ankles. Shua felt dazed, unaware that she was lost in thought. Shi Yu began to put on the other sock for her, and she never anticipated that this privileged young man would lower himself to put on cotton socks for her. The bathroom contained a new smart foot bathtub. From now on, every evening, Aunt Jiang would prepare herbal materials for her to soak her feet, and she was to persist with it for 15 minutes daily. Alright. Shua went to the bathroom, and while brushing her teeth, her mind kept replaying his attentive care from last night, as well as his recent gesture of putting on her socks. After finishing her morning routine, Shua resolved to formally express her gratitude to Shi Yu, thanking him for returning home early to care for her and for promptly replacing the hot water bottle. Shi Yu was at the desk, fiddling with a painting that he had drawn back the curtains, revealing the snowfall outside. The flakes were large, blanketing the world in a thick layer of white, indicating that the snow had not ceased since last night. Just as Shua was about to speak, Shi Yu turned around, gesturing for her to come closer. What is this? There's a special auction in Hong Kong. Since your expertise leans toward ancient literature, I thought you would appreciate this painting. I purchased it yesterday. It is a gift for you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shua's eyes. The painting was undoubtedly valuable, a renowned landscape from the Song dynasty, well preserved, with delicate brushwork depicting rolling mountains and swirling mists. Originally, he attended the Sotheby's auction yesterday with the intention of acquiring an antique painting for her. Shu He carefully rolled up the antique calligraphy and painting, placed it in a box, and handed a golden bank card to Shu He, saying, "My salary is yours." Shu He hesitated to accept it. She was acutely aware that this was not truly Shu Yu's salary. He simply wished to gift her the card. Shu Yu took her small hand and pressed it into her palm. She clutched the golden card tightly. Shu Yu had already gifted her a Northern Song Kiln sky blue glaze wash, arranged for a brand to customize her entire wardrobe, and now presented her with a priceless antique painting. Along with the golden card, Shu He remained silent for a long time, gazing at the design on the bank card. She opened her mouth slightly, murmuring as if to herself or perhaps to the man before her. "Don't you feel pain spending money on me?" Why did she think this way? Shu He said nothing, simply standing still. Throughout her life, no one had ever showered her with such lavish gifts. Her father's words that she was unworthy of receiving gifts had cast a long shadow over her. In her childhood, whenever she purchased something slightly expensive, her father would scold her harshly in front of the servants, destroying her belongings and proclaiming that no matter how much money they had, it was not meant for her. This led to a profound sense of guilt every time she spent money. However, she was too young then to earn her own living. Later, she was cast out of her home. Left with no support, relying on others, bearing wounds, and suffering from rare psychogenic aphonia, her godmother spent money on her treatment and hired a psychologist. She understood that the cost of therapy was exorbitant and desperately wanted to speak to stop wasting her godmother's money, but the more she tried, the harder it became to articulate her thoughts. During that time, she faced ridicule from many at school, feeling utterly wretched when her godmother discovered her foolish actions. She scolded her severely, saying that if Shu He were to die, her sister's efforts to save her would be in vain, and she must live well. Her godmother would give her ample pocket money. Yet she gradually developed a habit of not daring to spend freely, and even now, as an adult, the ingrained shadow still lingered. Shu Yu slowed his speech. "If I don't spend money on you, am I to spend it on other women? Shu He, am I not your husband?" "Yes." Shu Yu noticed that Shu He was only wearing a thin nightgown. He fetched a thick sweater from the wardrobe and helped her put it on. It is only right for a husband to hand over his salary to his wife. From now on, buy whatever you wish without concern for value. Simply consider whether you like it. Why money exists for your enjoyment. Shu He felt a slight lump in her throat. Okay. A wave of emotion washed over her. Her eyes stinging, her heart aching as if a part of her had been hollowed out. The faint scent of cedar emanating from Shu Yu was refreshing and pure. It felt as though their last encounter had taken place in a bygone era. "Why are you crying?" Shu Yu gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shu He kept her head down, feeling the coolness of the tears on her cheeks. Had she been crying all along? Clutching the bank card tightly, she struggled to suppress her tears, her lips trembling, her voice barely a whisper. "Are you no longer angry with me?" "What?" Her voice was so soft that Shu Yu leaned down to hear her better. Their height difference was considerable. All he could see were the tears falling from her eyes, one by one, like a string of broken pearls. Her complexion was pale, even whiter than the snowflakes outside the window. "It's nothing." Shu Yu tucked her hair behind her ear, leaning against the desk. Shu Yu reached out to ruffle the girl's hair, soothing her. "Your voice is delightful, the most beautiful I have ever heard." Shu Yu furrowed her brows slightly, confused. Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to her voice being lovely? Shu Yu used a tissue to dry her tear-streaked face, changing the topic with a hint of laziness in his tone. "Did you not say you missed me? Shouldn't there be some acknowledgement?" Recalling the words she had spoken yesterday, a faint blush crept across Shu Yu's cheeks. I'm hungry." Feeling guilty, Shu Yu turned to leave. She couldn't possibly admit that she had expressed her longing for him after losing a game of truth or dare. If Shu Yu found out, he would likely be furious. She dared not meet his gaze. Someone in a position of power could read her thoughts in an instant. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped by his large hand. Shu Yu gently pulled her back, the refreshing aroma of cedar filling her senses as she stood before him, mere inches apart. "Why are you running away? Why are you hiding from me?" Their eyes met. And Shu Yu's elegant, handsome features magnified in her sight, his eyes twinkling with mischief, a playful glint that seemed to tease her like a cunning fox. Chapter 31. A kiss is just a kiss. "Why do you bite?" Shu Yu averted her gaze, captured within Shu Yu's grasp. She found it impossible to break free. Perhaps it was the closeness that flushed her porcelain skin with a visible hue of crimson. Even her ears turning a delicate shade of pink. Shu He could hear the low, amused chuckle emanating from above. She lowered her head, feeling the warmth of his grip on her wrist intensifying. An unfamiliar yet intriguing sensation spreading through her limbs. Don't develop the habit of looking down. Shu He, lift your head. Shu He raised her eyes, colliding with a pair of deep-sea blue orbs. Shu Yu wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Drawing her closer, Shu Yu stood on her toes, her arms instinctively curling against his sturdy chest. A cool sensation brushed against her forehead. Shu Yu kissed her. In an instant, Shu Yu's mind went blank. Her heart seemed to skip a beat, and she stood there, stunned. Just as she was about to step back, Shu Yu parted his lips. "Try hiding from me again." She didn't hide, she was merely taken aback. Observing her reaction, Shu Yu remarked, "Are we not legally bound? You make me feel as though I am engaging in an affair." "Do not move." Shu Yu became as stiff as a wooden doll. Shu Yu closed the distance once more, kissing her again, this time not on the forehead but on her lips. Their lips met. Shu Yu held the back of Shu Yu's head, claiming her lips on this snowy winter day. The familiar scent of cedar enveloping her senses, Shu Yu felt her mind go blank, her eyelashes fluttering. She had never been kissed before and obediently closed her eyes. The kiss was gentle at first. akin to cool snowflakes falling upon her lips, but gradually deepened, transforming from a delicate flurry into a cup of steaming tea, their lips and teeth intertwining, Shi Yu's possessiveness becoming ever more apparent. Shu He felt herself growing dizzy from the kiss. When Shi Yu finally withdrew, Shu He pressed her lips together, trying to catch her breath, wondering why she felt oddly addicted to his kisses, which were surprisingly pleasant. Suddenly, Shi Yu leaned in again, biting her lip. That hurts, Shu He whimpered. Endure it, or bite back. Shu He's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she opened her mouth to say something. But he kissed her again, enveloping her in his distinct masculine scent. Unbeknownst to them, they had switched positions. Shi Yu held Shu He close, turning her around so that she was seated on the desk, while he leaned over her, pinning her small hands beneath his, effectively trapping her with no chance of resistance. Shu He tilted her chin slightly, their lips entangled. The strength of his kiss gradually overwhelmed her, leaving her feeling soft and pliable. As lunch was nearly ready, Butler Jiang had gone to the master bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Just as she was about to knock, she caught sight of the scene inside and turned away. Smiling as she left, the servants preparing lunch came and went, and one asked Jiang Jia, "Lunch is ready. Should I call for the sir and madam to dine?" "No rush, let them be." "Understood." The first kiss? Shi Yu released her, and the girl in his arms was breathing rapidly, her lips resembling freshly washed cherries, glossy and sweet, inviting her response. Though her kissing skills were decidedly inexperienced, Shu He's kiss was merely a fleeting touch, as she had never kissed anyone before. No, Shu He's cheeks remained flushed. The girl's lips, kissed to a rosy hue, appeared enticingly vibrant. Shi Yu gently caressed the dampness at the corners of her eyes. "Oh, between me and that fellow named Fu, who surpasses the other, Fu Henning has never kissed me. Do you have other ex-boyfriends?" "Just him. I gave my first kiss to my sister, kissed her cheek. At this." Shi Yu seemed taken aback, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he stood up and headed outside. "Let's go eat." Shu He jumped off the desk and followed Shi Yu. She touched her lips, feeling a slight pain from where he had bitten her, a tingle spreading through her. Shi Yu turned to see her looking like a wrong child. "What's wrong? A kiss is just a kiss. Why do you have to bite?" "I just bit." Shi Yu returned to the capital early after lunch. He went to the study outside. The snow continued to fall. The U-shaped island area next to the dining room featured an open kitchen and a dessert baking area for the owner's leisurely cooking. Inspired, Shu He decided to make candied chestnuts. Aunt Jiang, hearing the sweet call, Butler Jiang, who was busy pruning the plants, paused her work. "Madam, what is it? Do we have raw chestnuts at home? I want to make candied chestnuts." It was rare for the madam to make a request, and Butler Jiang was delighted, her eyes crinkling with joy as if it were the new year. She quickly contacted the kitchen, which sent over a large supply of raw chestnuts. In her haste, the kitchen had not yet cleaned them properly, and Butler Jiang carried the chestnuts to wash them. "I can wash them." Shu He donned a headband, casually tied her hair into a bun, and rolled up the sleeves of her loose sweater as she washed the chestnuts in the kitchen's washing area. Butler Jiang adjusted the water temperature for her. As Shu He meticulously cleans the chestnuts, she focuses intently, washing each one individually and placing the cleaned ones into a small basket beside her. Jiang, the housekeeper, perceives that this new demeanor of Shu He exudes a warmth reminiscent of the mundane. She appears gentle and amiable, suitable for both home and hearth, no longer just a girl imbued with a chilling scholarly air. "What inspired you to make candied chestnuts?" he inquires. "I want to prepare them for my little uncle." "Oh no. For my husband to taste," she replies. After rinsing the chestnuts, the next step involves gently scoring the raw chestnuts with a knife, just enough to enhance their flavor during boiling and roasting. As Shu He stands before the cutting board, her hand has yet to rest upon the knife's handle when Shi Yu swiftly takes the knife from her. "Allow me," he states. Shu He raises her brows. "Oh, when did you arrive?" The housekeeper, understanding the unspoken nuances, discreetly takes his leave with the servant. Shi Yu places the kitchen knife on the cutting board, loosening his shirt cuffs and removing his watch to wash his hands. "You mentioned wanting to make them," he replies. Shu He corrects him. "I meant candied chestnuts. I never implied anything else," he retorts. Their gazes meet for a moment, and upon noticing Shu He's flushed cheeks, Shi Yu's lips curl into a slight smile, his mood evidently buoyant. "My wife is rather bashful." The atmosphere turns subtly intimate. Fortunately, they are alone. Shu He touches her warming cheeks, realizing that his earlier comment was deliberately provocative. After washing his hands, Shi Yu begins to deftly score the chestnut skins. From Shu He's perspective, his movements are clean and efficient, swiftly preparing each raw chestnut, much like his decisive demeanor at work. As he grips the knife handle, the taut veins on the back of his hand become pronounced, and Shu He finds his hands rather alluring. Shi Yu, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, possesses an admirable physique. "When did a male model lecturer appear in your finance department?" "You all are fortunate. Professor Shire's physique is enviable. Red beans sprout in the southern lands. Shi Yu is a male model with a waist that could kill. It's free, if you don't take advantage of it. You're missing out." Chapter 32. Is there a limit to how many times I can kiss you? Suddenly, a small version of he appears in Shu He's mind, whispering such frivolous words in her ear. As she gazes back at Shi Yu, his alluring Adam's apple catches her eye, the collar of his shirt slightly open, the outline of his collarbone faintly visible. Shu He unconsciously bites her lip. Feeling a bit parched indeed, a man's collarbone veins and the V-line can be captivating enough to enchant a girl without revealing his face. How does Shi Yu maintain such a splendid physique? Realizing her thoughts might have overstepped, Shu He quickly shakes her head, dismissing the little voice in her mind. That would be exceedingly impolite. Shi Yu observes her innocent head shaking and prompts, "Stop playing coy. What is the next step?" Once Shi Yu finishes scoring the raw chestnuts, Shu He places them into a pot, adding cold water and a pinch of salt, following a recipe from Zia Hongshu. "Now, we boil them for 20 minutes. How shall they spend these 20 minutes? Waiting." Shi Yu chuckles at the earnestness of Shu He, who resembles a little orange cat sneaking into the kitchen, hiding behind a cabinet, waiting for the food to be ready. Believing herself to be inconspicuous, "Kiss," Shi Yu states succinctly. Shu He thinks she misheard. As Shi Yu leans closer, she scans their surroundings, confirming they are alone in the open kitchen. "But you just kissed me not long ago. Is there a limit to how many times I can kiss you?" Suddenly feeling weightless, Shu He finds herself lifted effortlessly by Shi Yu and set upon the pristine countertop before seating her. He retrieves a cushion from the dining table to ensure she doesn't feel cold. "Close your eyes." Shu He complies, feeling her chin gently elevated by his hand, her mind racing with thoughts of his assertiveness. Shi Yu leans in closer, his gaze fixed upon her. Shu He has porcelain-like skin, the fine hairs on her cheeks visible. Leaning down, his cool lips brush against hers, akin to savoring a sweet, soft cotton candy. Outside, snowflakes dance in a serene swirl, a tranquil ambience enveloping them. Their lips meet once more, and this time, Shu He dares to open her eyes, witnessing the enchanting winter scene outside and the captivating Shi Yu within it. The small pot on the stove emits a gentle bubbling sound. Shu He closes her eyes again, feeling a surge of electricity coursing through her. This kiss, while not overwhelmingly forceful, evolves into a tender entanglement. A delightful exchange that is both comforting and exhilarating. It dawns on her that even the most aloof and refined individuals possess soft lips. Shu He wonders if Shi Yu's kissing prowess hints at a history of numerous ex-girlfriends. Such skill must surely be honed through practice, right? "Ouch," Shu He exclaims, touching her lips. "You bit me again. What a weirdo." She scolds him for being distracted during a kiss. Shi Yu playfully taps her forehead with a finger, and Shu He covers her brow, secretly lamenting that this man not only bites her but also pokes her. When a servant arrives with honey and brushes, they find Shi Yu at ease, using a slotted spoon to fish out the chestnuts from the pot, while his wife, Shu He, with her sparkling autumnal eyes and flushed cheeks, sits on the counter, rubbing her lips. Upon noticing the servant's presence, Shu He quickly hops down from the counter, returning the cushion to the rosewood chair in the dining area. The servant departs with a knowing smile. It's evident that something delightful transpired between the couple. With the lady's lips slightly swollen, hinting at the duration of their intimate moment, surely the bond between husband and wife has deepened. When the candied chestnuts are ready, their enticing aroma fills the air. The little orange cat emerges from its hiding spot, its keen nose sniffing around Shu He's feet, nuzzling against her in a display of affection. Shu He kneels beside the cat, noticing the bandage over its left eye has been removed. Restoring its sight, she strokes the little cat's head, catching a whiff of the milk-scented shampoo, undoubtedly applied by Aunt Zhang. Each time she pets the little orange cat, it emits a low, comforting purring sound. Shu He had added Dr. Pei's friend on social media and inquired about this phenomenon. He explained it was an expression of comfort and happiness, a sign that the little stray cat had found a home and felt secure. Shu He notices the cat eyeing the candied chestnuts and asks Shi Yu, "Can the little cat eat candied chestnuts?" "Probably not. Should we ask Dr. Pei? I've become friends with him now." Shi Yu raises an amused brow. "What did you call him?" "Dr. Pei." Shu He replies, "The other day, I went to the pet hospital to buy treats and milk for the little cat, and Dr. Pei told me to call him that." "He'll have to call you brother-in-law, taking advantage of you." The little orange cat lets out a longing meow, prompting Shu He to text Dr. Pei to inquire, sending along a picture of the candied chestnuts. Dr. Pei quickly responds, "Pei Shu, cannot eat." Pei Shu, the sugar and starch content in candied chestnuts is very high, and this little cat has only recently recovered, with a fragile digestive system. It could easily lead to indigestion. Perhaps wait a bit longer. "Pei Shu, your chestnuts look delightful. Where did you buy them?" "The little orange cat can't eat them, but I certainly can. Little Gray, made them myself." Shi Yu, with the freshly made candied chestnuts, heads to the living room and sits on the sofa, snapping a photo of the chestnuts to share in the Single Nature Reserve group chat. Shi Yu, image, Shi Yu, my wife made these candied chestnuts. They're quite sweet. If you want to try, I'll have her make more next time. Pei Shu, those yoga pants can't hold a candle to you. Pei Shu, this is the Single Nature Reserve. Maybe you should reconsider your words. Pei Shu, just married and already bragging about your wife. Have you never seen candied chestnuts before? Have you gone bankrupt? I'll buy you a portion roadside one day. Shi Yu, I'm not bragging about my wife. Am I supposed to brag about yours? Apologies, I forgot, you don't have one. With so many pet hospitals around, your bed must be empty. Pei Shu, viral link alert. How toxic are candied chestnuts? Beware of their harm to the human body. After reading these 3 points, Ull never touch them again. Sure you, even my dad doesn't share those elder links anymore. Pei Shu, by Songsheng brother Shang, kick him out, will you? I can't handle his mouth anymore. Zhou Xianji, you better check if they're cooked before eating, don't end up in the hospital again. Sure you? Zhou Xianji, he once made me a plate of stir-fried greens. It was half raw, and I was ill for a day. The doctor said it was food poisoning. After returning home, she made me a pot of black-bone chicken soup, claiming it was entirely according to the Zaya Honshu tutorial. Surely cooked to nourish me. As a result, I ended up in the emergency room that night, encountering the same doctor. Pei Shu, haha, what did the doctor say? Zhou Xianji, the doctor remarked that I was hard to kill. Enduring consecutive poisonings yet managing to smile. Pei Shu, by Songsheng, I seem to be the only one still working overtime this weekend. Those chestnuts look exquisite. I'll come by your place to try them sometime. Sure you, Songsheng, the usual arrangement, let us have dumplings at your place this New Year's Day. By Songsheng, sure. Chapter 33, I can't find my car keys. Sure you stares thoughtfully at the plate of candied chestnuts. Musing Shu He, the production process of these candied chestnuts is flawless, isn't it? Of course, I have meticulously followed the procedure from Zaya Hongshu, and they are undoubtedly cooked to perfection. Familiar with these words, Shu Yu began to assess the potency of the candied chestnuts. Noticing Shu He gazing at him expectantly, eager for him to take a taste, Shu He approached, extending her hand. Don't you believe me? I'll sample one first. She was about to take a bite when Shu Yu intercepted her hand. Picked up a candied chestnut, placed it in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and exhaled in relief. It's cooked. Fortunately, chestnuts are quite forgiving, easy to prepare, and pose no toxicity or dietary restrictions. After boiling the raw chestnuts for an extended period and subsequently air frying them, Shu Yu had meticulously controlled the entire process, ensuring that everything was essentially flawless. Is it delicious? Shu Yu beamed like a child seeking praise. A feast. As Shu Yu savored the roasted chestnuts, he complimented the young girl. My dear wife possesses remarkable culinary skills, far surpassing those sold by street vendors. Aren't you tempted to try? I made these for you, and I've had my fill. Shu Yu was delighted. She had never realized before that Shu Yu was quite adept at giving compliments. Continuing to indulge in her feline affection, she felt assured of her skills, while also acknowledging that her brother had a somewhat delicate stomach. Don't you want to name the little cat? Upon this inquiry from Shu Yu, Shu He pondered carefully. It suddenly dawned on her that the day she encountered the little orange cat was also the day she met Shu Yu again. The little orange had been injured and was rescued by Shu Yu. Taken to the green cottage just as she had first met Shu Yu when she was also injured and he had taken her to the hospital. What a remarkable coincidence. Shu He cradled the soft little orange cat and kissed it. She's adorably foolish and a girl. How about the name Little Orange Blossom? Is that pretty? He looked at Shu He when she smiled, her eyes sparkled, and her brows arched like a crescent moon, revealing two charming little tiger teeth, full of energy and vitality. Blossom, it's lovely. When we have a daughter in the future, you shall name her. These words Shu He coughed repeatedly, her fair complexion growing increasingly flushed. Heavens, Shu Yu's words could frighten the dead. He never fails to astonish. Little Orange Blossom tilted her head, gazing at He, gently scratching her arm as if trying to soothe her cough. Shu Yu lifted the teapot, pouring a cup of warm water for Shu He. Come and drink some water. You might choke while petting the cat. On Monday morning, the relentless blizzard had finally ceased. The weather forecast indicated an ongoing orange alert for heavy snow, and the snow removal efforts on the streets were commendable. However, the elementary, middle, and high schools in the northern part of the city remained closed, while many universities continued their classes, with Shu He having just a few final lessons before the semester's end. The 8 a.m. lecture was conducted by Professor Liu, who was exceedingly strict, with the first order of business being a variety of attendance checks. After breakfast, Shu He returned to her bedroom but could not locate her car keys. Having searched everywhere, even beneath the sofa, to no avail. How peculiar, she always placed her keys on the coffee table. Steward Jiang had prepared some pastries for her in a bento box, which Shu Yu collected. Approaching the door of the master bedroom on the second floor, he was about to knock when he spotted Shu He in a comical and bewildered crouch, hearing footsteps at the door. Shu He stood up. Have you seen my car keys? No, I left them on the coffee table. Shu Yu leaned casually against the doorframe, opened her bento box, pinched a piece of peach crisp, tasted it, and found it overly sweet. You should ask your uncle. Shu He paused for a moment, then grasped his pun. Aren't you my uncle? In their playful banter, Shu He found Shu Yu unbeatable. Finally understanding why he was nicknamed Dui, he was indeed quite skilled at banter. The man, with a smile playing on his lips and his tall figure, walked past her, noticing his custom black cashmere coat and the tailored suit underneath. It seemed he was off to work. Shi Yu handed the bento box to Shu He. The luxurious silver watch on his wrist indicated it was already 7:20. He spoke in a calm tone. Be mindful of the time. Don't be late, I must head to work. Shu He watched as Shi Yu departed. The route from Qingfeng Villa to Jingbei University and Hangshan Group was on his way, yet he did not offer to escort her. Men truly cannot be relied upon. Time was indeed pressing. Shu He stuffed the bento box into her backpack, too rushed to search for her keys any further, and called the driver who had picked her up the last time. At a critical moment, the call went unanswered. As she reached the entrance of the hall, she sighed. During the morning rush, hailing a cab would take ages, and if she opted for the bus, the nearest stop was at Wetland Park, which would certainly make her late, even if she had 8 legs. Just then, a Rolls-Royce glided into the courtyard. The brisk wind stirred the accumulated snow from the treetops, and as the snow fell, the rear window slowly descended, revealing Shi Yu leaning against the backrest, his posture dignified. "Do you need a ride?" "I do." Shu He's eyes sparkled with delight. "Master, you had already opened the car door for her?" Inviting her to take a seat, she jogged to the backseat, slipping inside, where the warmth from the heater welcomed her. The car started, heading toward Jingbei University. Shu He exhaled in relief, her cheeks dimpled with a charming smile. How wonderful it was to catch a ride. Now there was ample time, and she had feared being called out by Professor Liu. Shi Yu held a financial morning report in his hands, leisurely reading the paper, his long legs crossed, fingers resting lightly on the armrest, and he adjusted his glasses. "If it weren't for me, you would have been late." The way he lifted his glasses momentarily stunned Shu He. He looked quite refined and elegant. "Indeed," Shu He replied, pulling out a thick stack of class notes from her bag. She pressed the button on the armrest, and the small table automatically unfolded, maintaining a horizontal position. Having been lazy at home the previous days, she still had to address 2 questions that Professor Liu had left for her. Noticing that Shu He had not uttered her customary thanks, Shi Yu's gaze shifted back to her as she became engrossed in frantically completing her assignments. And then, "Is that all?" Shu He's pen paused, slightly bewildered. "Shouldn't there be something else?" Shi Yu began to extort. "If you take the bus, you still have to drop in a couple of coins, and on such a cold day surely there must be some form of gratitude for riding in my car. All right, should I pay via Alipay or WeChat?" "How much?" Shu He retrieved her phone, appearing ready to settle the fare. She leaned forward, perhaps shortened the reflex arc a bit. Shi Yu raised his hand, his cool fingertip gently tapping her forehead, nudging her back. Shu He rubbed her brow and straightened her posture. Chapter 34. A man who takes advantage yet pretends to be innocent. Chapter 35. No achievements, cannot marry her now, subjected to such public humiliation. Assistant Feng, holding documents, turned and exited the president's office. These scions of wealthy families, relying on their deeply rooted family businesses, carried themselves arrogantly, mockingly disregarding the consequences of their words. Yet, as the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a kingdom, but difficult to maintain it. If Xiao Fu continues to squander time like this, the group will inevitably fall into ruin under his stewardship. Upon witnessing Assistant Feng's departure, Fu Hanning idly stroked the cat. And as he did, he recalled the tears shimmering in Assistant Feng's eyes before she left. His composed brow furrowed slightly. Although Assistant Feng's words were harsh, her abilities were indeed outstanding. Ji Yuquan's remark about her being a dog was a bit excessive. The Persian cat had fallen asleep. Fu Hanning stood up, fastening the belt of his robe, and approached his desk, picking up the telephone receiver. After hesitating for 3 minutes, his finger lingered above the dial, ultimately relinquishing the idea of making the call. Forget it. If she wants to resign, let her. Although Assistant Feng was capable, she lacked an understanding of the rules. His father would arrange for another assistant, and there was no need to bow down to a subordinate. Ji Yuquan leaned closer to Fu Gu. "Guess who I ran into this morning while passing by Jing University? Get lost." "I'm not interested. Aren't your ex-girlfriends either sharp-faced or with shoehorn faces? Their features are all asymmetrical, and even when kissing, their noses have to be crooked. Can't you find someone who hasn't undergone plastic surgery?" "Damn it, why are you attacking my aesthetics? Oh, so you think Shu He is the only one good? She's as skinny as a stick, has no chest whatsoever, front and back are the same, can't even give you a kiss, let alone a touch, and definitely not a night together. Although she possesses the face of a classical beauty, what is the point of courting such a pure and desireless woman? Boring. Point. One more thing." Fu Hanning shot a cold glare at him. "Don't even think about it. All your ex-girlfriend's figures are made of silicone. You better be careful when in bed, or you might just crush one with a turn." Gu Chuan's mouth twitched. "Bro, stop scolding. I concede I'll never criticize Shu He's figure again. Your tongue is laced with poison." Seated in the executive chair, Fu Hanning flipped through a stack of exasperating work documents, covered with various notes written by Assistant Feng, who had just recently taken on the role of president of the Fu Corporation. Lacking business experience, he found Assistant Feng's detailed assistance in the documents invaluable, even including a plethora of encouraging phrases like "go for it, President Fu." Ji Yuquan returned to the initial topic. "I ran into Shu He. Are you listening? Say it." Ji Yuquan leaned casually against the desk, adopting a nonchalant posture. "I stopped her, called her sister-in-law, and guess what? She even deliberately wore a diamond ring on her finger. A diamond ring?" Fu Henning's expression shifted slightly to eye. In that moment, it felt as if his heart had been struck fiercely by a mallet, leaving it taut in midair, the residual ache lingering in his chest. Ji Yuquan slapped the table. "It's fake. Are you sure? It's fake?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan found himself uncertain. However, who would buy a large diamond ring for Shu He? With a tone of unwavering conviction, Gu Chuan remarked, "A mere glance tells me it's not genuine. Given her miserly habits regarding her own expenses, she would undoubtedly opt for a 9 yuan and 9 dime deal from Pinduoduo. Yet, the craftsmanship is quite convincing. She even knows how to choose a sizable diamond, deliberately flaunting it to me, claiming she is married. Did she intentionally show it to you?" Indeed. Fu Henning lowered his gaze, toying with an exquisite lighter, and teased as if to himself, "Perhaps she truly is married. She mentioned marrying her uncle, yet just yesterday, my father informed me that Shi Yu is still single. What kind of reasonable person would marry their own uncle? Shi Yu is considerably older than her. Shu He is merely deceiving you. Look at how she cherishes your presence. From my experience, she is merely trying to provoke you into marrying her. Marry her? Yes, I suspect Shu He wishes to tie the knot with you. A flicker of unease within Fu Henning dissipated entirely, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Were it not for Shu He deliberately showcasing a fake diamond ring to Gu Chuan, he might have almost believed her claim of being married, especially since she had not acknowledged him for such an extended period. The reports before him were utterly unbearable. How could they be so unnecessarily lengthy and convoluted? Staring at them for too long made his head spin. Leaning back in his chair, Fu Henning remained silent for a while, his expression dimming. "I do wish to marry her, but she is an illegitimate child. Until I achieve some notable accomplishments, my father will not allow me to marry her." He has repeatedly emphasized that I should familiarize myself with the Group's operations before discussing marriage. "Ah, you two have been together for nearly 8 years. Surely, you will marry. She still doesn't know you joined the group for her sake. If she found out, she would undoubtedly be in tears." "Do not mention this to He." Fu Henning's lips moved slightly. Shu He's background had always been a source of pain for her. After a moment of silence, he straightened his posture, tucked the lighter away, and picked up a hefty stack of documents, preparing to scrutinize them seriously. He playfully tapped Gu Chuan's leg with the papers. "You should leave. You've made me fall behind on my work." "Alright, I'll take my leave." Once the office fell silent again, Fu Henning took out his phone and dialed Shu He once more. "The number you have dialed is currently on call. Please try again later." He retrieved a new phone from his drawer, equipped with a freshly purchased number. He had long memorized Shu He's mobile number. After a moment of indecision, he finally dialed it, and the call connected swiftly. "Hello." It was the familiar voice he had missed. Shu He's tone was gentle, sweet, and melodious, enveloping him in warmth and evoking a protective instinct. "Hello, are you there?" Fu Henning gripped the phone tightly. The thought of Shu He wearing a fake diamond ring stirred a tumultuous array of emotions within him. He opened his mouth to speak but was met with the sight of a mountain of documents awaiting his attention. His father's words echoed in his mind. "If you wish to marry that illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family, first ensure you are well versed in the group's operations, and make the board members satisfied." Ultimately, Fu Henning suppressed the urge to converse with Shu He. He stared at the screen, pausing for an extended moment, his handsome features appearing weary. His fingertip hovered over the red button to end the call, and he resignedly hung up, returning to his work. Compared to snowfall, Shu He found the melting snow to be more chilling. Indeed, confirming the adage that snowfall isn't cold, but melting snow is. At noon, she returned to Moon Bay to retrieve her spare car keys. Upon arriving home, she discovered that her brother had thoroughly cleaned the house. It was spotless, yet he no longer resided there. Shu He remained oblivious to the reasons behind her brother's breakup with Mumu. She remembered how patiently her brother used to tutor her and Mumu with their homework. Mumu enjoyed visiting Moon Bay, relishing the stories her brother would share. She boldly confessed her admiration for Xianji, declaring him her idol. Each visit, she would bring an assortment of treats and a love letter, saving her pocket money and New Year's gifts to buy presents for He and Xianji. Xianji treated Mumu with the affection of a younger sister. In those years, Mumu followed Xianji like a little sunbeam, always bringing joy to those around her. It wasn't until Mumu came of age that her relationship with Xianji began to grow closer. Later, Mumu succeeded in her pursuit of stardom. While dating Xianji, she would share her joyful moments with Shu He daily. When Shu He learned of their breakup, she found it utterly incomprehensible. They never disclosed the reasons behind it. Shu He pondered that something must have occurred to make such a bright and cheerful girl cry for an entire week, surely a significant and irreconcilable conflict. Now, Mumu remained carefree and lively, yet she refrained from mentioning Xianji, as if her decade-long admiration for him had never existed. Upon exiting the Moon Bay community, Shu He arrived at the bus stop, coinciding with the peak rush hour. A throng of people awaited the bus, crowded together. "Weren't you married? Why the separation?" A cool, cheeky voice pierced through the air. Shu He turned to locate the source. Fu Henning had appeared out of nowhere, lazily leaning against the bus stop, his demeanor nonchalant, with a hint of amusement gracing his lips. His fingers deftly played with the lighter, producing a light, rhythmic sound that underscored his cheerful mood. My living arrangements are none of your concern. The bus to Jingbei University arrived just then. As Shu He took a couple of steps forward, the slender, fair wrist of her hand was suddenly grasped by the man behind her. He tugged gently. "Let go. I need to catch the bus. I'll give you a ride." Shu He furrowed her brows, attempting to shake him off like an annoying adhesive. She turned back just as the bus driver grumbled, "What are you two lovebirds fussing about? Can't you choose a more appropriate time? With that, the driver closed the door and drove away. Fu Henning released his grip after being scolded by the driver. Shu He's expression turned angry as she sternly declared, "How many times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? We are no longer in a relationship. If you touch me again, I will report you for sexual harassment." Fu Henning seemed unfazed. "And what of your 9 yuan and 9 dime diamond ring?" Shu He touched her finger, recalling that after Professor Liu concluded the semester S courses, he had taken the students for a final practical lesson in the library, where they were engaged in group activities. She feared that her classmates might think her flashy for wearing a glimmering diamond ring, so she took it off and placed it in her backpack to avoid blinding anyone. "Afraid of dazzling your eyes, I didn't wear it. Your temper seems to have improved. Naturally, weren't you the one who claimed I was spoiled?" Fu Henning flicked the lighter and retorted, "Where's your uncle? Didn't he throw you a wedding? Let me, your ex-boyfriend, partake. I'll buy you 2 boxes of brain tonic." Shu He recalled her wedding day when Fu Henning had been sent abroad by her father and had his phone confiscated. He returned only after her wedding, so he was unaware of the celebration, but you appeared alongside Shi Yu, and it seems you're the one who is in a hurry with all that money. Why not invest in some skincare products? One might think you're bankrupt. Who taught you to speak so venomously? My husband enough. I certainly did not teach you such things. Shu He felt a sense of satisfaction in her retorts. Fu Henning chuckled softly, stowing the lighter in his pocket. He then produced a ring box from within, revealing a 5-carat diamond ring he had just purchased, his tone unexpectedly sincere. "Throw away the fake and wear this one instead. It is for you. I know you." Before he could finish, Shu He hailed a taxi. In the frigid weather, her hands felt like frozen carrots as she swiftly opened the car door and slid inside. Just before shutting the door, Fu Henning stepped forward, gripping it firmly. "Are you still bothered by Yao Feifei? She has already left Gingbei. Fu Zong, you have many female acquaintances. Without Yao Feifei, there is still Li Feifei, Zhao Feifei, and Sun Feifei. I doubt you're missing me. Jealous, are we?" The taxi driver, having listened to the gossip for a while, realized this man had cheated and was now shamelessly pursuing the girl. Unable to contain himself, he impatiently interjected, "Can't you see the girl isn't interested in you? You're just asking for trouble." Fu Henning's voice dropped slightly, tinged with a hint of desperation. He. "Let me out of this dark place. I promise not to contact any other women. Give me 6 months, and we'll get married." "Alright, perhaps you should change the name of your Persian cat." "Why, it's irritating." With a soft thud, Shu He calmly closed the car door. The taxi driver looked up politely and asked, "Where to, Miss?" "Jingbei University." "Young lady, let me give you a piece of advice. A girl should never forgive a cheating man. You are not married yet. You have the chance to turn back. Cheating and domestic violence are alike. There are either 0 occurrences or countless ones. I've seen too many such cases." "Indeed." Shu He smiled lightly, her tone resolute. "I will not forgive a man who cheats or perpetrates domestic violence." The view of the Moon Bay community gradually faded away, just before the taxi turned a corner. Shu He caught a glimpse of Fu Henning, who stood resolutely in place, still grasping the oversized ring box in his hand, his dark eyes fixed on the taxi she occupied. In the past, Fu Henning had detested the chaotic buzz of bus stops and subway stations, yet at this moment, he remained unmoved amidst the crowd, tall and slender, like a solitary tree standing against the wind. Shu He did not turn to look at him, for the wounds inflicted could not be erased by belated affections. A relationship, once concluded, is irrevocably so. No amount of comfort or reparations holds any significance for the one who has been hurt. "Fu Henning, you are but a relic of the past." As evening descended, snowflakes began to drift gently from the sky. At the Rolls-Royce returned to Qingfeng Villa. On this snowy day, visibility was dim. Seated in the back seat, Shu He noticed the courtyard's street lamps had already sprung to life. She marveled at the grandeur and elegance of this traditional Chinese mansion, pondering which architect had crafted such a masterpiece. The street lamps, resembling vintage lanterns, glowed with a pearly brilliance, encased in glass and topped with a carved wooden eave to shield against the elements. Under the hazy light, the snow fell softly. "Shi Yu casually inquired, have you found your car keys?" "No," Shu He replied, pulling a new key from her pocket, her lips curling into a smile, "but I retrieved a spare key from Moonbay so I can drive my car tomorrow." Shi Yu nodded lightly, a flicker of light glimmering in the depths of his ink-black eyes. As they exited the vehicle, Master Yu held a large black umbrella over them. Shi Yu took it from him, sharing the umbrella with Shu He as they entered the living room. Upon entering, warmth enveloped them. Shi Yu closed the umbrella, and a servant took it from him. Just a few steps inside, Shu He felt his large hand grasp her shoulder. Startled, she looked up to find Shi Yu standing beside her, gently brushing off the snow that had settled on her down jacket. She wore a fluffy scarf and hat shaped like a little tiger, the scarf enveloping half her face, both adorable and warm. When Shi Yu's gaze fell upon her fingers, he noticed the absence of her wedding ring. Frowning, he asked, "Where is your wedding ring?" "It's in my bag," Shu He replied, retrieving a small box from her purse that contained the ring. "Since we had a practical class today, I kept it in my bag for safety. If it's inconvenient to wear the ring, You can thread it onto the necklace I gave you, that way, it won't get lost. Shu He smiled faintly. Alright, she reached into the pocket of her down jacket, pulling out an antique-looking gift she had meticulously crafted. It was a small pouch she had embroidered the day before, after spending the afternoon rushing to complete it. Compared to the antiques and luxurious jewels Shi Yu had gifted her, the small present felt trivial. And she wondered if he would regard it with disdain or simply discard it. Much like Fu Hanning, however, she presented it to Shi Yu with grace. A small pouch. It wasn't very expensive, but I embroidered it myself. I hope you don't mind, this is a gift for me. Yes, she affirmed. The man smiled, his usually austere eyes softening a touch. Shu He, the sentiment is priceless and cannot be measured with money. Shu He gazed at him intently. Realizing then that handcrafted items infused with emotion are beyond monetary value, such sentiments are invaluable and cherished. Shi Yu observed the gift she had given him, a sky-blue embroidered pouch, its craftsmanship delicate and resilient. Adorned with lustrous white pearls, the pouch depicted a sun and a vibrant little bird, with two elegant Chinese knot tassels hanging below. Inside were soothing herbs meant to promote tranquility and restful sleep. The scent was calming, a blend of traditional medicine and a hint of jasmine, perfect for placing beside one's pillow to ease the nerves and foster serenity. Alongside the herbs was a safety talisman that Shu He had prayed for at a temple. Shi Yu seemed to recall something. On their wedding night, when he had slept beside Shu He, she had placed a beautiful pouch next to her pillow. He asked, "Is this the one you had?" "No, I've embroidered a new one," she replied, "a couple's version." Shu He fell silent, noting that Shi Yu appeared quite pleased. She hesitated to mention Mumu or that Fu Henning had also received a similar pouch. Both identical in appearance. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, discovering yet another talent of Shu He's. She was multi-talented, reminiscent of a scholarly beauty stepping from an ancient painting. You can embroider. Inside, the room was warm. Shu He removed her scarf and jacket, revealing a custom-made sweater dress, her demeanor soft and gentle. "I know a little. When I lived at Mumu's house, my godmother often embroidered pouches, but after all this time, my skills are still rudimentary. I can only manage simple designs. This little bird is not simple to embroider. It has a name," she replied. "It's called the light-giving bird. I practiced for a long time to get its feathers right." "How does it look?" "Beautiful," Shi Yu said, having never heard of such a species as the light-giving bird. The pouch's bird was charming and lively, its feathers vibrant, resembling the childhood oil paintings Shu He had hidden away. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination. Her wish was to become a light-giving bird. Shi Yu asked, "What does light-giving bird mean?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a name I made up." Not wishing to elaborate, Shu He evaded further inquiry. Tucking the pouch into her clothing pocket. At that moment, Steward Jiang approached, carrying a bundle of herbal medicine, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Madam, the herbal pharmacy has delivered the new supplements as per your request. Could you please verify if the types are complete?" "On me." Shu He appeared bewildered. Normally, the pharmacy would send her herbal remedies for her health, and as she was no expert in medicine, why would she request new supplements? "Yes, please check. If everything is in order, I shall arrange for the kitchen to brew them for the sir to drink as soon as possible." "For whom?" Shi Yu interjected, having changed into casual attire and stepping beside Steward Jiang. Picking up one of the herbal packets. He adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the treatment effects labeled on the packets, his expression serious. "These are all supplements ordered by your wife, meant for your well-being." Shi Yu's expression darkened further. The contents included deer antler yam, and various herbs for enhancing vitality, and Steward Jiang produced 2 bottles of kidney supplements, and this medicine, which was also sent by the hospital. "I didn't request this," Shu He hastily defended herself, her heart racing at the thought of the implications of kidney supplements. She cast a furtive glance at Shi Yu, who had a stern expression. His throat tightening as a stormy darkness brewed in his deep-set eyes. He returned the medicine to the steward, casting a glance at Shu He. "Why didn't I notice before that our Shu He is so considerate?" I swear it wasn't me." Shu He realized the precariousness of her situation. She stepped back 2 paces, witnessing Shi Yu deftly unbutton the top button of his shirt, his fingers clasping his exquisite tie, which he gently pulled off, holding it in his hand. The monkey's cries echo endlessly as the lifeboat strikes the great iceberg. Shu He thought to herself, "Run, Shu He, stop right there." Shi Yu's voice was cold and steely, intent on confronting her, but Shu He was already racing away, faster than any athlete, bounding up 3 stairs at a time. With each call from Shi Yu, she quickened her pace. Only a fool would stand still and await punishment. She darted towards the master bedroom, swiftly locking the door behind her, leaving Shi Yu outside. She lamented the length of the spiraling Roman staircase that had 3 turns. What did it mean for that man to loosen his tie? Did he intend to bind her with it? Surely he meant to discipline her severely. Heavy footsteps echoed behind her, and just as she entered the master bedroom and reached for the door, a powerful hand pressed against the solid wood, preventing her escape. Shi Yu's tall figure loomed before her, backlit by the light. The shaft of light enveloped his imposing stature, his silent, profound gaze exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He looked down at her like a hunter poised to pounce. "Look at how guilty you appear, yet you claim it wasn't you." "I truly didn't. If it wasn't you, why are you running?" "I don't know, my legs just took off." Chapter 38. A tender pat on the head. Shu He braced her arms, attempting to close the door. I'm going to sleep now. You, take your hand away. Don't trap me. Sleeping at 7. Yes, young folks tire quickly. Shi Yu's expression darkened further, realizing the implication of her words. Not only have you ordered supplements, but now you're hinting at my age, are you? No. Shu He suddenly realized the gravity of her words. Shi Yu pushed the door open and entered the bedroom, locking the knob behind him, his tone calm yet authoritative. Shu He, stand at attention. Shu He straightened her back, instantly assuming a military posture. While Professor Shi commanded her to stand properly, she instinctively complied, uncertain as to why. Perhaps it was a natural disposition of students to obey their teachers, entirely a conditioned reflex. The supplements were certainly not her doing. It would be absurd to suggest that they were arranged by Mumu, who was Shi Yu's niece. If he were to find out, both she and Mumu would face consequences, despite the ample heating. She shivered slightly. Shi Yu turned on the light in the master bedroom and, with his long strides, approached her. Shu He, in a state of panic, began to retreat step by step. The man's expression was calm, his emotions well concealed, yet this very tranquility was the most terrifying aspect, more daunting than the mist that rises in forbidden mountain woods. Shu He felt her legs weaken, genuine fear gripped her. As she continued to back away, she suddenly bumped into the edge of the desk, leaving her leaning against it with no escape. On the desk's edge sat a teacup, which she could not see as her back was turned. Just as Shi Yu lifted his arm to move the cup, Shu He instinctively closed her eyes, her shoulders hunching, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. The man paused for a moment. Such a fearful expression only appeared when one feared a blow. When he raised his hand, had Shu He thought he intended to strike her, cautioning her about the cup on the table, he spoke in a low, gentle tone that eased her taut nerves slightly. Then, she felt a steady, strong hand gently ruffle her hair, a tender gesture akin to how she usually caressed the head of Xiaojuju. Shu He slowly opened her eyes. Shi Yu had moved the cup to a safer position. His hands tucked into his pockets. Noticing her diminished fear, he regarded her with an amused expression. Tell me, what led you to mistakenly believe your husband is inadequate? You are capable, Shu He immediately asserted. Deflecting the blame, the medicines Aunt Zhang provided must have been sent to the wrong person. Perhaps they were from one of your friends looking out for you. Really, it wasn't me. Well, whether I'm capable or not, we must test it to find out, right? No need for that. You seem just what? Shi Yu chuckled. Just impressive. Upon hearing the man's deep, magnetic laughter, Shu He felt a hint of confusion, sensing an underlying mischievousness in his gaze as if he were teasing her. Where are your candies? Give me one. All right. Shu He, her eyes brightening, quickly retrieved 2 candies from the pocket of her sweater dress and offered them to him, unaware that her favorite milk candies had become her talisman. It was a remarkable occurrence. Whenever she upset Shi Yu, producing a candy would lead him to forgive her, diffusing his anger. Shi Yu accepted the candy from her palm and unwrapped one to eat. Is it sweet? Shu He inquired, as this flavor was her recent purchase. Not as sweet as you'd. He recalled Shu He's recent ailments, refraining from further teasing, and turned to leave the bedroom, his tone relaxed yet casual. Tell Mumu that this year's New Year's money from your uncle is half of what it used to be. He deserves a lesson. Shu He pondered how Shi Yu had deduced that all the herbal medicines were ordered by Mumu. If he was aware that they were indeed from Mumu, why was he playfully toying with her, making her believe he had truly been affected by the vitality-enhancing pills? The emblem on his Rolls-Royce should resemble a little Oscar statuette. What? The voice of Boss Mu wailed through the video call. Where did this mess come from? Shi Mu was in the midst of self-cultivation, practicing yoga, and upon hearing that the New Year's money had been reduced by half, collapsed onto her yoga mat, pounding a soft yoga ball. I didn't do it. How could I, with the gall of the heroes of Liangshan, dare to order vitality-enhancing medicine for my uncle? Shu He, in the midst of her skincare routine, paused. Wasn't it you? He, it truly wasn't me. Boss Mu began to throw a tantrum, staying at home, and suddenly this disaster befalls me. 3,300 less in New Year's money, where can I complain? It used to be so generous from uncle. Shu He's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Shi Mu paced back and forth in the bedroom like a detective, meticulously contemplating the ins and outs of this matter. After a while, her eyes lit up. I know who it is. Who? It's uncle. He probably really is inadequate. Can he still sleep in separate rooms while having a gentle and beautiful woman at home? I don't understand. If I married you, I would want to be with you constantly. It must be him secretly purchasing herbal medicine to rejuvenate himself, but unfortunately, Aunt Zhang discovered it. Now he finds himself in an awkward position, desperately needing a scapegoat. Shu He listened to Mumu's nonsensical ramblings, then, Shi Mu chuckled lightly, having grasped the essence of the situation. Uncle is cunning, dumping this steaming pile of trouble on my head. In this way, he saves face and can cut my New Year's money by 3,300, what a 2-for-1 deal. The case was solved. Shu He lay in bed, pulling the covers over herself. If uncle hears this, the remaining 3,300 will also vanish. No wait. Shi Mu gathered her yoga supplies. How can the sweet whispers in the boudoir be overheard by a man? Humph, if a man hears us, our relationship will crumble. Before sleep, Shu He still pondered those supplements were not sent by Moo. Who could they possibly be from? Chapter 39 Shu He's car wouldn't start. Mr. You, aren't you leaving yet? I'll work a bit longer. You all can head off first. Be careful on the way out. In Jingbei, the city center. It was already past midnight in this prime real estate. With the headquarters of Heinxing Group illuminated, towering amidst other skyscrapers in a grand office building. In the office of the Public Relations Department, Yu Ting was still working late, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. Intently processing the proposals at hand. Mr. Yu, it's already 12:30, aren't you leaving? The door of the office was gently knocked upon. The assistant had already packed up and was ready to leave. Yu Ting's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, and as she lifted her coffee cup, she realized it was empty. You can go ahead, get home early to rest, I'll just make some final tweaks. It won't take long, alright. Before leaving, the assistant poured Yu Ting another cup of coffee, the clock on the desk ticked away, and by 3 a.m. Yu Ting had finalized the strategy proposal and sent it to the relevant person in the marketing department. The bottom of her computer screen was adorned with numerous sticky notes. Yu Ting stretched her stiff arms, gently massaging her shoulders with a small hammer, tearing off the completed tasks and tossing them into the nearby trash bin. As her gaze fell upon a particular photo, she momentarily lost focus, her calm demeanor touched by a shadow. Her phone vibrated on the desk. Mom, ting ting, why haven't you come home yet? Still working overtime? Mom, your uncle has introduced a potential match for you, a big leader from the housing bureau. Take a day off tomorrow to go on a blind date. Remember to put on some pretty makeup. And be polite, don't spill coffee on the man like last time. Yu Ting's eyes dimmed, and she did not reply. The last blind date had been a disaster. The man had barely spoken 2 sentences before insinuating that women wear makeup to seduce men. Questioning if she had been subjected to any unwelcome advances from her bosses and board members, and how she, at such a young age, had secured her position as a white-collar worker. Why didn't he inquire about her educational background or the efforts she had made at work? Spilling hot coffee on him had been a mercy. Such a man, with his outdated views, deserved to have his shamelessness stripped away and be buried alive, only to be remade anew. In the photo stuck to Yu Ting's computer. The man appeared valiant and handsome, clad in a black SWAT uniform, with prominent cheekbones and deep, expressive eyes. Years of service had given him a healthy tan, exuding a strong sense of security unique to special police officers. That was Bai Songsheng. A few years ago, during a boozy social gathering, Yu Ting had been excessively intoxicated, and a middle-aged executive had forcibly dragged her to a hotel. Bai Songsheng had rescued her. For intervening, that executive had used his connections to suppress Bai Songsheng. Bai Songsheng was sincere with others, and Yu Ting held him in high regard, creating many opportunities to pursue him. As they spent more time together, they gradually grew closer. At the time, he was not yet a captain. In the high-cost environment of Jingbei, Bai Songsheng's salary was not substantial, yet he always paid for their dates and never failed to present her with gifts. He would brave the freezing winter to queue for her favorite takoyaki, handing it to her while his entire body was chilled to the bone, his eyelashes frosted with cold. On her birthday, he spent 3 months' salary to buy her a beloved LV velvet bag. Whenever she faced difficulties at work and vented her frustrations on him, Bai Songsheng sat beside her like a little robot, listening patiently, enduring her outbursts without retort, only taking her to her favorite restaurant once she had calmed down, with dishes all chosen to her liking. Yu Ting had introduced him to her family. After her mother spoke with him alone for half an hour, Bai Songsheng's expression had soured, and gradually he became distant. Eventually, their relationship fizzled out. It was during a quarrel with her mother that Yu Ting learned of the humiliation Bai Songsheng had endured that day. He was an orphan, and his household registration was not in Jingbei. Yu Ting had never imagined her mother could utter such devastating words, openly belittling him as a kept man, saying he was from a poor rural background, lacking family support and basic dignity, living in a community far from Jingbei, like a cockroach parasitizing the big city. His mother arranged for someone to seize the inexpensive apartment he rented, forcing him to vacate under pressure from the landlord. For the subsequent years, Songsheng could only reside in the staff dormitory, devoid of any personal space. His mother, in a direct confrontation, informed him that his salary had already reached a starting point of $1 million. She questioned when he would no longer rely on the charity of others, but instead, with his own hands, purchase a standalone villa in the city for Ting Ting, along with a Mercedes S-Class as a gift for her. Once he secured the house and car, she promised to allow her daughter to date him. Yu Ting was acutely aware that a standalone villa in the northern district of Jingbei started at no less than 60 million. Songsheng had no intention of further jeopardizing Yu Ting's future. He had never divulged the hurtful words and tactics his mother employed to belittle him. As he ascended in his career, achieving remarkable accomplishments, suitors flocked to him, and numerous officials sought to groom him as a son-in-law. He remained steadfast, and the pressure intensified. Songsheng, being sincere and straightforward, had yet to amass enough to pay for a villa in full. Others criticized him for being single-minded, suggesting that in such a harsh reality he was ill-suited for life in Jingbei, despite his tall and handsome stature and the multitude of girls who admired him. He was oblivious to leveraging his relationships with women for advantage. Perhaps Song Sheng was indeed a bit stubborn. When Yu Ting departed from the group, snow was still falling, the winter remained bitterly cold. And as the frigid wind brushed against her face, frost clung to her eyelashes, causing her to shiver. However, Song Sheng was no longer by her side. Shu He had only been driving for a year. Her car bore 2 learner's permits on the rear. She placed her backpack on the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and observed Shi Yu approaching his Cayenne while carrying a briefcase. Had Master Yu not come to pick him up today? Shi Yu pressed the key fob, and the Cayenne beeped in response. He glanced at the person who was subtly watching him and asked, "Need a ride?" "I'm heading the same way." Shu He smoothly averted her gaze. "No, thank you. Are you sure? Really, I don't need it. I'll drive myself." Shu He was reluctant to take advantage of the CEO's car. Upon reflection, every time she rode with him, he resembled a pirate captain from the Caribbean, always managing to extract something from her with a straight face. Last night, she had intended to play the guitar for him as a favor, but he had said he would listen on New Year's Day. He planned to take her to a friend's house to celebrate the new year, and Pei Shu and Zhou Xianji would also attend. Coincidentally, the friend he mentioned was none other than the special police captain Bai Song Shang, who had previously apprehended her and Mumu on the street. Bai was quite amiable. When he caught the two of them, he didn't deliberately make things difficult. Instead, he advised them to cherish life and stay safe. Although his motorcycle was damaged, he didn't demand compensation from her or Mumu, likely covering the repairs from his own pocket. Shu He adjusted her seat and turned the key. The car didn't respond. She twisted it again. Why wouldn't this car start? She tapped on the dashboard, reminiscent of an elderly person trying to repair an old television set by knocking it. The dashboard lights were functioning normally. The Cayenne had finally started. The car window slid down halfway, revealing a man with focused eyes, his hand resting on the steering wheel as he backed out. The garage's lighting cast a diagonal glow over Shi Yu's refined features, and as he turned, the light refracted off the lenses on his nose. Shu He called out, noticing the Cayenne was about to leave. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait, my car won't start for some reason." "It won't start?" Shi Yu pressed the brake, halting the Cayenne midway, and inquired with concern, "Don't panic, try turning on the headlights and honking the horn." "Okay." Shu He switched on the headlights, and they illuminated. She pressed the horn, and it honked, but the engine still wouldn't start. The battery is fine, and there's gas." "Yes, check if the gear is in the right position." Shu He glanced at the gear shift. "It's correct." Shi Yu picked up a glass thermos, took a sip of pour tea, contemplated briefly, and said, "It might be a starter system failure, or perhaps the fuel system's pressure is unstable. It won't be fixed immediately. I'll have Master Yu come by this afternoon to take a look." "Alright." Shu He was utterly bewildered. Terms like starter system failure and unstable fuel pressure were foreign to her. She was a novice and knew nothing about diagnosing vehicle issues, let alone repairs. This black Audi A6 had been a gift from her brother, a new car that had only been driven for a year and cost over 400,000. It was disheartening that it had broken down so soon. With no other option, Shu He unfastened her seatbelt and retrieved her backpack. The question arose, how would she get to school? Shi Yu calmly secured the lid on his thermos, placed it aside, and lightly pressed the accelerator. As Shu He saw the Cayenne about to leave, she quickly clutched her backpack and rushed to his window. "Please don't go yet. There's something else." His expression remained calm. Shu He lifted her chin, tightening her jaw. "My car is broken. Could I possibly hitch a ride with you? Our routes align." She felt a twinge of embarrassment just moments ago, when Shi Yu had kindly offered her a ride. She had turned him down with such nonchalance, exuding an air of independence that she didn't need his help. Yet, fate had turned against her, and now her car was malfunctioning, leaving her unable to catch the bus to Wetland Park in time. Shi Yu, with his composed demeanor, remained inscrutable. She wasn't sure if he would agree to her request. Shi Yu signaled with his eyes, "Get in." "Thank you." Shu Hi's eyes widened in surprise as she swiftly opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. Fastening her seatbelt, Shi Yu was truly gracious. As a prominent figure, his tolerance was exceptionally high. He readily agreed to let her ride without making her feel awkward. She expressed her gratitude politely. "I owe you one. Otherwise, I would have been late again. I've truly been a bother these past few days. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." "When is sometime?" Shu Hi's expression froze. She hadn't anticipated Shi Yu's direct inquiry. Sometime was merely a polite phrase people used that could be glossed over. Perhaps he wasn't fully aware of the deeper meanings behind the Chinese characters. He had taken it quite seriously. With a relaxed demeanor, Shi Yu teased, "Oh, so you're just being polite and don't genuinely intend to treat me to a meal? In that case, let us forget I asked." Shu He cleared her throat and forced a smile. How could that be? It's not just a formality. I genuinely want to thank you and treat you to a meal." Which day? You're quite busy with work, so it depends on your schedule. When do you want to go? How about the winter solstice? This Friday. You won't have classes. Sounds good. The car had exited Qingfeng Villa, and Shu He pulled out her phone, opened Zaya Hongshu, and searched for suitable dining spots for treating a big shot. Many of her friends had posted guides for dining with influential people. They advised first inquiring about the preferences of the daddy and then selecting an elegant venue, preferably a Western or Chinese restaurant. Avoiding hot pot or street food to not dampen the mood of the daddy, which could jeopardize the collaboration. Shu He found this reasoning sound. Shi Yu was indeed a person of discernment. A traffic light. Shi Yu lightly tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, his gaze drifting to Shu He's face, noticing her furrowed brow as she intently focused on the screen, completely immersed in her Honshu exploration. He glanced at her posts and, upon encountering phrases about jeopardizing collaboration, he gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled before reopening them. It felt akin to punching a pillow. He silently repeated to himself, "This is my territory. I mustn't be harsh." Shi Yu reached out and lightly tapped her forehead. "Shu He, am I your daddy? Shouldn't you be searching for where to go on a date with your boyfriend instead?" "Oh," Shu He snapped back to reality, touching her forehead as he tapped her again. "Are you really this clueless squirrel?" Shi Yu shot her a sidelong glance. Just that one glance made Shu He lose her smile and sit up straight. Although he was the one mocking her for being oblivious, a warm feeling coursed through her heart, and a smile tugged at her lips. She changed her search terms to where to go on a date with your boyfriend. One location caught her eye. Shu He beamed and showed her phone to him. "This cat CAF looks lovely. Shall we go to the cat CAF and play with the cats? Do I look like a cat to you?" Fine. It seems Shi Yu doesn't want to go to the cat CAF. Shu He's delicate fingers continued to scroll through various posts, her focus unwavering as she browsed other date spots for couples. Unbeknownst to them, the morning light had silently penetrated the thin mist above the eastern skyline. The radiance dazzled the eyes. Was the weather clearing up? Shu He raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding glow and clearly saw the golden halo filtering through her fingers. Transforming into a beautiful golden orange feather. As she momentarily lost herself in thought, a deep, melodious voice broke through, akin to a musician gently playing a guqin. "Let us go to the zoo." "The zoo?" Shu He murmured, her thoughts drifting to distant places. "Yeah, let us visit the zoo. I want to capture pictures of all your favorite animals and keep them in your wish bottle." Hunching group. Pei Shu launched nonchalantly in a spacious plush executive chair, his hands rubbing the armrests as he surveyed the office decor, bright and grand. "Xiao Shua, are there any projects I need to invest in today?" Xiao Su rolling his eyes at Pei Shua's nonchalance, approached with a cup of freshly brewed pu'er tea, pouring a cup for him. "Here is some freshly made pu'er for you to try." "Sure, you loves tea." Pei Shu lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it. Despite his fashionable attire, he was holding a thermos glass, seemingly embracing a health-conscious lifestyle. One might mistakenly assume he was an old bureaucrat. Just then, the office door swung open. Chapter 41, Classical Dance. Stunning, the newly arrived Shi Yu entered, placing his briefcase on the desk and removing his cashmere coat. "Once you're all set, please move aside from my spot. You arrived even earlier than I did." "The boss, he, your boss chair is truly comfortable. Why not gift it to me?" He scanned the QR code for payment. "Damn, the business has reached your brother's head. You really are something. Last time, when Shu He came to buy cat treats from me, I let her have them for free." Shi Yu squinted slightly. "What do you call her, sister-in-law?" Pei Shu covered his head, fearing a scolding, and moved to sit beside the sofa, chuckling. "You are indeed fortunate to marry such a gentle and beautiful girl. Shu He is soft-spoken and easy to get along with. You better not bully her." Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Spill it. What brings you here?" Pei Shu nonchalantly replied, "Why didn't Yu Ting come to work today? I didn't see her in the PR department earlier. She took a leave." Shi Yu picked up the remote. Drawing the curtains open, light poured in. The weather had recently cleared, and the sunshine was pleasant. The weather forecast indicated that the winter solstice would also be sunny, perfect for a stroll. Why did she take leave? Blind date. Pei Shu could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He hurried over to the desk and leaned in. "Wait, how could you approve that? Don't you realize that after New Year's I'll be approaching 30 and still haven't found someone to marry?" Shi Yu organized the materials for the board meeting. "Normal reason, why not approve it? What if she finds someone?" "What will I do? Cool it." Pei Shu pressed down on the documents Shi Yu had opened and pulled out a postcard from his pocket. "This is a confession letter I've written. Could you take a look and see if it's presentable? You're the first one in our group to be in a relationship, so you have the most experience. If it's not good, help me revise it. No rush. What era is this? Still writing letters. I can't say it face to face. Her birthday is next month, and I plan to confess by placing this letter in the bouquet of roses to surprise her." Shi Yu did not look at the letter but instead advised, "She only has Song Sheng in her heart. You know that, Pei Shu, given your conditions, if you wanted to change partners, you would have already married someone else. But she and Shanggo broke up nearly 5 years ago. I specifically asked Shanggo, and he said he has no feelings for Ting Ting anymore. I can pursue her. Do you really believe that?" Pei Shu lowered his gaze, his eyes dimming. "I've waited for 5 years. I want to give it a try. If it fails, I won't cling to her anymore. I'll just move on." Xiao Su reminded, "President Sure, the board meeting is about to start." Shi Yu stood up, carrying 2 folders toward the door. He paused at the doorknob, contemplating for a moment, and said, "Leave the letter on my desk." I'll find time to look it over, thanks, you're my real brother. Shu beamed with joy. After Shi Yu left, he placed the letter on the desk ready to exit the office, but the constant flow of people made it awkward to be seen by others. He wondered when Shi Yu would finish the meeting. After some contemplation, Shu picked up the letter, opened a book Shi Yu read daily, and tucked the confession letter meant for Yu Ting inside. At Qingfeng Villa, butler Jiang noticed little Ju Duo wearing a charming pink cotton jacket, which protected her belly and back, and looked quite lovely. Madam, did you buy this little jacket? I sewed it. Shu He held little Ju Duo, having added some down to the jacket. Recently, she noticed that Duo had become accustomed to the environment of Qingfeng Villa, growing increasingly mischievous and playful, often sneaking off to play in the snow. As winter was cold, she feared Duo would get chilly. Butler Jiang increasingly admired the lady's craftsmanship. Having finished dinner, Shu He played with a cat teaser for a while. It was Thursday, her menstrual cycle was nearly over, and she was eager to practice some dance. Having lived in Qingfeng Villa for some time, she had never used the dance studio. Shu He headed to the second floor of the west courtyard. Little Ju Duo followed closely behind Shu He, acting like her little shadow whenever she was home, trailing after her to the dance studio. The dance studio Shi Yu built for her was approximately 130 square meters. With a spacious and clean mirror at the front and large panoramic windows on the left, the overall decor was modern and minimalist, adorned in warm coffee tones, with a small table and sofa in one corner. Complete with soft cushions, Shu He marveled that this dance studio was even more exquisite than the one she had enrolled in. Inside was a changing room filled with dance attire. After changing, she selected her favorite classical song. After stretching, Shu He began to dance. Little Ju Duo tilted her head, watching as Shu He stretched her limbs. After a while, she happily mewed and began to dance along with her. Prancing and twirling in circles, Shi Yu had a social gathering that evening, returning home a bit late, and did not see Shu He in the living room. Butler Jiang set aside his tasks and approached Shi Yu. Madam has started exercising. She is in the dance studio, though I'm not sure if she is slacking off. Shi Yu responded with a nonchalant him. He went upstairs to change clothes, leisurely making his way to the west courtyard to supervise Shu He's workout. As the night deepened, the room was filled with a radiant glow. Shu He danced gracefully in an ink-wash-colored dress that accentuated her figure beautifully. Her swan-like neck was long and delicate, her waist soft and slender. The curvature of her shoulder blades was exquisite, and under the warm lighting, her entire being seemed to be enveloped in a rosy hue, enchanting the heart. The nuances of the ink wash blended seamlessly into a painting, capturing the ethereal beauty of classical dance, which harmoniously intertwined martial arts and opera movements, embodying both strength and grace, a dance rooted in antiquity, rich with the timeless elegance of the East. As Shu He danced, she caught sight of Shi Yu at the door through the dance mirror. She was unsure how long he had been standing there, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, exuding an air of languid elegance typical of a noble scion. A self-satisfied expression gracing his features. Startled, Shu He halted her movements, having been so engrossed in her dance that she hadn't noticed his presence. Turning to face Shi Yu, she asked, "Aren't you working overtime today? Is it that you only dance when I'm not around?" "I'm not avoiding you," Shu He retorted playfully, seeing her innocent demeanor. Resembling a fawn that had just emerged from the forest, Shi Yu found her adorably charming. "Who have you danced for before?" Chapter 42. He didn't kiss for that long today. Shu He instinctively curled her fingers. "Sister. And you?" Shi Yu's eyes softened. "You dance beautifully. Continue, I'll supervise your exercise." "I've danced long enough," Shu He replied, her ears turning slightly pink as she turned off the classical music in the dance studio. "Today's exercise has met the standard. I won't dance anymore." "Oh, madam is shy." Shu He's cheeks flushed even more. She noticed that Shi Yu's usually fair complexion was tinged with a hint of crimson, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. His gaze, too, held a hint of tipsy allure. "Have you been drinking?" "Yes." Shi Yu did not approach her. He had already changed clothes prior to this. The girl could even detect the scent of alcohol. "There is a social gathering tonight." Since the car accident, Shu He had become somewhat sensitive and apprehensive about the smell of alcohol. In the past, Fu Henning had a penchant for drinking and smoking, often getting intoxicated and leaning in close to her. Wanting to kiss her, she would push him away in rejection. He even tried to offer her drinks, urging her to partake. This had led to frequent arguments between them, with Fu Henning apologizing afterward. Yet their relationship continued to grow increasingly distant. Shu He had never drunk alcohol. Little Ju Duo seemed dizzy, swaying in the dance studio. Shu He squatted down to pick her up. She was small enough to be cradled in her hands. "I am going to take a shower." With that, Shi Yu left the dance studio. As he descended the stairs, his gaze was clear. Shu He did not like the smell of alcohol, though she had never voiced it. After changing out of her dance attire, Shu He went to the main living room. After washing her hands, she took an apple from the coffee table. She filled a small pot with purified water and began to boil it. In the open kitchen, finding honey, she peeled the apple with a paring knife and sliced it into strips on a cutting board. After 10 minutes of boiling the apple strips in water with some honey, a homemade hangover tea was ready. Apples are known to nourish the spleen and stomach. Shu He carried the hangover tea to the door of the guest room on the second floor and gently knocked. The door opened, releasing a refreshing scent of Menace body wash. Shi Yu had just showered, wearing a loose silk bathrobe, a towel in hand to dry his hair. Water droplets cascaded from his hair tips. Glistening on his defined collarbone, there was a lingering mist in his eyes, rendering the scene irresistibly enticing. Shu He's heart skipped a beat, swallowing involuntarily. She politely turned away. I made you some hangover tea. Turn around, how else can I drink it? Shu He turned back, extending the cup of tea towards him, cautioning, it's hot, you should eat the apples too, they're good for your stomach. Shi Yu chuckled softly, there is nothing you can't see. Noticing the girl's flushed cheeks, he accepted the tea, placing the steaming cup on the table, and turned to see Shu He about to leave. Wait a moment. Shu He paused, having just turned around when suddenly a pair of large hands grasped her waist, pulling her closer with a gentle yet firm force. She was led into the secondary bedroom by him, the refreshing aroma of wood wafted into her nostrils. Crisp and dry, devoid of any hint of alcohol, the door was closed, and Shu He found herself pressed against the door panel by the tall figure of Shi Yu. Her vision dimmed as he lifted her chin. The masculine scent enveloping her, the memory of the little girl dancing in a captivating manner was vivid in his mind, softening his heart as he leaned down to gently kiss her lips. Shi Yu's lips were slightly cool. Just as Shu He regained her senses, he withdrew from her lips and ruffled her hair, saying, thank you for the hangover tea. Yet he had consumed alcohol, thus the kiss was but a fleeting brush. Devoid of any desire, Shu He remained leaning against the door, touching her lips, pondering why his kiss today had not lingered as long as the following morning. At the Beijing North Wild Animal Park, Shu He's acquaintance with Shi Yu was neither brief nor lengthy. Yet she discerned that he was a quintessential planner. Regardless of the task at hand, he enjoyed meticulously organizing time and responsibilities, proceeding with methodical precision, adept at decision-making and attentive to detail. He could indeed be regarded as a master of time management. At this moment, despite his apparent disinterest in small creatures, he had taken the initiative to prepare a detailed itinerary for their visit. In contrast, Shu He was a typical free spirit, going with the flow. Often languid during her leisure time, relishing sleep, and rarely engaging in any planning. The last time Shu He had visited a zoo was over a decade ago. Back then, she was in first grade, having earned the top score in her midterm exams. And her mother rewarded her with a trip to the zoo to feed the animals. Excitedly, she woke up early, donned her new shoes, and her mother styled her hair into an adorable bun. Painting a charming little apple on her cheek, while her mother purchased animal feeding supplies, she sneakily indulged in spicy strips, resulting in an upset stomach. The winter wildlife park was not as crowded as in summer. The scarce presence of visitors was actually to Shu He's liking. At the animal food supermarket, Shi Yu escorted Shu He to select meat for feeding the animals. Turning back, he noticed Shu He observing a little girl at the entrance of the supermarket. The girl, clad in tiny overalls, was squatting down, stealthily consuming jelly. Her mother, having completed her shopping, noticed her daughter had devoured all the jelly and rolled up her sleeves, ready to reprimand her. You little rascal. That was meant for the whole day. Do you not feel cold after eating so much? What if you get a stomach ache? The little girl dashed off, her mother in pursuit. Shu He abruptly awakened from her reverie, the fleeting melancholy in her eyes vanishing. Her gaze fell upon Shi Yu, who had taken a piece of candy from his coat pocket and placed it in his broad palm. Have some candy. Shu He accepted the candy, which was one of the two new flavor milk candies she had previously given him, now reduced to one. She unwrapped the chocolate candy and popped it into her mouth. To her surprise, it was quite sweet. Chewing on the candy, she inquired, which flavor do you prefer, chocolate or original? The original, he replied. Shu He resolved to purchase a few more original flavor candies. After selecting the feeding supplies, Shu He settled into a window seat on the right side of the sightseeing bus, which was fortified for safety. Shi Yu sat beside her. As more tourists boarded, Shi Yu leaned back in his seat and retrieved a beautifully crafted DSLR camera from his backpack. Here, I'll gift you a camera and teach you how to take better photos. Shu He glanced at the camera in his hands. Its pure black exterior was sleek and elegant, appearing quite substantial. Regrettably, at 22 years of age, she had never used a digital camera. Noticing her distance, Shi Yu smiled gently and said, Shu He, come closer. All right. Shu He scooted closer. Had he changed his perfume? As she neared him, she perceived a cool scent of cedar mingled with a hint of delicate rose, softening the air between them, infusing it with warmth. Shu He found herself perplexed by the intricate buttons on the camera. Shi Yu patiently explained the basic functions, speaking in a calm and measured tone. After his initial explanation, he patiently reiterated the instructions, and Shu He listened intently. Shi Yu was truly considerate of her feelings. This moment made Shu He momentarily dazed, as if she were a student of Professor Shi sneaking out for a date. No wonder his students adored him. His focused and patient demeanor was undeniably charming. Did you understand? Yes, I did, Shu He responded, having grasped the instructions on her first go. Thank you, Professor Shi. Shi Yu raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead. What are you thanking me for? Thank you, husband. Shu He rubbed her forehead where he had touched her. She had lost count of how many times he had done this. This little gesture had become uniquely his. Chapter 43, an unexpected encounter at the zoo. The sightseeing bus began to move slowly. Approaching the predator zone along the route, there would be many adorable brown bears begging for food from the tourists in the chilly morning air. They would even waddle sideways alongside tigers, lions, and cheetahs if visitors could only feed the animals from within the bus. Prohibited from opening windows or disembarking. Look, it's a brown bear, Shu He exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she instinctively grasped Shi Yu's jacket. He glanced down at her delicate hand, observing her joyous expression. Yes, we can feed them now. Alright, Shu He had thought that during the frigid winter, the animals would remain indoors, but to her surprise, the brown bears were quite lively, eagerly surrounding the sightseeing bus. She handed the meat from the feeding area to a brown bear. The bear devoured it swiftly, appearing quite adorable, and after finishing, it stood up against the glass, even tapping on the window, requesting more food. Several more brown bears rushed over vying for the meat, and soon they were playfully fighting for it. The sight of the brown bears grappling with each other, biting and competing for the food at the small window was amusing. They're fighting, Shu He observed. Look to the right, a little brown bear has a similar temperament to yours. Shu He was blissfully unaware whether Shi Yu was complimenting or teasing her. He seemed to enjoy teasing her. Shi Yu had taken several pictures of Shu He interacting with the animals earlier. Her eyes twinkled with delight. Her little tiger teeth making her even cuter, her delicate features gradually brightened with liveliness. The tour driver was quite amiable, stopping at each station to allow passengers to feed the animals over the course of about half an hour. Shu He fed lions, tigers, and leopards. When a pack of hyenas approached, Shi Yu noticed Shu He frozen in place. Why aren't you feeding them? They look somewhat like Fu Henning. I don't want to feed them. Shu He found the hyenas rather unappealing. Shi Yu chuckled softly, taking a piece of meat and tossing it into the feeding area, saying meaningfully, hyenas need to eat too, you should feed them a piece. It was a chilly morning, and these animals had quite the appetite. Quickly finishing the meat Shu He had, she turned to Shi Yu. I'm out. You're too generous, Shi Yu said, handing her the camera. Here, take a picture. Those tigers over there look quite spirited. Shu He took the camera. Discovering it was filled with several photos of her, Shi Yu's photography skills were impressive. He had captured her from flattering angles, each picture reflecting her preferred style. Your photos are stunning. It's the person in the photos who is beautiful. As noon approached, the sun warmed their skin. Are you thirsty? Shi Yu inquired. A little. Next to the rest area, there was a beverage stall, and feeling a bit fatigued, Shu He wished to take a break. Shi Yu took out his phone. You go sit in the rest area for a while. I'll get some water. Okay. Shu He settled onto a bench. Shi Yu queued at the beverage stall, drawing the attention of many girls around him. As the ancients said, beauty is in the bone, not just the skin. Shi Yu, with his jade-like visage, was strikingly handsome, a testament to meticulous craftsmanship. Shu He, is that really you? A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts, and Shu He looked towards the approaching figure. It was Lin Yue 11. In elementary school. This person had dragged her into the restroom to bully her, and Mumu had rescued her, even reporting the incident to the police. Yet, since the bully was under 12, Lin Yue had cried and claimed she was at fault. Promising never to tease her classmates again, she had faced no substantial punishment. The police merely gave her a lecture, leaving no record. Beside Lin Yue stood a well-dressed man, exuding the air of a successful individual. The two were linked arm in arm, presumably her boyfriend. Darling, Lin Yue tiptoed to kiss the man's cheek, cooing, I ran into an acquaintance. Would you get me a bottle of water? I'll catch up here. The man's sharp gaze lingered on Shu He for a moment, taking in her grace and beauty. Lin Yue's expression shifted, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face as she squeezed his hand. I do like red bean milk tea, 7 parts sugar. Could you grab me a cup? Once the man left, Lin Yue settled opposite Shu He, propping her chin on her hand. Shu He, still unable to converse? Shu He remained as calm as still water. What does that have to do with you? Ha ha ha. Lin Yue appeared to be harmless, resembling the girl next door. That's wonderful, I'm truly happy for you. No longer a mute, I see. It's Friday, a workday. What's the matter? Haven't you found a job since graduating from university? Oh, wait, have you even attended university? Wandering about here, are you having nightmares about having caused your sister's demise? Aren't you just idling about as well? Lin Yue scoffed, surveying Shu He's attire and footwear, discovering they were all from top luxury brands. Even the casual bag at her side was a new Hermes model. One couldn't help but wonder which wealthy patron she had attached herself to. Are you trying to compete with me? I regret to inform you that upon returning from my studies abroad, I secured a position at Hangxing, and you Zhou Shu He, surely this ensemble of yours cannot be authentic. Shu He raised a corner of her mouth. Internship. So what? I'll be a full-time employee after the new year. It's a workday today, you're skipping out, aren't you? It wouldn't bode well if the boss caught you. Lin Yue crossed her legs, exuding arrogance. I can step out right after clocking in. There are no executives from the group here. And my role is quite relaxed. Do you have any idea what Hangxing offers in terms of salary? How much? Lin Yue gestured with her hand. Even during my internship, I received this amount. Not to mention my impending transition to full-time. That high? You've piqued my interest. I might consider applying to Hangxing myself. Do you think Hangxing is a place you can just waltz into? Which prestigious university did you attend? Have you completed your studies? Do you possess any notable qualifications? Any international study experience? Impressive work history? With that face of yours, you might as well aim to be my boss's mistress. He just got married not long ago. Shu He remained calm and composed. What if I were your boss's wife? You must be dreaming. Lin Yueshi maintained her haughty demeanor, while Shu He remained unperturbed, her expression devoid of any emotional turbulence, as if observing a mere jester. Lin Yueshi furrowed her brow, sensing a significant shift in Shu He's aura. After years apart, she no longer seemed as submissive as before. Why was it that nothing she said could provoke Shu He now? The fear that once resided in Shu He's eyes had vanished. How could it be that the once melancholic Shu He had transformed? Years ago, Shu He was dragged into a restroom, pinned down by two classmates. Forced to kneel and bow, cold water poured over her head in bucketfuls. Shu He suffered from selective mutism, unable to call for help. However, her friend, Shi Yu, was not one to be trifled with. She stormed into the restroom. Grabbing the assailants by their collars and pushing their faces into the toilet, Lin Yueshi vividly remembered drinking copious amounts of water from that toilet bowl, even getting her face scratched by Shi Yu. This incident was etched in her memory forever. Shizong? Lin Yueshi's disinterested expression shifted upon seeing a man approaching. Like a star shining brightly, she was filled with surprise and quickly rose, donning a gentle and considerate smile. Shi Yu, it's actually Shi Yu. The man, holding a beverage and a box of snowflake pastries, approached Shu He and said softly, "Your favorite jasmine milk tea of this snowflake pastry was just made. Do try it and see if it's sweet enough." Alright. Shu He accepted the jasmine milk tea from his hands, which was warm. Shi Yu was attentive. Having inserted a straw for her, she took a sip. Delicious. Why don't you sit down and take a break as well? Lin Yueshi stood in disbelief. She was certain she hadn't misjudged. This refined man was none other than Shi Yu, the CEO of Hengxin Group, her superior. Yet, how could such a person be seen alongside Shu He? Shi Yu turned to the young girl standing across from them. "Your friend?" Shu He smiled lightly. "Yes, an old friend. She took care of me when we were kids, even dragging me into the restroom for a lesson. Back then, I couldn't speak and had no way to express my gratitude. What a coincidence. She returned from studying abroad and is now employed at Hengxin. Your employee, Shi Yu. She is skipping her internship. So let us not hold it against her." Lin Yueshi, feeling guilty, clenched her hands. The arrogance she had displayed moments ago evaporated. Today was a workday, and she had chosen to skip it, only to run into the big boss. Shu He had seized the opportunity to bring up past grievances. Chapter 44. When did she ever bully you? Chapter 45. New Year's Day in the North, dumplings are often prepared to celebrate many important festivals. With a 3-day holiday for New Year's Day, Shu He mentioned to Mumu that she would be spending New Year's Eve at Captain Bai's house. Mu's younger brother Nian Nian eagerly urged his sister to take him along because he idolized the special police officers. Shi Yu also enjoyed the lively atmosphere, so she bought some gifts and took her first-grade nephew to visit Captain Bai's home. On the afternoon before New Year's Day, Shu He accompanied Shi Yu to an old residential complex in the suburbs of West City. Shi Yu and Nian Nian hitched a ride with their uncle. This neighborhood had once been allocated to high school teachers. Although the facilities were somewhat outdated, the environment was tranquil and serene. Shu He observed Shi Yu walking beside her. 3 days ago, Lin Yueshi had been compelled to issue a public apology on social media, where she acknowledged her bullying of not just one classmate. The trending topic Lin Yueshi bullying had remained prevalent, with Capital backing it, exposing numerous reports of bullying incidents involving elementary and middle school students. Netizens rallied to support the victims of bullying. Lin Yueshi's mother had contacted Shu He the day before, hoping she would show mercy and record a video of forgiveness. She also wished for Shu He to persuade other bullied classmates to sign a reconciliation agreement, pleading for leniency for Shi, claiming she had been immature in her youth. Her mother mentioned that Shi was now too afraid to go outside, facing public scrutiny. She had lost her cherished job and was being condemned by netizens, leading to severe depression. She spent her days crying at home. Shishi's future seemed utterly bleak. Shu He had blacklisted the entire Lin family, resolutely refusing to agree to any reconciliation. Nian Nian bounced around, tugging at his uncle's clothing. "What floor does the police uncle live on? I want to see the police uncle." 5th floor. Shi Yu ruffled Nian Nian's hair. Upon entering, Shu He was taken aback to see the strong and imposing special police captain wearing an apron, which struck her as an amusing contrast. At that moment, Captain Bai appeared quite domestic. He had a neat crew-cut, sharp brows, and stood tall and upright. "Come in." Shi Yu observed that Bai Songqing had white flour on both hands and placed the gift box on the entrance cabinet. "Didn't we agree to wait until everyone arrived to start cooking? I've prepared the dough so we can eat sooner once everyone is here." Nian Nian looked up at Bai Songqing, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he exclaimed in a childlike voice, "Wow! What a handsome police uncle." Bai Songqing enjoyed being around children. He ruffled Nian Nian's hair and asked, "And who is this?" "Hi." Shi Yu entered a greeting. "Captain Bai. Bai team. It's you, and you as well," Bai Songqing remarked as he saw Shu He and Shi Yu entering, recalling the day he had caught them by the roadside. "Shi Yu, why didn't you introduce us last time? I was on a mission when you got married and couldn't meet you." Well, here we are now. Shu Yu draped his arm around Shua's shoulders, making introductions. This is my wife, Shua, this is my niece, Mumu, and my nephew, Nian Nian. Welcome, welcome. Bai Songxing's home was minimalist in style, indicating that he usually lived alone. With everything neatly organized, he poured tea for his guests, and the coffee table was laden with an assortment of fruits and snacks. Nian Nian, what cartoons do you like to watch? Bai Songxing squatted next to the sofa. Observing the somewhat shy child, and offered him a handful of candy. Uncle will give you the remote, just point to the channel you like. Thank you, Uncle. Nian Nian accepted the remote. The little guy had been sitting beside his sister. Still a bit reserved, but with the police uncle's coaxing, he gleefully turned on the television. Shua set her guitar aside. Shermu, holding a cup of hot tea, asked, He, are you going to play a piece today? Yes, sure, you said it would be livelier with more people. Sure, you rolled up his shirt sleeves, walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, and began assisting Bai Songxing. Nian Nian put down the remote and followed his uncle into the kitchen. Standing at the doorway, obediently holding onto the doorframe, I want to help the police uncle with something very good. Sure, you praised him and assigned him a task. Come in, help your uncle and me keep an eye on the crabs in the pot. Yay, Nian Nian entered the kitchen just as Shua and Mumu were chatting about the television program. The doorbell rang again. Sure, Mu paused mid-bite of her chips. Another guest. Yes, Shua seemed to have an inkling of who it was. Sure, Mu set down her snack, enthusiastically walked to the entrance to open the door, and at the moment she pulled it open, she was met with a pair of clear, gentle black eyes. Time seemed to stand still as they locked gazes. Zhou Xianji gazed deeply at the young woman before him, his eyes gradually darkening, his fingers, which held the gift, suddenly tightened, the knuckles turning slightly pale. Mumu Zhou Xianji greeted her, the two words, neither light nor heavy, slipped from his lips, as if they had been simmering in his heart for a long time, spoken with a steady yet tender tone. I'm done for, Pei Shu remarked as he peeked from behind Zhou Xianji, glancing ahead. Xianji, why aren't you leaving? Oh, well, it turns out it's the ex-girlfriend over there. Sure, Mu averted her gaze. She lowered her eyes, saying nothing, and returned to the sofa, sitting beside Shua, picking up the snack bag to continue munching on potato chips. Shua observed Mumu's expression. Her eyes were clear and shallow, her demeanor composed beneath her curled lashes, revealing little emotion. Mu offered a potato chip. Try it, it's not bad. Alright. Shua reached out to take a chip. Assist her. The 6-year-old Nian Nian ran over, holding a large live crab, eager to show off. Sister, little aunt, look, it's a brave big crab alive, how delightful it is. Little Nian Nian's chubby face was splashed with water, and Shu He gently took a tissue to wipe it dry. Be careful. Don't let the crab pinch your hand. Okay. Pei Shu approached, teasing the little one. Oh, why are the crabs not tied up? I set them all free, replied Nian Nian, with innocent concern for the crabs. Placing two that were significantly larger than his palm on the ground, allowing them to escape, they looked so pitiful being tied up. Shu He and Mumu exchanged glances. This rascal actually untied the crabs in secret. Sure enough, the cold reprimand of Shi Yu echoed from the kitchen as he stood at the door, glaring at Nian Nian. Nian Nian, come here, you little troublemaker, you cut all the ropes, and wherever you go. Chaos follows. Shortly after, Shu He witnessed a horde of crabs emerging from the kitchen, a truly astonishing sight, with about 20 crabs roaming freely, while more remained hidden in the kitchen. Pei Shu laughed heartily. Ha! Sure, Mu was equally astonished. The crabs scuttled away rapidly in all directions. She tugged at her brother's ear. You've really shown yourself again, but the crabs look so pitiful. If you have the ability, don't eat them, just wait until you say they smell delicious. Right now you're worse off than the crabs, and be careful not to get pinched by your uncle. Nian Nian was most afraid of his stern little uncle. Upon seeing Zhou Xianji standing in the living room, the little one's eyes sparkled with urgency, and he hurriedly ran behind Zhou Xianji, clutching his long legs. Brother-in-law, save me, I don't want to be pinched by my little uncle. It hurt a lot last time. Sure, Mu. Zhou Xianji chuckled silently, bending down to tap Nian Nian's nose gently, then meticulously examined his little hands to ensure there were no injuries from the crab's pincers. I'll go catch all the crabs, and you 1T get pinched. Okay. Nian Nian nodded, most obedient to his brother-in-law's words as Zhou Xianji removed his coat and hung it on the rack by the door, rolling up his sleeves to begin capturing the escaping crabs, cleaning up the mess left by little Nian Nian. Shu He and Shi Mu also joined the crab-catching brigade. Shi Mu chased after a large crab darting towards the sofa, her hand reaching out just as Zhou Xianji snatched it first, resulting in the crab pinching his finger. Chapter 46, Playing Guitar. Sunny day. Shi Mu was momentarily stunned. The crab's pincers were sharp, and blood oozed from his fingertip. Instinctively, she reached out but immediately withdrew, avoiding looking at him, muttering softly, serves you right, indeed, my fault. Mu was now willing to speak to him, and Zhou Xianji raised his brows slightly. Having captured the crab. He glanced at Shu He, signaling her. He, take a break with Mumu, don't catch crabs. Alright. Shu He understood her brother's intention and pulled Shi Mu to sit on the sofa. Shi Mu resumed watching television, munching on chips. Shu He called her name thrice and waved her hand in front of Mumu before she seemed to wake from her reverie. Ha! You're sitting on the remote, the volume is gone. Shi Yu felt embarrassed and quickly shifted her position, realizing she had zoned out. Pei Shu caught a crab and approached the children. Come on. Nian Nian, let us see whose crab runs faster. Yay, little Nian Nian held a stick of candied hawthorn bought by Uncle Pei, selecting a crab and cheering it on in the living room. Run fast, run fast. The childless laughter was sweet and innocent. Shu He leaned over the sofa's backrest, watching the competition between Pei Shu and little Nian Nian, feeling elated by such a lively reunion scene. A gentle smile gracing her lips. As it appeared little Nian Nian's crab was leading the race. Nian Nian handed the candied hawthorn to Shu He, encouraging her to take a bite, pouting, "Auntie, look at my crab. Isn't it fast?" How adorable Nian Nian was, melting Shu He's heart. She took a bite of the candied hawthorn, ruffled the little one's hair, and praised him. "Nian Nian, you're amazing. Your crab is number one." He Shi Yu subtly poked her. Shu He turned around. Shi Yu, munching on chips absent-mindedly, remarked, "So Zhou Xianji's hand got pinched by a crab, serves him right, brother's hand is bleeding?" Yes, Shu He knew that while crab pincers were not venomous, they could harbor bacteria, and if not treated promptly, could lead to infection. Mu wasn't finding it amusing, she was genuinely concerned. Zhou Xianji worked swiftly, placing the crabs into a bucket, but in his haste, he had been pinched multiple times, leaving several bright red wounds. He was currently tending to the large crabs in the kitchen. Shi Yu had just turned off the meat grinder and was preparing dumpling filling next to the cutting board when he noticed Shu He's slightly anxious expression. He quickly washed his hands at the sink and approached her. "What's wrong? Is there a first aid kit at home? Where are you hurt?" Shi Yu held her hand, inspecting her thoroughly as he would when reviewing student assignments. "It is not me." Shu He pointed to Zhou Xianji's hand. "Brother's hand is injured." Bai Songsheng went to the study to find the first aid kit, which was quite well stocked. "Xianji, Don T handle the crabs for now. Come here and disinfect your hand." Okay. Zhou Xianji paused his work. Upon closer inspection, he indeed had several wounds on his palm, which he hadn't noticed until now. Bai Songsheng, being a special police officer, often dealt with dangerous tasks and had considerable experience in treating wounds. He applied a band-aid to Zhou Xianji. "Keep it dry, Shi Yu and I will take care of it." Shu He noticed corn and ribs in the kitchen and volunteered, "I can cook, I can help." The men exchanged glances, looking at one another. Even Bai Songsheng, usually straightforward and sincere, cleared his throat and subtly pressed his lips together. Gently nudging Shi Yu's foot, Zhou Xianji raised his eyebrows at Shi Yu. "During the New Year festivities, let us not end up giving food poisoning to the whole household of children and adults. Regretting it later would be too late." Shi Yu caught on, wrapping his arm around Shu He's slender shoulders and leading her out of the kitchen. "Girl, shouldn't cook, we'll handle it. I can cook. I have high praise for your culinary skills, dear. Save it for me at home. Don't let them benefit from it. Just look at Pei Shu's greedy face. If he gets a taste of your cooking, he'll be at our house every day, and we won't be able to get rid of him." "All right." Shu He was somewhat dazed as she was led out of the kitchen. Shi Yu was being quite stingy. The corn and rib soup she made was delicious, yet he disdained Pei Shu for being greedy and wanting to mooch meals. Meanwhile, Pei Shu, who was busy racing crabs, sneezed. It was already the third round, and Nian Nian had won each time, the little one beaming with joy, even considering Pei Shu's feelings. "Don't be sad, Uncle Pei, I'll treat you to spicy strips." Saying so, Nian Nian pulled out a bunch of spicy snacks from his hoodie pocket, handing them to Uncle Pei. "Spicy, spicy, ha." Pei Shu adored this adorable little bundle. Bai Songsheng looked at the dough in the bowl, which had softened considerably after resting. It was almost ready to be cut into small pieces and rolled out for dumplings. Among them, Songsheng's cooking skills were the most impressive. During the Mid-Autumn Festival or New Year's, the friends would often come to his home. His life was quite monotonous, mostly revolving around missions, as he was an orphan with no family, save for these few like-minded friends. Zhou Xianji spotted Shu He's guitar. "He, play us a tune." "He. Okay." Shu He brought her guitar over. Sitting on the sofa, she surveyed the room. Bai's house wasn't large, and music played in the living room could be clearly heard in the kitchen. "What do you want to hear?" Shi Yu leaned closer to He, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, leisurely snacking as she suggested a song. "Let us hear some Chinese songs, any will do. The Chinese pop scene is the best." "Then let us do Sunny Day." Recently, after the snow, the sunny days made her mood as bright as the sun, comfortable and refreshing. Shu He placed her phone beside her, secretly recording as the new year approached to send a video to her fans, wishing everyone a happy new year. She strummed the strings, her delicate, fair fingers danced lightly across the guitar strings, and the melody of Sunny Day resonated, lively and cheerful, causing Mumu to hum along. At that moment, the moon slowly rose. Time flowed gently on that evening of reunion among friends, the light, airy notes falling softly like moonlight in the tenderest corners of the heart. Shu He's guitar skills were exceptional, with no off-key notes. When she played solo, the atmosphere was filled with deep emotion. The guitarist sound clear and soothing, allowing listeners to relax completely. Nian Nian lay on the sofa, stealthily munching on his spicy snacks while humming the tune. When Shi Yu took a sip of water, she noticed the trash can was already overflowing with wrappers from the spicy snacks. And glancing at the little glutton, he was still eating, she pinched Nian Nian's cheek. Eat fewer spicy strips, be careful not to upset your stomach. Oh, Nian Nian's mouth was smeared with oil, and Shi Yu used a tissue to clean it up. I in the kitchen, Bai Songshang was responsible for stir-frying some home-cooked dishes, Pei Shu was rolling out the dough, Shi Yu was making dumplings, and Zhou Xianji was assisting Bai Songshang. Shi Yu could no longer tolerate the dumpling wrappers being handed over by Pei Shu. The wrappers you rolled out looked just like you, uneven. Hey, my well-defined curves have been honed over a long time. What is uneven? This is called a graceful curve. If you're jealous, just say so, Pei Shu hummed along to the tune Shu He was playing, tossing a rolled-out wrapper to Shi Yu, deliberately making Shu He turn the guitar away from him, saying, "Did you think I didn't know you?" Chapter 47, will you take it off? Year after year, he furrowed his brows, clutching his churning belly, his legs tightly tensed as if he were suffering from an upset stomach. He was so desperate to relieve himself that the hairs on his body stood on end. Yet he could not locate a restroom. Perhaps it was only in the master bedroom. The master bedroom belonged to the police officer, and he dared not enter uninvited, as that would be quite impolite. Clutching his abdomen, he climbed onto the sofa, tugging at his sister's clothing, hoping she would take him to the restroom. However, he felt too embarrassed to admit his predicament, fearing a reprimand. He tugged and tugged, but his sister did not turn her head. His aunt played 3 delightful tunes, while his uncle urged her to take a break, and his sister resumed gossiping with his aunt. She relished cracking sunflower seeds and discussing the latest tidbits. Year was on the verge of bursting. Shi Yu opened the class group chat and showed Shu He the messages. Ha, Lin Yueshi has embarrassed herself terribly. I heard from a friend that she not only bullied you but also several classmates, breaking a girl's rib in 2nd grade and forcing her to record a video. A broken rib? Yes, the bullying incident has stirred quite a commotion, and she even made it to trending topics, with countless marketing accounts reporting on it. Shu He wiped down her guitar, feeling a sense of vindication. She brought this upon herself. I feel no pity for the bully, considering the shadows she cast on others. Lin Yueshi moved yesterday, and the neighbors were buzzing with speculation. Her parents could no longer stay in their original neighborhood. No one knew where they had relocated. Additionally, someone in the group mentioned Lin Yueshi might be changing her name, though no one knew what alias she would adopt. Thinking of Lin Yueshi as a despised rat, Shi Yu felt a sense of relief. I should have made her drink from the toilet a few more times back then. Shu He wrapped her arms around Mumu's, lazily leaning on her shoulder. You saved me. Not just once. She had few friends, and having Mumu was enough. We share the same mother. Whoever bullies you is bullying me. Suddenly Shu He caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Is it because I mentioned the toilet? She wondered. They both noticed the closed restroom door. When Shi Yu turned her head, she saw Year standing obediently beside the sofa, his little hand touching his bottom, frozen in place. Little one, are you alright? No, I'm not, Year mumbled, his head bowed in distress. Shi Yu continued to gossip with Shu He, while Year, with an awkward gait, slipped towards the kitchen, casting a pleading glance at Zhou Xianji. As Zhou Xianji noticed the small figure hiding by the door. Year, he approached, squatting beside him and seeing Year curled up against the wall, biting his lip in an almost pitiful manner. What is wrong? Year leaned closer to Zhou Xianji's ear, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke in a soft, tremulous tone. Brother-in-law, I had a little accident in my pants. Could you lend me your pants to wear? I'll help you chase after my sister. Zhou Xianji's calm gaze flickered in disbelief. Year clasped his small hands tightly on the verge of tears. From behind, his pants were already soaked, and an unpleasant odor began to waft through the air. The damp trousers made him increasingly uncomfortable. Shi Yu had just finished wrapping dumplings and was stretching her neck when she stepped into the kitchen, spotting Year looking like a guilty little mouse. You troublemaker, what have you done now? Year took a step back, fearful of his uncle's impending wrath, knowing he had upset his stomach due to his overindulgence in spicy snacks. Oh no, I've truly become a little troublemaker. Zhou Xianji stood up, lowering his voice. Your nephew has an upset stomach, and his pants are a bit soiled. We need to take him to wash up, otherwise, he won't feel comfortable. What? Shi Yu's dark eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced at the little one holding his bottom. The air was thick with an unpleasant odor, and Shi Yu's face turned pale. She gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them again. A 6-year-old child, and he still can't make it to the toilet? Shi Yu pointed towards the restroom. Xinian, are you not going to the toilet? Have your bottom go numb? It had come to this, and she felt it was unnecessary to scold him any further. Year nodded, his misty eyes filled with innocence. Yes, uncle, it's already happened. Let us think of a solution. I don't want the girls to know about this. Can we keep it a secret from Auntie and my sister? I promise I won't eat so many spicy snacks again. Shi Yu tapped Year's forehead. You still care about your pride. Following this, the two men, both possessing a strong sense of cleanliness, began to defer to one another. Xianji, you are his brother-in-law. You take him to the restroom and clean him up. I won't compete with you for this task. What are you being polite for? Shi Yu, you are his uncle. It would be more appropriate for you to take him to the restroom. It's a great opportunity to foster uncle-nephew bonding. How could I possibly compete with you? Not at all. The brother-in-law is closer. For now, I'm still in the little black room, as you're his former brother-in-law. You are his real uncle, and the little nephew adores you. You're tugged at his damp pants. I'm uncomfortable. Uncle Mom said that when you're old, I'll still have to bring you eggs to visit you. Shermu lifted Year by his clothes. I owe you one. The man's strong hand grasped the small child like a chick. Lifting Year off the ground as he took him to the restroom, Year sailed through the air for a short distance, astonished to see his uncle open a door. Oh, there's a restroom outside. I was so foolish not to find it earlier. Zhou Xianji went to the kitchen to grab 2 pairs of disposable gloves. After all, it was Song Sheng's home, and he thought it best to inform Song Sheng. Year has a bit of a tummy issue. And his pants are dirty. May we borrow your restroom? Of course. Do you need any anti-diarrheal medicine? Song Sheng, still busy cooking, was easygoing and didn't mind a child using the restroom. I have medicine for diarrhea and stomach pain here. If your tummy hurts later, give him some. Thank you for the trouble. Song Sheng. We're friends. There is no trouble at all. There are clean clothes in the bedroom. Just go in. The room is heated. Let us get Year into some summer shorts. Zhou Xianji nodded in agreement. He had ordered children's pants for Year to be delivered, but it would take half an hour. Song Sheng was very thoughtful and tolerant. In the bathroom, Year stood in the shower area, while Shermu stood 2 meters away, instructing him, take off your clothes and the dirty pants, and toss them in the trash. Okay. Year obediently removed his hoodie and pants. Leaving him in only his children's underwear, which was bulging. Shyly, he clenched his small fists and asked, should I take it off too? What do you think? Do you want to keep it on for the new year? Zhou Xianji entered the room. After Year was stripped down, Shermu walked into the shower area, turned on the water, and tested the temperature with his hand. Next time, don't eat so many spicy snacks before your main meal. You're still a child, and your stomach is quite delicate. Did you hear what your uncle said? Yes, I heard. Does your tummy still hurt? Not anymore. Is it cold in here? Uncle Bai's house is very warm. Zhou Xianji donned the gloves and took over the shower head, rinsing Year off. Chapter 48. The messy child. Shermu stood to the side, teasing the little one. You naughty little mess, on New Year's. Eating so many spicy snacks, unable to control either end. I should record this and play it at your wedding so your wife can see your embarrassing moments. Year giggled. I like Xiaomei. I want to marry her. Why do you like Xiaomei? She said I'm handsome. Shallow. Zhou Xianji turned off the shower, avoiding the body wash bottle that Song Sheng regularly used. Shermu, check the drawer for any disposable body wash. Sure. Shermu found a disposable pack of body wash from the drawer beneath the sink, tore it open, and poured it into Zhou Xianji's palm. Zhou Xianji began to lather Year with fragrant bubbles. The water was pleasantly warm, and Year was covered in bubbles. Year poked the milky scented bubbles. Wow, these bubbles smell so good. Zhou Xianji coaxed the little one. Yes, Year smells wonderful. He oh. Shermu washed his hands with disinfectant 5 times. Scrubbing repeatedly, you continue washing him. I'll take this trash out. Alright. Zhou Xianji washed earnestly, cleaning Year 3 times before turning off the shower, wrapping Year in a soft towel, drying his droplets, and dressing him in dry shorts. The pants were a bit long and loose, so Zhou Xianji tightened the waistband. The new pants will arrive soon. Year. For now, where Uncle Bai's out will thank him later. Okay. Year nodded, understanding. I also need to thank brother-in-law and uncle. Today, Uncle didn't spank me either. He dinner was bountiful. By Songsheng, as the host, prepared 12 dishes and ordered a 3-tiered fruitcake with dumplings already boiled. Xianji and Shu He abstained from alcohol, opting for cola instead. The dining table was spacious, and the steamed hairy crabs had just emerged, filling a large pot. Pei Shu placed it on the table, pinching his earlobe. Try it, and the rest my special sauce. It is absolutely delicious. Little Year savored the crab that his brother-in-law had peeled for him. So delicious. Zhou Xianji sat opposite Year, continuously serving him dishes, peeling crabs, and even cutting him a piece of cake. Mua, thank you, brother-in-law. Shermu glanced at her brother's trendy outfit, resembling a little rascal, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind all day. Just moments ago she had felt pity for the large crab, but now she was smacked in the face with the aroma of its deliciousness. Well, since the crab that Zhou Xianji peeled was indeed fragrant, Shermu shifted closer to Shu He, choosing to ignore the little traitor beside her. Brother-in-law came easily from her lips on the left, and brother-in-law on the right flowed just as smoothly. Casting her gaze at Shu He and her little uncle, Shermu felt her mouth twitch. The couple was subtly displaying their affection for one another. Shi Yu was busy peeling crabs for Shu He, who took a bite and found the crab roe rich and the meat tender. It's delicious. Why aren't you eating? She noticed that both Shi Yu and her brother had little appetite. While the one most delighted was the child. Nian, not very hungry. Shi Yu hesitated, then, seeing Shu He devour 3 crabs, he reminded her, crabs are cold in nature, eat in moderation. Alright. Shu He's plate was piled high with dishes she loved. As Shi Yu, concerned about her shyness in a crowd, ensured she had plenty to eat, she picked up a dumpling and asked, did you make this? It's not bad, right? Very beautiful. I had no idea you could cook. Shi Yu gently ruffled Shu He's hair, replying, yes, a little. If you like dumplings, I can make them for you often. Wrapping dumplings isn't difficult. Song Sheng's culinary skills were exceptional, and Pei Shu was relishing every bite. Raising his cup of cola, he exclaimed, "Come on, we're about to welcome the new year, let us toast, Happy New Year." Nian Nian stood up, holding his cola to clink glasses with the elders, offering his wishes. "May Uncle be as blessed as the eastern sea and live as long as the southern mountain." At this, laughter erupted around the table, for such words were typically reserved for the elderly. Shi Yu, sitting next to him, appeared frozen as if encased in ice, ensnared by the unexpected proclamation. "Thank you, Shi." Nian Nian. Shu He nearly choked on her drink, her belly aching from laughter. Nian Nian was simply too adorable. Shi Yu gently patted Shu He's back, amused, and retorted, "Is it really that funny?" as he observed Nian Nian's silly expression, adding, "Uncle wishes you to score a bunch of big duck eggs." "Ha, he, I've already baked many duck eggs." Nian Nian chimed in. Grandpa said he doesn't want to tutor me anymore, fearing I'll end up in the hospital. "Can I come to your house after the winter vacation to study?" Such a delightful thought. As soon as Shi Yu finished speaking, he quickly changed his mind. "Sure, come over during the winter break, let Aunt help you with your studies." Shu He was taken aback. Nian Nian would be staying over, meaning she and Shi Yu would have to share a room, otherwise the curious child might report to Grandpa, and Shi Jun Ting would mistakenly think their relationship was strained, leading them to live separately. Nian Nian dashed to Shu He's side, wrapped his arms around her, and sweetly pouted, "Yay, Aunt is from Jingbei University. My dream is to get into Jingbei University or Tsinghua University and become an astronaut. I want to take Xiaomei to outer space to grow vegetables." Shu He pinched the little one's chubby cheek. "When that time comes, I'll cook delicious food for you, okay, Pei Shu?" Munching on ribs, a comforted Nian Nian, "Don't feel pressured. Not only good students are good kids, I think you're wonderful." "Yeah." Nian Nian smiled sweetly, continuing with his blessings, looking at Shu He, "May it always be happy. No troubles, stay healthy." Shu He smiled warmly. "Thank you, Nian Nian." Pei Shu pointed to himself. "What about me? What do you wish for Uncle Pei?" "May Uncle Pei's skin be fair." Pei Shu touched his face. "Do I look very dark?" Zhou Xianji couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, you have a healthy complexion." Nian Nian is just blunt. He didn't mean anything by it. "May Uncle Bai be safe." Nian Nian jumped down from his stool, specifically clinking glasses with Uncle Bai, aware that police officers often face dangers. "I hope all police uncles and aunts stay safe." Bai Song Shang was moved, lifting his cola to toast with Nian Nian. "Uncle wishes you, little Nian Nian, peace and joy, and may all your wishes come true." Nian Nian continued, "Lastly, I wish sister and brother-in-law make up soon and have a baby soon." Before he could finish, Shermua's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly covered Nian Nian's mouth, unable to bear the reaction of the onlookers. "Such a small mouth, always chattering away, just eat your food." Zhou Xianji's lips curled slightly. During dinner, Nian Nian was a lively spirit, bringing laughter to everyone. After the meal, they didn't rush to leave but helped Bai Song Sheng tidy up. Little Nian Nian was quite diligent, grabbing a cloth to wipe the table. The little fellow was a bit short and stood on a stool. Shu He lifted Nian Nian down, cautioning, "Nian Nian, standing on the stool is dangerous." Shermu quipped, "Let him fall," and I'll behave. Shi Yu found a sheet of A4 paper and posed a math problem for Nian Nian to solve nearby. If a well is 10 meters deep, and a little frog climbs up 3 meters during the day but falls back 2 meters at night, on which day can the little frog climb out? Right, think about which day the little frog can escape. Nian Nian, bewildered, asked, "Uncle, the bottom of the well isn't bad. Why does it need to climb? What if it falls and gets hurt? There are no doctors in the well." Shi Yu found himself at a loss for words. Pei Shu helped Nian Nian calculate, casually stating, 7 days. Shermu frowned, isn't at 10 days. After mentally calculating, Shu He quietly suggested, "I think it's 8 days. Zhou Xianji concurred. 8 days. Bai Song Sheng chimed in. 8 days. Shi Yu looked at Pei Shu, chuckling, "You must be stuffed from the crabs. Go back to elementary school and ask your math teacher how many days it takes. A PhD shouldn't have this lapse." Pei Shu picked up a cake fork. "I'm just having fun." Nian Nian huffed, "Actually, it wouldn't take that long. It can climb out in half a day. I'll use a rope to help the little frog." Chapter 49 Cold War. The new year marked another year of growth. Shu He had completed all her courses for the semester, and now it was exam week. Sitting at her desk, she retrieved a rainbow card from her wishing bottle to write a life diary to Zi Jin. Outside, the sky was clear and blue, as if washed by water. January 2, Sunny, his sister. "I received a national scholarship a few days ago. 30,000 yuan. I bought Mama Jade bracelet. I heard Jade can bring peace. As the winter vacation approached, she hesitated to contact her mother, contemplating giving the jade bracelet to her brother to present it in his name. Hoping for her mother's safety year after year, due to the exam week, many materials required memorization. Speaking aloud in the library would disturb others, so Shu He had been studying at home. Shi Yu had told her she was welcome to use his study. His study was spacious, with towering bookshelves filled with many classic literary works from both domestic and international authors, as well as some economics books. It was evident that Shi Yu had a penchant for reading. After 3 hours of cramming for public political theory, Shu He stood in front of the bookshelf during a break, browsing through the rows of books, when she suddenly spotted Tagore's Stray Birds. She tiptoed to take the book down. Judging by the wear, it seemed Shi Yu had finished reading it. She settled into the soft chair by the desk, revisiting the text. As she opened the book, A card fell out. It was a beautifully crafted postcard. Assuming it was a bookmark from Shi Yu, she picked it up to return it to him, but upon reading the words on the back, her mind went blank. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the book to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. Picking it up and placing it on the desk, she clutched the letter and sought out Shi Yu. The confession letter was dated not long ago, post-marriage. Shu He clutched the letter addressed to Yu Ting tightly, her legs feeling light as she walked, her thoughts a tangled mess. She wanted to confront him for clarity. Today was the last day of the New Year's holiday, and Bai Song Sheng was visiting. Shi Yu and Bai were in the gym sparring. Shu He rushed to the gym door and saw Shi Yu and Bai Song Sheng in their fighting gear, engaged in a friendly match. As she entered, Bai Song Sheng asked, "Did your confession succeed?" Shu He halted, leaning against the wall, holding her breath. During the break, sweat trickled down Shi Yu's forehead, flowing past his brows and down his neck as he removed his boxing gloves. "Not yet. Yu Ting's birthday is next week, and I plan to confess then." Bai Song Sheng nodded slightly, sitting on the steps, his dark eyes lowered as he slowly took off his gloves. Sweat streaming down his hair, oblivious to it dripping into his eyes, Shi Yu handed Bai a bottle of mineral water, saying, "I forgot where I put that letter. I'll search for it later." Footsteps approached, and Shu He's lips turned pale as she turned and rushed back to the study, placing the confession letter back inside the book. After tidying up her study materials, she left Shi Yu's study. Glancing at the freshly bought snowflake pastries on the desk, the sweet aroma now made her feel nauseous, as if she couldn't catch her breath. During the 2 months of marriage, she had assumed Shi Yu was a man of great responsibility, a gentle and caring husband. You've been too comfortable lately. So comfortable that she had forgotten the painful lessons taught by her father and ex-boyfriend. With 2 exams looming tomorrow, Shu He returned to the master bedroom, locked the door, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. She pulled out her study notes and settled onto the lounge chair on the balcony. Taking out a highlighter, she focused on marking the key points for memorization. But while she could easily memorize a segment in mere minutes before, now she could only mechanically recite the words. The memorization was ineffective, and knowledge wouldn't settle in her mind. Finally, Shu He set the book aside. She found her headphones and donned them. Lying in the rocking chair, she selected her favorite song, allowing herself to unwind as she raised the volume, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. Shu Yu pushed open the study door, only to find the little girl who often studied there absent. During the 3-day holiday, Shu He had immersed herself in her books, and now, he wondered where she had gone, noticing that her study materials had vanished from the desk as if she had never been there at all. Shi Yu closed the study door, and as he descended to the first floor, he saw butler Jiang arranging lunch. He casually inquired, "Have you seen Shu He? Madam just returned to the master bedroom." Jiang replied. Shu Yu made his way back upstairs and knocked on the master bedroom door. There was no response. He twisted the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Calling her name twice from outside yielded no reply. Furrowing his brow, he picked up his phone, about to dial Shu He's number when the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. Shu He appeared, her gaze calm and her voice tinged with a hint of coolness. "Is there something you need? Lunch is ready." "I'm not hungry, no need to call me," she replied, briskly shutting the door behind her. He stood there, momentarily stunned, the image of her cold expression lingering in his mind. Descending the stairs, Bai Songxing donned his jacket, announcing, "There's an urgent task. I must return to the team." "All right, be safe," Shu Yu replied, taking a seat at the dining table, observing the array of dishes laid out before him. He instructed butler Jiang, "Pack some of Shu He's favorite dishes into a lunchbox and take it to her. We mustn't let her go hungry while studying." Butler Jiang looked perplexed. "Shall I call madam down?" "No need, she has an exam tomorrow. She might be feeling a bit anxious today. Just take the food upstairs. Once she sees her favorite dishes, she'll naturally eat." Understood. The following morning, after finishing his workout and changing his clothes, Shu Yu noticed Shu He was absent from breakfast. Standing beside the table, butler Jiang reported, "Madam left half an hour ago on the bus, saying she wouldn't have breakfast and that you needn't prepare dinner for her." "She took the bus." "Yes, her car is still under repair." Shu Yu sensed something was amiss. Did she not eat breakfast? No. Searching through the workgroup, he found the exam schedule for Jing University. Shu He's first exam was at 8:30 a.m. and the time was now 7:00. Why is she going so early? After sending a message to Shu He, he set down his phone and asked sharply, "Which of you upset her?" She is introverted and doesn't express her grievances, but that is not the case. Butler Jiang dared not speak frankly. Shu He was the mistress of Qingfeng Villa, treated like a little deity by everyone at home, who catered to her every whim, fearful of neglecting her. Who would dare offend her? "Sir, madam is indeed angry with you and is sulking. You are usually so astute. How could you be so oblivious now? You should appease her. Perhaps you can still have dinner together tonight." Chapter 50. Shu He is ignoring him. Shu He alighted from the bus, stowing her notebook in her bag, when she noticed the message from Shu Yu. She calmly turned off her phone. Just as she was about to enter the school gate, she encountered Shi Junting, who was cycling to work. Shi Junting, who rode his bicycle to work year-round, dismounted and pushed his bike as he chatted with her. "Did you take the bus? Did Xiao Yu not give you a ride?" Shu He's eyes curved with a smile. "I wanted to arrive a bit earlier to study." You have an exam today, right? Yes. As they walked into the school, the security guard at the gate was exercising. Upon seeing Shi Junting, he enthusiastically waved good morning, Shi Lasher, good morning. Shu He followed Shi Junting, asking him a couple of professional questions. He patiently clarified her doubts, then retrieved a thermos bag hanging from the handlebars, revealing a portion of small steamed buns he had bought. You didn't have breakfast, did you? Here, try the small buns from the alley. And there are large buns filled with carrots. I heard you love those. This is red date soy milk. I brought breakfast. Shu He had a caterpillar bread in her backpack, and since Shi Junting had not eaten breakfast either, she couldn't bring herself to take the teacher as food. What food? Shi Junting hadn't noticed Shu He holding her breakfast. Bread. You need something warm in the morning to settle your stomach. We're family, so don't be polite, just take it. If you find it delicious, let your father know, and I'll buy you more tomorrow, as much as you want. Okay. Shu He accepted the steaming small buns and the soy milk. Hearing the term father made her eyes suddenly glisten. This was the first time she felt a father's love since she could remember, even if it was just a humble portion of small buns. Though he was not her biological father, Shi Junting was a teacher of gentle demeanor and a remarkably warm father. Shu He was fortunate to have such a loving father. Noticing Shu He's complexion was slightly pale. As if troubled, Shi Junting reassured her, don't be nervous, the exam questions won't be that difficult. Okay, thank you, Dad. After bidding farewell, Shi Junting went to the parking lot to lock his bike. Shu He held the warm soy milk, wandering aimlessly as she took a bite of the small buns. They were delicious, with a soft and fluffy skin. Each bite was filled with stuffing. Sipping the soy milk, she proceeded towards the examination hall. Finding a comfortable spot in the corridor of the teaching building, taking out her notes, she began to eat while reading. It was only when she rummaged through her backpack that she realized she had forgotten her student ID and the pens needed for the exam, both in a pencil case. Oh no, I left the pencil case on the desk this morning. With only 40 minutes until the exam, returning by bus would surely be too late. Flustered, she was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of her phone. It was Shi Yu. Shu He answered. Shi Yu's clear voice came through the receiver. I'm downstairs at the College of Literature. You forgot your exam supplies. Come pick them up. Okay. Shu He felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hurriedly ran to the College of Literature. Looking around during the New Year's holiday, the school had adorned the roadside trees with numerous small red lanterns, and rows of osmanthus trees were festooned with decorations. Shu Yu, with his ethereal demeanor, stood upright in a well-fitted black coat that accentuated his serious yet reserved aura. The morning light illuminated his glasses, giving them a cool glow. Nearby, 2 students were cramming at the last minute. One male student bit into a jinbing, flipping through his notes. Professor Shi, will this question be on the exam? Can you narrow down the important points a bit more, just a little bit? Let me see what your name is. Shu Yu replied tersely. Before his fingers could touch the student's notes, the student felt a chill run down his spine, quickly hopping onto the back seat of his friend's electric scooter, exclaiming, go faster. Where are you running off to? Shu Yu inquired. The scooter sped away, and the student turned back, raising his arm to form a heart shape with his fingers. No more questions, no more questions. Huh, Professor Shi? If we don't do well, don't forget to give us a lifeline. Don't fail us, okay? Shu Yu smiled faintly. Turning around, he spotted the young girl standing 3 meters away, quietly waiting. Here, you're stationary. Shu Yu stepped toward Shu He, offering her the pencil case along with a sandwich. Don't be nervous, and don't feel pressured. Treat it like your usual practice, no matter how it goes. It's all fine, thank you. Shu He accepted the pencil case, gratefully acknowledging him. To her surprise, Shu Yu, a busy man, did not reprimand her for being forgetful or scold her for her poor memory. She had prepared herself for a lecture beforehand. With a serious expression, she noticed a bit of carrot on her fair cheek. Shu Yu chuckled lightly, suddenly reminded of the adorable capybaras at the zoo. Shu He resembled a capybara in that moment. As Shu Yu raised his hand, his fingers hovering just shy of her cheek, she instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. His hand froze in midair. Shu He avoided looking at him, softly saying, I have an exam now. I need to go back. Thank you for bringing my stationery. Shu Yu's dark eyes deepened with concern. He frowned slightly, watching her retreating figure. She hadn't accepted the sandwich, had been evading his touch, and had not responded to his messages. The girl had grown somewhat distant. Since yesterday, Shu He had treated him with formality, as if they had returned to the unfamiliarity of their early marriage. Shu He was ignoring him. After completing 2 exams, it was noon. Shu He's hand felt as if it might cramp from writing. Upon exiting the examination hall, she basked in the warm sunlight, feeling relaxed and at ease. The first exam in public politics had covered all the key points highlighted by the professors, and she had memorized every question, which was quite satisfactory. The second exam had not been too difficult either. With a smile brightening her face, she stretched her arms, only to be confronted by a couple on an electric scooter, engrossed in a passionate kiss in the midst of a bustling crowd of students who had just finished their exams. The boy's hand roamed affectionately over the girl's thigh. Lost in their embrace, Shu He quickly dismissed the memory and took out her phone just as Moo sent a WeChat message. Moo boss, daily nurturing of the little seedling. Moo boss, sweetly reciting poetry. I'll treat, are you in? Moo boss, seductive.jpg, little gray, coming, I'll be there in 15 minutes. At the dessert shop, Shi Yu sipped her milk tea and opened her phone. Next week is my cousin's birthday. Do you think I should get her lipstick or a watch? On the screen were 3 images. These 3 shades of CL lipstick were all the rage recently. He. Which one do you think looks best? Shua's eyelashes fluttered slightly. A dull ache silently spread from her ribs, and her clear eyes dimmed imperceptibly before the corners of her eyes curved upward as she gazed at the 3 lipstick shades on the screen. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, playfully lifting the strands of hair by her ear. Enjoying a mousse cake, Shu He remarked. Both the retro strawberry red and the rose bean paste color are beautiful. Yuding is strikingly pretty. She looks good in any lipstick shade. Chapter 51, Compulsory Resolution of Misunderstandings. My dear He is also a great beauty. I wish to compare Westlake to He, whether lightly or heavily made up, she remains exquisite. Haha. Shu found herself struck with laughter. Shu, I bought both the retro strawberry red and the rose bean paste for you. They are actually gifts chosen for you, as I have already bought a watch for my cousin, but it's not my birthday. One does not need to wait for their birthday to receive gifts. Shu opened her bag, revealing 2 white jade bracelets within. She had intended to gift them to Mumu after finishing her meal, but decided to let her wear one now. The scholarships and research grants she had saved up were just enough to buy 3 jade bracelets. Try this jade bracelet on. Wow, this jade bracelet is exquisitely polished, smooth and lustrous, Mumu exclaimed, sitting up straight with a smile as she extended her wrist. Shu adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Mumu caressed the bracelet, feeling its softness. It's beautiful, you truly have an eye for bracelets. Is the other one yours? It's not mine. Shu handed the velvet gift box to Mumu. It's for my godmother, you can wear it when you get home. Jade is said to ensure safety. Alright. Mumu graciously accepted it. She noticed Shua's slender wrist was bare, just as it always had been. Shu never indulged herself with gifts. Mumu planned to visit a jewelry store soon to pick out a white jade bracelet for her. Shu scooped up a spoonful of cake. I was scrolling through Zaya Hongshu today and came across a post. What post? It discussed what a girl should do if she inadvertently discovers her husband's infidelity on a certain day. Should she bravely confront him and seek a divorce without considering the consequences? Or should she weigh the pros and cons and maintain a facade of peace, leading separate yet harmonious lives? Damn, what husband? That's an ex-husband. If I find out about infidelity, I would definitely kick him out and send him on a journey to the west. Shu murmured, kick him out. Mumu's gaze hardened, her tone resolute. Exactly. I won't waste my youth on a man who cheats. Let me tell you, the world is not short of men. Marriage. Infidelity is betrayal, and betrayal cannot be forgiven. Shua's once muddled thoughts suddenly became clear. She would take that confession letter home and confront Shi Yu about it directly. If he truly liked Yuding, then they should part amicably for each other's sake. After all, Shi Yu had saved her life. She didn't want to escalate matters and jeopardize their family's relationship. A peaceful breakup would be the ideal outcome for both of them. Here, Mumu removed her phone case. They both had the same model, and the back of Mumu's case bore bold letters. I would rather believe in ghosts than trust a man's words, although her uncle was not the type to indulge in debauchery. This phone case served as a reminder to herself. If my uncle sees it, don't mention I gave it to you, or I'll be left with nothing. Do you really think Shi Yu is not fickle? Mumu tapped her head. I can assure you, before marrying you, my uncle didn't have a single girlfriend. He remains single for over 30 years. Yes, my mom said my uncle has been aware of his engagement to the Zhou family since childhood, so he kept himself pure, waiting to marry you. This revelation somewhat shocked Shu. She suddenly recalled that 4 years ago, at the Beijing University opening ceremony, Shi Yu had watched her perform. At that time, he must have known she was his fiancée. What must he have felt afterward when she dated Fu Henning? Shu took off her phone case and handed it to Mumu, her own case adorned with cute, whimsical letters, wishing you peace and joy. May everything go your way. Mumu held up Shua's phone case to the bright sunlight, its transparency making the words glimmer. Then let us wish for peace and joy for both me and He. May everything go smoothly. Qingfeng Villa study. When Shu returned home in the afternoon, Shi Yu had yet to finish work. She stood before the bookshelf, searching for the bird collection. The shelves were filled with books, and after 3 attempts, she still couldn't find it. She distinctly remembered it being within reach. It wasn't on Shi Yu's desk either, and she regretted not taking a photo yesterday. Shi Yu was astute and might have sensed something amiss. He must have hidden the confession letter. With an exam the following day, Shu decided to return to her room to study and wait for Shi Yu to come home later that evening. Buzz, her phone vibrated on the table, waking her from her slumber. The room was engulfed in darkness, and she rubbed her stiff neck glancing at her phone. It was already 7 in the evening, the outside world was shrouded in dusk, and a breeze seemed to stir. In winter in northern Beijing, the sky darkened by 5 or 6 o'clock every day. It was a message from Mumu. Boss Mu, I have a business trip tonight. Could I borrow your suitcase? I just realized the wheels on mine are broken, and the one I ordered online won't arrive until tomorrow. Little Gray, sure. Shu turned on the light in her room. Her suitcase was on the balcony, filled with various items. She pulled it into her room, squatting down to find mostly undergarments inside. She placed the clothes on her bed and dragged the empty suitcase outside. Just as her fingers brushed the doorknob, the bedroom door swung open. Shu stepped back 2 paces. Shi Yu entered the room, his gaze falling on the suitcase she was pushing. As she tried to leave with the suitcase, Shi Yu grasped her wrist, locking the bedroom door behind him and securing the suitcase. His expression darkened slightly. Where are you going? Delivering a suitcase? Shi Yu was clearly skeptical. At this late hour, who are you delivering a suitcase to? Let go of me first. Shu set the suitcase down, attempting to free her wrist from his grip, but his hold was neither too tight nor too loose, yet it was a force she could not shake off. He led her toward the sofa. I'm delivering it to Mumu. Let go of me. Shu braced herself against the disparity of strength between them. She felt like a frail scholar being led to the sofa step by step. Chapter 52, The Good Baby, Sweet, Shi Yu, yes, I'm here. Shu found herself compelled to sit on the sofa, curling her legs up and grabbing a cushion as a shield. What do you want? Let's clarify things. Otherwise, you won't be leaving anywhere. Shi Yu pulled a chair from beside the desk and calmly sat across from Shu, fixating his gaze on her. Tell me, why have you been avoiding me and sulking these past few days? Shu straightened her back. In this moment, he resembled a stern teacher addressing a student. Since it was a conversation, Shu met his gaze with composure and said bluntly, do you like Yuding? Who? Yuding, the director of the public relations department at Hangsheng? Mumu's cousin. Shi Yu paused, and a fleeting light flickered in his eyes. You saw the confession letter in the bird collection yesterday. Yes. Since you were in the study, did you not compare the handwriting of the confession letter with that of my official documents to see if they matched? Shu had overlooked that detail. However, she was hesitant to rummage through Shi Yu's company documents. The papers that the chairman reviewed were essentially Hangsheng's trade secrets. Her initial reaction upon finding the confession letter was to confront him directly. But then she heard him say he would confess next week. Could she have misunderstood Shi Yu? Shu asked, wasn't it you who wrote it? It was written by Peishu yesterday. Captain Bai asked you if there had been a confession. Was he inquiring if Peishu confessed to Yuding? Yes, but how did Peishu's letter end up in your book? Shi Yu unlocked his phone and handed it to Shu. Peishu has liked Yuding for 5 years but has never dared to confess. After writing the letter, he came to the office to ask for my assistance, and in his absent-mindedness, he slipped the letter into my book. I also forgot about the letter after the meeting. It was only when Songqing asked me yesterday that I remembered it was still with me. Shu looked at the phone he handed her. What is this? The phone password is 0519. You can message anyone to ask if I have ever liked any other woman. Or you can ask Peishu if that letter was his, not just today. Shu, in the future, you can check my phone at any time without my permission. Shu returned his phone. The tension in her body gradually eased. Her brows softening, and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. So it was merely a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Shi Yu leaned back casually. You went to the gym yesterday. Why didn't you just come in and ask me directly? Shu stammered, beginning to ponder why hadn't she sought Shi Yu out for clarification yesterday. When Mingming discovered the confession letter, she was utterly astonished. A flicker of hope sparked within her heart, wishing against hope that the letter had not been penned by Shi Yu. Driven by a possessive yearning, she wished that Shi Yu would not harbor feelings for anyone else. However, upon hearing Shi Yu utter the words of his impending confession, a profound sense of disappointment washed over her. At that moment, it felt as though the comfort and care Shi Yu had bestowed upon her in the 2 months following their marriage were nothing more than ephemeral bubbles, beautiful and radiant. Yet fleeting for a brief instant, she found herself unable to confront the reality of Shi Yu's potential change of heart, unwilling to admit that she had once again been cast aside. Thus she refrained from entering to confront him. Later, when she heard footsteps approaching, fear gripped her, and she fled in haste. As Shu reflected on her actions, retreating to the bedroom and locking the door, she likened herself to a timid little turtle. One that was scared and fragile, fearing injury. Suddenly a cool, gentle sensation brushed against the tip of her nose. Shi Yu playfully curved his fingers, lightly tapping the young girl's nose, his voice deep and resonant. Shu, I will not go back on the vows we declared when we registered our marriage. In the future, should misunderstandings arise, we shall clarify them face to face, and let no misunderstanding linger overnight. Shu gazed at him silently. The sincerity in his eyes and the tenderness in his words felt like a feather, softly touching the most delicate part of her heart. All right, she smiled in response. Once the misunderstandings are cleared up, Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful challenge glinting in his gaze. You must think of how to compensate me. Compensation? Indeed, you've neglected me for 2 days, leading me to spiral into wild thoughts. Surely, you must offer me something in return. Shu gently bit her lip, recognizing her own fault, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the cushion. How would you like me to compensate you? Come here, kiss me. What? In an instant, Shu's cheeks flushed crimson. In the past, such intimate acts of kissing had always been initiated by Shi Yu, sending her heart racing as their gazes met. Shi Yu remained silent, his eyes fixed intently upon her. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of his lips as he patted his thigh, seemingly beckoning her to sit upon him and bestow a kiss. Not going to kiss? Shi Yu casually remarked. rising to leave. Then forget it, I suppose I am not destined for such pleasures. Shi Yu, at that moment, as he turned, soft lips brushed against his. Shu He stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck. You close your eyes, Shu He murmured. Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle, his large hand encircling her slender waist, drawing her closer. The kiss was too gentle, prompting him to deepen it. Shu He felt herself lifted, her lips parting as she trembled. Gazing up at him, Shi Yu had settled into a chair, with her straddling his lap, their lips once again captured by his. A gentle smile graced Shu He's lips. Shi Yu's breath grew slightly heavier, while her heart raced like a drum. This time, as he nibbled on her lip, it felt as though sweetness had seeped into her very being. Shu He embraced the man's neck, reciprocating his kiss. The minute hand of the clock ticked away at the tranquil bedroom, enveloped in their intertwined breaths, the air thick with the scent of desire. As Shu He's lips shimmered with a bright hue, she found herself gasping for breath, beginning to shy away from him. I'm tired. Shi Yu released her, but before she could catch her breath, he tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her snugly against his chest, and kissed her once more. At that moment, he resembled a child yearning for candy, insatiable in his craving. Shu He sensed something amiss. With dazed eyes, she opened them to find him reacting, and suddenly alert, she pushed against his shoulder and awkwardly jumped off his lap. Shi Yu observed the flush creeping onto her face. Their gazes collided, and Shu He clearly discerned the deep ripples of desire swirling within Shi Yu's eyes. Unabashed and fervent longing, Shi Yu stood, reaching out to catch the blushing girl, but she slipped past his arm like a smooth little eel. Mischievously, Shu He laughed. I'm off to deliver the suitcase. You should take care of things in the bathroom, Joshua. She hurriedly pushed the suitcase outside, not daring to glance back at the man's darkening expression, only hearing his voice drop to a husky tone, tinged with unfulfilled desire. Shu He's hand rested on the doorknob as Shi Yu, calm and collected, remarked, truly my good little darling, you may evade the initial confrontation, but you cannot escape the inevitable. There will be plenty of time later. Just wait until I deal with you. What will you do to me? I am your wife. Dear wife, do take a guess. Chapter 53. Lured into the bathroom. It was the time of day when school was letting out. Various luxury cars were parked outside the experimental elementary school, with drivers standing by awaiting their little princes and princesses. Shu He stood at a stall selling starch sausages, bundled up like a plump penguin, holding the hand of the just dismissed little Shinian. The cold air enveloped them as she spoke, her breath forming mist. Point 1 starch sausage, thank you. Would you like some chili? Shinian, can you handle spicy food? Absolutely, I want it, invincible super spicy. Shinian tugged at Shu He's sleeve, having spotted the stall sign that read, 1 for 3 yuan. 2 for 5 yuan, right? I think buying 2 is more economical. Shu He affectionately ruffled Shinian's clever little head, pulling out her phone to scan the payment code. Boss, let us add another one. I'll take 2. The stall owner rolled the starch sausage in chili powder 3 times, sprinkling on some cumin, and flashed a wicked grin at the child. It won't be too spicy for you. The invincible super spicy sausage was bright red and purely fiery. Once prepared, Shinian bounced over to grab one sausage, handing the other, devoid of chili, to his little aunt. 3 meters away, in the back of a Cayenne, Shi Yu gently tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Observing the scene of big and small friends enjoying their starch sausages, it gave him the sensation of picking up his own child from school with Shu He, after getting into the car. The warmth of the heater enveloped them. Shinian sat in the back seat, his mouth smeared with chili powder, breathing heavily as he tried to cool off. Shu He initially intended to take the back seat but caught a glimpse of a meaningful expression from someone, so she secured Shinian's seatbelt, closed the back door, and settled into the passenger seat. What about mine? Shi Yu inquired. What do you mean? Oh, you two each have one, but there is none for me as the driver. Shu He fastened her seatbelt and turned to look at Shi Yu, his mature, steady demeanor juxtaposed starkly with the casual starch sausage. You still like starch sausages? Shi Yu replied lazily. What's wrong with that? Then next time I'll buy one for you. Shu He thought to coax him, pulling out a milk candy from her pocket, unwrapping it, and offering it to Shi Yu's lips. Your favorite, original flavor. Shinian chimed in. No, little uncle likes little aunt. Not the original milk candy. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Looks like you didn't waste the 6 years worth of meals. As he enjoyed the candy, he playfully bit her fingertip. The cool sensation made Shu He jerk her hand back. It's just candy. Why are you biting my fingers, pervert? I just like to bite. I bite everything. Shu He's earlobes flushed, her cheeks blooming like rosy peach blossoms. Little Uncle Shinian, drenched in sweat from the spice, extended his little finger to calculate. Look, 1 sausage is 3 yuan, 2 sausages are 5 yuan, so buying 3 isn't cost effective, right? Exactly, the most economical way to purchases for 2 people to share. Shi Yu, ever the on-site educator, commented, no wonder your math score is a mere 6. Why not be bold and buy 4 sausages, then show some filial piety to your little uncle and let me have 2. Oh right. Little Shinian's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Buying 4 sausages would also mean 2 yuan and 50 cents each. Shi Yu cast a calm, disapproving glance at him through the rearview mirror, his tone carrying the authority of a teacher. Little ones are not allowed to use foul language. Oh, Shinian mimicked, zipping his lips. Shua pulled out 2 tissues from her bag and handed Shinian a bottle of milk. Here, wipe your face and drink some milk to ease the spiciness. As Shinian sipped the milk, he exclaimed. Next Monday after school, I'll buy 4 to give one to Xiaomei. Who is Xiaomei? Shua inquired. My girlfriend. Shua was taken aback, a multitude of question marks swirling above her head. She was certain she hadn't misheard. Exchanging glances with Shi Yu before she burst into laughter. Shinian, you're 6 and already in a relationship. Little Shinian made a gesture as if flipping his hand. Easy as pie, Shi Yu's smile faltered. Feeling as though he had been subtly mocked by his little nephew yesterday, Shinian made Grandpa so angry that he ended up in the hospital. When Shua visited Shijinting, bringing fruits, she found him in a VIP room wearing a hospital gown. Practicing a calming exercise while a tutorial played on the television, she could hardly fathom what the teacher had experienced. Could children be this powerful? Grandpa was quietly reciting a mantra, do not be angry. Do not be angry, for anger brings illness upon oneself. Grandchildren will have their own fortunes, do not toil for them. Thus, the little troublemaker, Shinian, was sent to Qingfeng Villa. Now, the question arose. During dinner, the kitchen prepared an array of dishes beloved by children. Shinian adored clinging to Shua, for she alone would not spank him. He inquired innocently, little aunt, which room do you and little uncle sleep in? As soon as the words left his mouth, Shua instinctively glanced at the man across from her. Shi Yu, leisurely enjoying his meal, diverted his gaze from the financial news to interact with Shinian. Guest Shua placed freshly squeezed juice beside Shinian, attempting to shift the conversation. Here, Shinian, drink this orange juice I made for you. I know. At that moment, Nian Nian pointed towards the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, adorable and charming. Previously, her uncle had resided there. You all can stay in that room. Auntie, can I sleep in the adjacent guest room instead? I don't want to sleep in the dreamy children's room. I'm an adult now. Shu He's expression tightened. The guest room was Shi Yu's sanctuary, and it still contained his personal belongings. They needed to clear it out quickly to avoid any further complications. Nian Nian was quite the chatterbox, with no filter. If Shi Junting found out, the teacher would likely be unable to leave the hospital until spring next year. After dinner, Nian Nian cuddled a little orange plush toy while sitting on the living room sofa, watching Peppa Pig, her tiny hands affectionately rubbing the toy's head. Shi Yu intended to head to the study. On the Roman spiral staircase, Shu He took a few steps to catch up, grasping the man's wrist and lowering her voice. Wait, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? With Nian Nian at home. We cannot sleep in separate rooms anymore. Sleep on the same bed, you mean? Shu He nodded. Shi Yu placed his hands into the pockets of his casual pants, considering, and his expression turned troubled. Is that appropriate? Don't other couples sleep in the same room? Pretending, Shu He watched him feign ignorance, asking him to return to his own room. He still maintained his pride. Their father had been hospitalized due to anger. If he knew they were sleeping in separate rooms, this year would be far from pleasant for him. Could you at least tidy up your belongings? Or I could help you with that. Shu He took a couple of steps down the stairs, but Shi Yu held her hand out. He smirked. I'll take care of it. You go keep Nian Nian company and watch TV. Alright, auntie, I can take care of myself. As night deepened, Nian Nian entered the guest room, flopping onto the soft large bed and rolling around twice, troubling auntie for nothing. If you have any problems, just knock on the door next door. Hm. Shu He closed the door for Nian Nian and, upon returning to the master bedroom, noticed Shi Yu's absence. She heard the sound of water trickling from the bathroom. He was taking a shower, having completed all her exams. Shu He was officially on winter break. She sat at the desk, pulled out her iPad, and began watching a simple car repair tutorial she had downloaded some time ago. She couldn't always trouble Master Yu for repairs. Shu He, the man's voice emerged from the bathroom. She removed her headphones and approached the bathroom door, where the sound of water ceased. I'm here. What's up? I forgot something. What? Let me grab it for you. Shi Yu replied, come a bit closer. I need to tell you something. Shu He pondered. There was no one else in the house. Was there something he felt awkward about saying? She stepped closer. Suddenly the bathroom door swung open, and unmistakably large hand seized her wrist. Before she could react, her body was pulled forward, and the cunning old fox locked her in the bathroom. You tricked me. Let me out. Not a chance to. Chapter 54. You're a bad man too, madam? Steward Jiang entered with 2 cups of warm milk, but upon finding no sign of Shu He, he noted that she typically enjoyed a warm drink before sleep, but the master was also missing. The car repair tutorial continued to play on the desk. How As Steward Jiang turned, he heard sounds from the bathroom, seemingly of Shu He scolding Shi Yu. Realizing what was happening, he quickly set the milk down and exited the bedroom. Discreetly closing the door behind him, little Nian Nian had become a formidable ally. The steward hoped this delightful little one would stay at Qingfeng Villa for a while longer inside the bathroom. Mist swirled around. The temperature grew decidedly intimate as Shu He found herself pinned against the door by Shi Yu, her lips swollen from his fervent kisses, delicate marks appearing on her neck. The lingering kiss left her legs feeling weak. Their lips entwined, the air filled with the refreshing scent of cedarwood emanating from him. Shi Yu's eyes glimmered with a soft crimson sheen, his bathrobe silky and slightly disheveled, his deep black eyes reflected a storm of emotions. Shu He felt a slight pain in her neck, gasping as she sensed his hands deftly unbuttoning her blouse. Two buttons had already come undone. She wore a thin silk nightgown, and as the buttons fell away, the fabric slipped to reveal her smooth, pale shoulders and the delicate butterfly bones of her back. The young woman had a long, graceful neck, her skin reflecting light, long legs, a slim waist, and an alluring figure that was captivating. His hands reached the clasp of her bra, and Shu He's eyelashes fluttered as she murmured, "I'm on my period." Shi Yu abruptly halted his actions, his white throat bobbed as he regained some rationality, his dark eyes reflecting the girl before him. "Does your stomach hurt?" "What?" Shu He's cheeks flushed, still lingering in shock. They had both felt a spark during the kiss, and she had assumed that interrupting his momentum would prompt Shi Yu to tease her about her menstrual cycle or complain about her lack of punctuality. She had never anticipated that his instinctive response would be concern for her discomfort. Shi Yu buttoned her nightgown back up, fastening each button carefully. Shu He gazed at him, wide-eyed. It turned out Shi Yu still remembered how she had suffered last month. "I'm not in pain," she admitted, perhaps due to the effects of herbal medicine or moxibustion. She had also been soaking her feet in herbal solutions and hadn't experienced any discomfort this time. Shi Yu held her hand, drawing them closer together. "You're responsible, huh?" Shu He felt her face grow warm. Responsible? As Shi Yu leaned in, she understood. Were they going to continue kissing? She gently closed her eyes, yet instead of his kiss, her hand was guided to a different place. After a long while, the bathroom door swung open, and Shu He emerged. She flopped onto the large bed, feeling as if she could cry without tears. Her face flushed as if it might drip water. Was that still the reserved and aloof Shi Yu inside? Her palms felt slightly warm. Soon, Shi Yu exited the shower, donned in a bathrobe, sitting on the edge of the bed, enveloped in the refreshing scent of men's body wash. He. Don't call me he. I'm already yours. Can't I call you he? Shu He felt utterly embarrassed. Just moments ago in the bathroom, those intimate, suggestive sounds had filled her ears. He. His teasing tone had been utterly disarming. She fixed her gaze on him. The man's pale complexion glowed with a hint of satisfaction. His tousled hair was slightly damp, and clear droplets of water dripped from the tips of his hair, tracing a path along his jawline down to his well-defined collarbone and then to his solid, muscular chest. Shu He buried her face in the blankets, overwhelmed by the sight. He is too alluring. Don't look. Shi Yu picked up the remote, closed the curtains, and caught sight of the car repair tutorial on the tablet. "What are you watching?" "A car repair video." Shu He got up to wash her face. "It was getting late. I can't always trouble master you. I don't know much about cars, so watching these videos is a way to educate myself." Shi Yu tapped the video screen. The length was 2 hours, and she had already completed 80. The instructor was a prominent figure in the automotive self-media realm. Shu He had downloaded these to become proficient like Master Zhou. "Look, the good little one can fix cars now," the man chuckled, his long, quiet eyes glinting with an ambiguous light as he refrained from touching her iPad, allowing her to continue her studies, after soaking her feet. When Shu He lay in bed, she found the blanket to be warm. Shi Yu had prepared a hot water bag for her. "Thank you." Shi Yu set aside the book he had been reading, removing his glasses from the bridge of his nose. "No need to thank me in the future." He turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. As they lay together once again, Shu He no longer resisted the unfamiliar man as she had on their wedding night. Positioning herself closer to the edge, suddenly, her waist was embraced. Shu He was pulled into his arms, the masculine scent enveloping her, a soothing calmness washing over her. She rested her head on Shi Yu's shoulder. Clutching the fluffy hot water bag, her hands felt warm, and his warm, dry palm gently caressed her abdomen. Shu He smiled softly, feeling her lower belly radiating warmth and comfort. "Tomorrow evening, I'm going to visit my sister. I might return home a bit late." "Why in the evening?" Silence lingered for a while. Shu He pondered, her eyelids gently closing, her voice softening. I prefer to go later." In the deep silence of the night, Shi Yu gazed at the young woman's hazy silhouette, planting a kiss on her smooth forehead and tucking her eye in. "As you wished. It must be because May would visit the cemetery during the day to accompany her daughter. I'll take you there tomorrow." The cemetery wasn't too far. He visited every year. It's quiet there, not many people go, and I won't stay too late. Shi Yu shook his head. "No, young ladies shouldn't go out alone at night." "Why not? There are many bad men at night," Shu He retorted. "If there weren't so many bad men, women wouldn't get hurt. They should all be locked up." "You speak the truth, madam. Then, are you a bad man? What do you think?" Before Shu He could respond, the hand that had been caressing her abdomen began to wander upwards. She was particularly ticklish, and she wasn't wearing any undergarments to bed. "You need to eat more." Shu He felt slightly embarrassed, thinking Shi Yu was implying she was lacking in endowments. She scoffed and swatted away his roaming hand. "If you think I'm small, then don't touch." Shi Yu chuckled softly. "That's not what I meant. You're a bad man too." Chapter 55, A Long-Standing Affection. The next day Shu He awoke naturally, glancing at the clock. She was astonished to see it was already 10:30. Why hadn't her alarm gone off? She hadn't even taken Nian to school yet this year. The elementary school's vacation started later, and next week was the final exams. After finishing her morning routine, Shu He pushed open the door and was immediately greeted by the resounding voices of children reading downstairs. As if they were using a loudspeaker, the innocent and melodious sounds echoed through the air, articulating the 23 initials, BA-MOFO-11 Shu He felt a bit dazed, only to remember that today was Saturday. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Nian Nian standing in the living room, with her uncle Shi sitting on the adjacent sofa. Supervising the little one's studies, Nian Nian held a brand new Chinese textbook, casting a furtive glance at his uncle, who narrowed his eyes dangerously. Startled, Nian Nian quickly shielded himself with the book against the sharp gaze. Uncle was even more intimidating than the homeroom teacher. He continued to read aloud, "Open your mouth wide, round mouth, flat mouth. Hey, is that Auntie Shi?" Shi Yu remained unfazed, not turning his head as he unscrewed his thermos, calmly blowing away the steam from the tea before taking a sip. "You're supposed to be reading, not wandering off to the bathroom or daydreaming. You just finished with Grandpa, and now you're dragging Auntie into it. Not even the armored warriors could save you." Yet, Auntie Shi was standing right at the staircase behind him. Nian Nian had a sudden inspiration and began to tease. "Uncle, are you afraid of Auntie? Many of my classmates' dads are scared of their moms. Have you ever seen me afraid of anyone? Wow, Uncle is so cool, not afraid of Auntie. Who pursued whom between you and Auntie? She is so beautiful. It must have been you who chased her, right?" "She chased me." Wow, Nian Nian's eyes sparkled with admiration, praising his uncle. "Uncle is so amazing, able to be chased by his wife. What is so special about that? When did Auntie start liking you?" Shi Yu lowered his eyelashes, the steam blurred his glasses, making his eyes seem like the depths of a mysterious ocean. He replied slowly. "4 years ago, during the opening ceremony, while that's a long time to have a crush." Nian Nian watched Auntie's brow furrow tighter, laughing until his stomach hurt. "I knew Uncle was bragging. He must be talking in reverse, or he is going to get a spanking." Shi Yu paused his tea drinking, sensing a chill creeping up behind him. He turned to see Shu He tilting her head, casting him a meaningful glance as if to say, "I liked you 4 years ago too." He set down his thermos and shot a look at the little troublemaker Nian Nian. With a single glance, Nian Nian quickly covered his rear end. "Auntie, help me. I've been reading all morning. Uncle is so mean. He won tea, let me rest." Shi Yu scoffed. "Rebellious brat." Nian Nian continued, "I'm a little hungry. Didn't you have breakfast?" "Just a little bit. Kids grow quickly and get hungry fast. Oh, you had 2 boiled eggs, 2 custard buns, 1 sesame ball, 2 beef egg muffins, and a glass of milk, and you call that just a little bit? You little glutton." The little glutton looked even more aggrieved. "I didn't mean to eat so much. Please don't think I eat too much, and don't chase me away." Shu He took the little one's hand and guided him to sit on the sofa, coaxing him, "I won't chase you away. Eat as much as you want. Don't listen to your uncle. Come on, Nian Nian, sit and read for a while. I'll make you some candied chestnuts." "Okay." As Shu He crouched down, her phone slipped out of her pocket. Shi Yu picked it up for her and noticed several conspicuous words on the back of the phone case. "Better to believe in ghosts than in a man's words." Shu He retrieved her phone. Hearing the man chuckle softly, she shot him a glare, causing Shi Yu to immediately suppress his laughter, rubbing his nose while redirecting his attention back to Nian Nian. He, don't spoil him." He Awoke. Nian Nian had just read 2 lines when he covered his little face and burst into tears. "I can give all my New Year's money to Uncle to buy food. I am growing, and I'm so hungry." Shi Yu stared bewildered at the weeping child. No wonder Dad ended up in the hospital from anger. "Stop crying, Nian Nian." The childless cries were truly heart-wrenching. Shu He recalled her own childhood at the Shi household, when she sometimes felt too shy to venture into the kitchen when hungry. Enduring hunger instead, feeling sympathy for Nian Nian, she approached Shi Yu and gently kicked his foot. "You're the elder. Don't bully the child." Shi Yu pointed to himself in disbelief. Nian Nian peeked out one eye. Shi Yu met his gaze. Shu He had her back to Nian Nian, while the little one's mouth curled into a grin. Shrugging at his uncle and sneakily standing up to wiggle his bottom, mischievous child. Shi Yu's expression darkened as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to spank Nian Nian. "Today, I'll make sure your rear end blossoms." Shu He pressed her hands on Shi Yu's shoulders, bending one knee against his long leg to hold him back from punishing Nian Nian. "You made him cry. Go make him a portion of candied chestnuts. Stop drinking tea." Nian Nian sat on the sofa, continuing to wail, "I'm starving." Shi Yu was at a loss. Nian Nian had indeed chosen an excellent ally. The fragrant jasmine tea wafted through the air, and as Shi Yu lifted his gaze, he watched Shu He's affectionate interaction with him, lazily raising an eyebrow with a smile, intentionally moving, prompting Shu He to press down even tighter. "Are you going or not?" Shu He's tone was soft, perhaps unconsciously laced with a sweet, spoiled hint, like a cat basking in its owner's affection. "I will." Shi Yu's eyes sparkled with growing amusement, his throat bobbing as he headed to the open kitchen. "I'll make you some roasted chestnuts too." He instructed the servant to fetch some raw chestnuts. "Nian Nian, just wait for your big fat 0 on the exam." When Butler Jian brought the raw chestnuts, he was grinning from ear to ear, as if this lively scene depicted a warm family of 3. Beside the sofa, Shu He was helping Nian Nian with his studies when Nian Nian noticed the marks on her neck. "Uncle hit you, Shi Yu? Shu He?" Nian Nian put down his textbook, his adorable brows knitted together as he pointed to the red marks on Shu He's neck. "You didn't have these yesterday." They re so many today. Auntie, does it hurt? I'm going to tell Grandpa that Uncle bullied you. No, it's nothing. She touched her neck, confused. What marks? In her hurried morning routine, she hadn't had the time to examine herself in the mirror. Could it be a kiss mark? Oh no, the kiss mark from last night was discovered by the little one? Shu He's cheeks flushed crimson. Shi Yu immediately set down the chestnuts he was washing. I am going to tell Grandpa. Nian's little mouth was jabbering away, reminiscent of Tang Sing chanting the tightening spell. Pulling out his toy phone from his pocket, Uncle bullied Auntie. Shi Yu quickly strode over to the sofa. Snatching away Nian's toy phone, your auntie accidentally ate cat treats and had an allergic reaction, resulting in a full-body rash. Now focus on your studies, or else you'll get a spanking. Shui, eating cat treats. What a ridiculous excuse. Her lips twitched as she continued to deceive the little one. It's mainly because I saw Duo enjoying the cat treats so much that I was tempted to try a pack. But they were awful, and I had an allergic reaction. Nian, your uncle didn't bully me. I've taken medicine, and I'll be fine in a bit, so don't worry. Nian, innocent and naive. Reminded Auntie, cat treats are meant for cats, humans can't eat them, it's poisonous, right? I'll never eat cat treats again. Nian nodded and continued reading. The 4 nasal finals are ong. Ing. Ong. Shui stood up to go to her bedroom, planning to cover the marks with foundation, saying that her allergic reaction had subsided. With the little one at home, she needed to be more cautious about such matters. As she walked past Nian, Shi Yu intentionally blocked her path with a smile. When Shui moved left, he blocked her left. When she moved right, he stood in her way on the right. Shui stopped, looking at the man's languid smile, and stepped on the childish foot. You're the one who ate cat treats. Shi Yu let out a low grunt of pain, chuckling silently. Nian, bewildered, turned his head, and Shi Yu's smile vanished as he feigned seriousness, brushing off non-existent dust from his slippers. Shu He bit her lip to stifle her laughter and dashed upstairs. Nian continued his reading, and as he read, the little glutton stealthily reached for an orange on the coffee table, beginning to sneak a taste. Wow, it's so sweet. Chapter 56, Zhou Hongfang faces retribution as evening approached. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, with forecasts of rain mixed with snow. Shu He held a black umbrella, having purchased offerings, and walked to the cemetery, discovering Xiang Mei still seated before Zijin's grave. The dim light obscured her expression, yet Xiang Mei did not use an umbrella. The winter ground was so cold. How long had she been sitting there? The rain must surely make her ill. Shu He tightened her grip on the umbrella, her fingers whitening around the handle as she stepped forward to shield her mother from the rain, feeling guilty. Are we? A desolate male voice resonated from behind. Shu He turned around. It had been a long time since they last met. Zhou Hongfang appeared even older, emaciated to the point of nearly being skeletal, yet his eyes remained selfish and cold as Zhou Hongfang snatched the umbrella from his daughter, using it for himself, having forgotten to bring one. Shu He stood drenched in the rain, her fringe clinging to her forehead with droplets. You hold the umbrella for mother, she is getting soaked. Alright, but first hand me 2 million, and buy me a retirement home. Then I shall give you the umbrella and never trouble you again. Zhou Hongfang was diagnosed with stomach cancer a few days ago. The doctor stated that his frequent outbursts and alcoholism had exacerbated his gastrointestinal ailments. The examination report revealed a malignant tumor on his gastric mucosa, deeply affecting many of his internal organs. If he did not promptly enter the hospital for surgery, the cancer cells would continue to spread. Zhou Hongfang had long lost his standing in the Zhou family, and the cost of cancer treatment was exorbitant. His pension was grossly insufficient. Xiang Mei controlled the family finances and refused to fund his treatment. After returning from the aid mission to Xinjiang, Xianji had received a promotion and accolades, yet he refused to spare a single cent for Zhou Hongfang. When Zhou Hongfang showed his son the examination report, the son laughed, saying, I can buy you a coffin for a dignified farewell. The son, heartless and ungrateful, had been raised in vain. Zhou Hongfang, valuing his pride, was unwilling to lower himself to solicit help from relatives or friends. With the high cost of cancer treatment and his retirement, who would genuinely lend him money? People would only revel in his misfortune, exchanging cold remarks. The only hope Zhou Hongfang had now was his daughter. The rain turned to a mix of snow, gradually intensifying. Shu He raised her hand, attempting to snatch the umbrella to shield Xiang Mei, but Zhou Hongfang refused to let her. What about your betrothal gifts? I heard that during the engagement, Shi Yu gave you a hefty sum. Hand over that money. As a daughter, how can you hoard such wealth? I won't give you a single penny. Zhou Hongfang gritted his teeth. I have cancer and need money to survive. My stomach hurts every time I eat. Then don't eat, she replied callously. As your daughter, are you really going to watch your father die? Can you bear it? Hand over your money. I need my money to buy cat treats for Duo. You, Zhou Hongfang, seething with rage, raised his hand to strike Shu He, but Xiang Mei rushed over, shielding her daughter and confronting him. Do you dare lay a finger on my child? Slap! Zhou Hongfang's hand struck Xiang Mei's face with force. He no longer pretended to be civil, cursing, I truly do not understand who was the head of this household. In past years, I did not beat you into submission, yet you cried and threatened to report me. Why didn't you? Go ahead, report me, mother, Shu He exclaimed, her breath sharp with pain, tears welled up in her eyes, heartbroken and furious. She shielded her mother behind her, rain soaking her hair, and stepped forward to deliver a fierce slap to Zhou Hongfang's face, retaliating for her mother. This was her first time striking her father. The sound of the slap resonated, numbing her palm. Zhou Hongfang stared in disbelief. His daughter had dared to strike him? How unfilial she was, grinding his teeth. He raised his hand to retaliate against Shu He, but Xiang Mei quickly embraced her daughter. Zhou Hongfang, despite his illness, was still a man. When enraged, he would not consider the consequences for others, only yearning for money to save his life. Xiang Mei glared at him. If you dare to touch Shu He, I will call the police. Zhou Hongfang lowered his hand, chuckling. You dare to threaten me with the police, if I end up in prison. It will leave a stain on my record, ruining Xianji and Shua's future. Do you dare to report me, you wouldn't? Otherwise, you would have done so years ago. Xiang Mei, do you dare to tell the children how I used to beat you? Oh, now that the children have grown, you've become bold and assertive. Xiang Mei grasped Shua's hand, gently urging her. Shu He, let us go. Don't get entangled with him. He is receiving his comeuppance and has little time left. Zhou Hongfang's words nearly caused Shu He to falter, her vision quickly blurred with tears, her nose aching with suppressed pain. What had her mother endured over the years? As they walked, Shu He pulled out her phone. Ready to dial the police. What did it matter if Zhou Hongfang had a criminal record? She could simply avoid any job requiring a background check in the future, even if her future was ruined. She must ensure that this beast ended up in prison. Shu He. Xiang Mei stopped her, soothing her. Don't listen to him. I haven't been harmed by him. I am fine. See, he has been expelled from the Zhou family. And with late-stage cancer, he has at most 6 months left. He will no longer pose a threat to me. Let us go. Holding Shua's hand, Xiang Mei led her away as Zhou Hongfang's face twitched in anger. Such a cold-blooded and heartless wife and daughter would not spare a single penny to save him, even if he were to die, would they? His back teeth ground together in ire, his eyes reddened. Losing a bit of his sanity, he rolled up the umbrella in his hand. So be it, if they wish for my demise, let Xiang Mei lose another daughter. How fitting for it to happen on the same day. Zhou Hongfang's temples bulged with rage as he lunged forward, summoning all his strength. He raised the heavy umbrella to bring it crashing down on Shu He's head, when suddenly someone grasped the collar of his shirt. A solid fist aimed for his eye socket. Crack. The umbrella fell from Zhou Hongfang's hand as he staggered back, struck by the forceful blow, pain escaping from his lips as he retreated 3 steps. Before he could regain his footing, another fist slammed into his face. The assailant's punch felt harder than iron. Zhou Hongfang's head buzzed, and he collapsed to the ground, spitting out a bloody tooth. Blood choking his throat as he coughed incessantly, his vision blurred into a haze. He pressed his hands into the muddy ground, clutching at his left eye, feeling it rapidly fill with blood, rendering him unable to see anything. After 2 punches, he couldn't even discern who had struck him. Hearing the commotion, Shu He and Xiang Mei turned around. The dim night cloaked the man's solemn features as he stepped into the glow of the streetlight. His tall silhouette elongated by the scattered light. Zhou Hongfang squinted, trying to see. The man stood against the light, unfastening his watch and tossing it aside, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he approached Zhou Hongfang. He seized Zhou Hongfang by the collar, aiming another fierce punch at his face. The painful impact sent Zhou Hongfang crashing against a nearby tombstone, his lower back hitting hard, producing a distinct cracking sound. Blood seeped from his mouth. Chapter 57. Reunion of mother and daughter. Shi Yu's eyes were a pure black. He gazed down at Zhou Hongfang, standing before him with an air of authority. You inflicted serious injuries on her when she was 8. Causing rib fractures and nearly blinding her left eye. How much trauma have you inflicted on her, and you still dare to strike her? Zhou Hongfang's eyes blazed with fury. I am your father-in-law. Hitting you is akin to hitting you. He pointed accusatorily at Shi Yu's face, cursing. You defy familial ethics and disrespect your elders. Historically, no son-in-law has dared to ride roughshod over his father-in-law. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for such vile actions? Cease using your antiquated views to bind me. Zhou Hongfang was rendered speechless, unable to strike back or curse back. The 3 punches had left him reeling. He could not discern whether it was the pain in his eyes or the chilling presence of the man before him that instilled fear. Are you not afraid I will call the police? Shi Yu produced his phone. How about this? I'll lend you my phone. Report me now, and let us see who ends up behind bars. His voice was cold, imbued with unmistakable intimidation. Zhou Hongfang glanced at the surveillance cameras in the cemetery. Just moments ago, in a fit of rage, he had slapped Xiang Mei and impulsively attempted to strike his daughter with the umbrella. He knew he would be at fault should he enter the police station. With Shi Yu's status, he had access to top-tier lawyers. The legal department of Hengxin Group was not to be trifled with. Zhou Hongfang had no intention of reporting anything. A son-in-law striking his father-in-law would bring him disgrace if it got out. Shi Yu picked up the black umbrella, which seemed familiar. It was the very umbrella he had given Shu He during their vacation. With the umbrella open, he walked over to Shu He and Xiang Mei, shielding them from the rain, and gently ruffled Shu He's hair. She looked up at him, saying, thank you for always rescuing me at crucial moments. You did so over a decade ago, and you still do now, didn't he? We agree that you need not thank me. Sure, you retrieved a tissue from his pocket, offering it to Shu and Xiang Mei to dry their faces. Xiang Mei took the tissue and wiped away the tears on Shua's cheeks. However, the more she wiped, the more tears flowed. Xiang Mei understood that Shua was heartbroken for her mother. I'm sorry, Shi Yu, for making you witness this. Thank you for coming to protect us. We owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, Xiang Mei struggled to suppress her emotions, her voice trembling as she spoke, unable to continue. Mother, please, no need for formality. We are family. Shua noticed the imprint of the slap still visible on her mother's face. Xiang Mei held Shua's hand gently, saying, I dreamed of your sister yesterday. She said that Huo bought me a jade bracelet. And coincidentally, this morning, Xianji gifted me one, saying it was from you. Our Huo is such a good child. Shua's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. She wiped her tears incessantly, but the large droplets flowed freely, and her cries could no longer be suppressed as her vision blurred. Mother, Shua embraced her mother, her lips trembling. Mother, Shua, I'm here. Xiang Mei gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Zhou Hongfang dared not approach Shi Yu. Witnessing the poignant reunion of mother and daughter, he interjected, if given another chance, would you still bring Shua back from Sydney to raise her? Certainly not, for Ziqin is your biological daughter. Xiang Mei, you are the root cause of Ziqin's demise. As Shi Yu took a step forward, Xiang Mei blocked him. She remained unperturbed, calmly gazing back at Zhou Hongfang. I do not regret raising Shua. Given another chance, I would certainly not allow Zijing and Shua to leave the house on the day of the incident, or I would take Zijing's place in that car to save my Shua. Upon hearing her mother's words, Shua wept profusely. In this world, the most underestimated emotion is a mother's love. 15 years later, Shua stood in her bedroom, where the furnishings remained unchanged, and not a speck of dust marred the surface of the table. In her childhood, Shua shared this room with her sister. The soft pink princess bed was adorned with numerous stuffed toys: Xiao Huihui, Mei Yang Yang, Little Cart Bubble, Double-Sided Turtle, Doraemon, and Patrick Star. Shua, come here, Xiang Mei said, placing a bowl of warming ginger tea on the table. It's best not to keep wearing that hair-drying cap, otherwise you might end up with a headache. Alright, Shua replied, having just washed her hair. And she removed the cap. Xiang Mei had also taken a bath and changed her clothes. Holding a hairdryer, she approached her daughter to help dry her hair. Mom, let me do it, Shua insisted, not wanting her mother to tire herself. Xiang Mei sat by the desk and pulled out 2 packets of spicy strips, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Once, when we went to the zoo to see the animals, you snuck some spicy strips and ended up with a stomachache. This is the brand, though it's no longer in production and can't be found anymore. The hairdryer operated quietly, prompting Shua to reminisce about her childhood. I remember when you used to style my hair into a bun. She noticed the jade bracelet on her mother's wrist, a gift she had bought with her fair complexion. The jade bracelet accentuated her elegance. Initially, she had intended for her brother to present it in his name. Yet he had bluntly informed their mother that it was Shua who had purchased it. However, the corners of her mother's eyes bore many more wrinkles, and her hair had turned increasingly gray. Untouched by dye, adorned only by the passage of time, Shua felt a pang in her heart. Outside, a mix of rain and snow fell, while the interior was warm and inviting. Xiang Mei gazed at the photo frame on the table, which held images of her 3 children, her heart tranquil and serene. Your sister loved snacks too and often had stomachaches. Next time we visit Zijing, let us bring her some treats. Hearing her mother mention her sister made Shua's heart skip a beat. But she quickly reassured herself that her mother spoke with remarkable calmness. No longer was the topic of Zijing a taboo. The deceased are gone, yet the beautiful memories Zijing left behind for her mother and sister remain worthy of remembrance. It seemed that her mother had found solace. They could now speak openly about Zijing and share the mundane details of life. Alright, Shua softly suggested, let's buy a portion of candied chestnuts for my sister. She would surely love it. You 3 adored the candied chestnuts from that shop by the Jingda Gate. I remember it was always the longest queue when I finished work. Yes, that shop is quite popular. Just before the winter break I bought some there, and the owner mentioned they had opened over 10 branches now. Your brother said you can make candied chestnuts now. Shua's eyes widened slightly. Oh, how does he know I can make candied chestnuts? I've cooked before at Moon Bay, but I've never made them for him. My first attempt was for Shi Yu, after drying her hair. Shua set the hairdryer down. Would you like some? I think the air fryer makes them quite flavorful. I would love to. Xiang Mei nodded. Shall we try it tomorrow? Mom, it's snowing outside. Please let me stay for the night. Alright, Shua eagerly agreed. Chapter 58. The reason for Shermu and Zhou Xianji's breakup recently. I saw Mumu post on her social media, expressing her eagerness to find a partner, since you were close with her. Has she found someone yet? Shua recalled that adventurous game. It's a joke. We were playing and she lost, thus posting a playful message. Xiang Mei sighed in relief. Do you know why brother and Mumu broke up? Shua inquired, indulging in rare gossip. A year ago, your brother concealed many matters from me. It wasn't until he returned to Beijing that I finally learned the reason behind his breakup with Mumu. Temperatures had dropped in the south. Awakening in the middle of the night, Shermu reached for the air conditioning remote and increased the temperature. Hotel beds lacked the comfort of home, tossing and turning. She struggled to sleep. Checking her phone, she noted it was past 2 in the morning, and the WeChat interface displayed Zhou Xianji's friend request 2 times already. Shi Mu's thoughts were tumultuous as she lay awake. The room was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. Wrapped in her blanket, she drifted in and out of sleep. The breakup with Zhou Xianji had occurred in late autumn. At that time, Zhou Hongfang did not approve of her as a daughter-in-law, claiming she lacked respect and could not provide any assistance in his son's career. But how could she respect someone who had treated He so poorly? Zhou Hongfang repeatedly troubled her, and she could no longer endure it. Ignoring you was already my greatest tolerance. I'm dating Xianji, not you. Mind your own business, she retorted. Zhou Hongfang slapped her across the face. It was the first time he had struck her and her first experience of being hit in over 20 years. He berated her as an ill-mannered, unruly girl, insisting that no younger generation would dare speak to their elders in such a manner. Su Yuan, the daughter of the chief of the Beijing North Public Security Bureau, also had affections for Zhou Xianji and treated his father with utmost respect. When Zhou Hongfang was diagnosed with liver cirrhosis, Su Yuan introduced him to a hospital and arranged for renowned medical experts to treat him. Standing beside Su Yuan, one could only conclude that she was more deserving of Zhou Xianji. At that time, she had yet to graduate from college and was not attending a prestigious university. Su Yuan discreetly approached students associated with the school's confession wall, spreading rumors that Shi Mu was being kept by someone and led a disordered private life. Shi Mu thought that, with graduation approaching, she could disregard such slander. Throughout her life, Zhou Xianji had treated her with kindness. During their cohabitation, he would kiss and hug her, and even when emotions ran high, he never overstepped boundaries. Xianji had promised that they would marry once she graduated. Thus, Su Yuan's fabrications held no power over her. She sent Su Yuan a photo of Zhou Xianji cooking at home, unaware that this would provoke a reaction from Su Yuan, who subsequently reported her to Zhou Hongfang. The day after sending the photo, while hailing a cab to go out for lunch, Zhou Hongfang forcefully grabbed the car door, demanding a word with her. Shi Mu was reluctant to engage with him. His greatest ire stemmed from perceived disrespect from the younger generation, and his volatile temper flared as he refused to let her close the car door. She attempted to pry his hand away, but Zhou Hongfang deliberately slammed the door on her fingers. The pain was excruciating, and Shi Mu cried out, her right fingers feeling as though they had been broken, swollen beyond recognition. Zhou Hongfang scolded her, claiming she deserved it for sending photos. If it weren't for the long-standing friendship between the Shi and Zhou families, would I bother to speak to you politely? He sneered. What a shameless girl you are. So desperate for a man, clinging to my son and brazenly sending photos. Why don't you call Su Yuan out for her slander? She retorted. You think you can compare with her? Su Yuan's father is a department chief, while your father is merely a museum curator, an outsider in the Shi family. How can you have the audacity? Zhou Hongfang, my father cherishes his wife and cares for his children. He is 100 times better than you. Afterward, she went to the hospital for an X-ray and had her injury treated. Fortunately, her fingers were not broken, but the doctor informed her that the injury was severe. When Zhou Xianji arrived at the hospital, his eyes were red, and his hand was covered in cuts and stained with blood. He had clearly been in a fight and had likely given his opponent a severe beating that day. Zhou Xianji held her hand gingerly, his own trembling as he continuously apologized. She smiled, assuring him it was merely an accident. She did not blame him. What could a child do with such a father? Legally, failing to support and assaulting one's father could lead to charges of abuse, resulting in imprisonment. She could not allow Xianji to make a mistake. However, Xianji had already confronted his father. Regret washed over her for sending the photo to Su Yuan. Had she made a mistake, she had not anticipated that Su Yuan would be so petty or that she would take it so seriously, reporting her to Zhou Hongfang and seeking backing from influential parents. Su Yuan also messaged her, stating that she had been transferred to the Municipal Administrative Department, which was also Xianji's workplace, where she would now be working closely with him every day. As the night deepened and autumn rain fell, Shi Mu's fingers ached, preventing her from sleeping, her eyes brimming with tears. Xianji fed her painkillers and coaxed her to sleep, yet, when the effects of the painkillers wore off in the middle of the night, she awoke. She saw Xianji, clad in thin clothing, standing on the balcony, his silhouette lonely and restrained. He had smoked numerous cigarettes, and upon noticing she was awake, he promptly extinguished one, opened the balcony door, and stepped back into the bedroom. He asked if her fingers were hurting again. I'm just thirsty, she replied. Xianji poured her a glass of water and took leave from work for a week to care for her. He prepared various meals, encouraging her to eat. Once her fingers healed, she flexed them and told Xianji she felt no pain, urging him to return to work, even though he would be spending each day with Su Yuan. She did not wish to question or interfere. She trusted he would not change his heart or become entangled with Su Yuan. However, on the very morning he returned to work, he initiated the breakup. She was at a loss, unsure of where she had gone wrong. As the abrupt end left her disoriented, he was resolute, unwavering in his decision despite her inquiries. Zhou Xianji stated that he had lost feelings for her after being together for so long. Men are always enamored with the new while growing weary of the old. She inquired whether Zhou Xianji had genuinely developed feelings for Su Yuan, considering that Su Yuan was not only beautiful but also came from an illustrious background. possessed a charming demeanor, and could assist him with his work daily. He remained silent for an extended period before affirming, yes. A sense of grievance filled her heart. She thought, then let us part ways. For the world is not lacking in men, and certainly not in Zhou Xianji. Suddenly she recalled Zhou Hongfang's words, accusing her of being clingy and shameless. At that time, emboldened by Xianji's affection, she found those remarks less piercing. But now that Zhou Xianji no longer held affection for her, lingering by his side would indeed render her a nuisance. She made a decisive choice. After the breakup, she deleted Zhou Xianji from her contacts and discarded her phone. At home, she lost her appetite and energy, weeping uncontrollably, undoubtedly due to the pain in her fingers, which throbbed anew. On the day Zhou Xianji returned to work, he gathered comprehensive evidence to report Su Yuan for defamation, instigation, and neglect of duty, among other violations, and even implicated the director of the Public Security Bureau for various infractions. Both Su Yuan and her father were taken away for investigation. Subsequently, the allegations were substantiated, leading to Su Yuan's expulsion from D province, while her father faced severe disciplinary action. His position demoted significantly. Consequently, Zhou Xianji found himself at odds with many. The day after he reported Su Yuan, he was accused of abusing his father, failing to provide for him, and even injuring him to the point of hospitalization. Zhou Xianji was taken away by the police for this abuse, fearing for his son's well-being. Zhou Hongfang rushed to the police station, claiming that the altercation was merely a playful dispute with his son. Ultimately, the police mediated the family matter based on the circumstances. However, Zhou Xianji's lack of filial piety remained a serious issue with far-reaching implications. He was marked for significant disciplinary action at work and subsequently reassigned to a remote county in the northwest. Many speculated that Zhou Xianji's political career was effectively over, having squandered his promising future, as he had irreparably damaged a winning hand and would never return from the northwest. Chapter 59. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Beijing, the club, engaging in 10-meter air rifle practice. Honing his focus and stability, the shooter could only discern a mere black dot on the target from 10 meters away. Shi Yu set down the air rifle, his arms aching from prolonged use. He glanced at the large screen displaying Zhou Xianji's shooting scores, noting a concerning downward trend. Director Zhou, perhaps you should take a break. At this rate, you might hit me by accident. Teased for his poor aim, Zhou Xianji chuckled lightly. He too set down the air rifle, stretching his stiff neck before heading to the changing room to remove his shooting attire. Has Mumu accepted your friend request? Not yet. After changing, Shi Yu reclined in the massage chair in the lounge, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water. The legendary scenario of momentary pleasure in tormenting one's wife, leading to a fiery pursuit for reconciliation. He remarked. Be careful, one day you might find yourself in a similar predicament, and when that day comes, I shall solely support my sister, not you. That's hardly possible. Youthful arrogance. You've yet to experience the trials of love. Shi Yu retorted, a fleeting emotion dancing in his eyes. Who says I haven't? Oh, have you been in a relationship before? Zhou Xianji lay back in the massage chair. The device's pressure was just right, relaxing his muscles and providing a full-body heat therapy function. After a complete session, his body felt less rigid. He picked up his phone, glancing at the screen, which remained still. Shi Yu suggested, why not increase the frequency? Given Mumu's temperament, if you request more often, she will surely agree at least once, albeit with a scolding. I wouldn't mind the scolding, Zhou Xianji replied, his voice, usually calm, now tinged with a raspy quality. But she shows no reaction at all. It feels as if she has truly lost interest in me. Xianji, why did you propose the breakup in the first place? Clarifying that question with her is crucial for whether you two can mend your relationship. Zhou Xianji parted his lips slightly, his expression darkening, momentarily lost in thought, recalling Mumu's injured fingers, his heart aching with a bittersweet pang. His eyelids drooped. At that time, he had submitted the report, bracing himself for the potential ruin of his career. He had also prepared himself for the possibility of his father being imprisoned. If he were indeed sentenced, he would be unable to offer Mumu a future, although she appeared carefree and light-hearted. She was deeply sentimental. If his future were destroyed, she would undoubtedly remain by his side. He never anticipated he would eventually be assigned to participate in the Xinjiang 8 program, an opportunity difficult to obtain, as his teacher encouraged him to settle in the northwest to find peace. Upon returning to Beijing, his position was elevated from deputy director to director. Shi Yu shifted the topic. How's the hospital arrangement coming along? I've found a private hospital. Soon we can admit Zhou Hongfang for a proper nurturing of his later years, in the late stages of cancer. That should be sufficient punishment for him. When will my wife return home? You'll have to ask He He about that. As Zhou Xianji smiled. Last week, she and my mother visited Kashgar ancient city and Seram Lake, then went to the Terracotta Army and Tingwang Pavilion. This morning, they flew to Arai Lake and shared numerous photos of ancient towns on social media. This afternoon, Shi Yu's brow lifted slightly, a chuckle escaping his chest. Good girl. It seems they plan to embark on a nationwide tour during the winter break. Shi Yu opened his phone and liked the photos Shu He had posted that day, leaving a comment. Happiness again, dear. He saved several of Shu He's pictures in a separate album in his gallery. With one photo at the bottom showing a graceful young girl playing the guitar at the opening ceremony. That evening, Nian Nian lounged on the bed in the guest room, savoring the local delicacy Shu He had sent. Tearing open a bag of yogurt almonds, his aunt had been away for nearly 2 weeks. When would she return? Missing her, under the desk lamp, Shi Yu, wearing glasses and meticulously correcting Nian Nian's daily winter break assignments, guided the little one through his studies. Yes, I miss her. I received a certificate and a little car pencil case. I want to show it to my aunt. A little altruist, are we? Nian Nian sat up, munching on almonds. Though I'm not a model student, being an altruist is still impressive. I care for the environment, protect the flowers and plants at school, and even stray cats. The teacher praised me. You're right. Being an altruist is commendable. Nian Nian is doing great. He sure you circled a spelling error with his pencil. Come now, Nian Nian, tell me, what is the pinyin for earth? It's easy, doesn't stump me at all. Sure you couldn't help but smile. You've got some talent. I admire you. Don't idolize the pot. It's merely a legend. I see you resemble a pot. Come here and correct your mistakes. Oh, when Shu He returned to Qingfeng Villa with her suitcase, Butler Jiang stood frozen, as if he had encountered a radiant goddess. Madam? Aunt Jiang. Shu He beamed, placing her suitcase down and rushing over to embrace her. I brought you a gift. Jiang Yi's thoughtful care had always touched Shu He's heart. No gift would be complete without including Aunt Jiang. Shu He pulled out a gift box containing precious medicinal ginseng and a small white jade gourd pendant named Fortune and Blessings. Jiang, who had no children, glanced at the gift Shu He presented, her heart softening, momentarily unsure whether to accept. Shu He gently placed the gift in Jiang Yi's hands. Thank you, madam. A warm, gentle stream filled Jiang Yi's heart. I in the master bedroom. Shu He did not see Shi Yu's figure. Perhaps he was still working late, feeling fatigued after the flight. She decided to take a hot bath. They had returned 3 days early from their last destination as her mother had urgent matters to attend to at the Literary Association. After drying her hair, she emerged from the bathroom. Where's my phone? She wondered where it had gone. She hadn't yet informed her mother that she had arrived safely. Shua's suitcase and bag remained downstairs in the living room, yet to be brought up, likely left in her backpack. As she opened the bedroom door, she was greeted by the sight of a man walking towards her. At that moment, both froze, the surrounding air seemingly crystallizing in that instant. Shi Yu's eyes were as dark as obsidian. After a half-month apart, he noticed Shua's delicate face had gained a hint of fullness, the kind that spoke of youthful vitality and hydration, her skin radiating a pearly glow, tinged with soft pink, no longer pale and sickly. She resembled a dazzling jewel, shining brilliantly. Shua smiled gently, taking the initiative to greet him. I forgot to tell you, I arrived early. The scent of cedar suddenly enveloped her senses. Shua's vision darkened as she was pulled into his embrace, his lips descending upon hers. She stumbled back, losing her balance. He grasped her chin and held her waist tightly pressed against his solid chest. Her mind spun, and before she could react, she heard the sound of the door closing. As Shua continued to retreat, sure, she stammered, wrapping her arms around his neck, her words fragmented and scattered, swallowed by Shi Yu's embrace. Backing up against the wall, she was still subjected to his fervent kiss. From the entrance to the corner of the room, the man's fervent kiss left her feeling vulnerable. Her hands anxiously groped the wall behind her, seeking some semblance of support. Shua felt a haze of emotion cloud her eyes as she was kissed. In a daze, she pushed against him, only to be captured by his firm grip. The warmth of his lips lingered on hers, intertwining in a kiss that was both restrained and passionate, filled with longing and desire. She could feel the rapid beating of his heart against her chest. The cool, minty taste lingered on her lips as Shi Yu held her tightly, as if wanting to meld her into his very being. It was not until she cried out for mercy, breathless, I can't, I'm running out of air, that he gently withdrew his lips. Chapter 60. The couple in name and reality. Shi Yu softly moved away, and Shua, as if pulled from the depths of a pond, gasped for air, her body feeling light as she trembled on his arm. Shi Yu, she murmured, her voice quivering with unshed tears, please don't. He gently laid her on the bed, where she lay with her hair tousled across the pillow, resembling a soft, vulnerable lamb. Her misty, innocent eyes reflected a hint of confusion and fear. In the depths of his gaze, Shua discerned a profound desire, a smoldering ember that seemed to burn solely for her. Startled by his sudden intensity, the inexperienced girl felt her fingers tremble. In the next moment, his strong hand encircled her waist. He became anything but gentle. Fearing his unpredictable nature, she instinctively shut her eyes and curled up, terrified of pain. Yet, she did not anticipate the gentle kiss that graced her brow, his beautiful eyes locking onto hers, his soft lips soothing her, his tender voice, tinged with affection, whispered, He, don't be afraid. The gentle murmurs fell into her ears. Devoid of any aggression, with her eyes glistening with tears, Shua protested, you scared me. I'm not letting you kiss me. He had kissed her so possessively, as if he had not seen a woman in 18 years. I missed you, he confessed. Shi Yu tenderly wiped away her tears with his fingertips, embracing her tightly, resting his chin in the soft curve of her neck, inhaling the familiar scent of jasmine tea. His voice was deep and hoarse as he murmured, I am sorry, it was my fault. When I saw you, I couldn't help myself. His palm gently patted her, reminiscent of an older brother coaxing her to sleep. Gradually Shua's heart found solace in his embrace. After a prolonged silence, she whispered, I brought you a gift. It's on the table, just what you wanted. You know what I desire, he asked with a smile. Of course, she replied. Then tell me, what do I want? The warmth of his breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe as he kissed the delicate area, igniting a heat that spread across her skin. What you want is, she gasped softly. Shi Yu playfully nibbled her earlobe. The sensation was not painful but rather a tingling thrill, sending a jolt through her body, a feeling both strange and oddly pleasurable. Her heart raced uncontrollably. What I want is you, Zhou Shua, he breathed heavily. His words lingering in her ear as if they had been suppressed for an eternity. Taken aback, Shua stared at him, then lowered her gaze. A wave of inexplicable joy washed over her, and her little tiger tooth peeked out as warmth flooded her cheeks. Reaching her ears, Shi Yu's throat bobbed as he gazed intently at her, his mouth dry yet hesitant to make a move, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Their unexpected encounter at the door had thrown him completely off guard. After half a month apart, his rationality could no longer suppress his yearning for her. He had lost control, startling her. Shi Yu's fingers traced her flushed cheeks, and after a moment a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. You just got off the plane, you should rest well. I need to help Nian Nian with his homework. He has been pestering me these past few days. Shua grasped Shi Yu's large hand, her brows knitting together as she felt reluctant for him to leave. She longed for his embrace and kisses but hesitated to voice it. After half a month apart, she realized she missed him too. You did that on purpose. I really haven't graded his winter break homework yet. Alright, then go ahead. Shua understood. This man wanted her to take the initiative. She released his hand, crawled into bed, and teased, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Shi Yu stood by the bed, completely unprepared for the turn of events. Did she not want him to stay? It made no sense. She had just held onto his hand. He sat on the edge of the bed, poking her side playfully. I'm really leaving. I might end up sleeping with Nian Nian tonight. You won't be scared alone, will you? Not at all. Just make sure to close the door when you leave. Cover yourself well at night so you don't catch a cold. I'm leaving now. Turn off the light. Shua turned her back to Shi Yu, pulling the blanket over herself, feigning sleep or pretending to be aloof. Let's see how I deal with you. After a long silence, Shi Yu gently patted her shoulder. Hey, I'm really leaving. Shua stifled a laugh, shifting closer to the edge of the bed. Professor, sure, it's already past 9. Hurry up or Nian Nian will fall asleep. Such a good baby. Shi Yu walked towards the door. The light was extinguished. And Shua heard the bedroom door open and close, plunging the room into complete darkness, where she could not see her own hand in front of her face. Furrowing her brows, she pondered whether Shi Yu was truly going to help with homework. Was he so self-disciplined? Suddenly, she felt a pair of large hands envelop her, and he pulled her into his embrace, a familiar kiss falling upon her lips. So you didn't leave after all. Shua playfully punched and kicked, evading his kiss, refusing to give him the satisfaction. Weren't you just saying you didn't want to touch me and had to help Nian Nian with his studies? I was just pretending, hee. You didn't try to keep me. Hearing the slight grievance in his voice, Shua felt his lips on hers, their softness melding together in an ambiguous dance, their breaths mingling. Spoiled child. Always pretending. I want to coax you. Shi Yu had her lie on the bed, one hand pressing her shoulder while the other lightly patted her rear. Will you let me coax you? Oh no, the man chuckled lazily. Will you let me? Like a little turtle trying to escape, Shua squirmed beside him, surprised to find that she too could be playfully punished. I want to let you go. Shua couldn't escape and begged for mercy. His lips found her neck, and as she tilted her chin slightly, she couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. You need to be gentler, otherwise Nian Nian will see, and I can't be caught in a cat's paw again. His clear, gentle voice resonated. Is that all right? Shua understood what Shi Yu was asking. On their belated wedding night, she smiled softly, nodding obediently. As the fabric fell away, the man covered her with his body, his tender kisses trailing from her lips down her neck, collarbone, and to her abdomen. Yet, Shi Yu did not wish to stop at her abdomen. He continued lower. Shi Yu, no. Shua immediately curled up her legs, alarmed to the point of tears, her voice hoarse as she shrank away. Unable to bear such intimate closeness, moreover, how could a man of such esteemed lineage and pride do this? He restrained her slender legs, preventing her escape. Be good, close your eyes. I want to. Shi Yu picked up the tie he had just undone. Blindfolding her, once her sight vanished, her other senses heightened dramatically. Confused, Shua asked, what are you covering my eyes for? Guess. Shi Yu pressed her legs down. Soon a cool sensation enveloped her, and Shua thrashed her legs, startled, but his grip was firm. Shi Yu, her small hands clutched the sheets helplessly, her toes curling as tears flowed. Shi Yu paused momentarily, chuckling, don't cry. I won't actually consume you, please just stop talking. This man was audacious in matters of intimacy. Shua kicked him in the shoulder. Near tears, but he leaned in for another kiss. Shua whimpered, her heart racing, surrendering to his advances. Her husband was driving her to the brink. In the early hours, on the balcony, the wooden lounge chair rocked back and forth, the quiet space echoing the creaking sounds in a continuous loop. The girl's hair was damp with sweat as she nestled against the man's neck, her eyes gently closed, her breath coming in fragmented gasps. Soft whimpers mingling with low sobs. Shi Yu, He brushed her hair away from her ear. Shua murmured softly, tell me the truth. Am I your first woman? Chapter 61. Please like me in the future. The following morning, Shu He was awakened by the sound of her phone vibrating. Her sleeping position was typically serene, but at this moment, she was practically sprawled over the man, her head resting against his neck, one leg draped over his, and her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, as if she were cuddling a plush toy. His large hand encircled her waist. It was the alarm clock belonging to Shi Yu. Through their shared moments, Shu He had come to understand his routine. Shi Yu was diligent about morning exercise. Without fail, he would either jog around the wetland park or work out in his home gym. Additionally, he had a distaste for sugary foods, snacks and coffee, preferring tea instead. When discussing films or television shows, he was blissfully unaware that he indulged in finance and sports channels. After the vibration ceased, Shi Yu turned off the alarm, and Shu He shut her eyes once more. She felt that the happiest thing in the world was that she was on winter break while Shi Zong was still diligently working every day. She could indulge in long, leisurely mornings. But he could not. As the man stirred awake, Shu He pretended to still be asleep, when suddenly she heard a melodious laugh, followed by the gentle touch of his fingertip on her brow. He had poked her again. "Good morning, little octopus He. Could you perhaps release your husband?" The little octopus He felt herself blush under the heat of the moment, pushing him away and turning to pull the blanket over her head. It seemed something was near her. In the inky darkness of the cocoon, Shu He fumbled around. Recalling the enchanting scenes from the previous night, Shu He bit her lip and tossed the deep gray tie back to the man who was getting out of bed. "This is yours. Don't leave it here again. Keep it. I'll need it tonight." "Shi Yu." The last two words were conveyed through her lips. In matters of intimacy, Shi Yu appeared to be quite experienced, enjoying the way he could shift her to different places, ensuring her comfort while avoiding any pain. He couldn't help but tease her. "How about this? Tonight, my lady can blindfold me, and I promise not to resist." The soft glow of a small night lamp illuminated the room. Shu He glanced at him, noticing he was changing his clothes. A wedding ring adorned his distinctly boned fingers, and in her memory, he had never taken it off. The man, as pronounced Adam's apple, was enticingly pale. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, his physique sculpted with defined muscles and a sensual V-line, the air was thick with hormones and sexual tension. Shi Yu remained unfazed, allowing her to observe him as he dressed. Once he was ready, he donned a sports watch and locked eyes with her. "Are you all right?" he asked. Shu He felt her cheeks flush crimson. She buried her head deeper into the blanket. He was far too alluring. A temptation that felt criminal, possessing a face that could rival a star and a physique akin to a male model. Shi Yu was truly a celestial being, intentionally provoking him. She retorted, "No, doesn't this outfit look unappealing?" Shu He bit her lip, but he was such a proud, playful tease, clearly not inquiring about the clothes. Shi Yu sat at the edge of the bed, smiling as he ensured her blankets were secure. "If I'm not appealing, then why were you crying last night? You had the audacity to bribe me with those awoke candies." Shu He's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She had brought out the awoke candies close to 2 in the morning. Exhausted to the point of dozing off, yet his energy was truly boundless. She touched her arm, feeling the heat radiate through her body. Could no one rein in his lips? How she wished to scold him. Sure, you spoke candidly and sincerely. I have no other women. Since I was 10, I have known about my engagement, that I had a fiancée, though at that time I did not know who she was. As the Zhou family had not confirmed the engagement until it became apparent you were the only daughter. Shu He was momentarily taken aback. If Shi Yu was aware of their engagement, why had he never sought her out? Had she known of the engagement, she certainly would not have been involved with Fu Henning. "When did you find out about my relationship with Fu Henning?" There was a pause before she received a response. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she pulled the blanket down slightly and stole a glance at him. Shi Yu's clear, captivating eyes seemed dimmed, like the mist rising outside. Hazy, tranquil, yet slightly somber. 7 years ago, when I first followed your little gray plays guitar. Shu He was dumbfounded that he had followed her 7 years ago? Back then, she had hardly any followers, and her playing was rather dreadful. He had shown interest so early on? Yet something felt amiss. Shu He questioned. "But I was still in high school back then, and I wasn't with Fu Henning. I visited your school once, and at that time, your relationship with him was the talk of the campus. When I left, I saw you two dining together at a small shop by the school gate, and I thought your relationship was genuine." Shu He could not bear to meet his gaze, feeling increasingly guilty. In his mind, Shi Yu had believed for years that his fiancée was well aware of their engagement and had disregarded his feelings to date another man for nearly 8 years. "Did you not inquire with your brother about me?" "I did." "What did he say?" Shi Yu lowered his gaze, his lashes casting shadows. "He said you liked Fu Henning and had been his deskmate for 3 years. Shu He recalled that her brother had once casually seen her writing notes, aware of her crush on Fu Henning, yet he had only ruffled her hair and said nothing more. Shu He felt compelled to clarify. "I never knew I had an engagement. It was only the night before you added me as a friend that I discovered you were my fiancé. Was it because you knew of the engagement that you felt compelled to break up with him?" "It was not a forced breakup. He often cheated on me, even named his cat He Bao to insult me by claiming it was his cat. I initiated the breakup. It's quite a coincidence that I ran into you that very night and learned of the engagement." Sure, you merely smiled. That night had been no coincidence. According to their agreement, the time for the proposal was approaching, and he intended to visit the resort to discuss matters with Fu Henning regarding Shu He. If she still chose that young man from the Fu family, he would let her go. Upon arriving at the hot spring, he witnessed her alone among a group of debauched youths. They mocked her. While Fu Henning remained indifferent, the specifics of their conversation eluded Shi Yu. Later, when Shu He spilled red wine, Fu Henning kicked over the coffee table, the sound of shattering glass loud in the air. Fearing for her safety, he rushed into the hot spring only to see her crying as she walked out. He followed her outside, Shu He, disregarding the chilly autumn rain, crouched by a car, feeding a disabled stray cat. Sure, you guessed she had endured significant distress. She rescued the stray kitten, but it scratched her hand, and her old umbrella was blown off the cliff by the wind. He approached, offering her a new umbrella. Do you still have feelings for Fu Henning? To be honest, I liked him before, but I don't anymore. Shu He spoke without deceit. In high school, Fu Henning had been radiant, carefree, and doted solely on her, providing her with a sense of security. Her naive and inexperienced 3 years of infatuation were genuine. She did not deny having liked him. However, as their relationship progressed, they argued daily, their values clashed, his prideful nature and the abundance of admirers around him gradually eroded the sweetness of their past. Being with him had become exhausting, and she had genuinely fallen out of love. Sure, you gazed intently at Shu He. She appeared calm, tranquil, showing no signs of evasion. The man, momentarily taken aback, blurted out, "From now on, prefer me." Shu He returned to her senses, bewildered. What did you just say? She looked at him, confused, as his previous words had been light and casual, something she had not fully grasped. It's nothing. Shu He averted his gaze first. Heading to wash up. You should sleep a bit longer. I'll bring you roasted chestnuts from the Beijing University entrance tonight. Buy more. I love them every year. Alright. Shu He smiled, curling back into her sleep. Chapter 62. Academic Progress. Husband's Reward. Red envelope. As noon approached, Shu He was awakened by the ping of a message. She blinked her eyes open to find an email from the editorial office. Her paper on the Northern Song Dynasty's Wen Yuan Enghua had passed the review. It was accepted for publication. All remnants of sleep vanished as she sat up, sending a message to Professor Shi Junting to share the good news, thanking him for his guidance. This marked her third paper in a core journal. As agreed, she would treat Mumu and Yuting to a meal. The curtain slowly parted, and standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Shu He felt the warm sunlight flooding in, basking her in comfort. She still remembered the heap of clothes strewn across the floor last night, all of which Shi Yu had picked up. He loved tidying up. He was truly a good husband. Buzz, another message vibrated her phone. Shu He approached the bed, glancing at the screen. Transfer, 100,000.00. Please accept. Big Fierce Cat. Congratulations, classmate Joe. Shu He, on your third core journal publication, a little reward for your academic progress. Please check, my lady. Big Fierce Cat. Dad called me to brag. Shu He paused, her fingers above the screen. Perhaps it was the sun's brightness, but her eyes felt warm with an unexplainable softness swelling in her chest. She clicked to accept the payment. As the words "thank you" appeared in the keyboard suggestions, she suddenly remembered Shi Yu had told her not to thank him, so she deleted them. Instead, she sought out the emoji of a small yellow bean. Scrolling through the array of small yellow bean emojis, she selected the politest smile and sent it, thanking Shi Yu for the reward. Little gray, smile, boss moo, daily nurturing of little Heezy, let us have a meal together. Nien Nien will definitely cling to you. Wanting to go out for fun, Heezy, please don't take that troublemaker and the dirty bag out with you. Setting her phone down, Shu He headed to take a shower and put on some makeup before setting out. Hengxin Group, chairman's office. When Xiaosu delivered the documents, he noticed Shi Zong resting his chin on his hand, his crimson lips pursed as he stared intently at the phone screen for a long while. My lady, smile. Shi Yu refreshed the chat interface, noting that Heezy had not sent any further messages. Xiaosu placed the documents on the desk. Shi Zong, the technical delegation from Dutch Realcan Medical has arrived in Jingbei. Our collaboration discussions are scheduled for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Shi Yu nodded. Have the coordinating staff arrived? They landed this morning. The accommodation arrangements for the delegation have been made, and Director Li from the administrative department personally guided them around. Please resend the notice. Employees attending the meeting tomorrow may not take leave for any reason unless in case of an emergency. Understood. Manager Shi. Xiaosu was about to leave. He was called back by Manager Shi, who inquired, under what circumstances would one send a smiling emoji to another? Is it that little yellow bean smile? Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaosu replied, generally speaking, young people tend to send this emoji when they are mocking someone or feeling extremely angry. Many older individuals, however, are oblivious to the nuances of youth humor. They prefer to send smiles, perceiving it as a polite and courteous gesture. The man's brows furrowed slightly, a barely noticeable expression of concern, as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He sent a message to Shu He, please treat me to lunch at noon. In front of her vanity mirror, Shu He applied a light touch of makeup, her lipstick a rosy bean paste hue. was a new shade gifted by Mumu. Having just emerged from a refreshing shower, her hair was still fluffy. She used a disposable curling wand to create soft curls in her long hair, adorned her ears with 2 milky white pearls, and selected an elegant peach-pink cashmere coat from her wardrobe, layering it over a relaxed, loose turtleneck sweater dress, completing the look with pale blue high heels. The bag rack in her closet boasted an array of exquisite custom bags. She chose a crossbody Hermes bag, stuffing her phone and daily necessities inside. It was time to head out to in the living room. While watching Peppa Pig, Nian Nian turned around upon seeing Shu He, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he snapped a photo with his childless phone. The little one exclaimed, "Auntie, you look absolutely stunning today. Standing in the sunlight, you outshine even an eggplant. I must capture this moment." "Alright." Shu He moved to the window where the sunlight poured in, her eyes curving into a smile. She playfully flashed a peace sign. "All done. Auntie is so beautiful, even her hair seems to glow." "Thank you, Nian Nian. I may be home a bit late today, so please tell Aunt Jiang not to prepare dinner for me." "Sure, Nian Nian." Sprawled on the sofa, sent a beautiful photo of his aunt to his uncle and mischievously recorded a cute voice message, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Nian Nian voice. Auntie has done her makeup beautifully today. She looks so pretty. Is she going out to meet a handsome appa?" Nian Nian yearned to join in the fun, bouncing off the sofa to his aunt's side. "Auntie smells so good. It's a refreshing and sweet peach-scented perfume. I want to go out too. Take me with you. I'll be your little servant." Shu He chuckled at his exuberance but recalled Mumu's special reminder. Looking at Nian Nian again, she noticed he was clad in autumn attire featuring the hellfire skin of Sun Wukong from Honor of Kings, with colorful juice splashes on his front from indulging in too much fruit. His chubby face bore the telltale purple stains of dragon fruit, with even bits of seed stuck to him. His 10 tiny fingers were dyed purple from the juice, likely from playing on the floor earlier. And the knees of his autumn pants were dirtied. He truly resembled a little messy bundle. Shu He bent down, ruffling the little one's hair, gently coaxing him. "How about I take you out next time?" Nian Nian shook his head, clutching his aunt's arm with a pitiful pout. "I want KFC. I promise I won't tea cause any trouble today, just delicious food. Please take me out, I beg you, Auntie. I'll bring you back a family bucket." "Okay, send me what else you want, and I'll buy it. I'm the best little heartthrob." "Alright." The little heartthrob bounced back to the sofa, resuming his Peppa Pig episode. Just then, a message chimed on the phone. "Uncle, girls can dress up whenever they wish. It's their freedom, and it has nothing to do with who they meet." Nian Nian voice. Nian Nian understands. Dressing up is a girl's freedom. Shu Yu gazed at the photo sent by Nian Nian. Shu He stood gracefully, her eyes sparkling like bright jewels. With her curly hair, she exuded a cheerful charm. Suddenly, he recalled the embroidered bird on her small purse. He saved the photo and sent Nian Nian a small red envelope as a reward for his photography skills. Nian Nian voice. "Wow, $200. Love you, uncle," as it was already the lunch break. Xiaosu knocked on the door, announcing, "The nutritionist has delivered the boss's lunch." "Manager Shi, your meal is ready. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Then please eat my meal. I have an appointment." "Alright, thank you, Manager Shi." Xiaosu closed the door. Joy abounded. If only the boss had appointments every day, he would enjoy complimentary lunches daily. The nutritionist brought an array of dishes for the boss today, and assistant Xiao was off to the dining room to treat himself. Shu Yu glanced at his phone. Shu He had yet to reply, and he estimated she was likely en route, nearly arriving at the Group's headquarters. Chapter 63, The Drunken Crisis Link. Upon seeing Shu He for the first time, Mu was captivated and chased after her for the link, exclaiming, "I'm ordering this cashmere coat too. It's such a gentle pink." "Alright, let us swap outfits later, I'll gift it to you." "Deal." Shu He and Mumu often exchanged clothes, a habit they had developed over the years. Mu pinched her cheeks in frustration, asking, "Have I gained weight lately? I haven't dared to step on the scale. Afraid of the results." "Actually, I've put on 3 pounds too." "Ha ha, what a good friend. I suddenly feel much better." The gathering took place at the Xuanlu Chinese restaurant, where Shi Yu had previously taken Shu He. Mumu expressed a desire to try the dishes there. Yu Ting parked the car, opened the door, her 8-centimeter high heels clicked on the ground as she grabbed her bag, still wearing a Bluetooth headset while reprimanding a subordinate for their lack of efficiency. "Dynamic information releases must ensure timeliness and accuracy. I instructed you on your first day. How many times this week have you overslept? Are you a sleep bug reincarnated? You're always dazed at your workstation. Either speed up or get lost. If I don't see the documents before I arrive at work tomorrow, you can stay home and sleep all day. Don't bother coming in." Shu He and Mu arrived early. Waiting at the entrance, watching the imposing Yu Ting reprimanding someone, they exchanged glances, holding their breath, standing at the door like two small guardian lions. Shu He, Yu Ting, expertly managing her emotions, smiled brightly at the two after hanging up the call. "It is cold outside, let us head in." "Yes, Manager Yu." Mu admired her cousin's powerful presence, which starkly contrasted with her usual humble demeanor. Yu Ting genuinely complimented, "You two look more radiant than ever today." "You look beautiful too." The three of them settled in a private room on the second floor, where the server played music. Shu He inquired, "Is there still a limited time event for giveaways today?" The server replied, I'm sorry, we've never held a giveaway event here. Shu He's eyes widened in surprise. It took her a moment to process. In other words, the little gray figurine gifted to her by the manager last time was actually a gift from Shi Yu? Back then, they were not very familiar with each other, merely in a state of acquaintance. Shu He, thank you for your birthday gift. Shu He, puzzled, asked, birthday gift? I didn't give you Ting a birthday present. Yu Ting raised her wrist, showcasing a delicate ivory white watch exquisitely crafted and elegantly radiant. Lingen's little square, I adore it and have been wearing it lately. Shi Mu offered Shu He a sip of juice. We spent quite some time choosing this watch together last time. You said this style suits you better. Shu He took a sip of juice. The little square watch was indeed a gift from Mu, who always discreetly considered her needs without informing her. It suits me perfectly, and it's comfortable to wear. Why Yu Ting took out her phone, suggesting, let us create a group chat for the three of us. We should frequently meet for meals. Sure, Shu He smiled. Taking out her phone to set up the group chat, she then noticed Shi Yu had sent 2 messages. Big bad cat, treat me to lunch at noon. Shu He glanced at the time. The message had been sent at 12 o'clock while she was in the shower and getting ready, thus missing it. Big bad cat, have you reached Cambodia yet? The second message arrived at 1:30. Now it was 2 in the afternoon. Shu He stared incredulously at the second message, furrowing her brows. Cambodia, Little Gray, sorry, I just saw your message. Little Gray, I'm at Xuanlu Chinese restaurant. Not in Cambodia, I'm treating Mu and Yu Ting to lunch. Big bad cat, I hate you. Shu He? Sure, you sent another sticker, featuring a cute little yellow duck holding a knife? Caption, I'll eat you, big bad cat, order me some takeout. Ah, hasn't he eaten yet? Shu He hurriedly opened the takeout app, her fingers hovering over the screen, momentarily unsure of his preferences. She only knew he disliked sweet food, reflecting on when she first moved into Qingfeng Villa, the breakfast often included her favorite red bean paste, and the chef prepared meals to her taste. Sure, you must have inquired about her likes from his brother, yet she realized she knew too little about him. Little Gray, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Big bad cat, octopus. Little He. Shu He felt her cheeks flush. Shi Yu was quite the charmer, his personality a delightful blend of warmth and humor, without any scandal, exuding a strong husbandly aura. Moreover, he had never been in a relationship before. Was she his first love? Marrying him felt like a rewarding opportunity. As the meal reached its midpoint, Shi Mu rested her chin on her hand and sighed silently, a sense of emptiness and melancholy weighing heavily on her heart. I feel like drinking. Drink up, Shu He said, raising her hand to summon the waiter. You indulge in your revelry, I'll be your driver and take you home after dinner. Shi Mu leaned closer to Shu He and planted a kiss on her cheek. Exclaiming, love you, Yu Ting's lips curled into a gentle smile. You two seem to have a stronger chemistry. I suppose I'll join you in drinking. In that case, boss lady, may I take a leave this afternoon? Certainly, you both enjoy yourselves. I shall escort you home. Shu He found Yu Ting to be a refreshingly carefree and intriguing young woman. Aren't you drinking, Shu He? I have an allergy to alcohol, she declared. A statement she had consistently maintained. All right then. Shi Mu consumed 2 bottles, her slightly tipsy gaze filled with complaints as she poked at her rice with chopsticks, venting, if you have the audacity to break up, then don't add me as a friend. Weren't you so proud before? You've sent me 5 requests, now you're chasing me for debts. Shu He was curious to ask, do you still like him? No, have you truly moved on? Yes, I genuinely do not like him at all anymore. Zhou Xianji is like, well, never mind, I don't want to mention him. Shu He keenly noted the repeated emphasis on truly from Mu. Shi Mu's fair cheeks flushed as she said, I need to go to the restroom, let me accompany you. No need, just to turn around the corner. Shu He glanced across the table at Yu Ting, who had fallen asleep, her cheeks pink from drinking, seemingly burdened by unspoken troubles. Shu He texted her brother, wondering if he would come to apologize to Mu, regardless of the reasons for their breakup. He had indeed hurt Mu, and if he wished to reconcile, a proper explanation and apology were necessary. She would facilitate this once. If Mu truly intended not to forgive her brother, she would cease her matchmaking efforts and respect Mu's choices. Shi Mu touched her burning face, feeling a bit lightheaded, and stepped outside for some fresh air. Feeling stifled lately, she contemplated collaborating with a prestigious fitness club in Beijing, renowned nationally. If they could co-host a sporting event, it would significantly elevate the reputation of her Jingshang Taekwondo studio. Initially, the collaboration was progressing smoothly. The club's owner, Duan Ting, was notorious in the business world for his cunning nature and duplicitous charm. When it came time to sign the contract, Duan Ting requested her to travel south to meet him. Being the esteemed party, she complied. Upon her arrival, Duan Ting left her waiting for an extended period. She repeatedly sought him out, waiting time and again beneath the hotel where he resided. Duan Ting treated her with indifference. Disheartened, she prepared to return to Beijing, but on the eve of her departure, he knocked on her hotel room door, carrying a briefcase with an earnest demeanor. She assumed it was to finalize their agreement. Instead, he produced a scantily clad bunny costume from his bag, the fabric pitifully minimal. Chapter 64. I want to talk to my wife Duan Ting. A 40-year-old businessman with a family brazenly declared that if she would strip off all her clothes in front of him and don the bunny outfit for a night of intimacy, he would immediately sign the contract and support her taekwondo studio. Holding the costume, she draped it over his head, retorting, "You look like an abstract alien. Do you really think you can seduce a fairy?" Duan Ting, seasoned in the art of negotiation, merely chuckled, stating that she was naive to the industry's rules and would eventually regret her insolence. Thus, the collaboration fell apart. Bitter and petty, Duan Ting conspired with other martial arts and taekwondo studios to undermine her establishment both overtly and covertly. The public image of Jingshang Taekwondo Studio plummeted. The instructor responsible for recruitment was deeply troubled, having never encountered such a crisis. Due to the adverse media, many parents were hesitant to enroll their children. Her father had recently returned to his hometown to care for her grandmother and was unaware of these developments. She could not bring herself to reveal the enormity of her blunder, offending a formidable businessman and jeopardizing her father's hard work. Shi Yu refrained from weeping in front of others. Her romantic life was in disarray, and now her father's efforts were on the verge of collapse. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she retreated to an unoccupied corner on the third floor. She crouched down, leaning against the wall, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Do you realize your mistake?" A male voice laced with mockery broke through her despair. Shi Yu lifted her gaze to find a man clad in a suit. Clearly inebriated, exuding an air of frivolity, his eyes glinting with shrewdness and insincerity. It was Duan Ting, the owner of the fitness club. Shi Yu initially intended to curse him, but her instincts urged her to assess her surroundings. The space was too confined, devoid of any witnesses. Duan Ting, muscular and imposing, had been drinking heavily. If she provoked him, he might attempt something forceful. Wiping her tears, she stood to leave. "Where do you think you're running off to, my dear?" His hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Shi Yu gritted her teeth and struggled fiercely. "Duan Ting, you have a family, don't go too far." "What am I doing?" he countered, yanking her closer. The scent of alcohol wafted from him, and he leaned in, whispering lewdly, "Let us have some fun, shall we? I could be your father." Shi Yu shouted in anger, attempting to defend herself with a few taekwondo moves, but Duan Ting deftly countered her every attempt. She raised her hand to slap him, but he seized her soft wrist, pressed a kiss to it, and inhaled her scent. "Delicious, let me savor this. You're more repulsive than a maggot," she thought, nearly retching at his advances. She aimed a kick at his groin, but he quickly restrained her legs and pinned her arms. A tearing sound echoed as he easily shredded her blouse. Panic surged within her as she realized Duan Ting's drunkenness had clouded his judgment. If she didn't escape now, she was truly in peril. Shi Yu cried out for help, but he covered her mouth and tightened his grip around her neck. Her face flushed as she struggled to breathe. Desperation coursing through her, she regretted sneaking away to this secluded corner. The dim lighting offered no hope of rescue. Duan Ting's gaze fixated on her fair skin, and he realized that not only was Shi Yu's face appealing, but her figure was also exquisite. Delicate collarbones, flawless shoulders, skin as smooth as jade. He felt an immediate reaction. Swallowing hard, he lunged forward, attempting to kiss her. Shi Yu trembled, pushing against his face with all her might. "Let me kiss you, come on, let me kiss you." Duan Ting's breath was hot against her cheek as she tilted her head, terrified and weeping for help, just as he was about to claim her. Someone seized him by the collar. Duan Ting turned, irritated by the interruption. A resounding punch landed with force. The assailant had gathered all his strength. Duan Ting staggered back, crashing to the floor, blood trickling from his mouth. Dazed, with one side of his face swelling rapidly, he barely had time to react before a foot pressed firmly against his chest. The assailant was unyielding, and Duan Ting struggled to breathe, his martial prowess rendered useless as he lay immobilized. Through his blurred vision, he recognized a refined and elegant face above him. Though the man's eyes blazed with fury, devoid of reason, Zhou Xianji's expression was grim. He leaned down, fists clenched, ready to strike the scoundrel beneath him. How dreadful it would have been had he arrived even half a minute later. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhou Xianji's hand trembled uncontrollably as he prepared to deliver another blow, just as he was about to swing again. Shi Yu, her eyes red from tears, pulled him back. "Stop, don't hit him. Call the police. We need to report this. Don't hit him. Last time, you nearly ruined your future for me after attacking someone. Why can't you learn from your mistakes?" Her voice trembled with anguish, and Zhou Xianji's dark, fierce eyes regained some semblance of reason as he refrained from striking. His gaze fell upon Mumu, whose disheveled appearance and palpable fear shattered his heart. She trembled violently, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. "Please stop." Shi Yu's breakdown struck Zhou Xianji profoundly. He quickly shed his outer jacket, wrapping it around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Soothing her, his lips had turned pale. Shi Yu wept uncontrollably in his arms, her year-long accumulation of pain and suffering finally overwhelming her. Zhou Xianji's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I'm sorry." It felt as if a sharp blade, coated in the merciless frost of winter, sliced through his very being, unraveling him thread by thread. Mu, when Shu He rushed over and witnessed the scene, the color drained from her face, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Duan Ting, propped on his arms, attempted to rise and flee. She dashed forward and delivered a swift kick, rendering him unconscious with the strike of her high heels. Shu He took out her phone to call the police and looked up at the corner of the wall, where surveillance cameras were installed, complete with infrared night vision lights. Fortunately, the cameras were recording. Hunching group. As dusk fell, Shi Yu finished reviewing the last document, leisurely capped his pen and concluded his work. He began to tidy up his desk when his phone vibrated. Shi Yu stretched his neck and answered the call with a calm tone. Hello. Good day, I am a detective from the Jingbei City Police Department. May I ask if you are Mrs. Joshua's husband? Yes, your wife is associated with a case of sexual assault at the Shuanlu Chinese restaurant and has been temporarily summoned. Please be informed. Is my wife alright? Shi Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, a wave of pain radiating from his chest throughout his body. He grabbed the car keys from his desk and hurriedly walked out, saying, please reassure her, tell her I will be there shortly, and to remain calm. Understood. Could you pass the phone to her? I would like to speak with my wife. Chapter 65. He. I only wish for your safety. Mr. Sure, please do not worry, the victim is not your wife. Shi Yu raised his hand to summon Xiao Su, who was working outside. Inform lawyer Yang to arrive at the city police station within half an hour. Understood. Xiao Su promptly called lawyer Yang. He noticed that Mr. Shi hurriedly left the top floor, his expression tense, clearly confronted with some urgent matter. Police station. The surveillance footage was retrieved by the detectives. The sequence of events was clear. Duan Ting was implicated in illegal business operations and attempted rape, even exhibiting tendencies toward intentional homicide, such as choking and covering the mouth. The evidence was irrefutable, leading to his detention with a minimum sentence of 12 years. Zhou Xianji and Shu He bore no criminal responsibility. Shi Mu had already completed her testimony. Shu He and Zhou Xianji also provided their statements. Zhou Xianji stood within the room, his lawyer beside him, observing as the director's hand trembled. In the reception area, a female detective poured hot tea, watching the young girl on the sofa whose gaze seemed lifeless. Draped in a man's coat, here, have some warm water. Shi Mu appeared dazed, her complexion pale as paper. She reached out, attempting to take the cup, but her arm trembled violently. Devoid of strength, Shu He took the cup of hot water and sat beside her, embracing her, placing the warm cup in her palm. Do not be afraid, it's all over now, Mumu. Tears fell into the cup, one drop then two, creating ripples. Shi Mu clutched He, opening her mouth, yet no words emerged. Her throat felt constricted by a bitter, harsh rope. The female detective recognized Director Zhou, but his expression was grim, and he did not sit down. She politely addressed him, Director Zhou, please take a seat. Can I go home now? Shi Mu asked mechanically. The female detective nodded. Yes, but please refrain from leaving Jingbei for the time being, as we may require your cooperation with related procedures. Alright. Zhou Xianji approached Shi Mu, leaning down to lift her into his arms to take her home, but Shi Mu averted her gaze, resisting the man's touch. He firmly scooped her up, treating her as a precious treasure, and stepped outside, soothing her. Once you regain your strength, you can handle me however you wish. You can hit me, you can scold me, Mumu, express your frustrations however you like. Shi Mu's vision blurred with heat. I don't want to go home. Okay, wherever you wish to go, we shall go. The female detective handed Shu He the temporarily confiscated phones and other belongings, and Shu He, with her bag slung over her shoulder, followed suit. She unexpectedly collided with Shi Yu, who was striding towards her, accompanied by an unfamiliar man, someone she recognized from the news, a renowned golden lawyer. Before she could react, Shi Yu led her into a well-lit area. His brow was furrowed, his face pale, palms slick with cold sweat, as he circled her to check for injuries. I'm fine, Shi Yu. Shu He gently smiled, reassuring him as she grasped his hand. I'm sorry for making you worry. Relieved to see she was unharmed, Shi Yu's once unsteady footing found some stability, though tension still beaded on his forehead, and with lingering trepidation he pulled He into his embrace. His large hand gently caressed her shoulder. Shu He pressed against his firm chest, feeling the rapid, anxious beating of his heart. Clear, powerful, frantic, and unsettled. Lawyer Yang stood at a distance, strangely, though it was Shi Yu who had come to the police station to comfort his frightened wife. The scene appeared more like his wife was comforting the distressed Shi Yu. I want to take care of Mumu. Shi Yu kissed He's forehead and held her tightly. Do not worry. Your brother is here. She doesn't need your care for now. Qingfeng Villa. Nian Nian sat obediently on the sofa with his winter vacation homework, waiting for his uncle and aunt to review it. Today, the little darling was punctual in his studies. As the night deepened, Nian Nian finally saw the arrival of the two, but his uncle wore a grave expression, carrying his aunt and heading straight for the second-floor bedroom. Auntie, Nian Nian chased after them a couple of steps. I still have my KFC family bucket and DQ's special pudding ice cream, but Butler Jiang hurried over, scooping up the little one and soothing him. The chef has fried you some chicken legs, and there are many delicious treats. The little darling has been so good. Let us go eat, shall we? Okay. Nian Nian had recently been quite fond of being called the little darling. Shi Yu. In the dimly lit room, Shu He was carried inside. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was pulled into the man's embrace, his arms encircling her waist tightly, pressing her against him with considerable force, as if trying to meld her into his very being. The lights were off, rendering Shu He unable to see Shi Yu's expression, but she could feel his breath was heavy and disordered. Synchronously attuned, they could sense each other's heartbeats. Shu He noticed that Shi Yu's heartbeat remained alarmingly rapid. I am unhurt, and your brother rescued Mumu in time. Shu He wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's waist, leaning against him, softly murmuring to soothe him, "Do not worry, we are both fine." He, his voice trembled slightly. Promise me, no matter what happens in the future, prioritize your safety. I only wish for your well-being, nothing else matters. Nothing at all. All right, Shu He softly replied. I will be safe, and so shall you. His large hand cradled her cheek. Shu He could distinctly feel the thin calluses on his palm, accompanied by a thin layer of cool sweat. Her husband was still haunted by the fear of what had transpired. His lips gently captured hers. Shu He closed her eyes, leaning against the wall. This time, his kiss was tender and cautious, as if snowflakes were falling in a tranquil night. Silent yet gentle, the crisp scent of cedar enveloped her senses as their lips melded, and she began to respond to his kiss, softly nibbling on his supple lip. The moon be a wide eye in the master bathroom. Shi Yu soaked in a warm bath, the comforting water enveloping her chilled body, dissipating all her fatigue and tension. With her heartstrings loosening, her mind grew heavy. Perhaps the alcohol's soporific effects were taking hold. Or perhaps someone was guarding her outside the door, but she lost her sense of urgency. Resting her head on the tub's edge as her eyelids gradually drooped, unable to resist, she succumbed to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed outside. Zhou Xianji glanced at his watch. Half an hour had passed. Earlier, when he called for Mumu, she had scolded him for being noisy, but now all was silent. Mumu, please respond. Zhou Xianji gripped the doorknob, his voice laced with anxiety. No response. His brow furrowed deeply as he disregarded propriety, pushing the door open to find the girl with one arm draped over the tub. Motionless, Shi Yu. In that moment, he felt as if his heart had stopped. Shi Yu's eyelashes fluttered, awakened by his loud shout, and upon sitting up, she saw the man's eyes red-rimmed, tears brimming in his gaze. He grasped her arm, preparing to lift her. Shi Yu's eyes widened, and she screamed, flailing in the tub like a panicked cat, startlingly slapping him. Zhou Xianji, you lecher, peeping while I'm bathing, get out. Chapter 66, He has seen everything. Apologies. Zhou Xianji, having been slapped, bore a bright red mark on his cheek. Upon confirming that Mumu had not done anything foolish, he sighed in relief, feeling a mix of astonishment and joy at her safety. Regaining his composure, Zhou Xianji stood up, a slight smile curving at the corners of his lips, grateful that Mumu was merely asleep. But you are still looking at me. Apologies. Zhou Xianji was suddenly jolted back to reality. He hurriedly turned away, his refined demeanor tinged with an awkward flush, his earlobes reddening as he quickly exited the bathroom. Before leaving, he softly advised, do not soak for too long. Shi Yu felt like crying without tears. She hastily dried off and donned her bathrobe, uncertain of how much that scoundrel had seen. He must have seen everything. Zhou Xianji was even smiling. What was he laughing about? That infuriating ex-boyfriend, with just 2 words of apology. He had seen her naked. The master bedroom and moon bay belonged to Shu He, yet the walk-in closet held many of Mumu's clothes, as Shu He had shared a bed with Mumu prior to her marriage. Shi Yu dried her hair and stepped out of the bathroom, noticing a steaming cup of ginger tea and a bowl of her favorite clear soup noodles on the coffee table. Zhou Xianji had brought the first aid kit over. He walked to the balcony and securely closed the window that ventilated the bedroom. You can rest easy here. I am at your service. There are medicines in the box, and you have a bruise on your neck. Shi Yu impassively gestured towards the doorway, my lips forming the word gun. Zhou Xian understood the implication, having been slapped and driven away. The man's fair cheeks still bore the imprint of a hand, yet his brows were alight with an elegant smile as he stepped out of the bedroom. Shi Yu gazed at the bowl of noodles on the table. Trying to win me over? I would never eat your plain broth. Nevertheless, it did smell rather appetizing. Shi Yu picked up a chopstick full of noodles, blew on the steam, and began to eat while video calling Shu He. Just like that, he has taken full advantage of me. Brother is worried about you. Shu He, dressed in dance attire, replied. She had just finished practicing classical dance and was stretching her legs beside the bar in the dance studio. In the wardrobe, in the usual spot, are my freshly washed undergarments, all brand new. I just saw them. On the way home, I overheard Yang Lu mention that the head of the Municipal Industry and Commerce Department personally intervened to shut down the club operated by Duan Ting. And his other enterprises have also been halted pending investigation. The involvement of the Industry and Commerce Department's leadership made Shi Yu's eyelashes flutter twice. She knew precisely who had facilitated this. Hey, sister, a cute little figure appeared on the video screen. Nian Nian held a certificate in a pencil case shaped like a car, proudly showing it off to his sister. You've been busy working the past few days. But you don't know that I am now the school's little charity star. Look at this pencil case. It was a reward from the teacher, and it has 4 wheels to roll on the ground. Shi Yu scoffed lightly, her beautiful brows arching in a smile as she looked at her brother's little car pencil case. Nian Nian squatted on the floor, showcasing his prize to his sister. Little charity star, not bad. Those 6 months of study paid off. Shi Yu munched on the fried egg in her bowl of noodles, reminiscing, back in my elementary school days, I never received a single certificate. And here you are, showing off your skills, He. How did you do in the final exam for Chinese? 26 points. And for mathematics, 13 points. What about English? 7 points. Shi gave a thumbs up and Yen attended a prestigious international elementary school in Jingbei, which offered various language classes. He chose English, but with a score of 7, he truly was a patriotic little darling. He. Can you come to Moon Bay to sleep with me these next few days? I really miss you. Shu He nodded. Sure. Just then, Shi Yu heard a deep male cough from the video, but there was no sign of Shi Yu in the frame. Even uncle is here. Shi Yu quickly adjusted her words. How about you keep me company in the daytime, and you need not stay with me at night. I'll stay with you at night. Who are you staying with at night? After Yen left, Shi Yu approached the girl by the stretching bar like a dangerous predator closing in on its prey. Shu He circled around the bar. I'm here to keep Mumu company. Are you two just normal friends? Of course, Shu He explained, it's perfectly normal for best friends to sleep together. Shi Yu took 2 steps closer, watching as Shu He continued to circle the bar, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. You just spent one night with me, and now you don't want to sleep with me anymore. Is it that once you have me, you no longer cherish me? Shu He's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, this man never ceases to amaze me with his audacity. How could she not cherish him? Why was he so adept at discussing intimate matters with her so seriously? Could you possibly? Shu He's face flushed crimson. Could I possibly what? The man watched her with nonchalance. Shu He swallowed her words, feeling as though Shi Yu might devour her whole. She decided to make a run for it. Just as she took a few steps, the slender waist of the girl was suddenly ensnared by the man's arm. Her legs lifted off the ground as she let out a startled cry. Shi Yu covered her mouth. Nian just left. Shu He bit his palm, daring not to speak loudly. Then let me go. Shi Yu did not loosen his grip, and she found herself captured in his embrace. She was seated on his arm, and upon hearing the crisp sound of a door locking, her eyes widened in realization of what was about to unfold. This is the dance room. You are too bold. We should return to the bedroom. It's all our home. In the next moment, the bright lights were extinguished. This dance skirt costs 10,000. I like the style, and I've only worn it once. Why would you tear it? We can buy a new one if it's damaged. Shu He muttered a couple of words in dismay. Spendthrift. Outside the window, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its cool light spilling into the room, the expansive dance mirror reflected a scene of tenderness and intimacy. On the sofa, the young girl sat on the man's lap, nestled against his neck, while scattered clothing lay strewn across the floor. The man let out a low hum near her ear. Shu He was uncertain about the soundproofing in the dance room, covering Shi Yu's mouth in fear that the passing servants might overhear them. Could you keep your voice down? What if someone hears us? I can't help but make noise if I'm comfortable. Shu He did not mean it that way, mainly, but your moans are a bit too. Yet it was too late to say otherwise. Did you previously work in this line of work? The man's expression darkened, and he coldly spat out 3 chilling words. Shu He. He tightened his hold around her waist, applying a bit more pressure. Shu He, eyes glistening with tears, whimpered, that hurts. You still no pain. Shu He, displaying a sulky expression, pushed him away, not yet realizing that she had gradually developed a princess-like temper due to his indulgence. She stepped off the sofa to get dressed. Shi Yu scooped her back into his arms, apologizing. I was wrong, forget about me, I truly am sorry. Shi Yu gently arranged her disheveled hair. Don't be angry. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum when you referred to me as someone from a particular profession. That was my fault. Shu He couldn't help but chuckle. You're so amusing when you're being petty. Shu He found herself once again cradled in the man's embrace, a wave of softness washing over her. She bit her lip, curling her toes. Don't touch me. I haven't accepted your apology yet. Accept it or not, well, I'm tired and want to lie down for a bit. Is that okay? As you wish. Shi Yu released her. Shu He slid off his lap, her waist feeling a bit sore. Lazily sprawled on the sofa, clutching a cushion to her chest, Shi Yu wrapped his arms around her, their fingers interlocking, planting kisses on her soft cheeks. Baby, call my name. Every door in the villa was soundproofed to the highest standard. And the man was exceedingly gentle. Shu He had never mentioned to Shi Yu that she quite enjoyed it when he called her baby. When addressed in that manner, she felt a sense of care and affection envelop her. The sofa creaked rhythmically. Feeling comfortable, she gently closed her eyes, tightening her grip on his fingers, her cheeks growing increasingly warm as she whispered softly, Duo. Shi Yu chuckled. Is that what you want me to call you? That is my name. Alright, I'll call you that. The man was moved, gently kissing his wife's cheek, his actions tender and slow, whispering in her ear. He continued to coax his wife. Shu He relished hearing the endearing baby from him. Her eyes curving into crescents of delight, unintentionally, she lifted her gaze and caught sight of their reflection in the dance mirror. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she quickly averted her gaze and buried her head into the cushion. The man smiled faintly and murmured something to her. Shu He's long eyelashes fluttered, warmth spreading across her cheeks, her earlobes burning with a rosy hue. After a while, the young girl began to sweat, her voice growing softer until she was nearly asleep. Shi Yu, fearing she might catch a chill, fetched a blanket and wrapped her in it. Are you tired? Shi Yu did not press further. He fetched clean clothes from the changing room and personally dressed her. I want to take a shower. Shu He was swept into the man's arms as they exited the dance room. she was so tired her eyelids felt heavy, and her body was slick with sweat. Uncomfortable. I'll attend to your shower, he. Just sleep. Chapter 67. Fu Henning learns that Shu He is married. Shermu indulged in a long sleep until noon. Upon waking, she noticed a message from the enrollment teacher at Jingshan Taekwondo School. Earlier that morning, leaders from the Municipal Sports Bureau and Taekwondo Association had come to observe Jingshan Taekwondo School, and they proposed a collaboration. The Sports Bureau intends to partner with Jingshan to host Taekwondo events for children and adolescents, encouraging their holistic development in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, while also promoting the spirit of Taekwondo. Shermu sprang up, elated. In winter, static electricity can easily build up, and at that moment, her long hair stood on end like a sea urchin. Resembling a little lion with frizz, joy had come unexpectedly. Collaborating with the Municipal Sports Bureau would mean appearing on Jingbei satellite TV news, which would greatly enhance Jingshang's reputation, far surpassing any partnership with Duanting. Her father had rushed back from their hometown and was currently signing contracts with the leaders. Shermu bounced on the bed a couple of times. Woohoo! The soft, bouncy bed sent her flying up. Murmuring a tune, she jumped, soaring 3 feet high, when she suddenly spotted a man standing at the door with a cup of hot water. Zhou Xian's knuckles had been poised to knock. Frozen in place, after a moment of social awkwardness, Shermu's ankle faltered, and she fell toward the floor. Mu. Instinctively, Shermu shut her eyes, fully expecting to land face first. Instead of pain, she was greeted by a refreshing minty scent. She recalled how she had ventured out in the dead of night last night to fetch some water, the surroundings cloaked in darkness, and when returning to the bedroom, she had run as if being chased by a ghost. Is the bedroom door not closed properly, not closed tightly? Zhou Xianji, cradling Shermu, placed the cup on the bedside table. Shermu sat at the edge of the bed, inhaling sharply, curling her right leg and covering her right ankle with both hands. The pain was excruciating. Did you sprain your ankle? Zhou Xianji extended his hand. The cool pads of his fingers touched the girl's delicate, fair ankle. Her tears welled up in Shermu's eyes. She moved her foot away and punched Zhou Xianji's shoulder. What are you doing standing outside watching me? Zhou Xianji, you're becoming more and more like a rogue. I wanted to call you for dinner. Zhou Xianji grasped Mumu's wrist, halting her actions of rubbing her ankle. Don't rub it. I'll take you to the hospital for an x-ray. A little red flower oil will suffice. We should check it out for peace of mind. You should change your clothes. Shermu had sprained her ankle before. She had always been wild since childhood. This minor injury could heal on its own. A cold compress would suffice. She crawled on the bed, intending to fetch the first aid kit. I'm going to the Jingshan Taekwondo gym. Shermu. A cold, deep voice drifted into her ears. Shermu turned to look at him. The man stood at the foot of the bed, his tall figure steady, staring fixedly at her without uttering a word. An aura of authority and restraint enveloped him. Shermu asked coldly, "Are you going to scold me?" No. Zhou Xianji softened his expression, adopting a conciliatory stance. Your ankle is already swollen, we need to go to the hospital. Shermu cast a glance at her aching ankle, which indeed had begun to redden and swell. It looked somewhat serious. She couldn't take her health lightly. She nodded. I'll change clothes, you go outside. Alright. Zhou Xianji exited the bedroom. In the Silver Orchid International Building, the business reception room, the spacious conference room was filled with rows of suit-clad executives from the conglomerate, as the Fu Group and the Platinum Peak Technology were discussing a cooperation agreement. Platinum Peak Technology is a leading domestic wireless keyboard and mouse enterprise. As applause erupted, both parties amicably signed the contract. After a night of hard work, Fu Henning stretched his arms, his whole body felt stiff. His weary eyes were bloodshot. The cooperation was finalized, and he stood up, eager to leave the conference room, longing for a good night's sleep before seeking out his father. He couldn't continue to refuse to let him marry He. The head of Platinum Peak Technology extended an invitation. Mr. Fu, one must balance work and leisure. Allow me to treat you today. Shall we go to the entertainment venue on the second basement floor? Fu Henning narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone knew what the second basement of Silver Orchid International was used for. This managerly, dressed impeccably, certainly knew how to enjoy himself. Fu Henning was accompanied by his father's assistant, who stepped forward to remind him, whispering, "Go ahead, young Master Fu, you've just begun to emerge. You need this kind of social interaction. Many resources are exchanged through social channels." Fu Henning lazily smiled. "No. I have matters to attend to." He had promised Shu He not to linger in such settings anymore. For this significant collaboration, he had tirelessly studied the family business for nearly a month. It was now time to demand his marital rights from his father. It had also been a while since he last saw Shu He. A few days ago, he had sent someone to inquire about her recent situation. The report was that she was traveling across the country with her mother, without any involvement with other men. Traveling for relaxation sounds good. Once He's spirits improve, he would pursue her again. Just like in high school, the elevator arrived at the first floor, and Fu Henning stepped out. In the lobby, he saw senior executives from Hongqing Group alongside a technical delegation from Dutch Realken Medical. They must have just concluded their cooperation agreement and were heading out. Fu Henning's gaze fell upon the man leading the crowd. It was Shi Yu, surrounded by others. He walked slowly, dressed in a tailored dark gray suit. His demeanor calm and distinguished as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with a middle-aged foreigner. Fu Henning's eyes fixated on the wedding ring on Shi Yu's ring finger, his dark eyes trembled slightly. Fingers curling nervously, trembling for half a minute before he stepped towards Shi Yu. Young Master Fu, the chairman's assistant quickly caught hold of Fu Henning. In front of them stood General Manager Shi from Hongxing Group. The assistant, aware of the delicate situation, knew that young Master Fu must not offend an industry senior and hurriedly diverted his attention. Your father is waiting for you at home. Fu Henning clenched his fists. Anger simmered just beneath the surface, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously as the veins on the back of his hands bulged visibly. The assistant sighed. Mr. Fu, your son will eventually learn the truth. He suffers from congenital rage syndrome and emotional disorders. The Zhou family girl was the one he fell for at 16. How will you justify this lie? A loud crash reverberated through the expansive living room. It was Fu Henning kicking open the door. The Fu family's servant witnessed Fu Henning storming in with rage, while the family patriarch, Mr. Fu, remained unfazed, calmly seated at the square tea table, leisurely practicing the tea ceremony. Fu Henning strode to the tea table, abruptly overturning it, the jade tea set shattering across the floor. Shu He is married. Isn't Shi Yu. Fu Zhenchu blew away the steam from his tea. She isn't suitable for you. I will arrange for you to have other marriage prospects. Choose whatever you desire. A thunderous sound echoed in Fu Henning's mind. His legs buckled, collapsing into a chair. He was stunned. He repeated mechanically, he is married. The words hung heavily in the air, and a piercing ringing filled his ears, making it hard to breathe. She truly married someone else. His first love was wed, but not to him. Young Master Fu, the chairman's assistant, was taken aback by the scene before him. Fu Henning was having a full-blown episode. Veins bulged on his forehead, extending down his neck, looking particularly terrifying. Tears blurred his vision as he grabbed his father's collar, yelling hoarsely, "You knew all along that I only like Shu He. I only want her. I don't want anyone else. Why did you deceive me into going abroad? If she isn't suitable for me, then who is? Those mistresses you raised, are they suitable for me? Fu Zhengchu, I swear I'll sleep with your woman tonight." Chapter 68. House Arrest. Chapter 69. Egg yolk pastry. Sweet moon. Shu He bought 2 pomelos at the fruit store at the entrance of the neighborhood, along with some kiwis and oranges that Mumu loved, and carried them home. Mumu was lying on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips. The chip bag was larger than a cushion. She noticed the bandage wrapped around Mumu's ankle and quickly placed the fruit on the coffee table, sitting beside her. "What happened to your foot?" "It's nothing, just a sprain. A slight ligament injury. The doctor put me in a cast and told me not to move my right foot for a month. I'll go buy you a crutch." Shermu held her back. "I ordered one online. It will be delivered today." As Zhou Xianji emerged from the bedroom. He is here, brother." "You." Shu He was taken aback, staring at the dense handprints on the man's cheek. "Your face, it's an allergic reaction." Although Shu He wasn't a medical student, she could easily tell that her brother had been hit. Zhou Xianji was a figure of power in the political realm. The only person capable of hitting him would be. Shu He glanced at Mumu, who wore an expression of innocence. "Oh, so your ex-girlfriend taught you a lesson." Zhou Xianji took the dishes from the dining table to the kitchen. "Has he eaten?" "No, I was thinking of coming over to mooch a meal." "Alright, what do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine." Shu He washed her hands and began peeling the pomelo for Muemu. It was a red pomelo. "Here, try this pomelo and see if it's sweet." I saw on the noon news that the Jingshan Taekwondo gym is hosting a competition. Yes, Shermu tasted the pomelo, which was sweet. They were collaborating with the sports bureau, allowing children from primary and secondary schools across the city to sign up. Boss Mu was impressive. Shu He's phone vibrated in her bag. She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, furrowing her brow slightly. Why was Guchuan messaging her? They had hardly spoken before. He was Fu Henning's childhood friend. "Guchuan, are you there?" "Guchuan, Fuga found out you got married, had a huge fight with his father, and is now under house arrest, without even a drop of water to drink or food to eat. Guchuan, he smashed everything he could in the room. His hands are bloody, and no one at home is tending to his injuries or caring for him. Guchuan, can you please go check on him at the Fu residence?" "Who is it?" Shermu asked. Jiuchuan said Fu Henning is under house arrest by his father and asked me to visit him. Don't listen to Guchuan. With his brain, even a dung beetle would push him away. You know very well about his issues in high school. You've already broken up with Fu Dog. His matters have nothing to do with you. Alright. Shu He closed her phone, not responding to Guchuan's messages. Fu Zhengchu was known for his ruthless methods, yet was notoriously indulgent with his son. He probably only wanted to temper his son's wildness a bit. Shu He got off the bus at Wetland Park. At dusk, the park resembled a landscape painting splattered with ink, cold and profound. She had always been sensitive to the cold. Her hands were frozen, tucked into the pockets of her down jacket, as the biting wind swept through the streets, rustling the treetops. As Shu He. Ji Yuchuan waited the whole afternoon and finally spotted Shu He near Qingfeng Villa. Unable to enter, he could only wander nearby, the cold wind stinging his face. Freezing to death, Guchuan stomped his feet to warm up and hurried over to Shu He. Didn't you see the messages on your phone? I did. Shu He's expression remained calm. Guchuan stared at her in disbelief. If you saw them, why didn't you reply? Are you aware of what has become of Brother Fu? I have already ended our relationship, Shu He speaks succinctly. Guchuan sees not a trace of sorrow on the woman's face. Her words are so indifferent, as if she and Brother Fu are mere strangers. Do you know that he toiled relentlessly in the company every day to marry you? For so many years, he has been manipulated by his father, who deceived him by claiming you were not married. Even during your wedding, he was forcibly sent abroad, severing all ties with the domestic sphere. Otherwise, he would never have broken up with you. You too, Guchuan. Shu He interrupts, her voice calm. My breakup with Fu Henning has nothing to do with his father. The issues lie between him and me. What issues? He never slept with Yao Feifei. He did that merely to attract your attention, hoping to make you jealous. I offered him a chance to explain. You were present at the time, yet he had the capacity to speak but chose not to. It was late, and he kicked over the coffee table, disregarding my well-being. Those were just Brother Fu's words spoken in anger. No, you two are a stubborn mule. Knowing the dangers of the forest, why insist on venturing in? Isn't this a matter of your own petulance? Guchuan cannot comprehend. That day, it was clearly Shu He who spilled red wine on Brother Fu, and he hadn't even thrown a tantrum. What on earth was she so upset about? Shu He opened her mouth. Her problem? Stubborn mule, petulant. Guchuan, your mouth has developed a sore, Shu He retorted, then circumvented the obstructive Guchuan, heading home. Who did you learn such foul language from? What a shameful display. Who in their right mind would speak that way? Guchuan blocked her path, gripping her arm, determined to uncover the truth. Were you threatened by Shi Yu? He could easily be old enough to be your father. Shu He, marrying your own uncle, have you lost your mind? Let go of me. Shu He frowned, attempting to shake off his grip, but Guchuan held on tightly. A Rolls-Royce approached along the roadside. Shi Yu exited the vehicle, striding over, his deep-set brows shadowed by a layer of ominous light. He towered over Guchuan. The man's eyes held a faint smile. Mr. Gu, if you do not release my wife, I may have to invite you for a cup of tea at the police station. Guchuan immediately relinquished his hold on Shu He. This was his first encounter with Shi Yu. The man, tall and elegant, appeared to be smiling politely, yet the intimidation and coldness in his words sent shivers down one's spine. Shu He hurried behind Shi Yu. She instinctively grasped his large hand. Subconsciously believing she was safest by his side, Shi Yu clasped his wife's hand in return. Guchuan stiffly tugged at his lips. A powerful figure in the business world, he was not someone to provoke. He could only imply to Shu He, I have already mentioned Brother Fu's situation. He adores you so much. Are you not even considering the past? For your own sake. Guchuan left the wetland park. In the frigid winter, beads of sweat had formed on his back. Shi Yu was unfathomable, and when he fixed his gaze on someone, he resembled a cold-eyed cobra flicking its tongue. Your hands are so cold. Shi Yu's icy gaze softened as he warmed his wife's hands, leading her into the car. Next time you go out, wear gloves. All right. Shu He sat beside Shi Yu, the warmth of the car melting the frost on her eyelashes. While the outside was bitterly cold, Shi Yu handed her a box of pastries. Shu He accepted the exquisite box, opening it to release the delightful aroma of the treats, egg yolk pastry. Where did you get this? I didn't buy it. Shi Yu ruffled the girl's hair. I had a gathering with business partners today, tried a piece, it had red bean and tasted quite good. So I had the kitchen prepare one specifically for my wife. Shu He's eyes sparkled. She picked up an egg yolk pastry and took a bite. The sweetness of the red bean was just right. Accompanied by chewy glutinous rice and a hint of meat floss, delicate and crisp. Is it delicious? Very delicious. Thank you for thinking of me. No need to thank your husband. She fed Shi Yu a piece of the pastry, which he ate, playfully biting her fingertip. Shu He withdrew her hand, gazing at him. You bit me again. Coincidentally, he was also quietly observing her. From the depths of his dark eyes, Shu He saw a softness rarely revealed. She was momentarily taken aback. His gaze was so profound, one might mistake it for long-standing affection. She swallowed the pastry, sitting very close to him, yet she detected no trace of alcohol on the man. Shi Yu still bore the clear, clean scent of cedarwood. Since it was a gathering, didn't you drink? The man's eyes were captivatingly charming. From now on, I am also allergic to alcohol. Regardless of the occasion, I will not drink again. Is it because I dislike the taste of alcohol? Yes. Shu He paused for a moment, although his tone was gentle, every word struck her heart like a direct hit, causing ripples of emotion within her chest. Chapter 70. A cozy day with the child. Shi Yu's vision darkened momentarily. His lips brushed against Shu He's sweet fragrance. Leaning forward, she initiated a kiss, a fleeting touch. A thank you to her husband for being so considerate of her feelings. Shi Yu, after work, always liked to bring her little gifts. Sometimes it was her favorite snacks, or roasted chestnuts from the entrance of Jing University, or a cup of her preferred milk tea. Just as he had said before, not expensive yet entirely precious. Shi Yu was not satisfied. Is one kiss enough? Shu He gestured subtly. Master Yu was still driving, and it was clear from the rearview mirror, too many kisses might lead to complications. Shi Yu knew she was shy. He ceased his pursuit of another kiss, snatching the half-eaten egg yolk pastry from her. Devouring it, that was mine, Shu He exclaimed, astonished. Wasn't he this man supposed to be a germaphobe? Come closer, Shi Yu, enigmatic as ever, drew her near, whispering a few words in her ear that sent shivers down her spine. Shu He's cheeks flushed, like a burning cloud at dusk. Shi Yu, you incorrigible man. Always teasing me. Shi Yu smiled, reaching out to gently wipe the egg yolk pastry from her cheek. Will you go see Fu Henning? Having heard some whispers in the financial circles, Shi Yu was somewhat aware young Fu from the Fu group, due to his first love's marriage, had a falling out with his father, was suspended from his position. And confined at home. No, I one Shu He met his gaze with calm assurance. In the realm of relationships, ex-boyfriends are a sensitive issue. If she were to visit Fu Henning, it would undoubtedly hurt Shi Yu. This scenario was akin to Shi Yu having a high school crush who longed to see him. If he went to visit, she too would undoubtedly be hurt. He don't lie to me. I am not lying. Late at night, ever since Nian Nian moved into Qingfeng Villa, Shi Yu and Shu He had set aside time each evening for parenting, assisting the little one with his homework. They had entered the parenting phase ahead of schedule. In the second bedroom, Shu He sat on the edge of the bed, holding a collection of enlightening stories, narrating even elephants have houses to Nian Nian. Shi Yu sat at the desk, correcting Nian Nian's daily winter vacation assignments. The little squirrel, the little bird, and the little rabbit all want to play with the elephant, but the elephant is too tall to enter their homes and cannot play with them inside. What should we do, Nian Nian? How can we let them play in the same house? Nian Nian, freshly bathed, lay on the bed, munching on a cheese stick. The elephant is too tall, correct? Shu He gently rubbed the little one's soft cheeks. So what should we do? Shi Yu glanced at the big friend and the little friend on the bed. Shu He's flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, her demeanor tranquil and elegant. Nian Nian bit his finger. Pondering the question, why not, just not play with the elephant? One stomp and it could flatten the other little animals. They wouldn't be safe. Shu He was at a loss for words. Shi Yu chuckled softly and Nian Nian's eyes lit up. I'll go play with the little squirrel, little rabbit, and little bird. I'm smaller than the elephant and can play honor of kings. I can squeeze into the little animals' houses and team up with them. No wait, we need 5 people for that. Auntie, why don't you join us too? Shu He's lips twitched, she took a deep breath. Trying to continue guiding, but then the elephant would have no friends. It would be lonely to think about it. Besides the little animals' houses, whose house is there, the elephant can play with its own trunk. It's long and can suck up water and spray it out. Haha burp, I overate at dinner. Auntie, will there be beef egg burgers in the morning? I want to eat beef egg burgers. Spicy flavor is the best. Do you think Auntie looks like a beef egg burger? Sort of. Shu He maintained a polite smile. Don't be angry, however. After telling 3 or 4 enlightening stories, none managed to successfully enlighten Nian Nian. And she felt like her own intelligence was diminishing. Having failed at parenting, she simply shoved the storybook into Shi Yu's hands. You tell Nian Nian a story, I'll correct the assignments. The smile in the corners of Shi Yu's eyes hadn't faded. Are you sure you want to correct his writing? That may be harder than telling a story. I want to correct the assignments. Shu He got off the bed and sat at the desk. The corners of the winter vacation assignment book were crumpled. She organized each page, pressed them down, picked up a pencil, and began correcting today's homework. Starting with the math assignment, the 7th question featured a little duck with a dialogue box next to it. Dear little friend, if I subtract 3, I get 6. What am I? The answer from Nian Nian, duck. Shu He gazed at the answer penned by Nian Nian's side, and let out a chuckle. Shi Yu, holding a storybook, turned a few pages and leisurely remarked, I told you, you can't change his homework, so accept it. I'll correct the Chinese homework. Nian Nian's math answers were increasingly absurd, thus Shu He simply corrected his Chinese assignments to avoid dying of laughter. For the first question of the Chinese homework, use several phrases with my friend Xiaomei to form sentences. Nian Nian's answer, friend, Xiaomei is mine. Shu He laughed until her stomach hurt. At last she understood why teacher Shi Junting had been driven to the hospital. Nian Nian's power was indeed formidable. Uncle, will you and Auntie have a baby? Many of my classmates have little sisters, and I envy them. I'm the only one without a sister. Shu He's face flushed crimson, the man's lips curved knowingly as his gaze shifted towards someone. Her thin skin betrayed her, as her fair profile was already flushed. In the master bedroom, after taking a shower and lying on the bed, Shu He pondered over the question Nian Nian had asked. The sound of the man's steady footsteps resonated behind her. He wrapped his arms around her waist. Shu He sat on the edge of the bed, her slightly damp hair being lifted by Shi Yu's slender fingers as he leaned down. Using a hairdryer to dry her hair, why the blush? He chuckled softly. Shu He covered her burning cheeks. Is there? It seems quite hot. The hairdryer gently caressed her strands. The man spoke cautiously. Let's not have children for now. Shu He lifted her gaze, looking intently at him. After you graduate, we can reconsider. I'm in a direct doctoral program, which lasts 5 years. Will that? No. Shi Yu's fingertips grazed his wife's delicate skin, her complexion, recently nurtured to a tender glow, resembled exquisite white jade. You are still young. Focus on your studies. I'll take good care of you, Shi Yu declared, placing the hairdryer on the table and sitting beside her, enveloping Shu He in his embrace. Once your health improves, your vitality is replenished, and you've completed your studies, then we shall discuss the matter of children. Alright. He, do you truly think I am getting old? Not at all. Shu He merely felt that 5 years was not a short span. Observing Shi Yu's interactions with Nian Nian, she realized he had a fondness for children and a remarkable patience for education. Professor Shi employed a balanced approach to teaching. She had thought he desired a child. However, every time he would meticulously take precautions, and there were no contraceptive medications at home. He had instructed her against consuming such things. It turned out he feared that pregnancy would hinder her studies. Shu He wrapped her arms around the man's waist, resting her head against his neck. I'll listen to you. Let us wait on having children, as these years are rather leisurely, allowing us to enjoy our world together. Good. Shu He's eyes twinkled with starlight. Will you always treat me like this? I will, he promised her. What about you? As long as you treat me well, I will reciprocate. The man chuckled softly. At that moment, Shu He did not comprehend his laughter, nor did she grasp the distinction between her response and Shi Yu's. She believed they were the same. The lights in the bedroom were extinguished by the man. Shu He lay in bed, while Shi Yu settled beside her, gathering her into his arms and pulling the blanket over her. The curtains were left open, revealing a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window through which Shu He could distinctly see the twinkling stars and the bright, dazzling moonlight. Look, isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Beautiful. I think it's lovely too. I meant you. Chapter 71. Shu He really doesn't like me anymore. 3 days later, at the Fu residence, when Dr. Shin arrived at Fu Henning's bedroom, he was startled by the scene before him. An antique vase lay shattered, the coffee table overturned, and the floor was littered with debris, faint traces of fresh blood visible where footsteps had trampled. Henning had not consumed a drop of water for 3 days and nights. Shin Jinyan frowned as he approached the bedside, observing that Fu Henning's hands were covered in dried blood, marred by numerous torn wounds, bruises, and scars. Fu Zhengqiu attempted to rouse his son, but since noon, the room had been devoid of any sounds of struggle or shouting. Fu Henning had slipped into a state of unconsciousness after 3 days of turmoil. He had shouted until his voice was hoarse, refusing to relent. This morning, Fu Zhengqiu personally brought food to his son, hoping to reason with him. However, upon seeing the bedroom door open, Fu Henning instinctively bolted for the exit. Unaccustomed to the bright light after such a long time, combined with his severe exhaustion, his legs gave way, and he tumbled down the stairs from the 3rd floor, sustaining head injuries. Despite his condition, Fu Henning attempted to rise and leave, his eyes bloodshot, relentlessly declaring he wanted to find Shu He. Fu Zhengqiu dragged his son back into the room. Regardless of what food was offered, Fu Henning would throw it to pieces. And after a brief commotion, silence would fall once more. When Fu Zhengqiu pushed the door open, he found his son using a shard of glass to cut his own arm, the jagged edges drawing blood with each deliberate thrust. Shin Jinyan rolled up Fu Henning's sleeves, gasping at the sight of the multitude of bruises. It was akin to being abused. Mr. Fu, we must admit Henning to the hospital. He is suffering from severe psychological distress, and his head injury has only recently healed. He cannot remain in a state of heightened mental tension. Alright. Fu Zhengqiu's palms were damp with sweat. Arrange for him to be hospitalized. Jinyan, please help Aining. He is my only child. Why would he resort to self-harm? Aining's love interest has married, and he cannot move past that emotional barrier, insisting on seeking out that girl. I can find him at home for his sake. But he is quite stubborn, truly going on a hunger strike, refusing even water. Is her name Shu He? Fu Zhengqiu asked, surprised. How do you know that name? Dr. Shin, who had worked in Switzerland for many years, was Fu Henning's neurosurgeon but was unaware of his past with Shu He. Shin Jinyan reminisced. Before the surgery, he did not inquire about the risks involved. He only asked if he would suffer memory loss. I told him it was possible, and he wrote down a name. He wrote Shu He? Fu Zhengqiu's heart trembled slightly. Yes, Shin replied. He said that was his first love. What an unfilial son. After raising him for over 20 years, cleaning up his messes, he writes a woman's name instead of his father's. Nian Nian was enjoying spicy chicken wings, having nearly devoured half of the family bucket. While customers came and went, his aunt had gone to buy him DQ ice cream. On the 2nd floor of the DQ store, Shu He sat in the waiting area, where the winter crowd was bustling. And the DQ mix-in bowl ice cream would take a little longer. Suddenly she caught a whiff of a faint scent of mugwort. Shu He looked up to see a gentleman seated across from her. Clad in a neat, simple casual jacket, with noble and elegant features, long fingers neatly manicured, Shu He felt he resembled a doctor. The joy of eating ice cream in winter is unparalleled in summer. The man spoke with a clear voice, ordering 2 cups of vanilla mochi ice cream, handing one to Shu He. She glanced around. There were no other patrons in sight. Was this man addressing her? Yet she did not recognize this stranger. Just as Shin Jinyan took a seat, Shu He stood up warily, stuffing her phone into her backpack. As she turned to leave, he called out to her, Henning is hospitalized. I am his attending physician. May I take a few minutes of your time to ask you a few questions to assist in his treatment? Shu He's eyes widened slightly after a moment of hesitation. She returned to her seat. What do you wish to ask? Was your marriage voluntary? Yes. Shin Jinyan nodded slightly. The girl's response was resolute, suggesting she was not coerced. He continued, Is Shi Yu good to you after the marriage? Yes, there is no possibility with Henning anymore, is there? No, if his condition deteriorates severely, would he wish to see you? Shu He refused. I'm afraid not. I'm not a doctor, and seeing me would be of no use. That is quite right. Shen Jinyan smiled lightly, leaning back, calmly enjoying his ice cream while assessing the young lady's demeanor across from him. Calm, composed, and unperturbed, it was evident that there was not a trace of lingering affection for Fu Henning in her eyes. Even in a critical situation, you wouldn't want to see him. If he were in critical condition, the person who should want to see him is you, not me. Please convey that to him. I have truly moved on. Shen Jinyan nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall relay your message. The server reminded Shu He that her DQ mix-in bowl was ready, and she went to the front to collect it before leaving the store. Shen Jinyan took out his phone from his pocket. Speaking in a relaxed tone to the person on the other end, he said, "Look, your first love is doing much better than you. Stop dwelling on her." The other party fell silent, saying nothing. Henning, this ice cream shop has quite delicious ice cream. Would you like me to bring you some? No need. Fu Henning hung up the phone. At Jingbei Hospital, in the VIP ward. The afternoon sun was gentle and warm. When Fu Zhengshu pulled back the curtains, he turned to see his son sitting motionless on the hospital bed, his eyes red-rimmed. Crying again? What a useless waste. How many times has he cried in these few days? Is he still not a man? Just moments ago, this ungrateful child woke up and yanked out his four, insisting on meeting Joshua. One wonders what kind of enchantment Joshua has cast upon him. Shen Jinyan advised him to rest, taking his place instead. Fu Zhengshu remarked with a sarcastic tone, I've never seen you cry before. Awning out on the day I die, could you possibly shed a tear like that? Fu Henning's heart sank. Joshua truly no longer cared for him. His fingers trembled slightly over his phone as his voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. Heavy with bitterness, as if he had swallowed gall, yet he had already clarified the situation regarding Yao Feifei. He yearned to cohabit with He, to live together, but she was unwilling, engaging in a cold war with him. In a misguided attempt to provoke jealousy, he sought the company of another woman, but it seemed he had erred gravely. Fu Henning removed the 4-needle, rose from the bed, and went to explain himself once more to Shua. Fu Henning, Fu Zhengshu, filled with frustration, pressed his ungrateful son back onto the hospital bed, his hand poised to strike yet lingering in the air. Are you trying to drive your father to the grave? Haven't you heard what the doctor said? If you keep exhausting your body, the old injuries in your head will surely flare up again. Chapter 72, The Hard-Earned Happiness of He. There exists a misunderstanding between He and me that remains unspoken. I shall reiterate, she is married, Fu Henning insisted obstinately. So what if she's married? Does that mean she is no longer Joshua? Even if she is pregnant and has children, I wouldn't care. You could directly become a grandfather. With a resounding slap, Fu Zhengshu's hand finally fell. Age had taken its toll on him. He struggled to breathe, feeling lightheaded as he sat in the chair, nearly overwhelmed by his son's reckless behavior. His disappointing son, now also a candidate for fatherhood, Fu Zhengshu chastised sharply, where were you when it mattered? If you truly cherished Shua, would she have even considered breaking up with you? You shared such a strong bond in high school. I often visited her at school, supporting her. Shua is a wonderful girl, and I was quite pleased with her as a daughter-in-law. I thought you both would find a happy ending, but look at what you have done. Ha, you brought this upon yourself. I've heard about your outburst at the hot spring resort. When Shua mentioned breaking up, you didn't even attempt to chase after her, you let her leave in the rain. Storming off in anger, after the breakup, you spent your days in entertainment venues, surrounded by revelry, shattering Shua's heart. Look at the company you keep, a bunch of scoundrels, indulging in every vice. It's high time you severed ties with them. Observe the friends of Shi Yu, they are of a different caliber, birds of a feather flock together. Now that Shua is married to someone more accomplished than you, you feel envious and restless. You wish to reclaim her. Let me tell you, it's far too late. If I were Shua, I wouldn't even consider you. A torrent of words pierced the heart, leaving deep wounds. The ringing in Fu Henning's ears intensified. The force of his father's earlier slap was not light. His vision blurred momentarily, and as he regained his composure, he grasped his father's collar in anger. If you hadn't deceived me into going abroad, would I have let Joshua marry someone else? I have loved her for 8 years. You have ruined me, always blaming others for your troubles. Back then, Shua was already engaged to Shi Yu. If I hadn't tricked you into going abroad, what chaos would you have unleashed? Are you intending to be the third party in someone else's marriage? Our family cannot afford such disgrace. Fu Zhengshu clenched his fists. Ready to strike his son, Shen Jinyan burst through the door, witnessing the escalating conflict, and rushed over, inadvertently landing a punch on Fu Henning's temple. Mr. Fu, you cannot hit your child. Shen Jinyan stepped in front of Fu Henning. Breaking up the scuffle, upon seeing Fu Henning's nose bleeding, droplets of crimson staining his clothing and the floor, a sense of dread washed over him. Henning, Shen Jinyan realized the gravity of the situation. Fu Henning's lips were chapped, his complexion growing increasingly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, the ringing in his ears intensified, causing him to falter. He touched his nose, the metallic scent of blood filling his senses. Warm blood flowed steadily from his palm, trickling down his arm, staining his sleeve. Why was there so much blood all of a sudden? Fu Jingchu's heart raced in panic. Aning, what has happened to my son? He hadn't intended to hit Aning. He had been blinded by childish anger. Shen Jinian pressed the call button by the bed, using a tissue to staunch Fu Henning's bleeding. His limbs were cold, devoid of warmth, and he had already lost consciousness. The evening had fallen, and Shu He had moved her guitar to the music room. The space was ample, filled with various instruments. Shi Yu had expressed a desire to hear her play last night. And glancing at the time, she noted he would soon finish work. Xiao Weihui, have you finished work? De Xiangmao, I am home. Shu He's spirits lifted. Unbeknownst to her, her relationship with Shi Yu had grown increasingly warm. Reminiscent of a couple in the throes of romance, marrying before loving, so it seems. The air was perfumed with a delicate scent of roses as she turned to find Shi Yu holding a bouquet of pink snow mountain roses embellished with a myriad of stars. The man had changed into a loose, comfortable sweater. The high-necked garment accentuated his long neck and graceful shoulders, presenting him as a refined and gentle scion of a noble family. The pink roses symbolized first love. Shi Yu knelt beside her, presenting the bouquet. Shu He accepted the flowers, her beauty striking, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Is today Valentine's Day? These roses are stunning. One need not wait for a holiday to receive flowers. Shi Yu pressed a gentle kiss to her lips, a fleeting touch. Shu He smiled, feeling the warmth of his breath linger against her lips. Her husband was quite the romantic, bringing gifts daily to delight his wife. Shi Yu took her hand and pulled her up. You always squat down. You're not a little frog, are you? Isn't that uncomfortable? I find squatting quite comfortable, she teased playfully. Truly a frog, she chuckled softly. Alright, your wife is a frog, can you croak? Shu He playfully punched Shi Yu's shoulder. What croaking? The fragrance of roses enveloped her, nourishing her senses. Once happiness had felt distant, but now it lay right before her. This happiness was hard-earned, and Shu He should cherish it. What was she thinking? Shu He smiled brightly. For the first time I feel that being in love is a profoundly healing experience. Life after marriage has been peaceful and stable. Shi Yu, I believe marrying you is truly wonderful. That's because you married a good husband, he replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Such arrogance. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Of course, I also married a wonderful wife. Shu He placed the bouquet on the windowsill. What song do you want to hear today? I brought my guitar. Let us play here. Anything will do. Shi Yu settled onto the sofa. The little one, Nian, came rushing in, leaping onto his uncle's lap, humming a nursery rhyme. I want to hear you play guitar too. Shi Yu feigned disdain. What did you eat? A biochemical weapon. Shu He glanced at the little rascal. Nian had devoured dragon fruit again, his face smeared with purple seeds, his tiny hands gripping Shi Yu's arm. Nian. Shi Yu's expression darkened as he looked at the stains on his clean sleeves. Rolling up his sleeves to swat the little troublemaker's bottom, Nian shielded his behind, darting behind his aunt. Save me. Shu He grasped Shi Yu's hand, halting his action. It's just a bit of mess. We can wash the clothes later. Nian has been very well behaved today. No hitting children. Shi Yu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at her. Shu He met his gaze, and after a brief moment, she burst into laughter, playfully squeezing his hand, her demeanor sweet and charming. Do you still want to hear me play guitar? I do. Shi Yu spared the little troublemaker. Nian cheered. I knew Uncle Yu was most afraid of Aunt Shu He. Shi Yu offered no rebuttal. Reveling in the moment, Shu He settled onto the sofa, cradling her guitar, tuning the strings. With Nian present, she decided to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, Chapter 73, Moral Coercion Chapter 74, 8 Years of Youth, coming to an end during the evening rush hour. Traffic was congested. By the time Shu He arrived at Beijing North Hospital, it was nearly 8:30. Driver Kong had accompanied her the entire way. The VIP ward was quiet. A janitor was mopping up bloodstains from the floor. Chaotic footprints indicating a fierce struggle had taken place. Shen Jinian shut the door to the ward, catching sight of Shu He hurrying down the corridor. On such a cold day, she wore only a thin sweatshirt, with no outerwear, whereas Fu Henning, inside, there was another conflict just now. His emotions are quite agitated. As she reached for the door, Shen Jinian intercepted her, instructing, do not engage him in an argument. First, calm him down and persuade him to cooperate with the surgery. Shu He longed to ask, couldn't we just knock him out and take him to the operating room? That would eliminate the need for anesthesia. Shen Jinian paused, then smiled, giving her a thumbs up. This girl was ruthless. While it is possible to knock him out post-surgery, he requires rest. If he remains agitated, it would be as good as not undergoing the operation. He needs your guidance. That is the crux of the matter. Shu He stepped into the room. The air was tinged with the scent of disinfectant and a faint trace of blood. Uncle Fu sat on the sofa, his hair slightly disheveled and his glasses askew from being struck. Fu Jingchu's eyes lit up. You made it, Uncle Fu, she acknowledged. The beeping of medical devices filled the room. Shu He turned to the hospital bed where Fu Henning lay. After a few days apart, he was now dressed in a hospital gown, looking gaunt, with an oxygen mask over his nose. He was no longer the proud and aloof Fu Henning of days past. Fu Henning wished to remove his breathing mask. Fu Zhengchu rose, intending to sternly admonish that unfilial son, only to hear Shu He's calm voice. Don't move. Subsequently Fu Henning obediently settled back in his seat. His emotions gradually steadied, and his eyes fixed intently on Shu He, his speech slightly slurred due to the oxygen. I have something to say to you. Fu Zhengshu was shocked, much like a spectator of a horror film. How could his son be so obedient to Shu He? He noticed a middle-aged man standing in the room, resembling a bodyguard, and he urged the man to step outside. Let the children talk. We'll wait outside. Master Kong inquired. Madam, should I step out as well? No need, Master Kong. Stay here and turn on the recording. Understood. Shu He approached Fu Henning, her gaze somewhat frosty. If you have something to say, speak now. Today, we shall address everything. I truly have nothing with Yao Feifei. Yet again, this topic arose. Fu Henning reached out, attempting to grasp Shu He's hand, but she evaded him, her demeanor icy, devoid of any lingering affection. Pain twisted in his chest, unbearable. Fu Henning, do you genuinely believe that the breakup was caused by Yao Feifei? Isn't it? No. Shu He's tone and expression were starkly apathetic. After we got together, you seldom respected me. Did you expect me to live with you just because you wished it? Did you think I would wear revealing outfits at your behest, when you poured alcohol down my throat? Did you consider my feelings? What were you doing when your friends mocked and neglected me? The Cold War between us was your way of throwing a tantrum, yet instead of seeking resolution, you ventured out to flirt, hoping to make me jealous, to make me feel miserable, to let me witness your popularity, so I should abandon my pride and plead for your attention. You are always like this, never willing to lower your head. In your fury, you disregard my safety. The more Fu Henning listened, the paler he became. His breath was unsteady as he attempted to speak, but his words emerged as mere whispers. He felt utterly defenseless, for Shu He's words rang true. Shu He's tone was flat yet resolute. I no longer have feelings for you. I can change. Fu Henning's eyes burned with unshed tears, a sharp pain radiating from his left chest. I can change. I won't be like that anymore. It was the first time Shu He witnessed trembling sorrow, struggle, and panic in Fu Henning's eyes. His hands clutching the bed's protective railing as if grasping for something to stabilize him. You're lying to me, aren't you? How could you so swiftly cease to like me? Swiftly, perhaps, for Shu He had indeed lost all feelings for Fu Henning. Instead, Shi Yu had entered her heart. Today, despite being compelled to harm Shi Yu, he had managed to maintain his composure, arranging for a driver to escort her. To protect her. In his subconscious, he respected her, recalling their past. Shi Yu had always treated her with tenderness and consideration. Reflecting on her relationship with Shi Yu, she realized that it was she who often provoked him. Yet he could appease her with a simple candy. How could a mere candy hold such power? It was merely Shi Yu's generosity, his unwillingness to hold grudges against his wife, constantly favoring her, doting on her like an elder indulging a petulant child. To ensure her well-being, Shi Yu could forego having children for 5 years. He was undeniably fond of children, clearly settled in life, and of an age to start a family. Yet he indulged her whims. I recently secured a collaboration. I will focus on work moving forward, and I want Fu Henning undergo surgery. Shu He's demeanor was as tranquil as a still pond. If you wish to continue threatening my peace with your life or creating trouble for me, then so be it. If I undergo surgery, will you care for me afterward? Dream on. Shu He replied coldly. I am not your nurse. Why should I care for you? Your life is your own, and it bears no relation to me. Uncle Fu has done me a kindness, which is why I am here to urge you towards surgery. Do not further chill your father's heart. At some point, Shen Jinyan had appeared in the hospital room, holding the recently obtained brain CT report, the prognosis grim. Henning, will you undergo surgery? Don't you feel dizzy or unwell? If you delay any longer, you may lose your life. I still have the ability to cure you with surgery. Fu Zhengshu felt a surge of heat in his eyes. The elderly father resembled an ant on a hot stove, anxious and restless, wishing desperately to knock Fu Henning unconscious and push him into the operating room. Aining, I beg you, think of your father. Why must it be Shu He? You're on the brink of death. Shu He no longer cares for you. Fu Henning looked toward Shu He. His vision began to blur again. Was it tears, or was his illness impairing his sight? All he knew was that he had deeply hurt He's heart. Fu Henning had lost He. Shu He noticed the man's gaze losing focus and addressed Shen Jinyan directly. He said he would undergo surgery. I heard him. Fu Henning's heart trembled. He had not spoken. It was he who articulated his intentions. Shen Jinyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Shu He, thank you for persuading him. Henning, let us prepare for the surgery. Trust me. After a pause, Fu Henning lowered his head and softly said, all right, I will undergo surgery. Shu He breathed a sigh of relief. Of the room as curtains remained drawn open, she gazed out at the pale, sparse moonlight, realizing she needed to return to Qingfeng Villa promptly. She wondered how Shi Yu was faring. She needed to apologize. Before Shu He departed the hospital room, Fu Henning called out to her. His eyes were red-rimmed, brimming with hot tears, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If Shi Yu treats you poorly, you must tell me. I will certainly help you deal with him, just as in high school. I was merely your deskmate, responsible for protecting you. Shu He did not turn around. Leaving the hospital room, she closed the door behind her, behind which lay 8 years of her youth, now concluded. Ahead was her future. You have repaid all the kindness owed to the Fu family. Chapter 75, He pursues her husband to the crematorium. The night had deepened. Shu He returned to Qingfeng Villa, entering the main living room, but found Shi Yu absent. Aunt Jiang approached with an unwell expression. Informing her, Sir has been in the gym for quite some time, boxing alone, his knuckles are bleeding and he is drenched in sweat. After leaving the gym, he poured alcohol on his wounds. We didn't dare intervene. Oh, that sight made my heart ache, not to mention how he must feel, year after year, witnessing his uncle pouring alcohol on his wounds, crying loudly. I just managed to lull him to sleep. Where is Shi Yu? Shu He's heart ached. Why didn't he use iodine to disinfect? Iodine is less painful when applied to wounds. Pouring alcohol on large wounds is akin to self-harm. In the bedroom, Shu He located the first aid kit and hurried upstairs. Aunt Jiang then noticed Shu He was merely dressed in a thin sweatshirt. It was 13 degrees below zero outside. Shu He opened the bedroom door, hearing the sound of water trickling from the bathroom. Shi Yu was taking a shower, but hadn't he injured his hands? Shu He approached the bathroom door, raising her hand to knock, when the door suddenly swung open, enveloping her in the fresh scent of men's body wash. Shi Yu emerged, towel drying his hair. How is your ex-boyfriend? Why aren't you at the hospital caring for him? This is my home. You are my husband. Shi Yu bypassed her, casually remarking, you still remember I'm your husband. Shu He noticed the alarming wounds on Shi Yu's hands, now reddened from the hot water. She opened the first aid kit, retrieving iodine and ointment. Your hands need some medicine, don't let them get infected. As she approached him to apply the ointment, Shi Yu withdrew his hand. Leave it, I'll do it myself. His evasive gesture caused Shu He's heart to constrict. She lowered her suspended hand and moved to the table. Placing the first aid kit down, Shi Yu nonchalantly continued drying his hair. Sitting at the table, he took alcohol to disinfect his wounds, moving leisurely, as if nothing had transpired. The light cast a gentle glow on his profile. Soft and serene, his tousled hair fell slightly over his brow, his expression calm and focused as he applied the medicine, long eyelashes casting soft shadows. Shu He offered him the iodine, using alcohol. Doesn't it hurt? Where does it hurt? Is it the pain in my heart or the pain in my body? Shi Yu continued to disinfect with alcohol, his gaze unperturbed, as if feeling no pain at all. Your hand injury, it hurts. It hurts terribly. Outside, the cold was biting. Inside, warmth enveloped them. Shu He sneezed thrice in succession, feeling slightly dazed. She apologized to him, her voice slightly nasal. I'm sorry, I failed to fulfill my previous promises to you. I broke my word and went to visit Fu Henning, but I recorded everything in the hospital and have sent it to you for review. Today, Uncle Fu called me. I met him at the door. His son is in a dangerous condition, and Uncle Fu has done me a kindness, kneeling to plead with me. You would have gone regardless of any favors. Shi Yu's tone was composed and assured. You like Fu Henning, never me. Your concern for him tonight is evident. Shi Yu finished wrapping his hand with gauze, found some cold medicine in the first aid kit, tossed it to Shu He, and lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Take the cold medicine. Don't infect me. Your hair is still damp. I won't dry it. Shu He gazed at the cold medicine. Her husband was not afraid of catching her cold. He was worried about her discomfort if she fell ill, yet he chose to sleep without drying his hair, certain to catch a cold and suffer from a headache that he did not think of himself. Shu He went to the bathroom to fetch the hairdryer. As she approached Shi Yu, she noticed him gently closing his eyes, his breathing steady. She climbed onto the grand bed, sat beside him, and cautiously turned on the hairdryer to dry his hair. Once again apologizing, I'm sorry Shi Yu, today was my fault, entirely my fault. It's only right for you to be angry with me. Punish me as you wish, I can bear it. If I don't dry my hair, I'll get a headache. Let us finish this before you sleep. Shi Yu did not turn to face her. The cool pads of her fingers brushed through his hair, and he slowly opened his eyes. His usually noble and aloof gaze now dimmed and forlorn. Her touch nearly shattered his heart. He had thought that he held feelings for him, yet he still found himself utterly defeated before Fu Henning. Realizing he had been merely deluding himself. As Shi Yu's hair approached dryness, he did not allow her to labor further. He took the hairdryer from her and placed it on the table. Take your cold medicine and sleep. All right, Shu He complied obediently, getting off the bed to prepare herself a cup of cold remedy. The warmth of the cup in her hands brought her a semblance of reality. The events of the evening felt dreamlike, passive, fleeting, insubstantial, and unstable. The bedroom was engulfed in a prolonged silence. She glanced at the man by the bed, opening her mouth to apologize once more, but the hour was late. And Shi Yu had to work in the morning. He had already fallen asleep. With a soft sigh, Shu He decided not to disturb him. Although Shi Yu was upset with her, he remained in the master bedroom. Did not leave the house, nor did he go to the company or any entertainment venue. He had even reminded her to take her cold medicine. The steam from the warm water in her cup curled around her eyes as she recalled Shi Yu pouring alcohol onto her wound. And her gaze became slightly reddened. She had promised never to deceive him, yet she had ultimately wounded his heart. How could she make Shi Yu forgive her? Would he ever forgive her? The happiness Shu He had painstakingly acquired slipped away once more. The warmth and beauty of the past felt like a fleeting dream. She had barely begun to savor this happiness before it was snatched away. Shu He touched her forehead, feeling a bit warm. She hurriedly took her medicine while it was still hot. Her once frozen limbs gradually began to thaw, warmth spreading within her stomach. After taking her medicine, she indulged in a hot bath to relieve her fatigue. Steam filled the bathroom, blurring her surroundings as she lay in the tub, her head the only part above water, the warm liquid enveloping her body, instilling a gentle warmth in her bones. After a while, feeling weary, she sat up, curling her knees, her thoughts drifting far away. It felt as if the heavens were mocking her. Whenever she found a moment of stability, fate would play a cruel joke, snatching away the life she yearned for most. All she desired was a simple, ordinary life with her beloved. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open with urgency, startling Shu He from her reverie and clearing her hazy consciousness. Through the steam, she saw a man's indistinct features at the door. Shi Yu's deep-set eyes, darker than the night, seemed to scan her briefly. Shi Yu, she called out, her voice trembling. Shi Yu let out a sigh of relief, casually grabbing a bottle of unknown brand from the cabinet before leaving the bathroom and closing the door behind him. Shu He felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. So he had merely forgotten something. Tears suddenly brimmed in her eyes, blurring her vision as they fell into the tub, creating ripples. Her husband was ignoring her. After drying her hair in the bathroom, she returned to the bedside, where Shi Yu lay asleep. She gently lifted the covers to lie down beside him, noticing that he had only covered himself halfway with the soft silk quilt, which rested on his waist. He lay on his side, turned away from her. She had only seen this sleeping position on their wedding night, for previously, Shi Yu would always hold her close while they slept. Shu He felt that Shi Yu was genuinely upset with her this time. She carefully tucked the quilt around him, taking care not to wake him, and thankfully, he remained asleep. She turned off the light, hesitant to sleep near him. In the early hours, Shu He awoke, feeling drowsy and disoriented. Perhaps it was due to the tumultuous events of the day. Her memories jumbled, creating an illusion that someone was keeping her covered with the quilt. A pair of dry, large hands seemed to be checking her forehead temperature, not just once. After suffering from psychological mutism since the age of 8, her ability to speak dwindled, and her health had deteriorated, leading to poor sleep quality and occasional mild colds that would escalate into serious illnesses. Shu He jolted awake from her nightmare, her body drenched in a cold sweat. Turning her head, she saw Shi Yu still asleep, his back to her, the warmth check. That must have been a dream. The night was tranquil, and Shu He was wide awake, unable to return to slumber. The curtains were drawn, and her quiet eyes gazed out the window. The moonlight poured over the bare treetops, with not a single breeze stirring the air. In the past, she had despised winter. The northern winters always seemed to carry a layer of frost, biting and cold. However, one winter, it snowed, and she encountered a soft-hearted deity who swept her away from the roadside, melting the frost that clung to her. Shi Yu, I have begun to like winter. I have also come to like you. Chapter 76, He chases her husband. Daily banter. Chapter 77, stomachache. I heard you had a quarrel with Shu He. Damn, why is your hand still bandaged? Did you hit Shu He? Shi Yu, where is your decorum? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Only a man of no worth would hit a woman, and I will not condone you. It's enough that she doesn't hit me. I wouldn't dare touch her. Shi Yu sat down beside the sofa. After a 2-hour-long meeting, he appeared somewhat weary, his stomach also unsettled. The 2 undercooked sandwiches he had for breakfast had taken their toll. Pei Shu began his incessant chatter. Come on, let us talk about $3. What were you thinking after the fight? Have you been in a cold war? Did Shu He go back to her parents? Let me, your emotional strategist, offer you some advice. But you've been single for 30 years. Damn, Pei Shu shot back. I'm single and proud. No need to worry about wearing a green hat, saving the country from plastic. You've got no retort now. Do you? Shi Yu remained unfazed. He rolled up his shirt sleeves, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of tea. If you're so idle, why not go lick the toilet seat at the public restroom? At least it would be a contribution to society. Damn you. Pei Shu's face turned green. Who are you talking about? I came to visit you out of kindness. No gratitude at all. Shi Yu drank 2 cups of tea. Feeling somewhat warmer in his stomach. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and picked up his tablet to finally have a moment to address the pile of work emails in his inbox. Pei Shu said, if you ask me, our group name is quite ominous, Single Natural Reserve. We'll surely remain single forever. Let us change it. Perhaps next time I can successfully confess. You need to tell Song Shang. I am not the group leader, but you can still change the group name. I thought of a good one. Beijing North Successful Menace Exchange Group. Yuan Fong. What do you think? Successful man. Yuan Fong had no objections. Shi Yu lazily replied, but you seem more like shredded potatoes. Pei Shu sat upright. You're the one who is tacky, ridiculous, and a loser. How am I not a successful person? My army of cats and dogs is almost 2,000 strong. Well, a compassionate shredded potato, Pei Shu teased as he played with the stray kitten he had rescued, whistling while feeding it some food. The kitten was almost asleep when he was about to head home. Noticing Shi Yu's complex expression, didn't seem like he was dealing with work. Moments ago, he was replying to emails on his tablet. Now he had switched to his phone. Pei Shu stealthily approached, peering over Shi Yu's shoulder to see him watching a video of Shu He. However, he hadn't clicked on it. You're too chicken to watch. Let me help you. Pei Shu had inquired about what transpired at Qingfeng Villa the previous night. He sat on the sofa, snatching Shi Yu's phone. Since Shu had dared to post it, there was no way she was involved with her ex-boyfriend. Shi Yu was too timid to take a look. No one knew when Shi Yu had started to harbor feelings for Shu. A few years ago, during gatherings with friends, he would casually ask Yanji, "How is your sister doing lately?" Perhaps Shi Yu had long since liked Shu, but that was many years ago. Yet Pei Shu remembered Yanji mentioning that Shu had a white moonlight in her heart. So Shi Yu pretended to be indifferent. Deep down, he must have been quite heartbroken. Shu was his fiancée, yet she was infatuated with another. Fu Henning had almost consumed Shu's entire youth. That guy from the Fu family must have dealt a significant psychological blow to Shi Yu. Pei Shu understood why Shi Yu was hesitant to accompany Shu to the hospital and why he was afraid to watch the video. Shi Yu feared that Shu might reveal lingering affection for her first love. Even if just a hint, for Shi Yu, that would be akin to having his heart cut out. Yet, there was nothing wrong with Shu posting the video. She wished for Shi Yu not to misunderstand her relationship with her ex-boyfriend. In a way, the video provided Shi Yu with a sense of security, even though he was too afraid to open it. Pei Shu, you fool, give me my phone back. Shi Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. The phone had been snatched away, and he struck Pei Shu's arm, trying to reclaim it, but Pei Shu, in his absent-mindedness, ran away. Shi Yu stood up to chase him for a few steps. However, his stomach ached too much. Standing was painful, and his lips began to pale as sweat formed at his temples. He sat back down. Go ahead, and look, the headphones are on the table, just don't let me hear his voice. Which him? Fu Henning. Pei Shu had anticipated this. He was curious about one thing. You have to tell me the truth. When did you start liking Shu? Certainly not just 3 years. Shi Yu's stomach is in agony. Pei Shu was seated in the boss's chair, retrieving his Bluetooth headphones from the desk. Once connected, he opens a video to watch. The image is quite clear. The disheveled man on the hospital bed is Fu Henning. The change is quite drastic. Just a few days ago, Xiao Fu graced the cover of a financial magazine, which Pei Shu had also seen. Fu Henning, despite his poor temper, undeniably possesses the face of a high school heartthrob, tall, sunny, and handsome. It is no wonder the girls easily fall for such a youthful and flamboyant man. No wonder Shi Yu feels insecure. Xiao Su knocked on the door. He had already organized the materials for the upcoming trip to Shanghai. But the other party's schedule had changed. Dean Liang had some personal matters to attend to and requested a delay in the meeting. A private hospital in Shanghai had arranged a meeting with Shi Yu to discuss the introduction and cooperation regarding the recently developed medical devices from Hongxin Group. A longtime partner of the hospital, however, there was an urgent situation on Dean Liang's end. That's fine, we can discuss the timing later, Shi Yu said, feeling the temperature of the teapot on the coffee table. It had cooled down a bit. Please bring me a fresh pot of hot tea. Understood. Xiao Su approached the coffee table. Shi Yu, your complexion looks quite poor. Should I contact a doctor or take you to the hospital? Shi Yu leaned back on the sofa, propping his forehead with his hand, and softly replied, no need, just bring me some stomach medicine. Pei Shu finished watching the video and removed his headphones. He walked over to the sofa and patted Shi Yu's leg. Attempting to comfort him last night. Fu Henning's condition was indeed critical. It seemed he could barely see afterward. Fu Zhengchu, that old fox, pressured your wife to save his son. She owed the Fu family a favor from her high school days and had no choice. Come on, if I were Shu He, I would have done the same in that situation. Just think if Fu Henning were to die. Never mind, forget that life is not a joke. Everyone's life matters. God, I take back that statement. In the video, Fu Henning audaciously declared that he wanted your wife to take care of him after the surgery. Ha, your wife scolded him fiercely, showing no mercy. Shi Yu responded with a soft Pei Shu suddenly noticed Shi Yu's face was exceptionally pale, his voice weak. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Su, holding a medical kit, pulled out some stomach medicine. Shi Yu, who had always been in good health due to regular exercise, typically had no need for medication. To the hospital, Pei Shu insisted, pulling on Shi Yu's arm to urge him to stand. You're turning into a kept boy. I'll drive you. Consider me your chauffeur. Upon hearing the word hospital, Shi Yu's jealousy flared. It's just a case of eating something bad. There's no need to worry. I'll be fine after taking the medicine. Pei Shu rolled his eyes. So it's stomach pain. Ha, not going to the hospital, are we? Stubbornness kicking in. I see you. Fine. I'll send your wife a WeChat message asking her to come take care of you. A perfect opportunity to warm up your relationship. In the Qingfeng Villa, in the pet room, a spa bath for small animals was filled with pleasantly warm water, where little Judo was soaking, with floating fish toys bobbing on the surface. Almost done washing up, Shu He gently splashed water onto the kitten, rinsing off the bath foam. Dodo is such a good girl, meow. Little Judo obediently cooperated, rubbing its head against Shu He's palm. Emitting a low, purring sound from its throat, after the bath, Shu He wrapped the kitten in a towel. Madam, your phone. Steward Zhang handed Shu He her phone and then picked up little Judo, placing it in the drying box and turning on the gentle breeze to dry its fjord. It was a call from Pei Shu. Shu He's fingertip hovered over the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Pei Shu's anxious voice came through. Sister-in-law, Shi Yu is in severe pain. He is stubbornly refusing to go to the hospital. Oh dear, it's serious. His face is all pale. I'm so worried. With a crash, the phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Shu He turned pale, her fingers trembling as she hurriedly picked up the phone and rushed out. Shi Yu was in despair. Chapter 78, Happiness Returns. DUI. Chapter 79, Male Model U vs Little Rich Woman. The glint in Shi Yu's eyes, harboring hidden daggers, was something Pei Shu was all too familiar with. Is he planning to cut me with a knife? I'm not ready for bone reduction surgery yet, and I have things to attend to. No more fruits for me. Shu He, let us plan a day for you to visit the cat CAF. There's a beautiful ragdoll cat there. We want tea. Bring along Shi Yu. Shi Yu clenched his fists. Pei Shu, grinning mischievously, grabbed the cat carrier, tossed a remark, and dashed off. Shu He muttered to herself. Pei Shu behaves like a mischievous child. Shi Yu closed the door firmly. Hearing Shu He's description, he couldn't help but chuckle, though the smile quickly faded as he returned to a state of calm amidst his stomach pain. Shu He rummaged through the medicine cabinet for the pill bottles. Have you taken your medicine? I have. Does your stomach still hurt? It hurts quite a bit. The medicine isn't helping. Shu He grew worried. Why are you experiencing stomach pain? You've been fine before. Should we go to the hospital for a thorough checkup? Why the stomach pain? Shi Yu gazed at the ancient Greek deity of culinary darkness. Pausing momentarily before replying, it's a common ailment for executives. No need for a hospital visit. Shu He recalled Mumu mentioning this before. In romantic novels, the domineering CEOs often suffered from stomach issues. Likely due to irregular eating habits, and having a delicate wife nearby could alleviate some discomfort. It seemed those novels were indeed based on reality. So you must eat on time from now on and balance work and rest. Alright. Shi Yu walked to his desk, tidied his briefcase, and tossed the car keys for the Cayenne to Shu He, saying, work is done. Take me home. Master Joe reached out to catch the keys. Understood, Mr. Sure. On the congested road, Shu He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her concentration heightened as if she were retaking her driving test. The cars behind her incessantly honked. She was the first vehicle at a left-turn intersection. Beep beep, the green light had yet to illuminate. The driver behind her, suffering from road rage, began honking furiously, adding to Shu He's anxiety. She took a deep breath, calming herself. Shi Yu sat in the passenger seat, adopting the demeanor of a driving instructor. No need to rush, take it slow. The Cayenne moved forward gradually. The irate driver overtook them, rolled down his window, and shouted at Shu He, damn, another female driver. Can all women just stop driving? Giving women licenses is outrageous. Are you driving a toy car? Shi Yu calmly replied, roll down your window. Shu He complied to the man, with an elegant demeanor, looked at the road rage driver and smiled with composure. What's wrong with female drivers? Don't you have any women at home? You're the one without women at home. A dung beetle pushes its dung ball faster than you, sir. If you're in such a hurry to push dung balls, you might want to speed up, otherwise, you won't get a hot meal for dinner. Eating cold food in the winter is quite distressing. The road rage driver was taken aback upon noticing the limited edition Cayenne they were driving. Damn, you're just a kept male model. Shi Yu gently stroked Shu He's soft cheek. What's the matter? My little rich woman is not only beautiful but also has such a soft face. Shu He remained focused on driving, stifling a laugh. The road rage driver, thoroughly outmatched, glanced at his own car, then back at the little rich woman's vehicle. He noticed the license plate number, which consisted entirely of nines. Goodness, this little rich woman's license plate is worth more than my car. You can't just buy a plate like that. It requires money and power. That plate is far more prestigious than her Cayenne. She is a woman of influence, a well-connected little rich woman looking so fair and tender, a stunning beauty, and here he was, a mere man, trying to catch her eye. Hey, don't just look at appearances and figure. I've been strong since childhood. I can carry 100-pound sack up 20 floors without breaking a sweat. If you choose me, I can entertain you for at least 3 hours. Shu He shot him a sidelong glance. Just one look sent chills down the driver's spine. He hastily rolled up his window and floored the accelerator. Get out of here, don't let the little rich woman get her revenge. Shu He laughed until her stomach hurt, sometimes feeling that her husband was indeed remarkable, capable of delivering a scathing retort while maintaining an air of elegance. Leaving the other party speechless, Shi Yu turned on the car's music, his gaze meaningful. I can also go 3 hours without catching my breath, right, dear? Shu He silently mused. You not only can you hold your breath, but you also know how to breathe quite well. In the Qingfeng village, Shu He parked the car in the family garage. Shi Yu pushed open the car door, his face as pale as ash. After stepping out, he stood by the ventilation vent, one hand braced against the wall. Removing his glasses, he quietly steadied his breathing. Shu He, alarmed, quickly exited the car and supported Shi Yu's arm. What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting badly? I feel carsick. Shi Yu, at 31, experienced motion sickness for the first time due to the heavy traffic in the evening rush hour. A 20-minute journey stretched to an hour under Shu He's novice driving skills. With time, she would improve. To keep her calm, Shi Yu maintained a composed demeanor throughout the ride home. Shu He was aware of her own shortcomings in driving, coupled with childhood traumas regarding it. Thus she always approached the road with caution, inspecting the vehicle's surroundings before getting in. Winter, some stray animals sought refuge beneath cars, treating the undercarriage as their home for warmth and rest. Xiaoju duo was thus rescued by her. She drove at a leisurely pace along the road, hoping that the seasoned drivers would exhibit more patience towards novice drivers like her. Shu He proactively assisted by carrying the briefcase, apologizing for her lack of driving skills, suggesting that perhaps Master Yu should take the wheel next time. He was certainly more adept than she was in culinary arts. Really, Shu He's eyes sparkled with delight. Shi Yu had once praised her cooking as a feast, indicating that her driving skills must also be commendable. Thank you for the compliment, she replied. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, amused. After being praised, Shu He appeared charmingly innocent. Slightly bashful. Actually, I passed my driving test on the first try. My instructor even commended my quick comprehension. May I inquire which school you attended? The karting club, she murmured weakly. At the front door, Nian Nian had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing her uncle and aunt return home together, she leapt up joyfully and dashed to her aunt's side. The little one hugged her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Auntie, you are the sweet and fragrant little cake, strawberry flavored. Shu He felt her heart soften. Thank you, Nian Nian, Shi Yu scoffed. The honey at home has been completely consumed by you, Shi Nian Nian. Your sweetness is unparalleled. Honey isn't as sweet as auntie, retorted Shi Yu. Shu He bent down and gently tapped Nian Nian's nose, recognizing why Xiaomei adored her so much. Nian Nian was truly delightful. Have uncle and auntie reconciled? Shu He asked, her eyes curving with curiosity. Just as she was about to speak, not at all, Shi Yu interjected, pressing his hand against his stomach, a frown marring his brow as he took the briefcase from Shu He and ascended the stairs to his bedroom. No one could discern the man's expression. Shu He, oh really, today, Shi Yu was so gentle with her, even holding her and soothing her not to cry. Well, she assumed they had reconciled. He still needed to put in effort. Nian Nian, with her tiny hands on her hips, huffed. Why do I feel like uncle is pretending? He is being mischievous, wanting auntie to comfort him. Your uncle isn't pretending. He genuinely feels unwell. I must attend to him first, and auntie will review your homework later. Today's homework doesn't need to be graded, Shu He exclaimed in surprise. Have you already had someone else check it? I didn't even write it. Nian Nian covered her bottom and slid down to sit at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Her little mind could only accommodate thoughts of beef burgers and Xiaomei. Chapter 80, Neo Hulu Dui. Shu He entered the bedroom. Shi Yu was in the bathroom, clearly suffering from stomach pain, with the injury on the back of his hand still unhealed. Nevertheless, he had a penchant for cleanliness and insisted on showering daily, especially after social engagements. He would linger in the shower until every trace of smoke and alcohol was washed away. Shu He recalled the healing ointment Shi Yu had given her last time was still in the drawer. She needed to find it. Such beautiful hands of his should not bear scars. As soon as the back of his hand formed a scab, she would insist on applying the ointment for him. As the bathroom door swung open, Shi Yu emerged, towel-drying his hair. Shu He rummaged through the drawer. Where had she placed the ointment? Crouching down, her gaze landed on something in the second-to-last drawer, a pocket watch. It was an exquisitely crafted vintage piece in a British style, clearly of great value, with a silver-plated exterior in a glacial blue hue. Cradling it in her palm, she noticed it had not been fastened properly, and it sprang open inside. Besides the snowflake pattern dial, there was a photograph serving as the backdrop. It was her. A voice suddenly appeared behind her, startling her and causing her to stumble. The man reacted swiftly, his strong hand catching her and steadying her. Before taking the pocket watch from her grasp, Shu He caught a whiff of the cedar fragrance emanating from Shi Yu. Standing before him, she inhaled deeply, appreciating the crisp and clean scent that was uniquely his. Are you admiring the cat? I've been caught. Shu He pointed to the pocket watch, her curiosity piqued. May I have another look? Not a chance. Shi Yu lightly tapped her forehead with his fingertip. Shu He rubbed her brow, a smile tugging at her lips. This familiar affectionate gesture had resurfaced. Was reconciliation on the horizon? The gauze on his hand remained dry, suggesting he had worn waterproof gloves while showering. I saw a photograph. Was it from 4 years ago at the opening ceremony at Jing University where I was playing the guitar? I only caught sight of the guitar. I couldn't see anything else clearly. Shi Yu did not deny it. He approached the bedside and placed the pocket watch under his pillow, justifying, it's perfectly reasonable to keep a photograph of my fiancée. Shu He pondered this, a fragment of memory flashing through her mind. She vaguely recalled one afternoon when Nian Nian asked Shi Yu when auntie had started to like uncle. Shi Yu's reply echoed in her ears. That voice lingered deep and resonant. 4 years ago, during the opening ceremony, Shu He's mind buzzed as she realized something, her heart missing a beat. The man, clad in a loosely fitting bathrobe with the sash untied, revealed his well-defined collarbone as he prepared to lie down. You didn't dry your hair. Stomach hurts. I just want to lie down. Shu He went to the bathroom to fetch a hairdryer and climbed onto the bed. She wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's arm, gently urging him to sit up, her gaze softening as she spoke tenderly. I'll dry your hair. It won't take long. Shi Yu complied and sat up. The sound of her voice enveloped him. Shu He's tone had always been gentle and slow, resembling a coaxing whisper. Now, the sweetness of her words drifting into his heart, she turned the dryer to a medium setting, soothing her husband. Your hair isn't thick. It's easy to dry once I finish. Shi Yu interrupted, a frown crossing his face, just as he was beginning to enjoy the moment. He felt as though he might have a heart attack from the sudden tension. He snatched the hairdryer from her. You clearly have no hair. I can dry it myself to avoid you taking revenge by pulling my hair. I didn't mean it that way. Shu He was taken aback. Sure, you had an abundance of hair. It seemed she had inadvertently stepped on a landmine, tugging his bathrobe in an attempt to explain. What I meant was that a man's hair isn't as long as a woman's. Your hair is easier to manage and one take long, and if it's not dried, the man's silk bathrobe was loose, and with a slight tug it revealed everything, sensual yet restrained. Shu He silently gritted his teeth. Shu He's face flushed crimson. She hadn't realized his clothing was so loose. She quickly adjusted the silky robe back on him and tied his waist sash securely. I didn't do it on purpose. The man moved away from her, standing at the edge of the bed leisurely observing Shu He. I'm no longer free for all, rein in those cunning thoughts of yours. And don't entertain any ideas about me. I truly didn't mean to take advantage of you, she stuttered, her smile revealing her little tiger teeth. Shu He immediately covered her mouth, retracting her little fangs. Her eyes crinkled with laughter, but she truly harbored no cunning thoughts. However, Shi Yu was undeniably handsome, and his physique was pleasing to the eye. It was a pity that after her indifferent attitude towards him yesterday, she felt unworthy today. Unbeknownst to them, they had entered a playful banter typical of spouses, the atmosphere lightening considerably from the tension of the previous evening. Now you are Nyo who lewd dui. What do you mean, Nyo who lewd dui? Shi Yu warned her while drying his hair. Be serious, or I might just reconsider whether I can continue to sleep in the master bedroom. You danger-prone individual, Shu He muttered, arrogant brat, always pretending. What did you say? I was asking, sure, would you like some soup with dinner? The corners of the man's lips quirked up slightly resistant. What do you think? Shu He touched her face, feeling a bit warm. She got off the bed and slipped on her cotton slippers, deciding it was best to have some soup. I'll check if dinner is ready. Shi Yu looked at her, the girl's cheeks had flushed. He set down the hairdryer, understanding why she felt shy. Don't you think your husband has a decent physique? Pay me, and you can't expect to get it for free in the future. How much do you think it's worth to see you once? Consider your conscience and tell me how much I'm worth. I'm broke. I was hoping for a free meal. The man strode towards her, and Shu He bit her lip, racing out the door while playfully locking the arrogant brat inside. I'll just take a free meal. Chapter 81, I love winter. And I love you. Dinner was still being prepared. Shu He specifically instructed the kitchen to keep the dishes light as Shi Yu was feeling unwell. She sat on a swing chair in the garden, gently rocking as she spoke on the phone with Mumu, saying, and then, I ended up chasing after my husband like a fire in a crematorium. Fu Henning truly was a monk's wooden fish, deserving of a good beating. This afternoon, Dr. Shen sent me a message saying the surgery was successful, thanks to my persuasion yesterday. I no longer owe the Fu family a favor. Shumu munched on an apple. It was right to go, but from Uncle's perspective, he was indeed hurt. Last night he was boxing, and the knuckles on his hand were bleeding as he poured alcohol over them. Do you know why he got hurt? Shu He inquired. Shu He, your uncle is in pain because he cares deeply for you. The injury on his hand is trivial compared to the heartache he feels. This incident clearly shows how much he loves you. Darling, you have married a husband who cherishes you greatly. Shumu continued. In a relationship, the more one loves, the stronger the possessiveness, leading to jealousy and sorrow. Shumu's tone was resolute. The swing that Shu He was rocking abruptly halted. Her husband, who cherished her deeply, was reminded once more of the pocket watch hidden in the drawer by Shi Yu, along with the photograph contained within it. Her fingers tightened around the swing's ropes. Had Shi Yu harbored feelings for her since 4 years ago? Today, his mood was markedly improved compared to last night. He was even joking with her. I'll go change his bandage and comfort him. Mumu, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment, Shirmu interjected, not even chewing her apple. You two were in a cold war last night, and today your uncle's mood has improved. You really are a blockhead. He simply couldn't bear to continue that standoff with you. Couldn't bear it. Yes, you told me you didn't sleep well last night. You two share a bed, so your uncle must have sensed your unrest. He realized that the Cold War would only cause you inner turmoil and fretfulness, so he couldn't bear to continue it today. Do you not find it curious how your uncle and Fu Henning handle emotional matters so differently? Fu Henning could go months without contacting you, living it up, while your uncle can't endure a single night of silence. Even if he is feeling down, he'll still respond to you. Shu He was rendered speechless. It truly seemed as Mumu had said. Last night, Shi Yu's eyes had appeared red-rimmed, yet he responded to every word she uttered, even expressing concern for her catching a cold and reminding her to take her medicine. This morning, when she prepared breakfast, he had even come over to engage in playful banter, teasing her about whether she had poisoned him to keep him away from the boiling pot. Shi Yu was merely worried that the hot milk might scald her. No matter what happened, Shi Yu couldn't bear to leave her in the cold. Their seemingly childish teasing was, in fact, his way of bringing her joy today. He had indeed succeeded in making her very happy. But what of Shi Yu? Was he truly content in his heart? What should I do, Mumu? How can I make amends? You read a lot of novels. Give me some advice. I want to reconcile with him. Please help me. When boss Mu lend a hand, success is assured. Shirmu began to brainstorm. Do you know how to completely cheer up your uncle? How men are inherently jealous. He must be incredibly envious of Fu Henning. Perhaps even thinking that you still harbor feelings for him. To soothe him, you must tell him that you like him very, very much, fill the void of security he feels, make him understand that in your heart. He is more important than Fu Henning. Alright, I'll follow your advice. As for how to confess, be a little more proactive, flirt with your uncle. A woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them. It is not hard to win him over. Be a bit more forward in the evening, give him a hug or something. My goodness, your uncle will be over the moon, but he is not allowing me to touch him now. He warned me not to. What man doesn't enjoy being touched by the woman he loves? Just trust me, take the initiative and kiss him, throw yourself at him, be a domineering he in love. I guarantee you two will end up with triplets tonight, and you'll definitely not get out of bed tomorrow morning. When Shu He returned to her room, Shi Yu was absent. Aunt Jiang brought dinner. Explaining that the master had received an unexpected work call and had gone to the study, likely to be busy for quite a while. Madam, please eat first, don't let your food get cold. Alright, thank you, Aunt Jiang. Shu He sat quietly at her desk, propping her chin on her hands, troubled. How does one flirt? How does one force love? Her romantic inclinations felt blunt, like a dense block of wood. She had never flirted with men before, and after marriage, it had always been Shi Yu teasing her. She wasn't even hungry yet, and Shi Yu would take a long time to return. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Perhaps she could write a diary. Shu He took out her He's wish bottle from the bottom drawer, pulled out a brand new rainbow card, and began to pen a short diary entry to share her recent joys with her sister. January 28, sunny. 4 Happy things. First, Shu He reconciled with her mother. Second, her third core journal was accepted for publication. Third, Shu He loves winter. Fourth, Shu He's beloved Shi Yu. Shu He loved writing with a fountain pen. Just as she finished the last punctuation mark, a gentle male voice suddenly broke the silence. What bad things are you writing about me? Startled, Shu He quickly covered her diary with her hand. Her heart raced as she turned her head in disbelief, discovering Shi Yu had appeared in the room without her noticing. How did you walk in without making a sound? Shi Yu had changed into his pajamas. You were so focused, like a high school student cramming for homework on a weekend night. He had been changing clothes and hadn't seen what she wrote entirely. He only caught a glimpse of one line, which seemed to say Shu He loves winter. Shi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, removing his glasses and placing them on the nightstand. Loving winter, yet you're afraid of the cold. Spring and summer, and autumn should suit you better. Shu He tightly clutched the small card in her hand, her fingertips turning pale. Suddenly she made a decision. Her heart raced as she prepared to confess. But I've started to love winter. Can you guess why? Shu He had never written a confession letter before. She wasn't sure if her rainbow diary to her sister counted as a confession letter. But in that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to show it to Shi Yu. She didn't know how to flirt or force love. Perhaps she could just directly show this diary card to Shi Yu. Shi Yu leaned against the headboard, examining his delicate face. How could this girl be so shy? The delicate blush creeping up her neck was reminiscent of a soft, floppy-eared rabbit. He casually asked an inconsequential question. Yet she appeared incredibly anxious. You love winter because you enjoy hibernating and sleeping in. No. Shui's cheeks flushed as she dashed toward him. I wrote about my beloved in my diary. I want to show you. Wait a moment. Shui's heart jolted painfully when she suddenly mentioned writing about her beloved. It left him completely unguarded. God knows who he had written about. Now she held what felt like a ticking time bomb in her hand, running toward him. Shi Yu lowered his gaze, shifting the topic. My stomach doesn't feel well. I'll find a stomach medicine first. Then we can talk. He stood to leave. My beloved is you, Shi Yu. Shui hurried after him. This man had long legs and crossed the room in just 2 seconds. Was he walking or escaping? Shui couldn't discern, but she felt an intense awareness that Shi Yu genuinely lacked security. Shi Yu's mind spun in a chaotic whirl. Just as he paused, he felt a sudden embrace from behind. His arms wrapped tightly around him, her cheek pressed against his back. Her hands, not particularly warm, held onto his larger hand, sharing the warmth of their palms. I like you very much. Shui clutched the slightly crumpled rainbow card, her fingers unfolding to show Shi Yu. Look, I told my sister about my beloved. I never lied to her. Shi Yu, it was you who saved me in winter, married me, and cherished me. I love winter. And I love you. Chapter 82, Reconciliation. Shi Yu glanced at her diary, got on the rainbow card resting in his palm. She shared 4 happy things with her sister, and he read each one attentively. Shui's beloved Shi Yu. The moment he read the 4th line, a sharp, clear pain sliced through his chest, akin to a claw making a deep incision. Shui playfully coaxed, let us make up. Remembering what Mumu said about how men enjoy being proactively approached by the women they love, she gathered her courage and stepped in front of Shi Yu, rising onto her toes to wrap her arms around his neck. Just as she was about to kiss him, she suddenly noticed his body had tensed up considerably. He was gripping the diary with trembling fingers, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shui raised her hand to check his forehead, finding it at a normal temperature. What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting? Or is something else uncomfortable? His lips captured hers in a kiss. The warmth of his breath surged directly into Shui's senses. Leaving her momentarily stunned as Shi Yu lifted her effortlessly, she felt weightless as he gently tossed her onto the soft bed. The plush mattress slightly rebounded her up and she hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. As she propped herself up on her elbows, Shi Yu's kiss came crashing down upon her once more. His heartbeat was heavy and tumultuous, the deep-set corners of his eyes reflected a hint of crimson. As he held onto He's diary, cradling her head, leaving no room for her to evade, Shui lay on the bed, her hair fanned out around her, although they had only been at odds for 2 days. It felt as if ages had passed since their last intimate moment. She willingly wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's neck, responding to his kiss. His lips were warm, and as they melded together, she felt him pry open her mouth, their tongues entwining, creating an electric connection. This kiss was laden with Shi Yu's pent-up emotions, tenderness spiraling out of control into a raging desire. The scent of his masculinity permeated the room. At that moment, a blazing possessiveness ignited in Shi Yu's eyes, a claim over his wife. Shu He was kissed into a dizzying haze, softly gasping for breath. As his hands lifted her sweatshirt, she instinctively raised her arms to assist him. A chill coursed through her as Shi Yu removed her clothing, leaving only her bra. Aren't you going to turn off the light? Not tonight. His voice was hoarse, his fingers deftly found the clasp of her bra, easily undoing it. You're quicker at taking off my clothes than I am. You do it for me, just as Shui's fingers brushed against the buttons of Shi Yu's pajamas. His kisses traveled down her neck. She relinquished her hands, tilting her chin slightly to allow him access. You nibble a little softer this time, just admit that you've been sneaking bites of the kitten's canned food. What on earth? Shu He chuckled, playfully striking him. Suddenly a cool and damp sensation enveloped her chest, causing Shu He to momentarily halt her breath, her slightly flustered hands captured by the man. Subsequently their fingers intertwined tightly. Sure you, He, close your eyes and just feel me. Shu He obediently shut her eyes. Does it hurt? The man gently nibbled, attentive to her feelings. Shu He shook her head. Not painful, just thrilling. When he bit down, it felt as if her heart was pierced with a sense of intoxicating bliss. Her husband was remarkably adept at making her feel comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was rapped upon, and Shu He reacted like a small loach caught in salt. Instinctively bending her legs to push him away, haphazardly slapping at his chin. Move, move, someone's coming. Shi Yu was momentarily struck by her knee, eliciting a muffled laugh. Marrying a girl like you means I'll need to purchase extra insurance. His wife possessed a culinary skill that was rather vicious, not to mention her driving prowess. What? In the next instant, darkness enveloped Shu He. The man swiftly snatched the blanket, covering his unclothed wife. Shu He nestled into the blanket, wrapping herself tightly. It's all sure Dui's fault. It's your fault. What time is it now? Alright, blame it on me. Sure. Nyen Nyen held a gigantic cup of popcorn, the aroma wafting delightfully. Sweet to the core, his small hands knocked on the door again, eager to share the freshly popped treat from the chef uncle with his little aunt. It was his little uncle who opened the door. Ding ding ding, the popcorn smells so good. You look like popcorn. And Nyen Nyen munched on the popcorn. I clearly resemble Crayon Shinchan. Sure. You leaned against the doorframe, snatching the popcorn from the little boy's embrace, offering some to He. Don't eat anymore. Crayon Shinchan, have you finished your homework? Not yet. I'll check your homework later. Humph, uncle is so greedy, stealing my popcorn. Uncle is so bad, always making me do homework. Homework really was unreasonable. Why couldn't it do itself? Sure. You closed the door and placed the popcorn on the table, noting it was still warm, as were the dishes. Let he eat while it's hot. Come over, your little nephew shared his popcorn with you. Oh, Shui sat up. He used to be my younger brother, calling me sister every time we met. After marrying you, I become the elder. Big niece, do you think your uncle is too old? Shui was still wrapped in the blanket, her hoodie discarded on the floor, just out of reach. Could you fetch me a nightgown? Sure. You chuckled, picking up her hoodie and placing it on the sofa before heading to the wardrobe. Most of Shui's clothes were designed in collaboration with Yu Ting, who thoughtfully curated styles for her. Sure. You selected a nightgown, its shoulder straps adorned with a delightful bow, the fabric soft and smooth to the touch. Approaching the bedside, he found Shui still cocooned in the blanket, teasing, you always require my assistance when you bathe. I've seen everything, why shy away from me? Sure. You. Shui feigned anger, extending her hand. Give it to me. I knew you wanted it. Sure. Dui began his teasing again. Shui's cheeks flushed a vibrant hue. That wasn't what she meant. She was clearly asking for the nightgown. What a mischievous man. Sure. You handed her the dress. What seriousness is there between my wife and me, dressed in her spaghetti strap nightgown? Shui approached the desk. There was only one chair. I'll have Aunt John bring another. A gust of wind swept her along. Sure. You, indeed skilled, swiftly pulled her into his embrace, and Shui found herself seated sideways on his long legs, her heart racing as she twisted at his waist. Alright, that's rather firm. You startled me. Sure. You encircled her slender waist with one arm, pulling her closer while raising his other hand. My hand hurts. Feed me. Shui grasped his hand. After dinner, I'll dress your wound. Your hand is more beautiful than a model's. It must not scar. Oh, if it scars, you won't like me. Not at all. Shui gently touched the bandage, her heart aching for his injury. I like you no matter what. Didn't you send a few bottles of healing ointment to your godmother years ago? Sure. You raised an eyebrow. What should I call her then? It seems so. Back then, you were quite injured, so I sent some ointment to my sister, thinking that girls care about their appearance, scars would surely sadden you, and the ointment worked wonders. I see no remnants of those past injuries on you. Chapter 83, Soft-hearted only for my wife, excessively sweet, thank you. A warm current surged within Shu He's heart as she embraced Shi Yu's waist, resting her chin in the crook of his neck. Resembling a tipsy cat. In truth, he was incredibly attentive, respecting and caring for a girl's feelings. Shu He grew increasingly enamored with the cedar scent that enveloped Shi Yu. Breathe in. I'm reacting. Shu He immediately straightened, her face blooming with color, the exposed skin of her shoulders flushed with a rosy hue. She covered the man's mouth. Sure, dui, your mouth is so unfiltered, Shi Yu indicated with his eyes. My mouth craves broccoli. Shu He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and used her chopsticks to pick a piece of broccoli, shoving it into his mouth. Be gentle. He chewed. Offering a mock complaint, Shu He was exasperated. His tone was too deliberate. No wonder everyone called him dui. Was that truly his nickname? Yes, how could Dad give you such a name? Sure, you swallowed the vegetable. Reminiscing, when choosing a nickname, Dad had me draw lots. I was only 2 at the time. I don't know who added dui among the slips, but I happened to pull that one. Shu He was struck by laughter. You're quite the master at banter. In what sense? Shu He was at a loss. He never ceased to tease her. She picked up a peeled shrimp and offered it to Shi Yu, who only then showed interest. Shu He pulled back her chopsticks, playfully childish. Beg you to pamper me. Shi Yu held her gaze, his eyes reflecting a flickering light that danced solely upon his wife. Don't tea deceive me, he. His voice was deep and intoxicating. As the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, Shu He pressed her soft lips against the man's lowered eyelashes, wrapping her arms around his neck. Kissing his brows and eyes. I won't deceive you, she spoke gently. In truth, from the day we reunited, I no longer liked that person. After marrying you, I remember and feel all the kindness you show me. Last night when you injured your hand, my heart ached. I hardly slept a wink. Sure, you smiled knowingly. I covered you with blankets several times. Thankfully you didn't get a fever. Shu He stared wide-eyed. That wasn't my dream. It wasn't. But when I woke up, you were asleep. I was pretending. You discarded me yesterday. I had planned to ignore you the next day, but unexpectedly, I heard you crying in the bathroom. When I approached to comfort you, you were already emerging. Shu He was astonished. So sure you had known she cried in the bathroom last night. He had entered the bathroom pretending to fetch something. Genuinely concerned she might stay too long and encounter problems, she suddenly recalled Mumu's words. So, you couldn't bear to remain at odds with me. Shu He's heart stirred as she softly remarked. Your heart is very soft, only soft towards my wife. Does your stomach still hurt? That was also an act. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shu He had already bathed, comfortably lying on the large bed. She had initially intended to offer him a massage, but if it didn't hurt, then you're killing me with pain. Such a proud rascal, always pretending. Shu He turned off the bedroom light, closed the curtains, and climbed beside the proud rascal, unbuttoning his nightgown. You're massaging the wrong spot. This is the stomach. The man's broad hand captured Shu He's small hand, guiding it downward. Sure you, yes, good baby. He chuckled. The next day, morning, 6 o'clock, Shu He embraced her husband, breathing softly, lost in sweet slumber, her pale pink lips kissed gently by the man. Shu He carefully raised her arm, Shu He in light sleep. Drowsily awoke, wrapping her arms around Shi Yu, her eyes soft and obedient. Stay with me a little longer, I need to go for my morning exercise. Don't go, she was a bit domineering. Shi Yu lay back down, retrieving something from the bedside table. Alright then, let us change our morning workout routine today. Shu Yu was still groggy, and the man leaned over, gently parting her legs with his knee beneath the covers. She let out a soft whimper. You need to leave, you asked me to keep you company, and now you're displeased. Shu He was thoroughly captivated by his logic. During their casual banter, she wondered if sleep was indeed what he meant. The room had yet to be illuminated. In the winter of northern Beijing, dawn only broke around 7 o'clock, the thick mattress creaking alongside the soft murmurs of the girl. You should go practice in the morning. Shua's voice was delicate and fragmented, barely forming coherent sentences. She felt so drowsy last night. From the moment she went to bed until 1 in the morning, she was indulged by Shi Yu, and now he was here again. Where was she to find the energy? I am practicing in the morning. The girl, just awakened, was particularly sensitive, her senses magnified manifold. As she was embraced by the man, she sat up, her hands encircling his neck, her eyes misty with sleep, biting her lower lip. Shi Yu. Be gentle, please, I'm not being rough, he replied, although his tone was far more tender. What time is it? You must be late. It's 7:30. Aren't you having breakfast? I'm currently enjoying some octopus dumplings. Shi Yu gazed at the drowsy Shua, playfully pinching her soft waist. Truly she was as delicate as water. Shua's body was supple, her skin smooth and exquisite. Have you fallen asleep again? The gentle pinch revived her spirit. She began to banter back. Aren't you the one who said I was a freebie? Just yesterday, you told me that it wasn't tea-free anymore. Well, you'll need to settle the bill later. Was the service satisfactory? Not at all. No sooner had she spoken than she was swept away. She instinctively clutched the man's shoulders, leaving marks, her voice a soft plea. Satisfactory, very satisfactory. How much am I worth? The assertive Shu He replied, "No payment, I want to eat for free." Shu He broke her previous record, sleeping soundly until 2 in the afternoon. Feeling quite sore, she was dazed when she answered Shi Yu's call. "You woke me up." Ever since being pampered by Shi Yu, she had gradually developed a bit of a morning temper. Typically, he remained unfazed by her outbursts. It seemed he relished her little tantrums. "My dear wife, do you see what time it is now?" Wrapped in her blanket, Shu He rolled over, peeking at the clock. "Oh my, it's already 2 in the afternoon. This is your fault, alright, I take the blame." Shi Yu's voice was clear and pleasant, soothing her. Shu He could hear him discussing work. As there were others nearby laughing, the kind of laughter one associates with the affluent. "What do you want for dinner? I'll bring something home for you, Krispy Kreme puffs. No problem, but you must get up now and drink the herbal medicine for replenishing your energy and blood. You can't secretly pour it out, let Jiang supervise you while you drink it, and after your meal you should go to the hospital for acupuncture." Shu He was puzzled. How did he know she had previously discarded it in secret? That medicine was truly awful. "Oh, Shi Yu even knows I have to go for acupuncture today," she thought, having planned to skip it. "Make sure to wear more clothes, put on a hat, and don't forget to wear gloves. Let Master Kong from home take you there." "Okay, understood, I'll get up now." "Such a good girl." Shu He smiled sweetly, her dimples showing. Her husband was excellent at soothing her, much like a gentle, caring boyfriend. Chapter 84. Never again. Zhou Hongfang. Shu He dressed herself warmly, looking like a dumpling, and as she descended the stairs she found Aunt Jiang already brewing today's herbal medicine. Suddenly she realized something. Aunt Jiang was an undercover agent placed by Shi Yu, otherwise he wouldn't know her acupuncture schedule or that she had secretly discarded the medicine once. Aunt Jiang was very kind and highly competent, managing Qinfeng Villa with great care, and she took excellent care of Shu He as well. Each time, Aunt Jiang personally prepared the herbal medicine for her. The housekeeper Jiang, wearing the jade gourd pendant Shu He had gifted her, greeted, "Madam, you are awake, the medicine is at the perfect temperature, please drink it on an empty stomach." "Alright." Shu He held her breath as she drank the medicine. It was truly bitter. After finishing, the housekeeper opened her palm, revealing a piece of rock candy. Due to years of labor, Jiang's hands were slightly rough, calloused, and wrinkled, yet they were impeccably clean. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang, please wait a moment." Shu He consumed the candy Aunt Jiang offered. A spark of inspiration flashed in her eyes as she rushed upstairs to fetch a skincare gift set she had bought for her mother. "I can't accept this," Aunt Jiang exclaimed in surprise. This brand of cosmetics was extraordinarily expensive, worth 70 to 80,000. She couldn't accept such a lavish gift from her employer. She did rough work and didn't need skincare. "It would be a waste of money, madam. I'm too old for these products. Thank you for your kindness," Shu He insisted, pushing the gift box into Aunt Jiang's arms, smiling brightly. I believe Aunt Jiang is still quite young. And besides, you've been so focused on taking care of me that you've forgotten to care for yourself." Aunt Jiang's child was quite young. From now on, Shu He would provide her skincare products. The housekeeper's eyes glimmered with gratitude, and she accepted Shu He's gift in heartfelt intention, saying, "Thank you, madam." At the Zhou family estate, the birdcage perched on the treetops was removed by the servants. Zhou Hongfang held his own birdcage, teasing the flock of little birds he had raised. "Not a single one will be left for you. I'm taking them all." Xiang Mei remained indifferent, sitting on the sofa indoors. "You'd better clean up all your belongings. I don't want to see them again, you. Can you speak properly? When I see people, I speak human language. When I see you, of course, I speak ghost language." You, Zhou Hongfang was infuriated. "You wish me dead? Don Tiu, do you think I want to see you, ignorant woman? I should have married Wan Lan back then and brought her back from Sydney. My education is superior to yours. Clearly you are the more ignorant one." You, Zhou Xianji prepared a cup of nourishing mulberry and goji berry tea for Xiang Mei. "Mom, be careful, it's hot. Don't mind him. Don't get yourself worked up." Xiang Mei felt frustrated. "Xianji, why did you send him to a private hospital for rehabilitation? Why not just let him die outside? I'd rather the doctor not save him so he doesn't cause more trouble." Xiang Mei truly didn't know how to handle Zhou Hongfang. He was cruel and heartless, looking down on women from the bottom of his heart. He had previously harmed Shu He and Mumu and even forced Mumu to break up with Xianji. Zhou Xianji's eyes were deeply veiled. Sending him to a private hospital is the only way for Zhou Hongfang to have a good life. Late-stage cancer cannot be cured. He'll be lucky to have 6 more months. These matters would be disclosed to his mother once Zhou Hongfang was in the hospital. If you're going to act, do it fully. After Shu He finished her acupuncture, she brought the skincare products for her mother to the Zhou residence. As she passed the banquet hall, Zhou Hongfang snorted coldly. He fixated on the gift Shu He held for her mother. "What about mine? In this cold winter, I don't even have moisturizer for my face. My skin is so dry it's peeling. Why didn't you buy me a set of skincare products? You have no face. Why would you need moisturizer?" "Shu He, I'm your father. I gave you life. Do you understand gratitude? Does buying a gift when you visit the Zhou family take too much out of you?" Shu He raised an eyebrow, calmly returning his words. "You are unworthy of receiving a gift." The moment she spoke, a wave of relief washed over her. Zhou Hongfang deliberately mocked his youngest daughter. As the old saying goes, raising a son to prevent old age. Look at your brother and then look at you. What use is it to have a daughter? Not a bit filial. I should have just strangled you in Sydney. Shu He laughed instead of getting angry. Daughters can also send you off in the end. You, Zhou Hongfang nearly spat blood, cursing her as a wretched creature. All rebounds back to you. You. Upon hearing the word rebounds, Zhou Hongfang gritted his teeth, scanning the area until he found a stick, grasping it tightly. Ready to strike his daughter, Shu He instinctively shrank back a couple of steps as Zhou Hongfang, Xiang Mei hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Shu He, gripping her hand and leading her back to the living room. Don't be afraid. He needs something from your brother right now, so he won't dare to hit you. Zhou Hongfang was absolutely furious. He angrily tossed the stick aside, thinking to himself that he would endure for now. Xianji would soon send him to a renowned private hospital in Jingbei. Just yesterday, Xianji took him to see the hospital's medical equipment. It was comprehensive and advanced. The attending physician expressed great confidence in prolonging his life and alleviating his suffering. If he actively cooperated with the treatment, living another 10 years shouldn't be a problem. Xianji only had one request. He could enter the hospital, but after recovering, he must not trouble Xiang Mei. Shu He, or Mumu again. He agreed. The son still had some conscience left. During dinner, Xiang Mei had specifically arranged for the kitchen to prepare hot pot, a bubbling yin yang pot, perfect for winter. Shu He picked up a piece of beef tripe and placed it in her mother's dish. Here you go. What about mine? Zhou Xianji observed his sister attentively serving their mother, ignoring him entirely. Shu He then placed a green peppercorn in her brother's dish. Zhou Xianji. Shu He felt a bit disheartened. Brother, why are you being so nice to Zhou Hongfang? Just now, you sent him to such a good hospital for rehabilitation. He has hurt both me and mom before and nearly crushed Mumu's fingers. Mumu practices taekwondo. If her fingers were truly broken, her future would be ruined. Xiang Mei was equally perplexed. Yes, Xianji, you are acting strangely. Zhou Xianji laid down his chopsticks and explained, that hospital, once he enters, he will never emerge again. The advanced medical equipment is not meant for his use. I have already arranged for someone to keep watch over him. He shall spend the remaining 6 months within suffering and repenting. It's better than him causing trouble today here and tomorrow there. At last, things are quiet. Shu He was momentarily stunned, realizing her brother's strategy. With relief, she sighed, her chest's constricted sensation dissipating entirely. He deserves it. Having committed so many sins, it's best if he suffers to death. The Zhou family shall no longer have Zhou Hongfang. A smile spread across Xiang Mei's face as she raised her glass of cola, proclaiming a toast to my son and daughter. I do not seek great wealth or status, only that you two support one another, finding peace and joy, forever being each other's refuge and reliance. Cheers. Shu He lifted her cola to clink glasses with her mother and brother. Zhou Xianji nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he promised his mother, I will take good care of my sister, and of you. Chapter 85, Blood Donation. Brother, how are things with Mumu? Xiang Mei inquired, her concern shifting to her son's romantic affairs. Yes, tell me, I heard from Shu He that you two are living together in Moonbay. Indeed, they were cohabiting. Zhou Xianji gently caressed the cola cup in his hands, chuckling softly, but for now, I am merely her. What exactly? Shu He gazed at him with anticipation. A servant. The moment those words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room for 2 seconds, before Shu He and Xiang Mei erupted into laughter. Shu He couldn't help but marvel. The esteemed Zhou director of Jingbei, willingly playing the role of a servant one day. Love truly is ineffable. On the way back to Qingfeng village, Shu He noticed an urgent plea for help in the Panda Hero group chat, which comprised individuals with Rh-negative blood. Shortly after, her phone buzzed with an emergency message from the blood center at Jingbei Hospital, regarding a Rh-negative parturient experiencing severe hemorrhage. This blood type is exceedingly rare, and the blood bank is perpetually in short supply. Master Kong, to Jingbei Hospital. Understood. Master Kong, glancing at Shu He's tense expression in the rearview mirror, ventured, Madam, is something the matter? A parturient is in critical condition and requires a blood donation. Master Kong pressed the accelerator, though skepticism lingered in his mind. What kind of blood type necessitates someone to urgently donate at the hospital? Could it possibly be panda blood? At Jingbei Hospital, the medical staff in the blood department conducted a physical examination on Shu He, inquiring, you're not currently on your menstrual cycle, are you? Any discomfort? Not on my menstrual cycle, no discomfort, Shu He replied. She regularly donated blood at Jingbei Hospital twice a year. The doctor produced a syringe roughly the length of her finger. As she reclined on the donation chair, she closed her eyes, unable to watch each time she donated. She dreaded seeing that large syringe. The pain of the needle piercing her arm was intense. The doctor began to apply antiseptic iodine to her arm, and a cool sensation washed over her. Shu He took a deep breath. The doctor observed her fair arm and remarked, you're quite thin, your veins are somewhat delicate. Now clench your fist tightly. Shu He complied, her fingers tightening. After an unknown number of taps, the blood donation needle penetrated her skin, drawing blood. All done. Relax, don't be tense. Master Kong stood nearby, and despite being in his middle age, he felt a chill at the sight of the large syringe. As the doctor drew a significant amount of blood without pause, how much are you taking? He asked, visibly concerned. The doctor hesitated before responding, the parturient's condition is dire, and the blood requirement is substantial. There aren't many donors of Rh-negative blood, so we need to draw 400 cc. Master Kong was taken aback. 400 cc is the maximum allowable amount for an adult donor. He hastily pulled out his phone from his coat pocket. Sending a message to his husband, it's best to inform him in advance. My wife has a frail constitution. Let us ensure nothing goes awry. After the donation, Shu He had some bruising on her left arm. And the doctor applied 2 large band-aids. Rest well. Thank you for helping that pregnant mother. Shu He nodded gently. Her lips began to pale, and her left arm felt utterly weak as she pressed against the blood draw site. Reclining on the chair to recuperate, her mother had passed away during her birth, likely due to severe hemorrhage. The blood bank shortage had prevented timely rescue. Zhou Hongfang had type A blood, but she was Rh negative. Leaving only one possibility, Ruanlan was the rare Rh negative blood type for a pregnant mother with panda blood. Childbirth is fraught with peril. Shu He had done all she could, hoping for the safety of that mother today. Shi Yu rushed to the blood department of the hospital. Upon seeing Shu He, her delicate brow furrowed, lying motionless on the chair, her complexion devoid of color, even her lips were pale, her skin appeared almost translucent. Like a shattered porcelain doll, had she fallen asleep or fainted? After donating blood, she was supposed to apply pressure to the site, but on this cold day, no one had covered her with a coat. Master Kong seemed to have vanished. Shi Yu hurried over, catching sight of the large bruise on her slender left arm, a shocking sight. The air he inhaled felt as if it could pierce his heart and lungs. He picked up her down jacket. After donating 400 cubic centimeters for the first time, Shu He felt dizzy, gradually regaining consciousness, enveloped in warm clothing, only to be nestled in an embrace. Her vision gradually cleared, and in the bright light, she saw the man's jawline taut, his eyes tinged with red, deep black pupils faintly trembling. The usually composed facade bore an air of anxious gravity. I'm fine, Shu He softly reassured him. Upon seeing her wake, Shi Yu's rigid body relaxed slightly. He perched on the edge of the reclining chair, his cheek pressed against her forehead, taking her icy hand in his and breathing warmth onto it. Where do you feel discomfort? I'll call the doctor to check on you. I feel fine. I want to go home. All right. Shi Yu lifted her in a princess carry, cautious of her potential dizziness. His voice gentle, just sleep well. I'm right here, taking you home. Shu He murmured softly, then drowsily closed her eyes, drifting into a deep sleep. Feeling safe in Shi Yu's secure embrace, Master Kong returned from the restroom to the blood draw recovery room. But Shu He was nowhere to be found. In the bedroom, Shu He lay on the soft bed. After Dr. He completed his examination, he reported to the man standing by the bedside, Mr. Shi, your wife is fine. It's normal to feel weak after donating blood. She just needs to rest. In the coming days, she should supplement with protein and consume iron-rich foods. Shi Yu nodded, his heart, which had been suspended in midair, finally settling. Dr. He instructed Shu He, Mrs. Shi, if it weren't for the rarity of your blood type, I wouldn't advise you to donate. If an emergency arises again, you must emphasize to the doctor that the maximum amount drawn should be 200 cubic centimeters. Not 400 cc. I work at Jingbei Hospital. Next time you plan to donate, contact me first, and I'll accompany you. Shi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, ensuring she was covered with the blanket. Whispering, did you hear Dr. He's words? Don't go donating blood again unless it's a crisis. If there's an urgent situation, let Dr. He know before you donate, and only proceed once he agrees. I heard the throbbing in Shu He's head had significantly eased, and her body was regaining some strength. The pregnant mother had experienced severe hemorrhage, and today, not many people came to donate blood. The doctor had no choice but to draw 400 cc, while she had previously only ever donated 200 cc. Chapter 86, His Little Panda. Additional update, Shi Yu bore no resentment towards her. He gently ruffled Shu He's hair, soothingly saying, to save others, one must first ensure their own life and safety. Remember this for next time, promise me. Okay, Shu He assured him, I promise, next time there is an emergency, I will inform Dr. He and you first. I'm sorry for worrying you again today. No need to apologize. Now that I know you're Rh negative, I truly have a little panda at home that needs proper protection. Shu He smiled faintly. Today, I donated blood to save her. Perhaps another day, if I know us. Shi Yu interrupted, his gaze darkening. He will not encounter any misfortune today at the hospital, seeing her lying there, motionless, with no one to care for her. He feared the worst. When he rushed over, his legs nearly gave way, and he never wanted to experience that heart-wrenching sensation again. Shu He remained quietly stunned for a moment. Yes, no ifs. I will be safe. Don't worry, are you hungry? Not hungry. I had dinner before donating blood. Guess what I ate? Shi Yu teased her. Bamboo, a little panda. Dr. He noticed a dessert on the table. You can have some sweets to replenish your energy. Mr. Sure, I need to return to the hospital for a surgery. Go ahead. Shu He bid farewell to Dr. He and spotted the familiar dessert shop box. Did you buy cream puffs? That place, Sugar Poetry, is quite popular. There must have been a long line. Hangxing acquired it. What? I noticed you and Mumu often frequent that dessert shop. I bought it a few days ago. In the future, if you two want anything, just give them a call, and they'll arrange delivery for you. Shu He was taken aback. Is this what financial power feels like? What is it like to have a husband worth billions? who directly purchases a popular dessert chain in Jingbei for his wife and niece. Shi Yu assisted Shu He in sitting up, placing a cushion at her lower back, and bringing over a box of crispy cream puffs that had been resting on the table. Shu He lifted the quilt, preparing to get out of bed. Don't move, Shi Yu said, gently lifting her back into bed, tucking her in snugly before draping a shawl over her shoulders, suggesting they enjoy their meal in bed. But you have a cleanliness obsession, and I fear I might dirty the quilt. Not with you. Shu He leaned against the headboard, a warm glow of contentment filling her heart. You are truly wonderful. I've received my good person card. Remember to cherish this good person. I will cherish you. Shu He felt a sudden urge to kiss him, her fingers tightening around the quilt as she bit her lip. Come a little closer. I have something to tell you. Yes, go ahead. Shi Yu leaned forward, closing the distance, and suddenly he pressed her lips against his cheek, just the left side. Shu He paused, then kissed the right side of his face. Is it just the cheeks? Her cheeks flushed, and she gently kissed his lips, playfully nibbling on his lip and murmuring, I want to eat a cream puff. Alright. Shi Yu smiled and went to wash his hands in the bathroom. Returning to the bedside, he fed her the puffs, freshly made when he bought them, though they had cooled a bit by now. Are they still good? Delicious. Shu He devoured 2 matcha-flavored puffs, exclaiming, I want another chocolate one. Of course. Shi Yu picked up a chocolate-flavored puff and fed it to her. Suddenly Shu He noticed a small figure hiding by the door, Nian, holding something, and hesitating to enter. Come in, Nian. Shi Yu turned his head. On guard, crayon Shinchan. Only after receiving permission did Nian enter the master bedroom, scurrying to the bed, taking off his little shoes, and crawling beside his aunt. Just now, Auntie was kissing Uncle. Uncle's lips were almost soaring to the heavens, plus Uncle spoke so gently to Auntie while feeding her, so unlike his usual serious self. Here you go. Auntie. And Nian rummaged through his suitcase, producing various medicine boxes, cold medicine, digestive aids, Chuanbei loquat syrup, and fever reducers, among others. He didn't know what illness Auntie had. He had seen the doctor examining her earlier but hadn't given her any medicine, so he brought his own. Uncertain if it would help Auntie, Shi Yu looked at the scattered medicine boxes on the quilt, his gaze falling upon one particular box, his expression turning grim. Sure. Nian, you even brought out that laxative. And you left it on my bed. Nian was oblivious to the fact that the laxative shouldn't be brought out. Previously he had been reluctant to eat what his mother cooked, craving snacks instead. After several days without a bowel movement, his mother would resort to using that medicine on him. Shu He laughed until her stomach hurt. You little rascal, are you my beloved nephew or my little nemesis? I am your Yulmei. Shu He was nearly in stitches from laughter. Sure. You lifted the dirty bag with one hand. Are you some crawling creature? You just put on new clothes this morning. Yet they're already filthy. Did you drag the house's floor clean with them? Harry Potter. Nian flew about for a while before sitting on the couch, arms crossed. Uncle treats us differently. No cleanliness obsession with Auntie, but he has a severe one with everyone else. Shu He tidied up the scattered medicine boxes and placed them on the bedside table, finding Nian to be a cute and warm-hearted little treasure. Nian, don't worry, I'm not sick, so I don't need any medicine. Then, Nian swallowed, raising his little finger to point at the box of crispy cream puffs, asking cautiously, are you still eating? Sure. You replied. What do you mean by still eating? He has only had 3. This greedy little one is quite the glutton, competing with Auntie for food. Shu He chuckled softly and handed the box of puffs to Nian, saying, I've finished. Here, there are still several left. I'm full, let the child have it. Sure. You learned his lesson. When there are children at home, he must bring back 2 portions of food, one for the big friend and one for the little one. Nian bounced over to the bed, snatching the box of puffs, his chubby little hands squeezing one. Just as he took a bite, the chocolate cream erupted from the puff, splattering onto Shi Yu's slippers, causing Nian's pupils to tremble in fear. Covering his bottom with his small hands, he dashed out the door. I'm doomed. Sure. Nian, you little troublemaker, tomorrow I shall sell you on an online marketplace. Sure. You looked down at the dark mess on his foot, his head throbbing with anger, only to hear Shu He's melodious laughter from behind. Children are truly delightful. Sure. You pulled out 2 tissues, squatting down to disdainfully wipe the sticky mess off his shoe before heading to the bathroom. Yes, children are adorable, unlike me, pitiful and unloved. Big troublemaker versus little troublemaker. The 6-year-old little troublemaker triumphs again. Chapter 87, She Who Rests on Light. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, it was sunny. By 11:30 in the morning, Shi Yu was preparing a black chicken and red date soup. He was still sleeping in. The chef stood beside Shi Yu, imparting culinary wisdom. Master Run wore a chef's beret atop his head, a pristine apron around his waist, and a clean plastic mask covering the lower half of his face. After washing the dried mushrooms, soak them in warm water for half an hour. Shi Yu nodded, placing the cleaned mushrooms into a mixing bowl and pouring in warm water to rehydrate them. What next, Master Ren? How can I eliminate the fishy smell? I want He to enjoy a few bowls, then rinse them a few more times. Use cold water in the pot when it nears boiling. Skim off the foam on the top of this black chicken is fresh, so the fishy smell isn't strong. Alright. Shi Yu donned gloves and followed Master Ren's instructions. Shu He received a message from Jingbei Hospital. Informing her that the pregnant woman had been successfully saved with the combined efforts of many compassionate blood donors, Shu He stretched, noticing the purple bruise near the blood draw site on her left arm had spread, making it look quite alarming, resembling a bruise from being struck. No wonder Shi Yu had been startled yesterday. It was already noon. After freshening up, Shu He drew back the curtains, revealing a clear sky, a splendid day. Sure, you should have gone to work by now. He was set to begin his annual leave tomorrow. Oh, you didn't go to work. As Shu He descended the stairs, she spotted Shi Yu engrossed in the open kitchen. Clad in a loose cashmere turtleneck focused on preparing the meal, she vaguely recalled the day they reunited. He had been wearing that very turtleneck. Shi Yu possessed an elegant demeanor, akin to a walking clothes hanger, making any garment appear sophisticated and refined on him. Shi Yu lazily raised an eyebrow. Why are you up so early? It's already noon. It's not early anymore. Then this little Fu Guang bird of yours has no worms to eat today. At the mention of Fu Guang bird, Shu He's brows perked up, leaning over the railing to watch him. Do you know what Fu Guang means? What could possibly stump your husband? His voice was calm and composed. Shu He rushed to Shi Yu's side. Just as she reached out to hug him, she heard him softly say, I smell like cooking oil. Let me change clothes after I finish cooking. I just want to hug you. Alright, you can hug me. Shu He wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's waist from behind, resting her cheek against the soft wool of his sweater, inhaling the comforting scent of him, feeling her heart and body relax as if enveloped in a soft cloud. Your hand. Shu He suddenly remembered Shi Yu's hand was still injured, checking his hand as he wore gloves. It's fine. The wound has scabbed. Looking at his hand, Shu He frowned in concern. Don't cook for a while. What if it gets infected? Okay, Shi Yu's gaze softened. Aren't you curious about what Fu Guang means? Then tell me, what does it mean? If you answer correctly, I will reward you. Fu Guang refers to the light of Fusang. I specifically researched this term. Fusang is a mythical tree in the East Sea, growing only where the sun rises, so Fu Guang in ancient times specifically referred to the sun. A little bird represents life, vitality, and freedom. The man recounted to his wife, you like the Fu Guang bird, which signifies your fondness for the sun and freedom. Am I right? Shu He hadn't anticipated he had put thought into researching it. A gentle warmth surged in her heart. I fear the cold, so I prefer sunny places. Warmth on my skin feels comforting. I also enjoy living freely and without constraints. Since their marriage, Shi Yu had never restricted her. Shu He adored this free and easygoing life. In Qingfeng Villa, she could say whatever she wished and do whatever she pleased, free from the difficulties posed by her in-laws. Your specialty is ancient literature. You should be quite familiar with the meanings of Chinese characters. Let me ask you a question. Sure, Professor. Sure. Go ahead. Professor Sure slightly parted his lips. What does the Yu in my name mean? Shu He was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond as Shi Yu looked at her, noticing her dazed expression as if she had been petrified. Are you stunned? Shu He's eyes sparkled. The phrase Yu Yu Hu Zhou, Yu Yu Hu Yi is a philosophical saying from Yang Xiong's Tai Xian, Yuan Gao, meaning Yu signifies the rising sun. The name Shi Yu symbolizes the time when the sun rises? Shi Yu couldn't comprehend the earlier classical phrase, but the latter part of her explanation was quite accurate. My name indeed means Fu Guang, which has a certain affinity with you. My little bird. A smile danced in the corners of Shu He's eyes, as if a new world had just opened up to her. The imagery of light and little birds evokes a delightful sense of companionship. Shi Yu began to solicit a reward. You mentioned earlier that you would reward me. How do you intend to do so? What kind of reward do you desire? Drawing closer, Shu He inched nearer, and the man leaned down to whisper in her ear, tonight, you shall blindfold me, and then, Shu He interrupted, her cheeks flushed, her hands slipped beneath the man's sweater, and then, playfully, she twisted his sturdy waist. Mumu was right. All he wants is to cuddle with his wife. Alas, Mu Boss's remaining New Year's money was gone. Shu He murmured, I am now a super aunt. I am Mumu's little aunt. I must give her a generous red envelope, deducted from your salary card. The family's financial authority rests firmly in Shu He's hands. Shi Yu often submits his salary to her, providing her with various cards. Her wallet is overflowing with VIP and bank cards. The black-bone chicken soup is nearly ready. Shi Yu retrieved 2 bowls from the cupboard, his voice as warm as jade. Indeed, my salary is yours to spend as you wish. How are you feeling today? Is there any discomfort in your body? No discomfort. It smells wonderful. What did you stew, bird? Are you implying you've stewed her black-bone chicken, which also belongs to the avian family, resembling a plump little bird? Saying it that way makes me reluctant to eat. It's truly delicious. Shu He savored the tender black-bone chicken meat. I feel your cooking skills surpass mine. Next time, I shall stew a pot for you to taste. Who will you stew it for? For you, of course. What will you stew? Black-bone chicken. Who is to stew black-bone chicken? Ma Dongmei. Is that satisfactory? This man doubting her culinary abilities, Shi Yu attempted to jog her memory. I recall your brother mentioning that you once made him black-bone chicken soup. How was it? Was it good? His stomach is quite delicate. What do you mean? That day, I made black-bone chicken soup for my brother. He overindulged and drank the entire pot without leaving me a single drop, ultimately straining his stomach and spending a long time by the toilet, his face turning green. I even called an ambulance. Oh, so he merely overindulged. Shi Yu's smile widened. He was unaware that he had once fainted from overeating. The soup tasted delightful, and having finished her first bowl, Shu He watched as Shi Yu approached, ruffling her hair. He is wonderful. Shu He gazed up at him, dazed. In that moment, the man appeared exceptionally gentle. The brilliant light outside seeming to flow into his deep-set eyes. Had she merely consumed a bowl of soup, was that worthy of praise? Shi Yu took her bowl and returned to the kitchen to serve her a second helping, placing it beside her. If my wife can manage another bowl, that would be even better. All right. Shu He's brows lifted in delight. Strangely, a simple compliment from Shi Yu seemed to enhance her appetite. She began to drink her second bowl. Chapter 88, rejuvenating his wife as the new year approached. Tomorrow, I shall commence my holiday, according to the customs of northern Beijing, during the first year of marriage. I must take you to visit relatives and friends. Visit relatives, yes, in the north, we refer to it as visiting relatives. I have already purchased the gifts, and tomorrow we will drive around to visit everyone. After the new year, we shall spend a few days in England, where I will request New Year's money from my mother. At this mention, Shu He felt a twinge of anxiety. I have only seen your mother once at the wedding. I am unsure of her preferences. What should I buy her as a gift? I will prepare the gifts. Shi Yu recalled, however, mother has a particular fondness for calligraphy. She fell in love with my father because of his brush strokes. Calligraphy? Shu He felt a spark of joy. I know a bit. In previous years, I wrote the couplets for the spring festival at Moon Bay. My brother always had me write the family couplets. Hearing this, Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. My wife is well versed in the arts. I am fortunate to marry such a talented beauty. Shu He's cheeks blossomed like cherry blossoms. You certainly know how to flatter. From now on, the couplets for our home shall be written by He. Very well. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, light snow fell since Shu He moved into Qingfeng Villa. The underfloor heating in the main room had raised the temperature to a level most suitable for a young woman. To visit relatives and friends, Shu He rose early. As she bathed in the early morning, Shi Yu attended to her, the bathroom filled with warmth. She stood beneath the showerhead, lifting her left arm. Although there were still bruises, the pain had subsided. Are you cold? Shu He shook her head. Not at all. The house is very warm. Shi Yu rolled up his sleeves, squeezing some jasmine-scented shower gel onto the bath puff and creating a lather. The bubbles cascaded onto Shu He's shoulders. Her skin was a warm white. Her shoulders delicate, her neck gracefully curved, her skin smooth and tender, her waist slender enough to be encompassed by a single hand. The beauty of his wife truly tested his composure. He picked up the handheld showerhead, checking the water temperature with his palm. The warmth was just right. Shi Yu began rinsing the shower gel off Shu He, warm and fragrant. It is fortunate that your ex-boyfriend was a man of little fortune. The fragrant bubbles were swept away by the clear water. Shu He's cheeks flushed, tempting, and radiant, as red as the peach petals after a light rain. He was indeed fortunate, surrounded by so many beautiful models donning alluring lingerie. In the past, his social circle was filled with different women every day. That is not a man's fortune. She looked at him in confusion. Is it not, to marry the woman he loves and pamper her? That is a man's true fortune and capability. Shu He's heart fluttered. The more she interacted with Shi Yu, the more she realized his values were commendable. As the chairman of Hunching, he must attend various social gatherings and has certainly encountered all manners of women over the years. Yet, he remained self-disciplined, traversing through a garden of flowers without a single petal touching him, even willing to abstain from drinking for the sake of his wife. If you and your unfortunate ex-boyfriend fell into a river, who would you save first? Shu He gasped in surprise. She never anticipated being posed such a childish question. Shi Yu halted the shower, playfully pinching her waist, knowing she was most ticklish, teasingly saying, Shu He, you hesitated, didn't you? I'll make you ponder it. I would save you. Shu He laughed as she took a couple of steps back. Sure, dui, you are quite childish. I stopped asking such questions long ago. Don't run. Fearing she might slip, Shi Yu grasped her arm, wrapping her in a towel to dry her off. Shu He clung to Shi Yu's waist. The steam in the room thickened, and the atmosphere suddenly became intimate. During the bath, Shu He could see the desire in the man's eyes for her. Though he was managing to restrain himself last night, Shi Yu had not touched her, considering she had donated blood 2 days prior and was still weak. He had limited himself to kisses and hugs without pushing further. If you don't let go, I might just have to have breakfast. You can eat. Shu He lowered her head, her long curled eyelashes gently brushing against her cheeks. Still holding onto him, her voice almost a whisper, reluctant to release Shi Yu. He look up. Oh, Shu He had forgotten. Shi Yu had advised her many times not to cultivate the habit of looking down. As she lifted her gaze, the warmth of his lips pressed against hers. The white mist enveloped her, carrying a faint scent, causing Shi Yu's mind to whirl, unable to resist any of Shu He's teasing. Their lips intertwined tenderly, his gentle expression and the distinct contours of his fingers resting on her waist, the veins on his hands subtly visible. Shu He's heart raced, knowing what was to come. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck, lost in his embrace. Wait for me a moment. The man suddenly came to his senses, nearly forgetting a crucial step due to Shu He's enchanting beauty. Shu He noticed Shi Yu stepping out, seemingly understanding what he intended to retrieve, a detail she herself had forgotten. He genuinely did not want her to take postcoital medication. An hour later, the bathroom door swung open. Shi Yu carried Shu He out, placing her gently on the bed, pulling the blanket over her. I'll fetch you some clothes. Don't move, or you might catch a chill. Shu He's eyes glimmered with a misty sheen. Nestled under the covers, she felt fatigued, wishing to take a nap. After their intimacy, she felt utterly drained, her limbs devoid of strength, the arm exposed outside the silk quilt glowing like rosy dawn. The sensation of weakness lingered throughout her body. Shi Yu selected a vintage red knitted dress, embodying the elegance of Eastern aesthetics. Shu He lifted her eyelids, taken aback by the beauty of the traditional garment, exquisitely designed, perfect for celebrations like the New Year or Christmas. Come, put on your clothes. Shi Yu supported her waist, helping her sit up. As the blanket slipped away, a chill danced across her shoulders. Shi Yu dressed her in seamless undergarments and the knitted dress. Kneeling by the bed, picking up a pair of cotton socks adorned with a fawn pattern, slipping them onto her feet. I can manage. Shu He felt her strength returning, her hands lingered, but upon hearing Shi Yu's relaxed laugh, he remarked, I enjoy doing these things for you. Do you intend to take my job? Very well. Shu He propped herself on the bed. The young lady, with her delicate brows and bright eyes, gazed quietly at her husband. I want to steal your thunder. You may continue. Still doing it? Shi Yu playfully leaned in to tease her, and Shu He kicked him lightly, laughing. You're being silly. I stopped asking such things long ago. My wife is undoubtedly my source of amusement. Shi Yu finished dressing her in the cotton socks and slippers. Shu He stepped off the bed, and the man leaned against the desk, admiring his beloved. Shu He tightly clutched her collar with both hands and asked, Do I look good? Her heart raced with anticipation. As the new year approached, snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky, dressed in a beautiful dress. Shu He turned to her beloved and inquired, Do I look good, sir? This accelerated fluttering of her heart was something she had never experienced before. Shi Yu never hesitated to shower Shu He with compliments and affection. You look stunning. My little princess, today, you resemble a vibrant and enchanting red rose. Shu He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Little princess, she mused, feeling as if she might float to the heavens from his praises, sitting before the vanity mirror. Shu He watched as Shi Yu stood behind her, his long fingers deftly styling her hair into a new Chinese-inspired updo that perfectly matched her outfit for the day. Will this take too much time? She asked. Not at all. Adorning you can never be considered a waste of time, he replied. As Shu He gazed into the mirror, she noticed how intently the man behind her focused on her, his eyes a deep shade of ink, and his brows and eyes exuding warmth and elegance. She picked up her lipstick and gently applied it to her lips, the corners of her eyes curving into a soft smile. Look, it's snowing again. Yes, tomorrow we can build a snowman at home. For the first time, she clearly felt the warmth and healing nature of their life together, a steady and unpretentious existence as husband and wife. Shi Yu took an eyebrow pencil and began to shape Shu He's brows. She softly closed her eyes, relishing the intimate service her husband provided. What are you thinking about, Shi Yu? Nothing much. At that moment, as snow settled on the branches, Shi Yu contemplated raising his Shu He anew, as one would a cherished daughter. Chapter 89. Testing Professor Shi. With the snow falling, Shi Yu drove slowly. The world was enveloped in a blanket of white, exceptionally pure. As delicate snowflakes floated through the air like willow catkins, Shu He held the camera Shi Yu had gifted her, capturing numerous stunning images of the snowy landscape. Suddenly inspired, she turned to capture a candid shot of his profile. Professor Shi, do you know the next line of What Does the Snow Resemble? Shi Yu, having studied abroad since childhood, was fond of tea and literature, often immersing himself in both domestic classics and selections from Chairman Mao's works. Today, Shu He decided to test her professor. What could possibly stump me? His refined features appeared even more elegant as the hazy snow shimmered around him. That line is from Ode to Snow by Xian, where he asks his junior what the snowflakes resemble. The next part goes, like salt scattered in the air, not as good as willow catkins stirred by the wind. Am I correct? Shu He was momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly agape. It took her a while to regain her composure, her eyes sparkling brighter than the snow outside. You actually know classical Chinese literature from the northern and southern dynasties. Is that not correct? Not hearing a response, Shi Yu wondered if he had mixed it up. Not a word was wrong. Shu He gave him a thumbs up. You are a finance professor, yet you have knowledge of such ancient texts without having studied domestically? My father is a member of the educational committee and has been involved in textbook compilation. We have an abundance of books at home, although I did not receive education in the country. I have read the selections from the middle school curriculum. The piece you mentioned is included in the 7th grade Chinese textbook. Shu He's expression shifted from astonishment to admiration. I had no idea you had such a remarkable memory. You truly remember everything. She pondered briefly. It made sense. Shi Yu had graduated with a Ph.D. in finance from MIT at the age of 25, truly a prodigy. The man lazily replied, Feel free to quiz me. My lady. After a moment's thought, Shu He decided to pose a challenging question to her professor, ensuring he would be stumped. Alright, then tell me, in which grade's Chinese textbook does the line in a quiet night, devoid of dust, the moonlight shines like silver appear? As expected, Shi Yu fell silent. Ha, I knew you couldn't answer that, you arrogant soul. I cannot answer that. Humph. A mischievous glint danced in Shu He's eyes. Finally she could put Professor Shi in his place and deflate his lofty demeanor. As they approached a red light, Shi Yu slowed the car. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze resting on Shua's face, and casually remarked, because that line does not actually appear in any textbook, it is from Su Shi's Xingxiangzi, expressing feelings, you clever little thing. Are you trying to be tricky? Oh, she had been found out. Shua's ears turned red, gently shifting her gaze, her fingertip traced the condensation on the car window, the cold outside contrasting with the warmth inside. Leaving a foggy imprint, she drew a small circle. In moments of embarrassment, one often resorts to peculiar little actions. How does Shi Yu know everything? Shi Yu chuckled softly. Humph, humph. Shua deliberately mimicked his tone, unknowingly becoming more playful in front of Professor Shi. Are you drawing a circle to curse me? Shua added 2 pig ears to the circle, childishly declaring, this is Peppa. It looks just like you. Alright, George. Shua took out her phone and opened the app. Hongshu. Visiting relatives had changed from the past. Now, it was common to visit all relatives in a single day, drop off gifts, exchange pleasantries, and leave. That morning, Shi Yu had taken her to visit many relatives now that she was married to Shi Yu. She had to change her previous titles, quickly researching the appropriate terms for the next family to avoid any faux pas. Noticing her opening the app again, Shi Yu asked, what are you looking at? I'm searching for titles. What should I call my father's uncle's son, cousin, and my father's cousin? Cousin. As Shi Yu drove into his cousin's neighborhood, he added, tomorrow, I'll take you to the children's amusement park to ride the merry-go-round. I'll make sure you have a great time. Shi Yu pressed the doorbell, and the door swung open quickly. His cousin's wife greeted them warmly, and Shua sweetly called out, Auntie, Uncle. Uncle Li stood at the entrance, holding the gifts Shi Yu brought. Come in, come in. No need for gifts. Oh my, Shua looks lovely today. You are truly fortunate, Shi Yu. Shua, come in, it's warm inside. Aunt Li took Shua's hand and led her into the living room. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out 2 large red envelopes, looking thick and substantial, and stuffed them into Shua's down jacket pocket. Aunt, Shua began to protest, but Aunt Li pressed her hand down with a cheerful smile. Take it, take it. The new year is almost here. This is your lucky money in advance. Shi Yu chuckled, just accept it. Looking at the bulging pocket, Shua estimated it to be at least 20,000 yuan. She nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Come, let us have some tea. Uncle Li had prepared tea and placed it on the coffee table, which was adorned with various New Year's goods, peanuts, candies, and sunflower seeds, while the house was decorated with red lanterns. Creating a festive atmosphere, Aunt Li sat on the sofa, holding Shua's hand, and said, so when are you planning to have children? It's best to have them early. I heard the other day. Shua sighed. Indeed, visiting relatives during the new year meant not only discussing job salaries but also enduring relentless inquiries about marriage and childbearing. Aunt Li rambled on. Shi Yu blew on the steam rising from his teacup and helped Shua respond, once we save enough for baby formula, we will consider it. Saving for baby formula. Uncle Li, aware that Shi Yu was joking, chimed in, then your baby must eat quite a lot. Shua's phone rang. It was Mumu calling. She stepped onto the balcony to take the call, avoiding interrupting the conversation inside. Hello, Mumu. Hey, when are you coming to see me? Xianji bought plenty of ingredients and New Year snacks, all the things we love to eat. Come to Moonbay for lunch. Nian Nian is here too. Don't eat at other relatives' homes. Auntie, I love you. Nian Nian's sweet voice melted Shua's heart. Nian Nian is so good. I'll go to Moonbay with my uncle soon to eat with you. Yay. After hanging up, Shua returned to the living room. Shi Yu checked his watch and stood up. Uncle, Auntie Shua, and I wait. Aunt Li interrupted, rising as well. Don't leave. Stay for lunch. Your uncle prepared a lot of dishes. Next time for sure. Uncle Li chuckled. You said that last time too. Alright, be careful on the road. It's snowing today. Drive slowly. Okay. The elders of the Shi family were very warm, accompanying them down to the lobby. Aunt Li hugged a large box of special products from their hometown and opened the door to the Cayenne. Before Shi Yu could stop her, Aunt Li directly stuffed it inside and closed the door, affectionately looking at her niece-in-law. Take it, it's for Shua. Don't take it out. Shua's eyes sparkled. Thank you. Auntie. As the car started, Shi Yu rolled down the window, and Shua looked outside. Uncle Li waved. Drive safely. Shua, come visit us again soon. You're always welcome to come with Shi Yu. Okay. Chapter 90, Visiting Relatives and Receiving Red Envelopes. As the car left the neighborhood, Shua took out the red envelopes from her pocket, beaming with joy. 20,000 yuan. I'm a little rich lady now. In just one morning, she had received numerous red envelopes, all double portions, as her relatives gifted her money before her trip to England after the new year. Let us go, little rich lady. Let us get some red envelopes from your brother. These envelopes include your share. As Shi Yu activated the music within the car, his tone tinged with tenderness, he remarked, everything belongs to you. The household finances are managed by my esteemed wife. Shu He retrieved 2 large red envelopes from her bag. Cradling them in her arms, these were gifts from Shi Yu for Mumu and Nian Nian, although the proud child feigned indifference, claiming she would not give her niece any New Year's money. She had handed her 2 custom-made oversized envelopes earlier that morning, an astonishing 80,000 in total. Shu He could easily envision Mumu's ecstatic reaction upon receiving such a bounty, while Nian Nian's envelope was under her sister's guardianship. Boss Mu earns 160,000 a day. Oh my goodness, exclaimed Mu, her heart soaring with joy as she embraced the gigantic envelope. Uncle, if it weren't for my inconvenient foot, I would surely bow to you. Shu Yu smiled. You can make it up to me once your foot heals, with a supplement, I suppose. Little Nian Nian, overjoyed, clutched the oversized envelope and gleefully performed a segment of the colorful national primary and secondary school radio gymnastics. Then she dashed to her uncle, pretending to bow to him. Mama says that receiving New Year's money requires a bow. Shu Yu gently stopped the little one, amused yet exasperated. You little rascal, just refrain from vexing your uncle on ordinary days. He, the little darling blew a kiss to her uncle, cheerfully gesturing. Listen to me, thank you, because of you the seasons are warm. Shu Yu chuckled. I love my uncle. When you grow older, I will bring you countless eggs to see you. Shu Yu replied. Perhaps you should return the New Year's money to me. Humph. Little Nian Nian clutched her oversized envelope tightly. Refusing uncle, can I still come to your house for tutoring next summer vacation? Shu Yu responded. As the new year approaches, my dear Nian Nian will soon be taken back home. Shu He affectionately ruffled Nian Nian's hair. Of course, your room is reserved for you. You can come and stay anytime you wish. Yay. Oh, when Auntie returns from England, I will stay with you. We can buy starch sausages to eat together. Alright, Shu Yu added. Brother, let your sister manage your New Year's money for you. Okay. Nian Nian obediently handed her large envelope to her sister for safekeeping. When I grow up, you must give it back to me. Certainly, Zhou Xianji had prepared the fruits that he loved and brought them over. He could discern that since their marriage, his sister's complexion had visibly improved, and her demeanor had become much more lively and cheerful. Shu Yu had taken excellent care of He, unlike her former boyfriend, who had left her in a state of daily gloom, burdened with worries that caused her to lose weight during that time. While he was aiding in Xinjiang, their video calls often revealed her red, swollen eyes, a testament to the grievances she had endured. As Shu He approached the coffee table, she extended her little hand but was unable to grasp the grapes in the fruit bowl when a man's hand gently held her wrist. Shu Yu softly admonished, wash your hands first. Oh, her husband always seemed to keep a watchful eye on her. Shu Yu and Zhou Xianji busied themselves in the kitchen, refusing to allow the women into their domain. Shu He lay on the sofa, resting her head on Mumu's shoulder, enjoying the New Year's goods her brother had purchased. I can eat 10 sugar oranges in one go. Only 10, Mu pointed to the trash can. Look at the results between Nian Nian and me. We've been flaunting all morning, and the trash can is almost full. And Nian Nian scampered over to the trash can. I want to throw away the garbage. Mumu praised her younger brother, the caring little darling. You're doing great. Shu He cautioned Nian Nian, do not speak to strangers, throw away the garbage and then return home. Nian Nian delighted in the praise. Okay, Mu peeled a piece of chocolate-filled candy and offered it to He. So how is it? I noticed you and uncle have reconciled. We reconciled the night you suggested it, several times throughout the night. Shu He nearly choked, having forgotten that Mumu could be quite the little rascal herself. Was this a trait of the Shi family? As she savored the sweet sugar oranges, Mu remarked. Men, after all, love to be pampered by their wives. Besides, your uncle adores you so much. It is entirely normal for couples to have minor quarrels. In the future, if you find yourself in a similar situation, just throw yourself at him. And what about you and brother? What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Mu sighed softly and replied, actually, I no longer hold anything against your brother. He is the type who never considers his own feelings. These past few days, he has complied with my every request without losing his temper. His nature is too gentle. Zhou Hongfang was admitted to the hospital, and now there are no barriers between the two of you. You know, Mama particularly adores you. Yes, he told me the day before yesterday. It felt wonderful. A smile danced across Shui's features. So, does that mean you are on the verge of reconciliation, but your brother behaves like someone from ancient times? Adhering strictly to propriety, while he is kind to me, he cannot expect me to take the initiative. Mu pouted. I refuse to be the one to initiate. He was the one who proposed the breakup. Shu grasped the implications. This was something she would message her brother about once they returned home. Time to play the role of a facilitator. In the kitchen, Zhou Xianji, busy stir-frying vegetables, pointed to himself. Me? Yes, Shu Yu, still wearing disposable gloves, expertly wrapped dumplings. She thought that pot of black-bone chicken soup was the culprit, assuming you overindulged that day and fainted. Good sister, Zhou Xianji smiled faintly. Fortunately, you will be the one enjoying the meals he prepares. Making you her primary target, Shu Yu suddenly recalled the 2 undercooked sandwiches and placed a hand on his stomach. I have a brilliant idea. Zhou Xianji ladled the bamboo shoots from the frying pan. You should uninstall that source of evil's Ayahanshu app from her phone. She won't let me touch her phone. She's like a little dog guarding its food. Zhou Xianji shot Shu Yu a sidelong glance. Watch your choice of words. Be careful I don't tell He, and then you'll be the one in trouble. Revoke that statement. Coincidentally, Mumu also won't let me touch her phone. A few days ago, I tried to answer a call for her, and she instantly sprang from the bedroom doorway to the sofa in 2 seconds, pushing me away as she protected her phone from my sight. Shu Yu's calm gaze momentarily faltered. Then, a flicker of understanding crossed his expression as he chuckled softly. It was evident that there were secrets shared between he and Mumu, intimate whispers not meant for outsiders. Having finished wrapping the dumplings, Shu Yu turned on the gas and began boiling water. Then don't look at it, otherwise if you do, you won't hear a peep. Agreed Xianji. What is your blood type? Sure you paused. You are type A. Yes, why? Do you know that he has Rh negative blood? Zhou Xianji nodded. Yes, Zhou Hongfang is type A, so He's mother must have had panda blood. She inherited it from her. You investigated? Not really, but He is the daughter of Zhou Hongfang and Wan Lan. Wan Lan has always lived in Australia and never returned to Jingbei. She passed away during childbirth apparently due to a medical accident. Shi Yu's gaze darkened. Chapter 91, The birth of the prawn on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve, the final day of the lunar calendar. Heralding renewal, Shu He donned a splendid red corduroy embroidered cheapao, the luxurious fabric shimmering delicately, adorned with charming embroidery of a radiant bird. Shi Yu had commissioned an artist to depict her and the bird of his dreams. And then he had tailored a new spring festival cheapao for her. Shi Yu pushed open the bedroom door. The New Year's Eve dinner would be celebrated jointly by the Shi and Zhou families. Hosted at Shi Junting's residence, with Xiang Mei and Zhou Xianji already en route to I'm here, Shu He had already completed her grooming. As she turned, she noticed Shi Yu holding an enormous red envelope, which she stuffed into her arms. New Year's money, courtesy of your husband. Pray tell, is this a cushion? It's about the same size as that one on the sofa. Shu He was taken aback, weighing the heavy envelope in her arms. Dear God, this New Year's money you've given surpasses the total I've ever received. Do you like it? I love it. Shi Yu playfully teased her. Isn't there any gesture of gratitude? Shall I bow? Shi Yu gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Save your energy for cracking seeds. Shu He placed the envelope on the sofa, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and planted a kiss on his cheek. I have prepared a New Year's gift for you. Just wait a moment. I am finally going to have my own private stash. Shu He retrieved a small traditional Chinese pouch from the drawer, its vibrant red hue adorned with intricate knot embroidery, complemented by jade tassels. The words peace and smoothness were embroidered in golden thread. In ancient times, women often conveyed their affection subtly, expressing their feelings through objects, commonly gifting pouches to symbolize their sentiments and wishes for their husband's well-being. Shu He presented the pouch to Shi Yu. Here. Shi Yu's deep gaze suddenly sparkled with admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship. How long did it take to embroider this? It couldn't have been completed in just a day or 2.1 week. The pouch contained some items. Shi Yu opened it and peered inside. Red beans? My private stash is gone. You don't lack for private funds. Shu He cleared her throat, hinting, oh, learned Professor Shi, do you not know that the pouch filled with red beans carries a special meaning? I do, and what does it signify? Shi Yu slightly bit her lip and lazily remarked, red bean bun. Shu He chuckled softly, beginning to tidy her bag and stowing away daily necessities. Sure duo, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Why are you so lazy? Shu He found herself laughing in exasperation. She was truly at her wits' end with Duoduo's incessant banter. How did this man possess such an abundance of adorable quips? His humor was a delightful constant, engaging her in playful repartee every day. Shi Yu gently caressed the texture of his wallet, reciting, red beans sprout in the southern land, with spring's arrival, a few branches bloom. I wish you to gather them well, for they embody longing. You've misquoted it. Impossible, the man asserted with unwavering confidence. Shu He adjusted her bag. The dog stealthily glanced at her distance from the door, quickly uttering a remark before running off. Red beans sprout in the southern land. Shi Yu is a male model. Zhou Shu He, stop right there. Well, it seems a little shrimp has been born at Qingfeng Villa. As night fell, ushering in the new year, the myriad lights glimmered vibrantly. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations at the Shi and Zhou families, the old family compound in the western suburb appeared particularly desolate. With elderly teachers having been whisked away by their children for the festivities, Bai Songsheng worked late until 11:30. He had no family of his own, and despite Shi Yu's 3 invitations, he politely declined, not wishing to disrupt the joyous atmosphere of the Shi and Zhou families. The family compound, with its outdated facilities, lacked an elevator, and the stairway felt somewhat cramped as he rummaged through his jacket pocket for his keys. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Bai Songsheng spotted a girl squatting at his doorstep. The man's expression darkened momentarily. In the frigid winter, Yu Ting trembled slightly, clad only in a thin sweater. Songsong. Why Yu Ting's legs had gone numb from squatting. As she rose, she stumbled slightly but was steadied by the man's slender yet strong hand. The comforting scent of soap lingering in the air was a familiar fragrance, both refreshing and clean. Why are you here again? Bai Songsheng quickly withdrew his hand, his dark eyes cold and his tone indifferent. This is not a place for you. You should go back. Happy New Year. Wai Yuting smiled brightly. As she spoke, she lifted a bag from the doorway, her voice nasal from a recent cold. I personally made dumplings, the shrimp filling you like. In the frigid air, Yuting's arm trembled with the chill as she held up the dumplings. Due to the snowfall, temperatures had plummeted recently. Bai Songsheng's demeanor remained distant and aloof, seemingly no longer inclined to cherish her as he once did. He unlocked the door, removing his jacket before stepping inside. The light dimmed before Yu Ting, and a gust of wind swept in as his warm clothing landed perfectly on her shoulders. The man's demeanor was stark and unfeeling. Let us not meet again. A soft thud echoed as he shut the door firmly. Why Yu Ting's lashes fluttered, her heart sinking abruptly. After standing in stunned silence for a while, she gradually lowered her stiff arms. It seemed he was beginning to resent her. Yu Ting placed the bag of dumplings at Songqing's door, donned the jacket he had given her, and retrieved a blank sticky note from her bag. She squatted down, her fingers nearly numb, struggling to hold the pen. Breathing warmth onto her fingers, she wrote, "Captain by Happy New Year, wishing you peace." The handwriting was a bit askew. She placed the note atop the bag. By Songqing's profession as a special police officer often placed him in precarious situations. And her well wishes were predominantly about safety. That was enough for her. She had run away from home, her phone bombarded by her mother's calls. Tomorrow, her mother would take her to visit the home of a leader at the housing bureau for New Year's greetings. After a single meeting, that man had become infatuated with her. He was 13 years her senior, well-connected and influential, and her mother held him in high regard. Perhaps it truly was the last time she would see you. Songqing, Chapter 92, Jealousy Bundle. Inside the house, Bai Songqing stood quietly at the door. In the dim light, the silence enveloped him as he bowed his head slightly, his tall figure swallowed by the darkness. Once the sounds from outside faded away, Bai Songqing's Adam's apple subtly moved as he turned the doorknob, the cold air rushing in, only to find the girl was no longer there. The bag of dumplings remained at the entrance. Bai Songqing picked it up and closed the door, the empty room devoid of sound, when he suddenly caught sight of a note Yu Ting had left for him. "Captain by Happy New Year. Wishing you peace." No longer was he just Songqing, realizing something. Bai Songqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tore the note from the bag, clutching it tightly in his palm. "Yes, Ting Ting, Happy New Year. Wishing you peace." At the old family compound in Beijing, after the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone gathered in the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The elders chatted about trivial matters while the younger generation cracked sunflower seeds and played on their phones. Several children enjoyed sprawling on the floor, playing a card game, dragging their new clothes across the floor. Mu and Shu He nestled on a small sofa, gossiping. Mumu rattled on, while Shu He felt a sense of loss. "Are you saying that Yu Ting and Captain Bai can't possibly be together?" "More or less, but Captain Bai is so young and already a division-level cadre. His future is bright. Their families aren't exactly at odds." "Are they? Darling, you don't know. My cousin's mother, my aunt, is notoriously shrewish. She only cares about money. She disapproves of Captain Bai because he comes from an orphanage, but Yu Ting's blind date is nearly 40 and a divorced man. How could your aunt possibly agree to her marrying an older man? She only recognizes money. I heard Captain Bai has already bought a new apartment in the Western District, not small either. And it's under renovation, but my aunt said if Captain Bai can't pay for my cousin a standalone villa, along with a luxury car worth $1 million, and a bride price of $1 million when they marry, she won't allow her to marry him." Shu He felt a heaviness in her chest. What kind of reasoning was this? She had only just learned today that despite Yu Ting's seemingly carefree demeanor and decisive nature, she too harbored her own unfulfilled desires. It was no wonder she had appeared teary-eyed during their drinking session. A standalone villa, $1 million luxury car, and a bride price of $1 million. Captain Bai, lacking a family background, would surely struggle to accumulate such wealth, yet Captain Bai was already exceptional. Shu He murmured, "Is this truly an insurmountable contradiction?" Her aunt was adept at coercing, creating a suffocating atmosphere, leaving her cousin trapped in the middle. Seemingly in a genuinely unsolvable dilemma. Buzz, her phone vibrated. Shu He glanced at the message. Mu leaned her cheek against Shu He's, both peering at her phone, with no secrets between them. "Big cat, are you two truly just normal best friends?" Sure, you, having just finished washing the fruit after dinner, stood at the kitchen door, gazing pensively at the distant single sofa. Mu lounged lazily on the sofa, while Shu He nestled beside her, her legs affectionately draped over Mumu's lap. As Mumu's arm encircled Shu He's waist, Shu He leaned against Mumu, both of their cheeks brushing together as they scrolled through their phones. Upon reading the message, Shu He felt a chill run down his spine, as if a piercing gaze were fixated on him, as though someone had lifted the lid off his head. He. "This is bad." There's a whiff of jealousy. "Where?" Shu He scanned the room, her gaze met Shi Yu's, who raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with meaning as he scrutinized her. It was as if he were asking, "In public, be mindful of your influence. You two are inseparable. Should I move the Civil Affairs Bureau here?" Shu He gently curled her lips into a smile. A potent scent of vinegar filled the air. The jealousy bundle fermenting. This man was truly petty, even envious of his niece Zhou Xianji. Passed by Shi Yu, observing the sisters nestled together on the sofa, a pang of jealousy stirred within him. He paused and whispered lightly into Duoduo's ear, "If you both fell into the water, he wouldn't save you first." In the living room, his words seemed to imply that if you and my wife fell into the water simultaneously, Mumu would be the first to rescue you. "I can swim. It's of no concern. I can swim too." "Who cares?" Shermu continued munching on sunflower seeds. "What are they whispering about?" Shu He shook her head. "I am not sure if the Spring Festival Gala is so dull. I could make it more entertaining with just a few words, right, Bao Bei?" "Indeed," Shu He continued to boast about the sugar tangerines. "You just need to stand up. You won't even need to say a word, and I'll be laughing out loud." She recalled being invited to answer a question on a certain forum. how close are you to your best friend? Having known Mumu for 17 years, it was as if they had shared countless years together, ruining 5 or 6 rice cookers in Moon Bay. They could read each other's messages without acknowledgement. They could treat one another as file transfer assistants, sending all sorts of junk. If Mumu were to flee after committing a crime, the police wouldn't need to pursue her. They just needed to catch Shu He to find Mumu. By the time they headed home, it was already past midnight. The snow-kissed night sparkled with stars as Zhou Xianji carried Mumu, walking toward a sleek black Hongqi car. He spoke in a hushed tone. The keys are in my pocket. Oh, Shi Yu wrapped her arm around his neck while her other hand fished around in his pocket, suddenly feeling a hard box. What is this? Confusion washed over her as she pulled it out. Her heart racing, it was a ring box. She hastily placed it back. A fleeting glimmer flickered in the depths of the man's eyes. Shi Yu, flustered, found the keys to the Hongqi car in another pocket and opened the door for him. The ring box, however, indicated that Xianji had not proposed to her. They hadn't reconciled. He was merely caring for her due to her sprained ankle, and he had never expressed his affection for her again. Could it be for someone else? If it is meant for her, why not present it? Shi Yu was plagued by anxiety, her heart tightly clenched, unable to rein in her tumultuous thoughts. She fervently wishes that this ring is indeed for her. She does not want Xianji to develop affections for other women. His appearance is outstanding, his demeanor refined, holding a high position and maintaining his integrity. It is certain that more young ladies are drawn to him now than ever before. Zhou Xianji opened the door. Shi Yu was gently placed in the passenger seat, the scent of masculinity enveloping her as she gazed intently at the magnified handsome visage of Xianji. His complexion was fair, with eyes slightly upturned at the corners. His expression seemed to embody the profound night sky, exuding an uncharacteristic tenderness. Zhou Xianji reached out to fasten her seatbelt. Shi Yu held her breath, her heart racing wildly in her chest. Should she take the initiative and say, "Xianji, let us reconcile"? Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, she found herself faltering. Chapter 93, A Gift for You. A tip, additional update. Moments ago, I made a New Year's wish. Shi Yu queried, perplexed. Do you still have unfulfilled wishes? Zhou Xianji, usually so composed, tightened his grip slightly. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily as his deep, sincere voice resonated. Let us reconcile, Mumu. Grant me another chance to care for you. A thunderous echo reverberated in Shi Yu's mind, clearing her chaotic thoughts in an instant. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Xianji, her heart threatening to leap from her chest, still reeling from the shock. They were so close, their breaths intertwining. Noticing her slight unease, Zhou Xianji gently tousled her hair, his tone warm and courteous. Of course, this is merely my wish. You may. Shi Yu struggled to suppress her flustered heart and consented. A smile began to form at the corner of her lips, her cheeks flushing with an involuntary blush. But Xianji, you cannot push me away again. I will not push you away, the man softly promised. You must ensure that if you do push me away, you become a ghost. I will never push you away. A cool, soft sensation brushed against the corner of Shi Yu's eye. Her heart lodged in her throat, her eyelashes fluttering as if she could scarcely breathe. In the past, he had kissed her in that very gentle manner. After a year apart, Xianji remained unchanged, still as graceful and elegant as ever, making her feel as if she were basking in the gentle March breeze. Oh, has the car broken down? With teasing voice interrupted. Someone had arrived just as Shi Yu was kissing Xianji. She hastily pulled away, and Zhou Xianji stood up, forgetting he was still inside the car, bumping his head against the roof with a thud. Shi Yu strolled leisurely, holding He He's hand, intentionally circling to the side of the red flag car. Zhou Xianji's head throbbed from the impact, dazed and in pain. Isn't your car on the other side? Why are you over here? Deceitfully clever, seemingly pretending. Shi Yu's brows danced with amusement, appearing quite pleased. Which car is broken? He, see, I told you, you misjudged. Shu He, it was clearly him who insisted on dragging her over. The blame shifter. He claimed it was for revenge. However, Shu He could see that her brother and Shi Yu shared a profound bond, having been close friends for many years. What kind of revenge could Shi Yu possibly seek? Yet, she had witnessed her brother kissing Mumu. They had reconciled. Her earlier message had indeed borne fruit. Shi Yu had even devised a plan for her brother to buy a ring, conceal it in his pocket, and let Mumu discover it by chance. Her brother had initially planned to marry Mumu after she graduated. Qingfeng Villa. Tomorrow, they would embark on a journey to the UK to visit his mother. And Shu He had diligently practiced calligraphy for a week, hoping to produce a final version upon waking. Shi Yu's mother had a fondness for calligraphy and particularly enjoyed the ancient poetry of Su Dongpa. Shu He planned to write Dingfeng Bo, do not listen to the sound of leaves through the forest. After returning to her bedroom, Shu He yawned. The New Year's celebration had left her quite fatigued. Dressed like a little lucky doll, she approached the vanity mirror to remove her makeup, when suddenly she felt weightless, as she was lifted effortlessly by a man. His arm was both steady and strong as she found herself seated on his arm. You startled me. Shi Yu, his eyes bright as stars, radiated warmth. Happy New Year. He, Happy New Year. Shu He had yet to finish her sentence when she felt the man's hand at the zipper of her cheongsam, deftly pulling it down. It was already 3 in the morning, I'm tired, I'll help you wake up. I don't care, I want to sleep. Well, you sleep, I won't disturb you. Shu He recalled Shi Yu's childish antics earlier that night and couldn't help but ask. What a juvenile, how old are you now after the new year? Surely not more than 3, want to know, what? Shi Yu carried Shu He towards the bed, turning off the bedroom light, and teasingly said, come, let us try. Sure duo, that's not what I meant. The morning breeze caressed beneath the soft quilt. The delicate hand of the young girl emerged, trembling at the fingertips, gripping the bedspread tightly. Just then, a pair of strong hands pulled her back. Shu He removed the blindfold that covered her eyes and tossed it aside. Every time Shi Yu covered her eyes with that tie, a mist gathered at the corners of her eyes. A wave of intoxication flooded her limbs as she kicked the man playfully in the shoulder. Are you still tired? Shi Yu chuckled lightly. Shu He bit her lip and retrieved 2 milk candies from under the pillow. Tossing them towards the man, not tired, just a tip for you. Shu He. Chapter 94, Shu He's calligraphy. On the first morning of the new year, Shi Yu had finished washing up and sat at the edge of the bed. Gently patting Shu He's shoulder, He, it's time to get up. We're going to pay New Year's greetings. Shu He, too sleepy to open her eyes, groggily replied before turning away from him and pulling the quilt over her head. The loading of getting up had failed. Shi Yu went to the wardrobe to change clothes, and after dressing, he noticed that Shu He still hadn't awakened. He pulled down the quilt covering her head. Pinching her cheek, He, I'm not going. Shu He swatted away his hand. With bleary eyes, she wrapped the quilt around herself again, rolling twice, and settling at the furthest edge of the bed. You're being unreasonable. You promised to accompany me. Shu He buried her head in the quilt, her voice lazily drifting. That was yesterday, Esme. Today, Esme, didn't he say that? Shi Yu paused for a moment, defeated by Shu He's logic. A chuckle escaped his throat. I'll have to drive the sleep bug out of you someday. What bug? The sleep bug. Shu He closed her eyes, her voice growing softer as she spoke to Shi Yu. I really don't want to go. I'm too sleepy. Alright, Shi Yu indulged her, coaxing gently. Sleep, no need to go. The world is vast, but He is the greatest. The man moved to the other side of the bed, hugging his wife towards the center, ensuring the quilt was secure and that she wouldn't fall off the bed. Given He a bed, she could sleep until the world ended. Shu He finally woke up well rested by noon. She felt completely refreshed. In Qingfeng Villa, aside from Aunt Jiang, all other servants were on holiday, and lunch consisted of dumplings made by Aunt Jiang. Happy New Year, madam. The housekeeper Jiang presented a red envelope to Shu He. I intended to give this to you last night, but you and the sir were over at Old Sharesta. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Shu He accepted the red envelope with a smile. From now on, just call me He. At the dining table, Aunt Jiang served Shu He a large bowl of dumplings, and she prepared a dipping sauce. Try this beef dumpling. Let us eat together. Shu He pulled Aunt Jiang down to sit with her. But the housekeeper Jiang bounced back up as if her legs were spring-loaded. No, I fear the sir will think I lack decorum. Come, let us eat together. Just then, the man's clear voice echoed as Shi Yu returned from paying New Year's greetings. Shedding his cashmere coat, just in time. I haven't eaten yet either. Thank you, sir, madam. Housekeeper Jiang served Shi Yu a bowl of dumplings, retrieved a bowl and chopsticks from her own room, and filled her bowl as well. Shu He picked up a beef dumpling with her chopsticks. The skin was tender and delicate, bursting with juice and rich flavor upon biting. Delicious. Shu He picked up another one, praising, Aunt Jiang, I really love the dumplings you made. You flatter me. Housekeeper Jiang felt a surge of delight. Shi Yu washed his hands and pulled out a chair beside Shu He. Sitting down, aren't the dumplings I made tasty? They're good too. Shu He, you hesitated for 3 seconds. If you want to eat the dumplings I made tomorrow, you'll have to do without. Shu He laughed as she swallowed the dumpling. He was acting like Dayu. Just now she hadn't hesitated, she had been chewing the dumpling. Shu He pushed the vinegar dish next to Shi Yu, speaking with double meaning. Dayu, this vinegar is quite sour, but not bad, you should give it a try? As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of the man's laughter followed. Shi Yu picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the vinegar dish, took a bite, furrowing his brow, his expression serious. This dumpling tastes a bit odd. Shu He took another bite, chewing, unable to discern any peculiar flavor. What's odd about it? Oddly delightful, just like you. Shu He was at a loss. Housekeeper Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, having been terrified in just 3 seconds. She had seen 2 completely different people. Moments ago, she had witnessed the entire dumpling-making process as if it were a revolving lantern. It turned out that the sir was flirting with his wife. Shu He leaned closer to Shi Yu, offering him a dumpling, playfully asking, why don't you ask if you and the dumpling fell into the water, who would I save first? No need to save me. Why? Shu He wanted to save Shi Yu. Shi Yu lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. Because I too have been thoroughly cooked, you gluttonous little girl. Why not buy a jar of honey mustard sauce to show off to your husband? And remember to leave a 5-star review. Shu He rubbed her forehead. Aha, how can DUI be so adorable? In the study, the spacious room was adorned with a new traditional Chinese desk specially added for He by Shi Yu. Complete with the 4 treasures of the study, a bamboo lamp, and a small plum blossom incense burner. An antique-style flower rack displayed succulent plants. In front of the desk stood an exquisitely designed ancient-style display shelf. showcasing the small gray figurine that he adored. Positioned by the window, the sunlight streamed in beautifully, casting a warm glow as the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, creating a romantic ambience unique to scholars. A roll of rice paper lay spread out on the table. Shu He set down her brush, leaned over the desk, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, pressing her hand against her stomach and sighed. "Oh dear, Sure, you brewed some mulberry rose tea at the water bar." Turning around, he noticed He's discomfort and his expression tensed. He placed the kettle down and hurried to her side. Bending down to ask, "Is your stomach hurting?" A warm palm rested against Shu He's forehead. The man's tone was anxious as he gauged her temperature. Shu He shook her head, sitting up straight, her gaze dropping awkwardly. She murmured, "I overate." Shu He was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, his slender eyes curved into a smile. "Indeed, it is quite a sight to see you devour 2 plates of dumplings in one go." "Devour 2 plates? How could I possibly eat that much?" "At most, 1.5 plates. How can you say your wife devoured dumplings like that?" "Alright, dumpling devourer, my wife." Shu He's ears flushed, marrying sure DUI meant either being overstuffed or being laughed at. Shu Yu's gaze lingered on a particular spot. Whenever he felt shy, her earlobes would inevitably turn red. First, unable to resist, he raised his hand and gently pinched He's earlobe, soft and delicate. Resembling an adorable lop-eared rabbit. "Wait for me. I'll get you some digestive tablets." Shu He touched her own ear. "Yes, there's something special about them." Sure, you seem to enjoy pinching her earlobes or nibbling on them. He could not find any digestive tablets in the medicine cabinet. Sure, you descended the stairs. Butler Jiang, clad in an apron, was busy cleaning the kitchen. "Aunt Jiang, do we have any digestive tablets at home?" "Yes, in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Nian Nian's digestive tablets are in the drawer of the desk, but he brought them back a few days ago and didn't take them with him." "Good, sure, you found the digestive tablets in Nian Nian's drawer." Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, displaying an Australian number. "Uncle Liang, Xiao Yu, what time will you be home tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Sure, you paused for a moment. Slightly surprised. "You know I'm going home. I haven't been in Sydney lately. I'm in London." "Huh, yes, I heard your mother mention just a few days ago that you would be bringing Shu He home tomorrow. So I thought I'd like to meet my niece-in-law." "Sounds like I need to prepare an extra gift." "Please don't prepare anything extravagant. I wouldn't want Shu He to think I'm putting on airs." "You don't have to be polite with me, just message me when you get home." "Alright." Sure, you hung up the phone, his deep gaze lingering on the screen for a moment. Shu He took the digestive tablet. The roll of paper on the table already bore several characters she had written in regular script, her favorite style, elegant and poised, evoking a sense of tranquility. Do not listen to the sound of leaves rustling through the forest. Why not hum a tune and stroll leisurely? Sure, you adjusted his glasses slightly, admiring the calligraphy. He exclaimed, "Like flowing clouds and flowing water, it penetrates the wood 3 points deep, flattering me all day." Shu He's brows remained serene as she sat upright, fluidly maneuvering her brush on the rice paper. "What do you think of this poem I chose?" "Quite open-minded." "Yes, very open-minded." At that time, Su Shi was exiled to Huangzhou due to the Wutai poetry incident and while enjoying a trip with friends. It suddenly rained. While his friends complained about the weather, Su Shi maintained an exceptionally good attitude, composing poetry effortlessly and remaining calm. Sure, you leaned against the desk. He is also very open-minded. With a bamboo staff and straw sandals, who was afraid, a raincoat and mist, let life flow as it will. Shu He finished her line, dipping her brush in ink to write the third line. "That is because I met you." "Met me? Actually, before I met you, there were many things I couldn't understand, getting stuck in my own thoughts. I often had nightmares at night and my sleep quality was poor." Shu He's hair fell softly. Sure, you tidied her stray locks. "Have you come to terms with it now?" Chapter 95, Visiting Grandma. Chapter 96, First Meeting with Uncle Liang. Chapter 97, The Jade Tiger and Zodiac. "Is this your first time in London?" Prompted by Uncle Liang, Shu He raised her small face and nodded. "Yes, it's my first time." "Then Xiao Yu should take you around and show you some sights." Sure, you was indeed planning just that, starting tomorrow. He would be He's tour guide, taking advantage of her last few days of winter break to help her relax. "Once the weather clears up, I can take you to my newly established horse ranch, where a new batch of thoroughbreds has arrived. You can choose any you like as a gift." "Sounds good." Sure, you spoke with a hint of amusement. "I'm also benefiting from He's good fortune. Once the weather clears, we'll take Uncle Liang's horses." Uncle Liang chuckled. "You two can take as many as you want." Shu He didn't engage in banter, but she could tell that Uncle Liang was a warm and sincere person, generous towards his juniors. Qin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. "This old Liang is acting a bit out of character today. Is he trying to trip me up? A single thoroughbred horse could be worth tens of millions of dollars." With a wave of his hand, he was giving them away. One might think he was his daughter-in-law rather than just a prospective daughter-in-law. In comparison, what gift should she give He? Oh, the dilemma. He was shy, spoke little, and during dinner had barely said 10 words. She had no idea what he liked. She certainly didn't want to come across as a neglectful mother-in-law. In the evening, after Shu He had taken a shower, she felt exhausted from nearly 10 hours on the plane, her bones feeling a bit like jelly as she lay on the bed. Drowsy drying her hair, Shi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, using a hairdryer to help her. I forgot to check what gift Uncle Liang gave me. I'll help you check in a bit. Shu He slowly opened her eyes. The gift box was on the bedside table, and she recalled Uncle Liang's appearance, feeling a faint sense of discomfort in her heart upon their first meeting. Furrowing her brows, she murmured, "Why do I always feel like I've seen him before? Did he attend our wedding? No, Uncle Liang has never appeared in the media and hasn't he been to Jingbei? Oh, it must be my imagination." After her hair was dried, Shi Yu took a comb and gently brushed He's long hair. "Your hair quality is excellent. It seems your vitality has improved." Shu He adored Shi Yu brushing her hair. He used a red light massage comb, and after each shower, he would use it to care for her hair. The scalp massage felt incredibly soothing. Shu He closed her eyes, enjoying the pampering. Is hair quality related to vitality? From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, hair is the surplus of blood. When your vitality is good, your hair quality improves. And your organs remain healthy. You seem to know quite a bit. Noticing her drowsiness, Shi Yu lowered his voice. It was mentioned by Mr. Chu. The prescriptions he provided have indeed been very beneficial for you. Shu He softly hummed in agreement. Your family has been very kind to me. I wasn't nervous at all today. Mom really likes you. She is probably in her room admiring the calligraphy gift you gave her right now. Shi Yu, your mother is so beautiful. Shu He thought that Qin Wanqing and Shi Junting together seemed to resemble a more senior version of Qin Wanqing. This is the advantage of good self-care. He was also very beautiful. A smile bloomed on Shu He's face. When Shi Yu was by her side, her heart was always at ease and relaxed. As they chatted, her breathing gradually became even, and she fell into a deep slumber. Shi Yu set down the comb. The room was warm, and he gently covered He with a light blanket, turning off the bright overhead light and leaving only a nightlight on. He opened the gift box from Liang Yanzhou. Inside lay an ancient jade artifact. Shi Yu recalled it was the backseat or assistance of the Australian spring auction. This ancient jade, long lost overseas, was a relic from a bygone era, the size of a fist. It was sculpted in the form of a sleeping tiger, its white jade luster exquisite, almost flawless. The bidding had been fierce, ultimately selling for over 100 million. Why would Liang Yanzhou gift such a precious item to He? Coincidentally, He's zodiac sign was the tiger. Shi Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he carefully stored the antique away, his deep-set eyes appearing even darker in the dim light. The following day, Shu He was awakened by the gentle sound of rain pattering against the window. It was already 9 in the morning. The sky in London had just begun to brighten. Mu sent a message, and calculating the time difference, it was currently 5 in the afternoon in Jingbei. Shu He sat up. There was a warm cup of water on her bedside table. She touched the cup. It was still warm. It seemed Shi Yu had just poured it for her not long ago. He was very attentive, often able to predict what time she would wake up. As Shu He drank the water, she opened the message. Boss Mu, babe, I slept with your brother last night. His physique is quite impressive, with an 8-pack. Wow, he smells so good, but his technique is a bit inexperienced. Not as good as mine. Boss Mu, considering it was our first time, I forgave him. I'll just have to teach him a few more things. Boss Mu, now he is starting to ask me for a title. Cough cough. Shu He choked on her drink, coughing uncontrollably, her fair face turning crimson. Oh my gosh, these words must be censored. Can one truly listen without payment? What is the matter? Shi Yu emerged from the bathroom after freshening up. Shu He, startled like a mouse confronted by a cat, hurriedly closed the screen. Her phone felt like a hot potato in her hands, and she quickly concealed it beneath her pillow. It's nothing. Shi Yu squinted, a hint of amusement gracing his solemn features. This girl wore an expression of guilt akin to that of a thief. She harbors a secret. Could it be that you've truly been hiding a young boyfriend from me? Such familiar words. Shu He wiped the droplets from her lips and teased him. You've guessed it. I recently started seeing a vibrant male university student from Peking University, and he plays basketball too. Is your basketball boyfriend taller than your husband? No, sure, you stood at 1.90 m. Is your basketball boyfriend more handsome than your husband? No, sure, you had the face of a star. Is your basketball boyfriend wealthier than your husband? Sure, you was a CEO. Shu He, are you indulging in a bit of Versailles? I am merely stating objective facts. No relationship exists. How could a male student surpass Shi in charm, if she truly were to date? Wouldn't Shi interrupt her legs? Shi Yu picked up his glasses from the bedside table, leisurely cleaning them with a cloth, and with a teasing grunt, remarked, today's youth, once grown, are beyond parental control. I reiterate. If you wish to date, your uncle won't stop you, but if I were to truly date, wouldn't your uncle be displeased? Shrimp. Shi Yu took quick strides to her side of the bed, while Shu He playfully climbed onto it, only for her ankle to be seized by the large hand of the man. Come here, let's see if your uncle is pleased. A cool sensation enveloped her. He gripped tightly, deftly binding her ankle with his tie. In an instant Shu He felt as if possessed. That perverse tease, he had found a new way to play with the tie. Chapter 98, Uncle Liang's daughter is missing. Update. Shu He forcefully shook her ankle free. When she turned, she saw the cunning glimmer in Shi Yu's eyes as he reached for her phone, causing her to panic like a startled bird. She quickly lunged for her pillow, initiating a struggle for her phone. If Shu Yu were to glimpse the chat history, her image with Mumu would collapse, and she would no longer see the light of day. This man was astute, well aware of her password. Shu Yu could hardly contain his amusement. He deliberately held the phone out of her reach. Let me see no get away. Shu He pounded his hand with all her might, but to no avail. Lowering her head, she began to bite his hand, exhausting her methods to retrieve it. Shu Yu clicked his tongue, releasing her phone. Her bites left numerous faint marks on his hand, reflecting on how she had pounced on him moments before. He couldn't help but chuckle. What secret are you discussing with Mumu? A nuclear weapon formula, perhaps. Shu He, have you taken to flying now? Indeed, it is a nuclear weapon formula. Such vital secrets. You ought to tether your phone to yourself lest I learn the art of bomb making. That is precisely my intention. From now on at night, you must sleep with one eye closed and the other watching. Shu He tucked her phone into the pocket of her nightclothes, keeping it close, and untied the tie from her ankle. Tossing it into the man's embrace, she decided not to tease him further. She slipped out of bed to wash up as they had plans for the day. Do not entertain any thoughts about my phone. Where are we going today? First, I shall take you to the museum. I wish to ride the London Eye by the Thames. The Ferris wheel is more suited for the evening. After Shu He finished washing up, she noticed the gift box from Uncle Liang on the table. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. What an exquisite little tiger. She picked up the intricately carved ancient jade tiger. Its weight was substantial, the white jade pure in density, the texture smooth and soft. Feeling exceptionally comfortable in her hand, holding the small tiger aloft for Shu Yu to see, she exclaimed, "Look how fortuitous, Uncle Liang's gift is my zodiac sign. Do you like this tiger? I adore it." Shu He was unaware that this jade artifact was an antique. Shu Yu emerged from the wardrobe with a selection of new clothes prepared by his mother for her, having previously inquired about her size. "Are there clothes here for me? Your mother prepared them." A wave of warmth washed over Shu He as she placed the jade tiger back into its silk box. "Your mother is truly kind." "And so is Uncle Liang." Shu Yu smiled gently. "Indeed, and what of me?" After a brief pause, Shu He cooed to the jealous one, "You are the best, now that is more like it." At the museum, their reservation was for 11 in the morning. This museum featured numerous exhibition areas from various countries, and to explore them all in one day was simply impossible. The wall paintings of the three bodhisattvas from King Liangxi, the ivory folding fan from Cixi, and the Sankai statues of arhats from the Liao dynasty, each artifact was breathtakingly exquisite. Shu Yu carried Shu He's bag while she strolled thoughtfully through the exhibition hall, her expression deepening as she paused before the Chinese twisted branch pattern thin jade pot. The small jade pot was crystal clear and a vivid green, its craftsmanship superb. Noting that Shu He had been transfixed for 5 minutes without moving, Shu Yu stepped beside her to gaze at the jade pot. "What are you thinking?" "I wish to take it home." Shu He's voice was pure and delicate as she continued to admire the little jade pot. Shu Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking softly, "One day, it will return home, not just it, but its companions as well. I am the limited-time exhibition hall for the admonitions of the instructress to the court ladies. Would you like to see it? I have made a reservation." Shu He nodded eagerly, wishing to view Gu Kaiji's painting. "It is raining today, yet I am surprised at the number of visitors." Shu Yu's phone vibrated with a call from Xiao Su. The surrounding noise was somewhat chaotic as he answered, gesturing for Shu He. "Wait for me a moment, don't wander off. I need to take a call." "All right." Shu He resumed her admiration of the little jade pot. As she turned, she caught sight of a familiar figure, her eyes lighting up. Uncle Liang was also here to view the exhibits today. Shu He. Liang Yanzhou said something to his companion. Holding a bottle of mineral water he had just purchased, he approached Shu He, unscrewing the cap to offer it to her. "What a coincidence." "Thank you, Uncle Liang." Shu He greeted politely, feeling a bit parched. Accepting the water from Uncle Liang, she took a sip and smiled lightly. "I truly appreciate the jade tiger you gifted me yesterday." "You are a tiger, aren't you?" Shu He was somewhat surprised. "Yes." "How did you know my zodiac sign?" "You are 23 this year. Naturally, you are a tiger," Liang Yanzhou explained with a smile. After a moment's pause, he sighed softly. "In truth, if I could find my daughter, she would be about your age. She is also a tiger." Shu He furrowed her brow. Uncle Liang's daughter was missing. Chapter 99. Love in the Rainy Alley. After touring London, we could spend 2 days in Sydney, and then your uncle will serve as your guide. Upon hearing the mention of Sydney, Shu He felt a slight twitch in her right eyelid, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she shifted the topic. "Does this jade pot contain a light?" "It shines so brightly there is no light," Liang Yanzhou explained. "It is as thin as a cicada's wing, about 1 millimeter thick. The light in the hall can directly shine inside, and the polishing is exquisite." The absence of a light was astonishing to Shu He. The craftsmanship of the small jade pot was indeed masterful. It was not an ancient artifact but a creation of Yu Ting, a bearer of intangible cultural heritage. "The day after tomorrow, at 1 rain, Shu He, you can come to my horse farm to play, and Xiao Yu mentioned he would take you too." "All right," Shu He agreed. As Shu Yu finished his call and walked back, he noticed Liang Yanzhou explaining the jade pot to Shu He and gradually halted his steps, deep in thought. The light in the exhibition hall illuminated the features of both individuals. From this angle, the way Shu He's smile bore a striking resemblance to Liang Yanzhou. Shi Yu. Liang Yanzhou spotted Shu Yu standing at a distance and waved. Such a coincidence, I came here with friends to explore the exhibits and ran into you both. Uncle Liang. Shu Yu nodded slightly, walking over to Liang Yanzhou, glanced at his watch, tactfully bidding farewell. I have other matters to attend to here, my friends are still waiting, so I won't disturb your date. Shi Yu, be sure to explain things to Shu He. You cannot just be a guide without being an interpreter. Certainly, Uncle Liang. Take care. Shu He waved to Liang Yanzhou, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Goodbye. Uncle Liang. The exhibition hall for the admonitions of the instructress to the court ladies was not large. Compared to other exhibition venues, the small area had few foreign visitors, the lighting was dim. With only the display cases illuminated by white lights, surrounding them were mostly familiar faces of fellow countrymen. Shu He had previously seen the Song Dynasty copy of the admonitions of the instructress to the court ladies at the Palace Museum. Here, a Tang Dynasty version was on display. As she walked along the long display case, scrutinizing the painting, she softly remarked, "The original work by Gu Kaiji has been lost. His painting style is delicate. And look, these two figures are vividly portrayed in the details." Having not heard the man's voice for a while, Shu He shifted her gaze from the painting, puzzled, and found Shu Yu's eyes filled with an inscrutable depth as he silently observed her. "What are you looking at?" Upon their eyes meeting, the man suddenly snapped back to reality. Right, what?" Shu He chuckled lightly. "You weren't even listening to me." He. Shu Yu turned his attention to the painting in the display case. "What did Uncle Liang tell you?" He spoke about the stories behind the jade thin-bodied teapot and other artifacts. He seems quite knowledgeable about antiques. He has opened several private museums in Australia. No wonder. Shu He glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to her, she had been wandering for quite a while. She gently patted her flat stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger, and poked Shi Yu's waist. "Would you like to have some pizza?" Shi Yu turned to look at He. Typically, when a girl asks such a question, it implies that she herself desires it. "I do," he replied with a smile in his eyes, pinching her cheek playfully. "There's a pizza place nearby with quite good reviews. Let me take you to try it." The pizzeria was nestled within a quaint alley. Shu He's hand was held firmly by the man as she followed him, the alley adorned with vibrant hues reminiscent of dopamine. Rain fell softly, as if they were enveloped in an oil painting. In London, most English architecture leans towards the vintage, making such lively and charming buildings a rare sight. Ahead of them, someone paused, scrutinizing Shi Yu. He held the umbrella, his striking features exuding an air of nobility. Clad in a long, deep gray overcoat that accentuated his tall, slender frame and long, straight legs, his demeanor was both refined and composed. Raindrops tapped rhythmically against the umbrella, producing a crisp sound, and Shu He opened her palm to catch a small droplet. Suddenly, she felt as if she were in a romantic relationship with him. We are married." "Marriage doesn't preclude romance, does it?" Shu He mused softly, gazing at the tiny raindrop in her palm. "Love is a state of emotion, transcending the boundaries of pre- and post-marriage. The marriage certificate is merely a legal endorsement of our affection." "Well said." Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with He. She was momentarily taken aback, her heart fluttering as if lightly struck by a small pebble. It was the first time she had seen such animated expressions on Shi Yu's face. "Shi Yu," an unfamiliar voice called out. Shu He turned to see a girl holding an umbrella. The first thing that caught her eye was her beautiful lip line, followed by her exquisite features and a pair of sparkling, autumn-like eyes. She held a boutique bag from a dessert shop. Pei Nian took a few steps closer, her gaze momentarily landing on the girl beside the man before swiftly shifting away. "It's really you. You back home." Shu He felt a weight in her chest, instinctively glancing at Shi Yu, who was holding the umbrella for her. The way the woman looked at him suggested a long-standing affection, one that even a passerby could discern. They were old acquaintances, reunited in this alley. "Yes, I'm back home," Shi Yu replied, his expression calm and his tone even. "I brought my wife here to stay for a few days and to try the local eateries." "What about you? What brings you here?" Upon hearing the word wife, Pei Nian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. After a brief silence, she smiled and tightened the strap of her bag. "I'm just a bit hungry. I came here to buy something to eat." "The Christmas passion fruit pie. Yes, that shop has released many new items lately. Even the packaging is more attractive. Your wife is truly lovely. Congratulations on your marriage. I have something to attend to, so I'll be off now." "All right," the man replied. Pei Nian quickened her pace, passing by the two of them in the rain, her fingers gripping the umbrella handle, turning pale. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to be veiled in a faint mist, blurring her vision as she hurriedly turned the corner. His wife, was she beautiful? Surely, the truth was, Pei Nian hadn't dared to look too closely. How could someone Shi Yu liked possibly be anything less? She had learned of Shi Yu's marriage 2 months prior from her brother, who mentioned that he had married the girl from his dreams. A beloved had fulfilled his wishes. It was quite nice. Pei Nian decided she would no longer indulge in the Christmas passion fruit pie. The one Shi Yu had given her in their childhood was quite sweet. But now it had lost its sweetness. The dessert shop was filled with a myriad of confections, and she wanted to try something new. Shu He turned around, looking ahead as the rain began to intensify. The number of pedestrians dwindled, and the girl had vanished around the alley's bend. After hesitating for a moment, Shu He softly inquired, "Who is she?" That girl's voice was melodious, her presence reminiscent of distant mountains. Exuding grace and elegance, evoking a feeling akin to a pure moonlight, just a neighbor, Shi Yu replied, ruffling Shu He's hair gently. "She is Pei Shu's younger sister. I lived nearby when I was younger. The Pei family resided quite close to mine. A neighborly sister, childhood friends." Shu He nodded, her intuition whispering, "She harbors feelings for you. Everyone has someone they like." Shi Yu responded, his demeanor gentle, candid, and sincere, but liking someone doesn't guarantee togetherness. It depends on mutual willingness and destiny. Then who do you like? This was Shu He's first inquiry regarding Shi Yu's affections. "What do you think?" he teased, tapping her forehead lightly. "Didn't you discover the photograph hidden in my pocket watch?" Shu He's lips curled into a smile, a sense of relief washing over her as her earlier anxiety dissipated. She had feared encountering Shi Yu's moonlight. Only at that moment did she grasp that truly loving someone can make one feel possessive. Especially in the presence of the opposite sex, possessive to the point of wishing to be the sole focus of their affections. No wonder Shi Yu had looked so troubled when she visited Fu Henning. She had genuinely experienced the pangs of jealousy today. Shi Yu was remarkably gentle, neither deliberately sidelining that girl nor exhibiting the superiority often associated with being liked. He remained calm and warm throughout. Moreover, he was right, everyone has the right to like someone else. However, liking someone does not mean they can be together. Perhaps one day, that girl will meet someone who adores her in return.